しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正 てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく隠した見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみてる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色が
How's it going, everyone, and welcome to Ascent Seattle. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined today by my good friend and fellow co-caster, Dan. Dan, how are you doing today?
I am doing wonderful, Kel. I cannot wait. This is the first Ascent after the release of Grand Archive's newest set, Abyssal Heaven, and alongside the Recollection decks for Daochan and Guoja. And from everything we're hearing, we are going to be in for a treat this weekend, a metagame unlike any other so far, a complete sort of fresh new set of strategies and ideas that we're going to see all of the best players, not all, but many of the best players in the world are going to be here showing off what they've figured out for the new set. Kel, what are you looking forward to most here?
I am looking forward to obviously seeing a lot of the new cards in action, and I think we're definitely going to see the new cards, both from the Recollection deck and from the main booster set, make a very large impact on the competitive meta. Kind of just scoping out the scene here, I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of a certain archetypes. We'll kind of like hold off on that until a little bit later, but
yes. But I think people are in for some very interesting, very varied games that we're going to see today. Fire, water, wind. Don't count anything out. This is going to be a very, very fun event.
Yeah, and I think we'll definitely see some appearances from some of the new champions, such as like Dao Chan, even some Guoja. I think we're definitely going to see some of those here.
Yeah. This is going to be exciting. We're in a beautiful venue here as well. In slightly rainy Seattle, a little bit chilly today, but it is very warm in the venue due to the heat and the excitement over the new metagame and Grand Archive in general.
Slightly rainy Seattle is one way to put it. Yeah.
Kel, so we have gone into this metagame with a lot of excitement, a lot of preparation, and a lot of teams are on a lot of interesting, like I said, interesting new lists. Have you picked out any decks that you thought were kind of the most exciting that you've seen going into this?
Ooh, okay. So there's a handful, right?
Yeah.
There's like some of my tried and true favorites. Like everyone knows, if you follow me or know who I am, I'm a big fan of Assassin. Tristan is one of my favorite characters, and so that's one thing I always want to see. But kind of going into this and kind of checking out what people are playing and kind of the general vibe, I do know that Fractals is going to be something we're going to see a lot of, both in terms of deck quantity and on the actual board state. We're going to see a lot of Fractals this weekend.
I think in general, a Fantasia-packed weekend is what we're looking forward to, no matter which element you're in. We have water with many Fractals. We have fire with many beautiful Fantasias on the stunning Dao Chan, who's going to be running those and trying to just ace the opponent as quickly as possible. And of course, even in wind, we have some interesting Dao Chan variants that are being played, and we also have some tried and true Arasana, who I'm certainly will see with her beautiful Fertile Grounds as well.
Yeah. I mean, the Astra Wind Arasana deck is like literally my favorite deck to play right now.
Yes.
And it's so much fun actually getting to level 3, doing all your star calling stuff. It's an absolute blast, so it'd be really cool to see some of those here this weekend for sure.
Yeah, and I believe we're gonna have a lot of really cool feature matches as we go throughout the weekend. We'll be doing our best to highlight, of course, a lot of the varied decks that we'll be seeing today, from things like Astra, Tristan, Watermill, whatever people are still bringing. We've got Genbus, we've got Genbus, we've got maybe some Byakos, maybe some Seiryus, but we are going to be, I think we're going to be looking around a little bit here at the venue as well.
Yeah, let's check it out and see what it kind of looks like. You mentioned that it looks very good, and I agree. It's a really nice venue, to be honest.
Yeah, we are in a huge, beautiful room here. I believe we're looking at the Ascent store right now, which has a lot of really cool new little trinkets and toys that you can pick up, beautiful keychains, T-shirts. We have a new, of course, Guoja and Dao Chan T-shirts, which have been added to the Ascent store as well. The T-shirts are always a really, really hot seller. And the other thing that people love about the Ascent store is that we always have all the new playmats for the new champions that have released. So here we saw the Dao Chan and the Guoja playmats that were available to pick up if you were a fan of either of those characters at any of their champion levels. Those are always Ascent exclusive. So the great thing about coming to these Ascents is getting a chance to pick those up with featuring the beautiful artwork from your favorite champions.
Yeah, I mean, like, actually, no joke. There's a lot of those playmats that are very, like, hot commodities that are like people are, I want to get this playmat. I got to get this playmat. Even among us fellow casters, there's like, we have the ones that we really want to get, and hopefully they don't sell out by the time we get the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and just a word of advice for anyone who comes to your Ascent, I believe one of those playmats already did sell out, so you definitely have to get to the Ascent store early with those tickets if you want to make sure you can pick it up. But of course, when you are entering Ascent, you get given a bunch of those tickets, and you get to spend them on 1 or 2 playmats, kind of depending on if you get like champion or VIP level to get those tickets right away, so you can go to the Ascent store without having to win a few rounds first.
Yeah, yeah. Or you can pick up anything else at the Ascent store. We saw stuff like the Recollection deck, some of those acrylic standees, all that kind of really cool stuff.
Yep, I love those acrylic standees. I use them in my backdrop for videos as well. They're super from the ones from last year, but now they have new champions. Now I'm gonna have to make my way over to the Ascent store to pick up an Arasana one, and you probably are gonna want that too.
Yeah.
We also have these. This is interesting. These rabbit masks that we've been seeing around a little bit. This is kind of mysterious.
Yeah, what's up with this, man?
They've been giving these out. They've been holding them up. It's I don't know. We do know that at the end of the event, we're gonna have the sort of the presentation, the closing ceremony, and during that, they're going to be giving some product information, from what we understand, some early spoilers and teasers for the next expansion, which is just codenamed DTR.
DTR.
Have you seen some of the speculation about what this is?
I have. I don't want to speculate here.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But yes, I have seen some. I have seen everything from like Magical Girl set to possibly like Alice in Wonderland style set. I've seen a lot of different theories, everything from names to theme. But
yeah, those rabbit masks people seem to think might be related to that in some way. So very interested to see what that is. And we also have, of course, players just all over the venue, jamming games, getting ready, preparing their deck lists, getting everything submitted. And of course, everything's so easy to submit in OmniDeck. So they just get their list up, shoot it in there, and then they're sitting around and chilling and ready for the first round and all the excitement they're going to see. So I'm very, very pumped for that as well.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked a little bit about some decks that I was maybe looking forward to. How about you, Dan? What are you looking forward to personally seeing this weekend?
I think we're going to see some really, really fast and flashy, exciting matchups between some different decks, especially one of the ones that a lot of people are very excited about and actually just won a Taiwan regional that took place literally, yesterday, last night. We got in the results from this Taiwan regional. Winner being a Fire Dao-Chan deck, which was Fire Cleric. Using Fire Bloom Flourish, I believe. So maybe that was Arasana. I have to double check. But it was a Fire Cleric aggro deck that just took things out. And we have some very, very fast fire aggro strategies that are going to be, every time we have a new metagame, trying to sneak in and take out whatever is the slower deck that people kind of have unoptimized right now and hasn't quite gotten to the point where it can cleanly win games against that.
Yeah, like thinking about past Ascents, like in terms of overall win percentage, Fire hasn't exactly taken the most Ascents, right? So it'd be really interesting to see Fire as kind of like the breakout element of this particular one. Yeah,
and Fire doesn't usually quite break out, but it does just sneak in these wins early on. Right. So we'll see. It's a very volatile deck, of course. If you don't see the right pieces, then you don't quite get the aggro off. But when you do, you don't really have much of a game to play.
Yes, yeah, I understand. As a Fire player myself, it's a kind of an all-in, burn fast, right? Burn bright and burn fast.
Yep, and you love going into the red zone, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, so I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see just what kind of excitement. The big thing about Fire decks is that they're flashy. They're big. They're just boom, boom, boom. Oh, 4 damage, 4 damage, 4 damage. Oh, yeah. And those are just really exciting games to watch because no turn is really just sitting around doing nothing. We've seen plenty of that in some other meta games that are a little slower.
We ain't got time for that.
No,
we ain't got time for sitting around. We gotta play our Fire cards.
It's time to win.
Banish stuff from our bin and then just go all in.
Win or lose, we're playing the game. We're gonna play something and see what happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really pumped to see that, as well as just whatever other interesting matchups are gonna try and contend with it. So should be really exciting.
Yeah.
I believe we're just waiting a little bit here. We're going to have our first round up very shortly, so everyone just stick with us.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you.
I was just going to mention, keep in mind that this is the first big event, or just in general, after the launch of Abyssal Heaven. So there are a ton of new cards that are going to be, on screen and in play. The set's only been out for about a week or so, so I know a lot of folks out there might not have had the opportunity to get their hands on the cards yet, or actually played with them. So this is going to be a nice showcase of all of the new cards, all of the new like meta decks, and all of that kind of stuff. And we're gonna be with you along the way, talking about all the new cards and all the new mechanics.
That's one of the most exciting things about this is that when we have so many new cards, we prepare as much as we can. We learn as many decks as we can, but inevitably there's going to be something that's like, I did not expect to see that card being played here. What is going on?
Yeah.
So very, very exciting just to see again what these very, very skilled, competent players have brewed up. And the interesting ways, we always in Grand Archive we find these cards being used in ways you don't necessarily expect. And that is one of the coolest things to see. So I'm really looking forward to some fun innovation with what I believe ultimately was like quite a powerful set, Abyssal Heaven.
I agree.
There have been there's some very impactful material deck cards we're going to see. There's some very impactful main deck cards and strategies, and both Recollection decks are packed with cards that I think we're going to be seeing hit the table today, whether they're in Dao-Chan or Guoja or outside of them even. Some of those cards get played in various other decks as well, for sure.
Yeah. So we have talked about like how we expect to see some new champions like Dao-Chan and Guoja. Are there any returning champions that you feel could pop up over this weekend?
Oh, absolutely. Kelly, you already mentioned Astra. That's you always have to assume Astra's in the metagame now since Polaris got printed. Arasana is your go-to who's going to control the board and then win the game with inevitability. Beautiful thing about her is her inevitability is not based on how many cards she can draw like a Merlin-style game. It's just if you give her enough time, she'll glimpse to them, and she'll bolt you for free, and you'll be out of the game.
Yep.
So you have to find a way to close the game, and gosh, does she love playing prevention effects to stop you from doing that. So we're going to definitely see Astra. You're going to see your Tristan as well. Tristan's going to come in. Yeah, yes. She's always a force too because she just draws cards and then hits you for 20.
I mean, Slice and Dice does a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, Slice and Dice early, Shadow Strike late, Slice and Dice late, or even the ally go wide strategy, just playing Inspiring Call and going, actually, my Tristan puts out 2 more allies and I pump the entire board.
Yeah.
And that's going to hit you for 12 or 15 or whatever, too.
3 and 3 and 3. And
Yep. So Tristan, of course, is going to be there. And then one of the most exciting things to see the innovation that's happened with the Watermill deck. So ever since Santa Clara, with the rise of Watermill Arasana, going into some various different variants, we had Vanitas showing up. We've had, of course, Sylvie Nico has been going around for a long time. Now the exciting thing is Guoja Nico. That's the thing that I think we're going to see a little bit of as well, where we get rid of the Sylvie because all Sylvie did was give a buff counter to one of our allies, which is cool. Put that on the Terrapin. That thing is really hard to answer. That's not bad. But instead of just getting a slightly bigger Terrapin, what if we put out a turtle that was just already absolutely gigantic? Okay. That's the exciting thing that Guoja adds.
So for all of the folks out there watching who don't know what the giant turtle is, since the set's only been out for about a week.
Yes.
Tell us about the big giant turtle, right?
Yeah,
it's one of the new mechanics that Guoja has, right?
Yeah. So what Guoja likes to do is put out a Fate Stone from the Regalia deck. When she gets to level 1 from the material deck, you put a Regalia Fate Stone that is going to start as just a rock, basically, and it's going to have some effect, and it's going to allow Guoja to gain quest counters. In the case of the Fabled Sapphire Fate Stone, it's going to enter, and at the beginning of every recollection phase, both players are going to mill the top card of their deck, discard the top card of their deck. When they do that, anytime you mill from your deck, you get quest counters.
Okay.
And with Genbu, once you get 9, you're able to take them off and flip over your Fate Stone. And so we actually have a dual face card, 2 sides. You flip over your Fate Stone into this turtle that, oh man, you're going to put me on the spot here. 3/9 is its stat line?
I'm pretty sure it has 9.
I think
and that's one of those things where I was like, I see the
3/9.
design here. There's the 9 counters, and then it has 9 health.
Yep, I believe that's the basic stat line. I don't remember it specifically because he has an activated ability where you pay a few reserve, and then you get to add life to Genbu equal to the number of water element cards in your yard.
Yeah, he's big. He's a big boy.
So he's a big boy. He's got taunt too, so he's going to stop damage, but there's a card in the set that allows you to actually, at fast speed, swap his life and his power. So the new thing that this deck gets to do is it gets to do all the things that Nico did before, possibly milling you out, hitting you with Ravishing Finale, just damaging you, but also can just go, actually, I'm just going to make my Genbu have 20 power.
Right, just hit you in the face for 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we do have round one pairing coming up here as well soon, so this is going to be very exciting. I do have an idea, I believe, of one of the decks we're going to see, but I don't know both of them.
Yeah.
But I do believe if you're a fan of water, we're going to start by seeing a little bit of water. It might not be any spicy Sylvie Nico or Genbu Nico lists, but we are, believe, going to start with a little bit of this Recollection deck Dao-Chan action.
All right. I mean, that'd be pretty exciting to start, you know, the weekend off with a brand new champion.
It would be. I would love if we could have Dao-Chan versus Genbu right away, or not Genbu versus Guoja right away to have the sort of the Recollection deck showdown from the start. It's been so fun to see people's reactions to Recollection deck too, because right away, a lot of the consensus, and I'm guilty of saying this too, is that you're going to see Guoja right away, but Dao-Chan is going to take a little bit because control style deck needs a little bit to kind of
a little bit of a slow burn to figure it out.
Yeah.
However,
we're going to start with the Dao-Chan right away.
Right, yeah. Turns out she might be pretty good.
Yeah. Both Recollection decks, like usual, you know, the Recollection decks have powerful champions, powerful strategies, powerful decks that you're going to be able to easily pick up and with the right adaptations, bring them to a tournament and start to actually perform well with them. Which is it's exactly what you want in a sort of a product like that, a pre-constructed deck product.
Oh yeah, I can talk forever about how excellent the Recollection decks are. They're literally some of my favorite products in the entire TCG industry. They're so good.
Go ahead. What makes them so good?
I mean, there's just so much value in just a nice little contained package, right?
Yeah.
If you're a starting player, you get everything you need. You get sleeves, you get a nice storage box, you have a competent deck right off the bat. You have full playset copies of every card. You don't have to buy 2 copies to get a full playset. You just have it all, and it's just a nice, fully encompassing, product.
I heard
it's just a great way to start and a great way to play a new champion.
I heard there's a very rare chance too of getting something very cool in the Recollection deck as well.
There's that too, but I don't like to factor in like the high roll stuff. It's like
I like the high roll.
This is like what you're gonna get usually, and it's still amazing.
I am a degenerate gambler, so yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay.
No, I get one of each of them. Like, yeah, if I get it, I get it,
too.
And I don't ever get it. But it's
neither have I.
It's very tough. But despite that, you still get an incredible value in that. And the fun thing I've heard this weekend was a lot of people had to buy extra copies of Recollection decks at the trade night we had yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Buying searched decks where people already pulled out the packs and checked to see if they get the thing. So they just sell the raw play sets of everything to people at a cheaper price. And we had a lot of people who were pivoting, I believe, very last minute to different decks.
Oh,
like,
interesting.
Oh, no, I need to pick up a Dao-Chan deck. I need to pick up a Guoja deck.
There's a lot of nice cards in that Dao-Chan deck.
Yeah. There are certainly a lot of cards we're going to see play. And that's a lot of players were really feeling a little bit of that heat and that pressure to be able to like throw things together last night. So it really just shows the value of the deck, though. Actually, that you can you're like, you know what? Sure, I'll just pick up another copy. Oh, that's totally fine because these are good cards anyway. I'm gonna want more copies of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Players are just settling in here as well. So just very shortly, everyone, we will be moving over to the gameplay stream. Getting our players up here. We're just literally moments away from finding out what our matchup is, and I cannot be more excited to see what we're going to have. But we are going to have a fellow caster, and
I was going to say that folks who watch a lot of these streams may recognize one of the first players.
Yes, absolutely. He's you know him and you love him if you watch any of the streams. Fantastic caster, great guy, great friend, and he's going to be trying to show off really the power, I believe, of this exciting new deck.
I'm looking forward to it. I haven't had a lot of experience myself playing this deck, but talking to a lot of folks this weekend, it really feels to be like one of the big breakout decks of the weekend, and I'm really excited to watch some high-level competitive play specifically of this deck.
Yeah, let's continue. I think let's continue to be a little bit coy about it because it'll be really fun to see everything pop out here as soon as we get to move over to the gameplay and we get to see. But yeah, definitely. If you're a Recollection fan, I'm looking at his sleeves too, and he is even still being a little coy about what's happening here based on the sleeve choice.
Sleeves are a bit of a troll. Yeah. they're a bit of a troll. From what we know, at least. From what we know, yes. But yeah, this is a deck that I think a lot of people have been pretty excited about. A lot of people have been pretty hyped about. But there's also been a significant portion of people saying, no, we got the answer. We got this figured out. Yeah.
So
I think that's what makes events like this really interesting and really fun.
Yeah.
Both from a player perspective, but also from a viewer perspective, right? Because you have something that might set itself up to be like, oh, this is the boogeyman deck of the format, and then you have other people who are like, nah, like I'll win, right?
Yeah. And everyone, it really, a lot of these conversations come down to, well, if you do this, I'll do this, and
Yeah.
well, if you do that, then I'm gonna do this. And
Surely I have the answer in my hand.
yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, let's see who can have all the answers, right?
Yeah,
and
and
then that'll give us the result.
That's what we're gonna determine this weekend, right?
Yeah, exactly. Will this deck? So we're gonna start out round one. We're gonna show you. You're gonna see this deck, and I think one of the questions that we're gonna have is this deck going to be as tough to fight as everybody thinks it is?
I've seen some gameplay of it. I've
Yes.
seen some people play. Unfortunately, against one of my favorite decks, and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty impressive."
Was it luck? Was it pilot error? Was it truly power though? Let's see. Yeah, I mean,
It's hard to say it's luck when you have like a redundancy, like the level of redundancy that the deck has. So,
yeah, it'll be. I think that's going to be one of the most exciting things to see as we go round to round here, though. We'll continue to probably pop in and see how this deck is doing throughout the event. Like we said, we're just trying to show a variety of the other cool decks in the format as well. But certainly, when we see a pairing between this and some of the decks that are purported to be able to fight it, we gotta take a look at that, and we gotta talk about is this deck really going to be a problem, or is it just a new, exciting, fun wrinkle? It's always going to be a best deck.
We could be setting it up for like, oh, this is the boogeyman of the weekend, and then it just kind of
gets crushed.
just peters out. And
Maybe
we'll
there's a different
else.
boogeyman.
Yeah, and that's what makes it exciting, right?
Yeah. I mean, at least for this first round, we do know that the player who is playing this deck is a very competent player. I have gone against him at several major events as well, and it's always number one of the most fun matches I play, and then number two, one of the hardest matches that I play every single event.
Okay.
He is he's a guy who knows his stuff for sure.
All right.
Which makes sense because he goes on stage and talks about it too.
Well, right. It's always fun to see like fellow casters get actually taken aback and then put into the driver's seat.
Yes. Watching him pilot his decks every time he goes and plays, he knows his deck inside and out, back of his hand, right?
Oh,
it's like he's a player who really dives into the intricacies of how his deck works and has a very good sort of heads up play style when he's playing it, where he knows the answers to what he's doing and he plays around them extremely well. I find him tough to fight, actually. Very, very tough.
And I've seen him win with one of my personal favorite decks, the Fire Assassin deck.
Yeah.
Seeing him get top spots with that is like, a man after my own heart.
He also in the most recent time I played an event with him was a regional in Belgium, where he brought Luxem after Luxem had been unplayable for a long time and won the regional with it. So,
nice.
That just shows, I guess, the play strength. So if anyone's going to show off the power of the strategy right now, this is a perfect opportunity for our friend here to show it off to us.
Now, as we kind of set up, do we want to start talking, maybe be a little bit less core? Do you want to talk maybe start talking a little bit about the strategy,
okay,
kind of like letting folks know what we're
if
alluding to here?
If you want to.
Because I know there's also variations. I was going to mention there's variations of the strategy too. It's not not cut and dry, and the lists that I've seen aren't all set. There's some variations, even among the champions that they play, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the list we're going to be looking at, piloted by Mr. Once in Love, Tyler, we're going to be looking at a water fractal-based strategy. We did mention this already a little bit. Fantasias are going to be a pretty common theme throughout the weekend. And this is Mr. Once in Love, who's going to be playing this water, and I believe he is on Dao Chan as the champion. And he's using a strategy where the whole idea is you're going to be putting out a bunch of fractals.
Okay.
There's a ton of powerful ones now. And they're all reservable. That's Fractal's kind of thing. They all are reservable, meaning you put it down, and now you can rest it in order to gain resources. When you rest it to gain resources, then you're effectively not like losing that hand advantage because you can still pay for things with it as if it were like a card in your hand, right? So this deck, what it likes to do is just build out a bunch of these fractals, and as it builds out more and more fractals, it's got several kill condition cards that start to become very, very lethal for a very low cost. And often at fast speed as well. So it tries to build out starting at 3, but then going up into 4, 5, 6, 7. I've seen 9 or 10 on board. It's something that can happen. It has various ways to draw cards that will definitely see some, especially a powerful new Abyssal Heaven SR that you're going to see that's going to be able to just kind of keep stocking that hand up with more action.
Oh, okay.
Keep
Yeah.
digging to find more things, and eventually it's going to find things like Refracting Missile, Shimmering Refraction, and then the namesake card of the deck,
Burst Asunder.
Burst Asunder,
Yeah.
yes. And it uses these to go, well, fast speed I can deal 7-8 damage with a Refracting Missile, with a Shimmering Refraction, or slow speed, I will Burst Asunder you. Now, Burst Asunder is a very, very powerful card because once it gets that class bonus, it costs only 2.
Okay.
It's a slow speed water action spell that says you choose a target, and when it resolves, it's going to deal 2 damage to that target, plus 2 for every fractal that you sacrifice on resolution.
Okay.
The on resolution part is very important because the opponent has to react to it before you choose to sacrifice anything.
Okay.
So if common card Safeguard Amulet, right? That
Right.
you're gonna use to prevent 4 damage from everything. Now each of those damage sources, by the way, is a separate damage source.
Okay.
So it deals 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 if you sacrifice a bunch of fractals.
Right. Right.
So a thing like Safeguard Amulet that prevents 4 damage from each instance of damage throughout that turn is going to prevent everything.
Right.
But you go Burst Asunder, they pop Safeguard, and you go, okay, I'll sacrifice nothing.
Yeah, but you have to force them to basically.
But you force them to use it, right? Then you go, and then I'll Burst Asunder you on the next turn, right? And your Burst Asunder is looking at if you have 6 fractals in play.
Okay.
That's going to be 14 damage. And this is after you've already played things like Glimmering, or Shimmering Refraction, Refracting Missile.
Right.
To soften them up a little bit, 10, 6, 9, whatever you're doing with it. You know,
It's a casual 10 here.
Casual 10. And if you're playing Dao-Chan, you can sometimes draw a card off of that too.
Right.
With the Shimmering Refraction, when you play it out of memory, you don't even have to have it in hand at that
All
point.
right. So for those listening out there, the basic premise of the deck is, right, you play a whole bunch of fractals.
Yeah.
And all these fractals help you play other fractals and help you play all your other stuff that sometimes lets you draw cards, sometimes lets you do some chip damage, and then your big payoff are cards that care about the number of fractals you have in play. So as we're watching, we want to pay attention to the number of fractals that are in play, and then their ability to pay, get a good payoff from it.
Right, and those payoffs are certainly impactful.
And there's multiple payoffs in the deck, right? There is the new Burst Asunder, but there's the other ones that you mentioned.
There's
too.
there's our I mean, Refracting Missile still has floating memory too, so you're gonna pop that on them, and if maybe they have an answer to it, maybe they counter it, you go or something. You go, okay, sure, then I'll just spend it to level or use it to some of these extra running Frosthorn Paladins. They're running some of these like floating memory cards. I believe Tyler's list is one that is on Frosthorn Paladins and even Lost in Thoughts still. So he can take any of those floats that from maybe an unsuccessful attempt at getting the kill and use them to fuel a big Frosthorn Paladin, start chunking some damage in, use it to fuel some card draw with Lost in Thought to try and dig to find another Burst Asunder or something to get the kill. And Tyler is also running a very spicy card that we're going to see from Abyssal Heaven that allows him to get spells back from his graveyard into his memory.
Okay.
So he's able to, it did the Burst Asunder not work? Well, I'll just take it back. I'll do it next turn.
Okay.
So, there's and like we said, there are variants, right? Some of these lists are running float, some aren't.
And some vary on the champions too, right?
And some. Of snow and then passing the turn, Tyler's putting out the blank Spirit of Water.
I love the blank art. Spirit of Water
Nothing on it.
Yeah.
That's the box topper from Supporter Pack 2. So usually you like to go to an artist to get them to draw some art on it.
He's got to go to an artist to commission a nice little drawing on
it. Could be an invisible ink though, don't you think?
Sure.
Maybe we just we can't see it on camera, but I promise you, there's
artwork.
Get the
black light out.
Yeah, exactly. So these players are going to have a really interesting match because this mirror is actually really exciting, really skill intensive. Believe it or not, it's going to come down to a few things. Tyler's going to start by imbuing a Fractal of Rain, so he's going to get that extra mill. He can maybe potentially hit some of his floats to get a little bit of extra value. And he's going to rest the Fractal of Rain for that reservable in order to play. This is one of the most powerful new cards in Abyssal Heaven, the Fractal of Dissonance.
Okay, I've heard a lot about this one, Dan. Tell me about this Fractal Dissonance. This one is it's a pretty good. It's being a 1-drop.
Oh, excuse me, Dissonant Fractal.
Oh,
I
yes.
there's all these Fractal names. You get them a little mixed up. Yeah, this is a powerful card because it only costs 1. It has on enter Glimpse 4. And this is a critical card for the deck because it allows you. You look at what Tyler's looking at here, and he's already seeing some of the powerful cards in the deck. I believe we see a Zheng Zhao there, who is,
Which I think is going to be a pretty key card this weekend.
it's
right?
going to be an extremely key card this weekend. It's one of the best SRs out of Abyssal Heaven. Dissonant Fractal also gains reservable as long as you have 2 or more other fractals.
That sounds like a downside, but when you're pumping out so many fractals, it might not matter all that much.
If I remember right, I believe Tyler's list is on something like 20 fractals.
Okay.
So or around there. I have to double check the exact number, but he's got a lot of fractals here. Now you can see he put out 2 this turn and then passed. So he's 1 fractal up on his opponent. And we're going to be looking this whole time at like the count of fractals from both players because the count of fractals is going to be obviously very relevant for how close they are to getting the kill and winning the game. But also they are going to be how much their counter spell, Glimmering Refusal, costs to be able to. Their negation is going to cost to be able to not have your stuff negated.
Yeah, and that's the one that lets you negate something based on the number of fractals, or forces your opponent to pay a cost based on the number of fractals you have, right?
Right. Glimmering Refusal will negate a card activation and banish it if they don't pay X, where X is the number of Phantasias you have in play.
Yep.
Not just fractals, it's Phantasias, I believe.
That's
that
true.
one.
That's true.
So, and that is slightly relevant because some of these lists are also doing things like playing Fragmented Spirit of Water, which puts out a Spirit Shard Phantasia token right away.
Okay, yeah.
Which does add to the number of obviously Phantasias for all these different card effects. Now we did see from Lucid Marauder went with a backup charger on turn 2 and then passed. Just went and popped it that a mysterious card in play. Is that a Naruto card or something? I can't quite tell what that is. But that is going to be a power cell, I believe. So
Yeah, it's a power cell token.
in this list, that power cell does exactly one thing. It gets fracturized to become a new fractal.
Okay.
That's the only thing that unless there's some spice that Lucid Marauder found with an automaton. Maybe we'll see some Sea Sprite diver action or something happening. But outside of that, that is purely just let's fracturize it and call it a day. And Lucid Marauder also, I believe, played a Chilling Touch.
Yep.
And got 1 card out of Tyler's hand for the turn just to get that float, slow him down a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think I missed what Tyler materialized here. Kel, did you happen to catch that? Water Resonance Bobble.
He got the bobble and then cracked it immediately.
Yeah,
Yep.
oh, it's right. It's on screen. I'm sorry. It's Water Resonance Bobble. Yeah. So the Water Resonance Bobble is a card that people who are prepared for this mirror match are certainly playing in their material deck right now too. Extra card, right?
Especially if this is like a deck that you expect to see a lot this weekend. The bobble is basically just another copy of your Grand Crusader ring, right?
Exactly. And yeah, more Grand Crusader's ring seems pretty good to me. We have a Fractal of Mana, or sorry, not a Fractal of Insight being played, which is just going to do a Glimpse 2. It's kind of like a Dissonant Fractal, except it costs 1 more.
Yeah.
It enters hindered and only glimpses 2.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, but it is automatically reservable.
Hey, it's a norm element one, right?
It is norm element as well. Yes. So norm element cards usually you get a little less bang for your buck because any deck can run them. But in this case, you run it right alongside Dissonant Fractal because let's glimpse more. That sounds good. And now Tyler's Dissonant Fractal is reservable because he has 3.
Nice. And kind of what I've gathered from seeing a lot of these decks, you really want to run a lot of like 2-drop fractals, right? You have the 1-drop fractal, and you want to run a bunch of 2-drop fractals, and that's kind of like the sweet spot.
That is a huge thing to do because it allows you to play out more fractals faster.
Yeah.
The faster you can play fractals out again, the sooner you scale everything up and get your win condition online and make your stuff very, very difficult to interact with that Glimmering Refusal negation. Okay, so I think we might be in for a treat here with Lucid Marauder's deck. So Lucid Marauder went with a Fracturize end phase of Tyler's turn in order to again turn that power cell into a fractal. So Lucid's now at 2 fractals. Goes for a Scepter of Lumina. Scepter of Lumina, fascinating card because it just got nerfed, so to speak.
This is also kind of a big tell, right?
Yes.
If you're playing Scepter of Lumina, that's saying like, hey, I want to level up my champion.
Yeah.
So Dan, typically these kind of decks, what level do you kind of end up being at?
So a lot of these decks are going to 1 at max. Some are going to 2.
Okay.
And often Scepter of Lumina means you're not going to get a lot of damage. And now that it's had the ability where you used to have an ability where against a water deck you could activate it during your main phase.
Yeah. You
didn't need to take a materialize phase for it. If you are taking a turn now to materialize Scepter of Lumina, which also doesn't draw you 2 cards anymore when you activate, it only draws you 1.
Yep.
The only thing I would immediately guess is that you're on Vanitas, because Vanitas is the champion that can go all the way to level 3. Has a built-in dungeon guide effect where you're able to level him, activate his level 3 during your main phase in order to get that damage. So you can get a good 12 damage off of Scepter because of that, which is a potential mirror breaker for the Fractal Fractal game plan, because it just pushes extra damage that the opponent might not be ready for. It can make them pop Safeguard early so that you can go for the kill. But we also saw the Awakened Deacon, so we know that Lucid Marauder is definitely on the Cleric game plan as well, because that's only got a class bonus floating memory. Lucid then passed the turn, and what we're seeing right now is what we were talking about before, one of the most impactful SRs in the set. We had Once in Love playing Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao has an incredible ability on enter. Based on the number of cards in your memory, you're going to get an effect. Some of these are pretty simple. If you have 1 to 3, you recover 4. If you have 4 to 6, you glimpse 4. And if you have 7 or more, you actually discard a card at random from your opponent's memory.
Which is pretty powerful.
That is a powerful ability. But the one that we're using in this deck is if you have 0 in your memory, when you play this card, you get to draw 2.
Yes.
How would you do that, Kel?
Maybe with, like, I don't know, all of the fractals that you have in play.
You rest your reservable fractals to pay for the cost of this. Draw 2 cards. And now you can look at the size of Tyler's hand when he already played a 3-drop card this turn, and now he pays 2 for this class bonus on this Extricating Touch because he did level to Dao-Chan 1 here. He's got the CSR Dao-Chan 1, of course.
Maximum flex.
Of course. And he's going for this Extricating Touch now. Extricating Touch is the other, I would say, most impactful SR from the set, because this is a card that allows you to rip a card out of your opponent's hand or memory. There it is. The win cards that we see in Lucid Marauders.
Yeah.
So it's like we said, it was tell. As soon as you put that Scepter of Lumina, I was like, this is probably Vanitas, right?
Right.
And the only reason we have those, it looks like some Scatter Essence in hand. Again, it's the concept is you're trying to mirror break. So you're trying to go to Vanitas, use Wind's access to Scatter Essence to try and shore up the number of fractals that either player has in play.
Did choose one of those big payoff Burst Asunder cards.
Yep, the Extricating Touch, he chose hand, and there's a fun little game we might see throughout the weekend too with the Extricating Touch where the opponent can respond to it by putting cards in memory to play something.
Yeah, that's true.
And then as the player of it, you have to choose, well, where did my opponent put the card I actually want to discard? Is it in hand or memory? No.
Oh, yeah.
But he went for hand, and Lucid Marauder wasn't going to play that game. He just said, okay, sure, like whatever. And did pitch that Burst Asunder off the touch. So Tyler going ahead and pulling out the Burst Asunder, saying, all right, fine, I'm going to have a win con and you're not going to. And follows it up with we have another Fractal of Insight, and I believe that's a Captivating Opulescence that we have in play. Captivating Opulescence is a Fractal that will draw a card into memory on enter, and while it's in play, the activation costs of Regalia is going to be increased by 2.
For that your opponent controls.
For your opponent. Yeah, for your opponent, excuse me. So that means that Scepter, and we saw Tyler pointing at it too, that Scepter of Lumina has a 5 activation cost to draw a card. It's now pay 7 and sacrifice it to draw a card.
It also means stuff that just makes like you're activating your GCR and all that just slightly more annoying too, right?
Yeah, and I think this is a really, really heads up card to play in this matchup too, because especially when Lucid Marauder goes for that Scepter and he's popped Backup Charger but has not popped a GCR or anything yet, it means that a lot of Lucid Marauder's cards from GCR to Safeguard Amulet now are like a little more awkward to grab. GCR is barely better than a Backup Charger at this point, and arguably worse because it doesn't put that Power Cell into play for this deck.
And here we see the first kind of like back and forth of damage here with Shimmering Refraction coming down. Yep,
we're gonna see the Shimmering Refraction, which is this is being played by Tyler.
I think Once in Love played the Shimmering Refraction.
Yeah, I didn't even know he had the cards in hand to still play that, which is wild. But yeah,
I think he may have activated it from Dao-Chan.
Oh, from Dao-Chan. Dao-Chan's rested. I see that now. Yep, I was too busy talking about Opulescence, which is a very exciting card too. But yeah, use Dao-Chan's ability, remove the Glimmer counters to pay for that Refraction, and when that Refraction is played out of memory with Dao-Chan, it allows you to draw a card as well.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key reasons why to play Dao-Chan, right?
Exactly. Getting that extra damage, forcing the opponent. All right, do you want to interact with this right now? Because currently that's already doing a huge chunk of damage. We did get Lucid Marauder Scatter Essence. I believe this is in response to the Scatter Essence to get the extra damage from it, which is totally cool.
I think so.
Chunks some 6 damage onto, or 5 damage onto Vanitas after already dealing the 1 with Zhang Zhao, which is we've got the 6 damage on him now. Then Tyler's still at 4 Phantasias in play, 3 reservable Fractals, which is enough to keep Dissonant Fractal online. And this is one of the things you're going to see that is a little clunky with the 1-for-1 Fantasia removal answers, because you can remove 1, but at the point where there's already 3, 4 in play, well, specifically 3 and 4, kind of the sort of the benchmark numbers. 3 turns on Dissonant Fractal and lets you play Zhang Zhao for free to draw 2. 4 is when you start being protected, though. And Tyler went down to 5 Phantasias, so it was like, it's certainly good, and it's going to slow him down, but it's not ending anything quite yet. So we're going to see a lot more back and forth here.
I do want to mention the Wind Resonance Bubble coming down, getting the extra card draw from
how
the,
spicy!
From
How spicy is that? Yeah, that's the liability with going Vanitas as well. Is you do have 2 elements enabled, so water and wind are both live baubles, and Once in Love is here with kind of like that again, that really heads up choice of going, let's just run more baubles. That's fine. Which means that when we play against the Vanitas that's trying to mirror break, we actually still gain a little advantage.
Yeah, usually you're doing that to kind of hedge your bets, right?
Yeah.
But in a matchup like this where you're going to play both of them, it's kind of a big deal. And you can actually see that in Once in Love's just the hand size at this point.
Yeah, and he already started by playing a Fractal of Snow, so we're already back up to 5 Phantasias. We're going to rest both of these. We're going to see, putting a card down, we're going to see another beautiful Fractal. We're going to see a Fractal of Refreshment. So this is a powerful Fractal in this deck that allows you, again, a lot of people would question how this deck wins when it really just needs to find some decisive win cards and all these Fractals, but Refreshment is one of these ways to just go, okay, you know what, I've drawn 3 Burst Sunders, that's too many. I'm going to go ahead and put like 1 or 2 on the bottom and find a few more cards. So whatever you pay for this, you get to, when Fractal Refreshment on enters, you get to reveal water cards from your memory, put them on the bottom of your deck, and then draw that many cards into memory.
This is one of the few like 3-cost fractals that you
One of the
run.
few 3-costs that does that, but the effect is totally worth it in this case, especially in this Dao-Chan version where you're able to put cards into memory that may be activatable. If Tyler is going to level 2, then he's going to obviously start getting a lot of Glimmer counters on his Dao-Chan and be able to activate things turn after turn. But a lot of these, or if he's playing Scepter of Fascination, is the other card that allows you to wake up Dao-Chan and put 2 new Glimmer counters on her, which lets you then get a new activation of, again, a Shimmering Refraction or a Glimmering Refusal or something out of your memory. So I don't believe we saw what Tyler drew into memory, but he doesn't have Glimmer counters on Dao-Chan anyway right now, so Dao-Chan is unable to do that.
And here's the GCR we mentioned a few times, and this one's going to, it's going to be a little bit taxed, right?
Yep. So before we do anything, actually, Tyler's going to go ahead and just play Shimmering Refraction out of hand, punching in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. Is what, or sorry, 6 damage. This is not the X+1. This is the X damage. So you're going to do 6 damage onto Vanitas, putting him all the way to 12.
Yeah, that's 2 for 6 damage is a pretty good rate in Grand Archive.
Yeah, that I'll say that is a very, very reasonable rate.
I'm underselling it a little bit. Yeah, it's quite strong.
So Lucid, again, trying to play around everything, trying to do the Vanitas thing, puts out Grand Crusader's Ring, does not pop it, instead uses a second Scatter Essence to answer the Captivating Opulescence, making Grand Crusader's Ring now again a free pop.
All right, there you go, yeah.
Which is going to be pretty crucial because a lot of this mirror match is a game of resource management. And I would say right now, Lucid's position is a little tricky. He's a Deacon in play who is just able to kind of intercept the Zhang Zhao, and that's really all it's doing, so it's not a ton. Right. And 2 Phantasias to Tyler's 5, despite the 2 Scatter Essence coming in. And that's the interesting choice that you get with Vanitas, because when you're running the Scatter Essences, you can remove your opponent's Phantasias, but those potentially could have been Phantasias of your own if you built into that instead. And so it's a question of, should I be at 4 Phantasias right now, having played 2 Scatter Essences that maybe could have been Phantasias instead, or should I have my opponent down from 7 to 5, which is more beneficial?
Right.
Interesting choices, and that floating memory does come into play quite a bit here too. Notably, neither player has decided to play a Censor of Restful Peace yet.
Yeah, and this is a card that basically just turns off all abilities in graveyards, which includes floating memory.
One of I think the most impactful regalia we'll see today, because that Censor is the thing that shuts down the value of cards like Scatter Essence, turns them from getting an extra card value off of it to just being a straight 1-for-1. Oh, and here, Tyler, with that Scepter of Fascination, we were just talking about this, but obviously this card is also a great card, like pretty much a shoo-in in any Dao-Chan deck. You kind of want to run this because it does the one cost on enter draw card thing, so you get rid of, in that case, Tyler played that Fractal Refreshment. With Fractals, you get to control your memory so well.
Oh, yeah.
You just go, you know, I'm only going to put things down here that I care about, rest my Fractals in order to pay for other things. And then get to lose that one or use a float in this case, just to turn it into a card. When you're playing the floating memory stuff, it gets very valuable as well. And then this has the Banish Wake Up Champion and for Dao-Chan, Wake Up Dao-Chan, and then put 2 Glimmer counters on her so you can go do another like free Shimmering Refraction on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and those counters are how you actually get to play the cards for free from your memory, right?
Right. You need those. You need the counters to pay for the cost. And if you're not going to Dao-Chan level 2, you only get 1 activation on Dao-Chan level 1. But here we see the Lost Wisdom. This is the card I was teasing before we started. But this is Tyler's very cool tech for the weekend, which is very exciting to see.
I love this card. This card's
yeah,
sweet.
It's got the class bonus, so it costs 2 less for clerics. It only costs 2, and then you get to return a spell card from your graveyard to your memory. Which is how Tyler is able to go, you know what? Okay, great. Shimmering Refraction is, let's be honest, Shimmering Refraction is kind of a cracked card. This ability to deal a ton of damage and draw a card?
Yeah, it's kind of well, you do that, and if you're playing it from your memory, right, it's essentially free. You're just using the counters instead of the actual memory cost.
Exactly, Kel. Exactly. Go ahead and explain. We got the Scepter, right? We get the Scepter and the Lost Wisdom. We put it in memory.
Yeah, that seems pretty strong, Dan.
He's set up now in his opponent's turn. He gets to pop that Scepter, get the Glimmer counters, and activate the Refraction right out of memory again.
Yeah.
He's going to start, though, with a Refracting Missile, right?
Yeah,
He's
dueling Refracting Missiles.
Yep. So Lucid Marauder goes Refracting Missile you, and Tyler goes, in response, actually, I'll Missile you.
And these are fast speeds, so you can actually do that back and forth, whereas the Burst Asunder card is slow, so you wouldn't be able to do that.
And then Tyler's going to go, your turn. Now, remember, Dao-Chan's activation is on your opponent's turn only, so he can't play that card out of memory yet.
That's important to note.
It is very important. So in response to Vanitas going to level 2 and chunking that damage on with potentially chunking the damage with Scepter, Tyler responds by playing Shimmering Refraction out of memory to do the last damage to Vanitas and take him out.
And that's round 1.
That's round 1 of these. You know what we saw is exactly what I mentioned going into this, which is it's a game of resource management, and it's a game of kind of building fractals faster than your opponent.
Yeah.
And Tyler was just off on a start that Lucid Marauder couldn't quite keep up with.
What do you think is like the key critical mass of fractals that you want as the fractal player? Like, how much are you like happy with before you start firing off these damage spells?
Like I mentioned, there are a couple of breakpoints that are really important to hit. Like your first goal is like as soon as possible you want 3 in play.
Okay.
There are the builds that people are playing are very capable of doing 3 fractal starts turn 1. Because you have to keep in mind, you're going to do things like pay 2 for a Fractal of Rain, but then it can rest itself to pay for another thing. So any amount of these like 2 or 1 cost fractals with Dissonant Fractal, you're able to kind of chunk those out really fast. And then starting turn 2, you're able to start playing your things like Zhang Zhao and drawing cards. You need to get to 4 to get your breakpoint for Dissonant Fractal to be able to work through interaction.
Okay.
A lot of the players this weekend, you are going to see, I mean, I would be shocked to see many decks without Fantasia removal in them in some capacity.
Okay.
We got a huge amount of new Fantasia removal options that Lucid Marauder may even be siding in, or Once in Love might also be siding in here going into Game 2. But things like Expel the Departed out of the Guoja deck, that is a card that is a fast speed Fantasia removal. Doesn't matter if you're a tamer or not. There is a Guoja bonus that makes it actually even more cracked, where if you have a couple Fate Stones in play, you're able to draw a card off of it too, because why not?
Yeah.
But despite that, just having a fast speed way to remove the Fantasia can do things like shut the Dissonant Fractal off from being able to reserve the turn it comes into play when you play it in response to the 3rd Fractal.
Okay.
So there are Fantasia removals that you have to be playing around in this format that are norm element, that are going to be able to be played in any deck. And so getting to 4 is important to make sure you're able to kind of keep doing your things like playing your Zhang Zhao. And let me mention too, against Water Allies, Nia. Naming Zhang Zhao is something that is...
that's very spicy.
It is a spicy play.
I do really like that, because Nia makes their cost 1 more, right?
Right, so that makes her cost 4, and now suddenly it's like, oh, now I can't like draw 2 cards with just 3 fractals, right? So you're really trying to get to this higher fractals as much as possible. And you ask, what's the breakpoint for dealing damage? It comes down to your hand size, right? Or it comes down to what cards you have. If you've seen Burst Asunder...
Yeah.
the number goes lower because Burst Asunder scales its damage twice as fast
Yep.
as your Shimmering Refraction, your Refracting Missiles. And if your hand has seen like a couple of the let's just call them the refractor cards or something, because you have there's Shimmering Refraction, Refracting Missile. They're all doing some sort of refracting.
Yeah, your big payoffs. The cards that care about the number of
but specifically those ones that are just one per.
Yep.
If you've seen a couple of those to soften it, then a Burst Asunder when you're sitting at 4 or 5 is lethal.
Right.
But if all you're seeing are those ones and you're not seeing Burst Asunder, you kind of need to go a little higher. You need to get to that where Tyler was at 6 or 7, and like he's playing into this Scatter Essence, playing into this removal. So he keeps putting them out because he knows if the opponent answers this, my lethality goes down for each one that gets hit.
And then, of course, once again, for those who are still kind of like, learning the set, since it's only been out a week or so, Burst Asunder does 2 damage base, and then an additional 2 for every fractal that you essentially destroy on your own field, right?
Yep, you sacrifice any number of fractals, and then it's going to deal 2 for each one in separate chunks of damage.
Yeah, so this is a card that you basically play once as your finisher. It's not you're not going to be playing multiple versions of this card.
Right. So we do have the game starting right now already. We have Lucid Marauder with that water spirit into, of course, a 2 fractal start. Goes for a Fractal of Rain not imbued into, or maybe he did imbue it. I'm sorry, he might have flipped them back over. But a Fractal of Rain into a Dissonant Fractal, which is going to give him a 2 fractal start, which is again solid.
It's pretty solid, yeah.
You want 3. You want 3 for sure, especially if you're taking the first turn. The opponent has no way to like negate your 3rd fractal or anything. We do have some players who are playing things like Frostbind, who are going to be able to counter some of those early.
Yeah, we didn't
plays.
see a lot of like counter type magic.
Yeah, negate effects but there are Glimmering Refusals in each of these decks. You better believe everybody's packing a playset of Glimmering Refusal, because that is a negation that again is negate X, where unless they pay X, where X is the number of Phantasias you have in play. So in that case, in Tyler's game, that would have been a negate unless you pay 5, 6 at the end. Yeah, 6.
Right. Yeah.
Which is like, that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
Tyler starts off with an imbued Fractal of Rain, and it looks like I think they're both marked, so I believe they're both imbued, into a Fractal of Insight, getting that Glimpse 2, and Tyler, again, has only put 5 cards down from his hand, so if he has any other 2-cost Fractal or another Dissonant Fractal in his hand, he can go for the 3 Fractal play on his first turn. And it looks like, I believe I see an Unstable Fractal here. Is he going to go for the play? Yeah, he does. He had to think for a second. Does my opponent have a Frostbind? And he had a Snow in his hand too. So he's going for a Fractal of Snow. Calling him out saying, you don't have Frostbind. And Lucid went, yeah, you're right, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a kind of a similar turn as to the first match, right?
Yep. And Lucid, of course, keeping the 3 back, going for a backup charger right away, just going to increase his influence a little bit more. Needs to keep up with Tyler's Fractals a little bit better this game.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what he did last game as well.
Yep, it is what he did, except this time he had a Dissonant Fractal. And that Glimpse 4 is just so extremely powerful.
For 1 cost, that card is so good.
And you have to consider this too. Like, look, he got a Chilling Touch in his graveyard. Wow, I wonder how that happened.
Right.
Maybe it's because he glimpsed 4 and set up his draw, his backup charger, and his mill.
Yeah, I mean, these decks run quite a lot of Glimpse, actually.
Yeah.
And they're just absolutely great for smoothing out your hand, making sure you have like relevant cards to play.
I think that that setting up your mill with the Glimpse 4 is just
Speaking of which,
he's got a second Dissonant Fractal, so he goes, okay, cool. It was fun setting that up. Let me do it again. I think I'll just be ready again for next turn. And there actually is really interesting heads-up play that Tyler could engage in here too, because Fractal of Rain targets a player for the mill. Okay. Now, Tyler did get a Fractal of Insight to glimpse his deck as well, and he very well could have set up a float, but he has the option on his Recollection phase of targeting his opponent with his Fractal of Rain to potentially like cause him to mill a card he wanted to draw.
Okay.
It's a little dicey, but Lucid Marauder is going to mill that float no matter what if he sets it up. Like, that's going to happen. So you can't really get around that, but you can go, hey, maybe he wants to draw an Extricating Touch or something, and I'm going to mill it from him instead.
And that's the new card that allows you to look at your opponent's hand or memory and then force him to discard a card, right?
Yeah, yep. Or at the very least, it forces Lucid Marauder to materialize a GCR or something to like make sure he draws it before that happens.
Yeah.
But it's something that can throw a wrench into plans. If you want to take kind of like it's a bit of a riskier play, but it can actually determine the game depending on how it plays out too. So we do see, again, Lucid Marauder just putting more fractals in play, goes for a fractal of refreshment, just trying to dig, trying to find everything that he needs. But Lucid Marauder is sitting at 4 fractals to Tyler's 3 now, which is, again, a resource advantage. 5 fractals.
Ooh, nice, another fractal.
5 fractals
and
to
this is
Tyler's
exactly
3.
what you're saying, right? Lucid Marauder needs to, up his fractal game here.
Yes. Yep, he needs to make sure I cannot get that far behind because you need your effects to be stronger than your opponents to win this game. It's pretty simple math. If my cards deal 3 damage and your cards deal 7, I'm not winning that race.
Right. Unless you break and just don't get the cards that deal the damage, of course.
That's true, but
there's a lot of redundancy, right?
It is a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of glimpse. There's a lot of draw. There's just a lot of ways to find it in this deck. And it is a stark difference from the Watermill decks that we saw in the previous metagame, which is kind of the exciting thing now. Tyler, Once in Love is going for
I could see
a
that.
very defensive play now, saying, all right, fine.
He sees the 5 fractals.
That's a lot of fractals.
I respect your fractals.
I'm going to put out the Safeguard Amulet, and he does at least have the 3 fractals required here to play this Zhang Zhao to be able to draw 2. Let's find some more action here.
Chip on in with the Zhang Zhao. We mentioned this before. This is a card that I think we're going to see a lot this weekend.
Yeah.
It's a very, very powerful card. And, just drawing 2 cards in Grand Archive is just... Drawing cards in general in card games is very good. Drawing 2 cards in Grand Archive is exceptionally good because those cards double as obviously cards you can play, but they also count as cards that you can use as resources.
Yes.
So it like subtly ramps you too. So it's just very, very strong.
We were talking about this yesterday, but there are plenty of card games where if you said, yeah, I filled my deck with cards that draw 2.
3 cost draw 2, it's like, all right.
That's a choice you can make. But in this, it's like, you did? That's really good.
It's very good. It's very good in Grand Archive. Drawing 2 cards for 3 is a very powerful rate.
We're going to see a lot of Zhang Zhaos, but I don't think we're going to see quite as many as pretty as the CSR one that Once in Love is playing, by the way. I just want to mention, shout out to Sinea and that beautiful artwork.
That's expected of Once in Love.
That is big Once in Love energy. Once in Love also goes for a Fractal of Insight. Now, this was interesting. Chose to not hinder it in order to glimpse 2. Wanted the resource instead. And then what we had was this is crazy actually, Lucid Marauder going to fracturize the power cell, and Once in Love saying, I don't want you to do that. I'm going to Glimmering Refusal that.
Yeah, this is the negate card we talked about before, right?
Yeah, and that would negate it unless Lucid Marauder paid 4, which was out of the question at that point, allowing actually Once in Love to banish that fracturize. So
yeah,
Marauder does not get the floating memory from it, nor does he get the fractal out of it. Potentially keeping Once in Love safer from damage, because Marauder was getting to the point where he had 5 fractals, 6 fractals starts to make, even through Safeguard Amulet, he's actually chunking in a little bit of damage off of when he forces the pop of it. It's because at some point, if Lucid Marauder is going to win the game, he's got to force that Safeguard to get out of here.
Yeah, and I did see a Burst Asunder in Once in Love's hand.
Yep.
So he's setting up for a kill turn for sure.
He's trying to set it up. Lucid Marauder taking it a little slower, but and opting this time not to go for that Scepter of
I was
Luminance.
actually going to mention that. Yeah, it's an interesting variation, and from the first game, right? Do you think it's just because he feels that it's too slow, it doesn't do enough damage? You want to lean more into the fractal side of thing rather than hedging your bets with the Scepter?
So I think the advantage you have with the Vanitas line is that you have a couple different options when you're going into it that you can really base your gameplay on the hand that you've seen. Having played a lot of the Watermill Vanitas myself, you don't actually Scepter every game because it really depends on what sort of tempo your hand is giving you. And obviously we can see with Lucid Marauder's hand this time, Lucid Marauder has seen a lot of fractals and I think just says, okay, if I don't see the fractals, if I don't see the big fast setup, I'm going to go for the Scepter play, which is some guaranteed damage throughout the game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But if I do see him, well, we got to get our Cleric class bonus online because the Cleric class bonus is what turns on some of the really powerful stuff here too.
Yeah. And we did see the water bubble coming down from Once in Love again.
Yep.
His, second, and we'll see the wind bubble, I'm sure, being the third GCR.
Wind bubble coming in again, I'm sure, a little bit later. Lucid Marauder did play another Scatter Essence as well, taking out one of Once in Love's fractals, really trying to keep the advantage, the board advantage that he has.
Just down to 3 now for Once in Love.
Again, still no sensors.
Back up.
Yep. You're going to see a lot of that. It's going to bounce down and up throughout the game. This time when we saw Fractal Refreshment and Once in Love put down.
Oh, he's doing the effect.
Yeah, he paid no fractals for the reservable for that cost. Instead, just put 3 cards down. Says these 3 water cards are not. They're not it, Chief. They're not doing it for me.
It's kind of like a mid-game mulligan, right?
Yeah, it is. It's exactly a mid-game mulligan. And in Dao Chan, now he's not Dao Chan right now, but if he were, again, that could find things like a Shimmering Refraction that he could play out of his memory right away, too, which is pretty powerful. But Lucid's certainly taking sort of the commanding position in this game with that Fractal advantage, now starting to push damage, going for a Refracting Missile, putting that float in. Now note he has 2 float in yard. He has the ability to go to Vanitas level 2, who can actually immediately start punching, or level to Vanitas level 3 on his turn and punch for even more.
Vanitas, the only champion that has innate punchability, I would say right now.
Yep. Well, I mean, we have things like Trisket and Lubu now, technically, but those are allies that become champions. They're a little bit different. But this is going to be the potential advantage of the Vanitas line, because Vanitas is a very, very clever card where at level 2, Vanitas gets a +1 bonus to his non-weapon attacks that turn. So you can actually, whenever you play a spell, you can actually do things like play things like Refracting Missile and Shimmering Refraction during your Recollection phase after you've leveled to 2. Put that extra damage on. You're punching in, you're shooting them with those spells, and then you're adding to your punch damage. Then level to 3, you keep that +X bonus, however many spells you played, and punch in for another 5 or 6. So that's kind of the line that Lucid may be setting up for in a future turn once he has all this float. With all that float in yard that he's obviously, again, setting up from his Fractal of Rain, he's able to potentially play out all that stuff and then get rid of whatever float and then whatever cards he wants from memory to go to 3 and punch in to close the game, too. But right now, he's just playing it a little safe, setting up, just holding back interaction, passing the turn to Once in Love, who's going to start with Refracting Missile.
A modest 4 damage Refracting Missile.
Yep, I believe this is still end of Lucid Marauder's turn. Just trying to, again...
I believe so.
This is a thing we see a lot because it's got the float. You want to have it going into your turn. So Tyler just goes, all right, I'm going to start chunking in a little bit of damage, and then I'm going to have this float active so that I can...
possibly level up into Dao Chan.
Yep. And when nobody's playing Censor of Restful Peace, then all the players are able to do this. And yeah, he needs to get to Dao Chan right now to kind of continue the general strength advantage, because your opponent being at class bonus and you not puts you behind on the card effects that you're playing pretty significantly.
And then now, of course, Dao Chan being on the field, having her ability, memory is going to be very relevant, right?
Yes.
Having the ability to play cards from the memory. Specifically, reaction cards from memory.
Yep, reaction spells on your opponent's turn.
Right. It's very conditional, but it's still very strong.
Now, this was quite an interesting play. During Tyler's Recollection phase, he actually went ahead and fracturized his own Safeguard Amulet.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think this kind of signals
that
he's going for a kill turn?
This is a signal. This is a signal that he says, I am not actually worried about you getting it. Or he goes, even through my Safeguard, it's not going to do the trick. Because if Lucid Marauder held back his turn, he could easily be setting up to go, all right, I'm going to fracturize your Safeguard and kill you next turn.
Yeah.
And if Tyler is, and again, I told you before, Tyler is a very heads-up player. So I assume he sees the writing on the wall a little bit here. Says like, okay, you're going to frack this anyway. So let me get the float out of it right now and actually try and go for the kill using a Frosthorn Paladin to eat that Fracturize, get the +1 damage on the Frosthorn, get the +1 card, and I could potentially get a Burst Asunder line to just kill you.
We know he already has a Burst Asunder in hand as well.
He has a Burst Asunder. I haven't seen if he has an Extricating Touch to try to eat out any interaction, because Burst Asunder is super liable to getting Glimmering Refusal right now. Tyler would not be able to pay for a Glimmering Refusal.
No. All right, let's see what happens here. We do have
He's
the
just going, okay, do you have it? We love it. We love a good old do you have it line. How many cards in hand? I believe that's three or four.
Still has 3 left, I think.
Not enough no matter what.
And that is also another tell, like how many cards you have in your hand.
Yep. Lucid Marauder doing a little math here.
Oh, he's going to play Lost in Thought here.
Lucid Marauder is digging. This is my friends, this is called digging. This is, okay.
If you're Once in Love, this is what you want to see.
You want to see this.
Yeah.
Yep. This is, I do not currently have it. I might, but I don't. Lost in Thought, of course, is going to banish 3 float in order to draw 3 cards. And easy to pay for that with these fractals. Keeps 2 up, plus has this full hand of action. Is it good? I believe Lucid Marauder might have just said it's good. Did he? Or is he just asking? He's asking how much damage it would deal, I think. I don't think we've quite seen it yet. Not giving it up. Do we have the Glimmering? Do we have it? Putting something down. Is he digging?
So this is what, 10 damage total?
A Cerulean Decree, unless you pay 2. Tyler says, I'll pay 2.
Yep.
Draw into memory. I mean, sometimes you just decree and you go like, yeah, it is resolving. Yep. All Lucid has was Cerulean Decree. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's game.
That's
yeah.
And that is round 1.
I will say I think that was a very, very heads-up play from Once in Love. Once in Love knows that he's dead next turn, and he has no option. It's either lose the game next turn or just go for it this turn. Goes for it. Lucid Marauder digs, doesn't find it, and
I mean, like,
you got to make him have it.
You play card games, sometimes you got to make him have it, right?
You got to make him have it.
You either have it now or I win.
Yeah.
And that was the exact thing that he did.
And I think that is, if we're going to see more mirrors of this throughout the day, that's one of the things that you have to watch for with the players. Things like fracturizing the Safeguard Amulet was like, that is the kind of like higher level play that you're going to see the incredible players here today play, where they go, it almost seems like that's sacrilegious to go like, I need the Safeguard Amulet to not die. But when you realize your opponent can play around it, you realize your opponent can go, just fracturize it or just refracting missile you end of turn or whatever, like make you pop it right now.
Yeah.
Then,
and especially if you have no interaction in your hand and if they burst asunder on their turn, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Or they can force you to pop your Safeguard Amulet and then follow up with another big play.
Yeah.
It was a nice, like you said, nice heads-up move by Once in Love, for sure.
Fracturizing it instead gives you one more Fractal on board, gives you that float that in that case Tyler was able to put into the Frosthorn Paladin, a little extra source of damage, make sure he can close it.
He didn't even actually have to tap.
No, he didn't have
right?
to. The Burst Asunder was already lethal, but it was because he added that extra Fractal too.
Yep.
So it was a good chunk of extra damage from a really, really powerful heads-up play from a very excellent player. Both players obviously showing that, I believe both of them showing how well they knew the deck and able to like play into things and make decisions. Like I think the Lucid Marauders not going the Scepter route was very important in that second. Definitely showing, I understand the tempo of this. I understand where I'm going. Represented lethal on the next turn.
Yep.
But Tyler just like found the line instead and made him have it, and he didn't. And
it's kind of an interesting like interplay between the two variations of the deck too, right? We mentioned that this is going to be one of the breakout decks of the weekend, but there's a lot of variation between them, both in terms of like champions and then also like main deck and material deck cards. And we saw that with the difference between Dao-Chan and Vanitas, right?
Yep.
Dao-Chan has the ability to play those reaction cards from the memory, where Vanitas leverages more the ability to just do the raw, punch damage.
And play the win cards.
And the win cards, exactly, which gives you more Fantasia removal.
Fantasia removal, that's also floating memory. And notably, both of these players are playing the version of this list that continues to play the floating memory strategy.
Yeah.
We're going to see some different variants, though.
Yeah.
We're going to see variants this weekend that actually pull out the floating memory stuff entirely, pull out the self-mill, go all in on fractals. They're trying to do more consistent turn ones. They're trying to make sure I've got the stuff in play, I can burst you as fast as possible.
Just like an all-in strategy, like as many fractals as possible. Try to, I don't want to say aggro, but, like burst down your opponent as fast as you can, right?
And you may say, well, but the float's so strong. We saw the draw 3, we saw all that stuff. But what those decks get to do is put out Censor of Restful Peace, and I don't really care.
Which once again makes it so that all abilities in graveyards are they don't work. Which includes floating memory.
It includes floating memory. So if the opponent is trying to do things like scatter your fractals, it takes it from a 1-for-1 that is a free card later to just a 1-for-1,
and that kind of feels bad, right? When someone they're just kind of like jamming fractals, like here's a fractal, here's a fractal, here's a fractal, like wasting a card in hand to like, okay, kill one of your fractals. Now you have 4 from 5.
We saw it game 1. We saw going, okay, take you from 5 to 4. Okay, now you're up to 5 or 6 again the next turn.
Right.
Like,
but if you have that floating memory, you still get a little bit of advantage later, which makes it much like worth playing over than just a 1-for-1.
Censor of Restful Peace 2, also a powerful card in some various other games. Astra does not want to see that because those 3 visits are how they hang on to the game a little bit.
Those poor 3 visits.
Three visits cannot be activated out of your graveyard when a Censor is in play.
That's true.
And there's a couple other kind of cute interactions that we might see throughout the weekend with that Censor. So yeah, I think we're going to see a variety of these. Listen, we might see Arasana variants, and hopefully we get like Arasana versus Allies to show some of the power of. Polaris is still a good card.
Polaris is an insane card. I think. It's It's a board wipe that starts in hand, but it's like better than in hand because it's like in your material deck, so it can't be like messed with the touch card and any of that kind of stuff. It's
my favorite thing about Polaris in that matchup is, well, but Dan, what if they fracturize your Polaris? give me a free Fractal, thank you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, then the kill just gets a little bit faster. So it's a very, very fascinating matchup. Very, very, very fun to see the different variants we're going to see. And I love that our first matchup of the day was actually 2 different variants of this deck.
Yeah. Do you foresee folks, and it just occurred to me, do you foresee folks running multiple champions in sideboard? Like, do you think there's like sort of transformative sideboards? So you'll be like, my main plan is Dao Chan, but I also have, Arisana and Polaris in the sideboard, so I can kind of like pivot into like an anti-ally strategy.
I would say hold on to that thought, Kel. I think that's gonna be an interesting one, but we're gonna have to see.
That seems to me like the logical next step, right? You're like, all right, these are the options. Well, if these are good against certain decks, put them on the sideboard, right?
We'll have to see as we go throughout these matchups what sort of cute tech the different teams are bringing in to try and get an edge on other opponents in today's matchups.
Yeah, I mean that's something to note too. We haven't talked about. We have a lot of like teams representing here this weekend, right?
A lot of teams came to Seattle.
Yeah, I mean a lot of folks might know like Team True Champion, who are, kind of like competitive mainstays here. But there's a lot of other teams here too, right?
Yeah, True Champion, TM32, Cactus, True Cactus Gaming. I don't know if they're if they officially called themselves that, but it's that's what the YouTube channel's name, so I won't call it. Yeah, True Cactus Gaming is
main deck.
Main deck, of course, has a pretty big representation at this event. There's another team in SoCal as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, not to underplay it too much, but your team has done quite well in events, historically speaking.
We'll see how they do today. Absolutely, we got some interesting tech as well, so it'll be really fun to see the different matchups. But yeah, we'll have to, I believe, be coming back for round 2 at some point here.
Yeah, we still have 17 or so minutes on the round. So players still have a little bit of time to finish up their games, even though the feature match was a bit of a quicker one.
Yeah. We are going to be actually moving to a winner's interview now as well.
Hear from Once and Love.
Let's hear from Once and Love himself about how the match went.
Alrighty, everyone. I am here with our round 1 winner, Once in Love. And congratulations on that round 1 win. How does it feel that it is now behind you and you're going to be starting your day with a positive record?
Starting the day with a positive record is a good feeling. It's a little scary because the more you win early on, the more you're going to play against the really, really good players. Like if I were to play against you, for example. But it feels good. It's getting the nerves out of the way is always nice, and currently I have a flawless stream record. I've never lost a game on stream so far, so it feels good to keep that going.
That is very impressive to have right now, especially for that. Now, you're playing a very interesting, unique deck. We're seeing that Fractal Fantasia build in Water. What was sort of meta read? What brought you to this decision to bring this here today?
So, looking at old metas, we have a lot of people on Nico, right? So people were talking early on about this Genbu Nico concept or like playing pure Guoja into Nico. I find this deck kills that faster. The Fireburn decks are a little 50-50 based on who goes first, but generally if you go first, you will win the matchup. And then I felt like against the Byakko OTK concepts and the Seiryu OTK concepts, you're just 1 turn faster. So this really feels like the strongest deck in the meta. I had a chance to talk to Korax a lot about this, and I know he tweeted out saying he thinks he has best deck in format, probably going to get banned, and I really do feel like this deck is crazy good for that.
Perfect. That is awesome to hear. And a lot of rumoring between players saying this might be a Toronto 2.0. What are your thoughts and opinions on that now since you've piloted this deck at the event?
A Toronto 2.0 is interesting. So in some cases, it does feel very meta heavy with a super strong deck. I think the main difference between Toronto and now is that in Toronto, you have a deck that actually you can tech more for the mirror. Whereas I feel in this deck, if you tech too much for the mirror, your win rate and shares against the other decks in the format here go down too much. So I don't think it's as strong as Vanitas when it was the pre-errata through visits, but it feels similarly. And I think people just find really fast kill decks are a little impressive in just the way that they feel to play against.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And then one final question to wrap us up here is we went ahead and saw in Game 2, you had the Safeguard Amulet on board after materialization, and then we just saw a Fracturize into that Safeguard, getting rid of your complete defensive options. What was sort of the thought process? Did you know that you were going to be able to sneak that victory through at the very end, or were you concerned about a potential return from the opponent there?
So I looked at the time. The time on the clock was 29 minutes left, and I realized if I win game 2 now, I take it all. If I go to game 3, we still have time to finish the whole game. There's like almost no chance of a draw with how fast the decks are. Based on what he played and the way he was playing, I felt like I could take the all-in against him, because on the next turn, I was very confident he was going to fracturize my Safeguard Amulet and kill me. So the concepts were basically, do I all-in him or do I play safe? If I play safe, I'm probably going Orb of Regret so that I can grab Glimmering Refusal to play against his Burst Asunder combo. But I felt like it's kind of just a big game of chicken at that point, and so I'd rather just take the first move.
Perfect. You heard it here, folks. It's always good to make the first move when you're going for the events. Thank you so much once again for this interview, and congratulations. We wish you the best in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく隠した見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔 てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Archive Ascent Seattle. This is round 2 that we're heading into shortly. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I am joined by the lovely and talented Valk. How's it going, Valk?
It's going good. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to sit next beside you and talk about some Grand Archive today.
A game we are both extremely passionate about, and we are at, of course, Valk, the most exciting Ascent in a while because we have a new set, a new metagame, and we already saw in the first match some exciting new decks. I mean, 2 variants of the same deck, but we saw a couple of different Fractal lists going at it, doing some interesting, some cool stuff. But I want to ask you, Valk, since you were out there while we were doing this, you were out there kind of scoping things out, checking out what's going on. What's exciting you about the new Abyssal Heaven metagame?
Ooh, what a wonderful question. Abyssal Heaven has introduced so many interesting and unique cards to us here that have really made decks excel at what they want to do. And one of the big fan favorites right now that we're seeing a lot is Tamer. Tamer, we sort of have had a weird introduction with it, with Sylvie, and then we went ahead and went to sort of Slimes. That's what Tamer's sort of known for. But now with Abyssal Heaven, we have 3 very interesting Fate Stone allies that can really like soup up this Tamer deck. We have Byakko and Wind, we have Genbu and Water, and then we have the Seryu, the Arcane Dragon, come in as well. And these really lean into a unique strategy. Each Fate Stone wants you to do something different or unique about your deck itself. And so it really allows you to just shape into what you want. You see cards that are coming out that would never have been run normally. In addition, like Music Box is a card that's seeing a lot of play with the harmonies and melodies. It's a archetype that sort of came out in DOA, sort of tested around with, people were playing, but there wasn't really much to it besides just erupting. But now we're seeing the introduction of very unique cards getting benefit and application because of this set coming out.
Right. And Clockwork Music Box came out in Mercurial Heart, actually, and like you said, there weren't payoffs. There weren't really things that you could do. They were right away. Erupting wasn't banned at the time, so people were like, "Ooh, we can do some maybe some spicy Tamer Erupting," but Erupting got banned, because it was a little wild, which makes sense. But now we're seeing some really interesting Music Box strategies now with some of they started putting things like melodies on allies and some interesting stuff like that. So it's I think that's good. And I do want to mention too, there is a 4th Fate Stone that is getting some play too. Suzaku, the fire one. Yeah, there's I don't know where they are, but I think there are a few Suzakus in the room as well. So really, we went from, like you said, just having Slimes as really kind of the main Tamer strategy to now any flavor of Guoja. And these are such cool decks because while Slimes was a Tamer deck that was all about, I'm going to put out a big menagerie of Slimes and, play Storm Slime a million times to take you out. These Tamer decks now are really about, I have one big monster. This monster is going to get you. and I get it every game, guaranteed. And I flip it out, and it's really hard to take out, and it's really, you're building everything into this hole. It's like if you want the Dragon Tamer feel in a card game, we have the deck for you now, right? That's really exciting. But not just dragon. We got a dragon. We got a turtle. We got a tiger. And what we're really looking forward to is seeing some of those decks in play now. After our first round, really showing the power of Dao Chan, the new champion. Now it's time for some Guoja action.
Yeah, we want to see what she's capable of, being able to harness all the elements that they have access to. And the deck itself is very interesting. Guoja is a Luxem level 3 champion.
Yes.
But you gain access to an arcane archetype due to just the special ability of Seryu. You, in particular, you gain access to cards that say you can activate this regardless of element if you control your Fate Stone that is of arcane element. So it's really interesting to see that you can now dabble in 2 advanced elements in one deck.
If you control your Fate Stone or your Fate-bound ally, being the key part of that, right? Because while it is difficult to interact with the Fate-bound ally, it is not impossible. And there are some very strong cards that have been historically quite strong, even showing up on our watch list. Category 1, I believe, but Dream Fairy just hanging out, ready at any point to maybe be pushing the power level a little bit too much. But at the same time, if those cards didn't exist, we didn't have things like Dream Fairy and Arrow Trap that were skills that got around that spell prevention that we have on our Fate-bound ally beast, then this might be a little too powerful.
Yeah.
you kind of need to have some sort of interaction. So really the game is going to be, when we start to see these decks, can you stop the dragon? Or can you stop the tiger? Because if you can't, these decks have some explosive potential. Once they get to that level 3, Guoja awakens the beast and then sends it into attack. And we have things like double swinging. We have like activating on attacks 1,000,000 times, arcane blasting for 1,000,000 damage. Or we talked about this before round 1 started, but that Genbu, pump him to 20 life and then flip the damage and then take you out. So Guoja showing a lot of that, like really similar to Slimes, that sort of like explosive turn once you get to that level, but in a very different way, very differently interactable.
Yes, 100%. And the herd mechanic itself is really fun and interesting because it's all about quest counters. That's what these allies care about in order to be able to flip them. So you're almost building up to it. You're adventuring through the game, through your turns to build up to your certain amount of quest counters to get that ally back onto your side, and each have a unique amount that you want to get to. They each care about a number.
Yep.
And so it's really fun to see sort of how these players get to that position. How do they get these additional quest counters? Do they take their time using the passive effects from their Fate Stone to help them gain that quest counters? Or are they a little bit more all in and they're playing some of the cards that came out that give you additional quest counters for activating them?
Right. We have heard of a lot of different strategies from more passive ones that are playing a regular rest of the game and just saying, well, eventually this will flip out, to the turbo Guojas that are even doing things sometimes like playing Dungeon Guide when Guoja doesn't really need to, because she can have a free level 3 free level 3 materialization. But playing the Dungeon Guide just to go, yeah, okay, but if I do this now, I'm going to banish 2 cards for Seryu triggers, and then I'm going to put this out and get 5 more counters, and there's the dragon. So different strategies, different ways that people are trying to take advantage of the raw power of that, and it will be very, very fun to see what the cream of the crop settles at the top.
Yes, 100%. I'm very excited for that. But we also have another champion that sort of got a little bit of help this set as well. We have a new Kong Ming that came out in Abyssal Heaven.
True.
And it is the first time we get an alternate level 2 for a champion lineage, besides your recollection decks that with the Tristan. But Kong Ming offers a brand new style of gameplay that her original level 2 lineage line did not provide, and it's very interesting to see. It really leans into the shifting currents you want in north, east, south, and west, and I really want to see if players consider that a strong enough effect, and if it's a build-around strategy that they're going to be going for here.
Yeah, that is one that we had. So we had a week, right? Players had a week from the full set release to this tournament to figure out what was going to work. And there's only so much time that all the different competitive teams could really put into this, focusing on trying to find the best possible strategy. And I will say that was one of the strategies that was on our list of things to test, but mostly just didn't quite make it because we got focused in on other things. But I think there's quite a bit of potential to this ability to, when Kong Ming level 2, the new one, enters, you actually just banish the top 4 cards of your deck, and you put them out north, south, east, west, or northeast, southwest, and then whatever shifting currents is facing is the card you can play until the beginning of your next turn.
Yes.
And with that, it means like if you have all these effects that are like, okay, well, I play this card and then shift my currents here, and then I can play this card, and when I play this card, it shifts my currents over here, and then I can play that. I think there are some really fascinating strategies that can turn that into a like +4 card advantage if you can pull it all off. But figuring out the deck that pulls it all off, now that's kind of the tactic here. Have you explored any of that yet? Did you have any, like, do you have an element you would lean towards if you're trying? I need just a little strategic advice from you, Valk. What should I be doing?
That's a very good question. I have not leaned too much into the Kong Ming flip around the shifting currents yet, but it's honestly, I think fire is probably going to be the most beneficial because you get a lot of fast speed activated cards.
Yeah.
It would be really nice to see like a creative shock going eastward when you're pointing north, so you are able to maybe cremate your ally that you had on field since it was north at the end of your turn thanks to the Kong Ming bonus on shifting currents. You could go ahead and go to east to get that creative shock, being able to do that on your opponent's turn to even get more value, maybe discard that floating memory you got from the cremation ritual as well. So there's a lot of interesting ways, and it would be really sweet if you could even find a fireball as well.
Yeah, I've looked at Wind a little bit when we've just had sort of our cursory discussion about this, because Wind has cards like Landscape Corsair that comes in on enter, shifts your currents. And we have some new allies that get cheaper when you play spells, and so you can do things like have some because you do need your cards to be fairly efficient to play as many of them as possible. So if you can play the right spell, pop your currents, play the ally, end of turn, move your currents, play something else. You know, I've found Wind might have maybe would have an ally strategy that floods the board a little bit on that turn, which is kind of interesting. But let's not forget Dungeon Guide. If you can find a Dungeon Guide on the right current, and then Dungeon Guide up to 3, where Kong Ming now gains anytime you activate a card, or you get to shift your currents. A spell, I believe. Spell or
a spell?
A spell.
Yes.
I believe it was a spell. Anytime you activate a spell, you get to shift the currents right away. Well, if they're all spells, then I think you're just going to town, baby. Like boom, boom, boom. Let's go.
Well, we saw how powerful Glimpsing 4 is in this game.
Yeah.
So the fact that Kong Ming gives you a free Glimpse 4, but says you may activate any of these cards you really choose as well, really shows like a Dungeon Guide hitting that off. And that just leads us into just norm cards in general. It is a very underrated element because everyone goes like, oh, I'm playing Fire Lorraine, I'm playing Water Xander, I'm playing Wind Rai. But no one really gives credit to the norm cards that help build up these decks.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of really good staples in norm that no one talks about, but you have to run them, or they're very valuable. Dungeon Guide being one of them. And we see a new unique ally coming out in Abyssal Heaven as well. The Shang Zheng, I believe is her name. The first norm card with Imbue, which I am super excited about that card. I think that card is amazing. It's a 3-cost activated ally, 2/3. If with Imbue 3, if you imbue it with 3 norm card, it prevents 2 damage from non-norm elements for the rest of the game on that card.
Frostsworn Paladin has a very hard time actually dealing enough damage to take that thing out. Yeah, a lot of the best allies that get played in the game are of an element of some kind, and it's nice to have a little bit of some new spice to kind of try to maybe punish that a little bit. And I'm like, well, you know, maybe you should think a little bit more about playing some of these norm cards then if you want to be able to take this out. And I don't know if we're going to see any of those like really norm-focused ally strategies, but using older cards like Dawn of Ashes from Fractured Crown to make it so it costs your opponent more to play the game with their non-norm cards, and then when they do play them, they can't even deal with your ally on board anyway. That could be quite a strong punish on certain decks too. So I think there's a lot of room, no matter what we end up seeing today, whatever rises to the top, I think there's some interesting room after this event to play to the new metagame and go, okay, so maybe Fractals was good, maybe Guoja was good, but how do we beat that? Maybe it's Kong Ming. Maybe Kong Ming's the new thing. Got to figure that out. Maybe that Kong Ming plays norm element cards and like maybe it does it all together. I don't know, but
works it out. Yeah, and I think you said it perfectly here at the start of this conversation is the Abyssal Heaven's been out for 1 week.
1 week.
Players have not had all the time in the world to decide what to play. A lot of the times with 1 week worth of preparation, people are like, this seems strong, we're just going to keep testing it, going for it, and playing it here. So the game's still wide open. Ascent Seattle is just going to be the doors opening for Abyssal Heaven and the things we're going to see. As you said, the meta shift, we're going to see, here's the top 3 decks that are super strong. I want to beat these. I don't want to be playing them. I want to be able to beat them.
Yeah. And just 2 weeks after this event, the first regional of the new season is going to start, headed, of course, by True Champion Gaming, our friends who were very. They told OP, we want the first regional. Let's do the first regional. It's going to be a huge regional with 16 invites as well up for grabs. So I guarantee as soon as this event is done, all the teams are heading back and going, all right, let's workshop, let's lab, let's figure out how to now take this and score the first regional wins of the season as well. And then after that, floodgates are open. There's going to be regionals nearly every weekend for the rest of the season at various places throughout the world, not just in North America. And then we're going to start to see so many new ideas. But we already actually, that was the first regional in North America. We saw a regional yesterday. We talked about this earlier in Taiwan, which already showed us some more interesting decks being played.
It really did, and it's one of my favorite things about games that are just worldwide is depending on your region or where you are in the world and what influences you in playing the game, everyone's decks are different, everyone's play styles, and so we saw in that regional some Fractal decks, but it's completely different than the Fractal decks we are going to be seeing here today. We're seeing some Guoja being very popular out there as well, and it's one of those. Once these playstyles start to mesh together, when we get to these big events, is when you really start to see what decks are truly tested against everything and who will end up shining the brightest.
Yeah, and of course, Grand Archive, huge player skill input game, and there's just a lot to explore, and when you put certain decks in the hands of certain players, that can really make them shine. When these players can really optimize their lists, really optimize the lines of play. We saw that the last season with especially players like Korax, one of the greats in the game right now, consistently topping regionals with the Sylvie Nico mill list that other players were playing well too, but the consistency of some of these high level players really showing that there is a skill difference that will take a deck that maybe seems okay to being a deck that's great. So even with all these events coming on, it only takes the right player with the right deck to just upend everything suddenly. Well, no, you guys were playing it wrong. You just put this in, and then you play it this way, and then this crushes all the good decks.
Yeah. I think a perfect example of that is just our world champion, Glenny Boy.
Glenny Boy.
On that Fire Merlin, one of those decks are everyone, it's strong, everything that. But Glenny Boy tried and true, stayed with that, went into a meta in Worlds where people were playing a deck that hard counters Merlin with seeing that right deck. And Glenn, just a character specialist, being able to pilot that deck, just pure skill into winning a world championship. And it's amazing to see that Grand Archive has that expression. It's really awesome to just see the fact that no matter if a deck is strong, the player behind the deck matters a lot more.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of players behind the decks, we have an incredible round 2 of some titans of the game here, and actually a team kill potential round 2 as well. Now, it's only round 2, so it's not a kill. And the interesting thing about the current Ascent now is with Abyssal Heaven's season, getting to day 2 is now a little different. Players are aiming for 18 points throughout the event, which is straight up 6 wins, or 5 wins and 3 ties also gets you there. And these players now you have the ability now to drop a few more rounds and still lock in. Before it was a little more up in the air with that I know very well, the bubble potential happening as well. But here, so it's not quite a team kill, but it is a team fight between Byfall and Life Trasil, both from TM32, who are about to show us what they've cooked up. And this is going to be a fascinating match of 2 very skilled players.
I am super excited to see this. It is unfortunate that we do have, you're going to have to play against the person you've tested with and but it's also going to lead to a very exciting match because they know exactly what each other's on. They know each other's play patterns. So there's going to be a lot of mind games going on between these 2 players of just you usually play the certain way when you have a card in hand, so I'm going to assume you have that, but it could go back and forth. They may be bluffing, and it's going to lead to a very fun, interesting game. And both these players are very well known, as you said, in the community themselves. Drasil coming off of some top 8 Ascent finishes as well. Byfall still looking for their first one, but this is a clash between two players who are constantly doing well, top 32ing, and they know exactly what it takes to play these long days of Grand Archive to make it.
Yeah, and I think it can't be understated that this, like, the having the opponent who you've tested against constantly really leads to some of the most, like, heads-up play in the game, the most next-level Grand Archive that you can get, where the players, as they're testing, are constantly correcting each other's lines and being, oh, let me take that back, this is a little stronger. And now they get the opportunity to sit down on camera and actually show us those incredible, like, those really, really strong optimized lines that they've worked out together. I don't think we know yet if they are on the same deck, but a lot of teams do tend to bring the same deck, while some do tend to divert. If they're on the same deck, then we're definitely in for a fascinating mirror match with a lot of potential, I believe, for blowouts in either direction. So it'll be very, very exciting to see, and I believe very shortly we're going to be moving in as the players are just getting set up, getting their decks shuffled, and presenting for cuts as well.
Yes, I'm very excited to see if they are on the same deck as you said, and I think going first in this is going to really matter. You want to be able to establish your presence as fast as possible, and Grand Archive has a really good deal with going first and going second, but I think particularly with decks right now in the HVN season, you really want to be able to go first to establish your board presence and get that factor in rather than the first materials and the first materialization in as well.
Rather than the what the advantage is in Grand Archive with all of your allies able to attack the turn that they enter play. Decks that are trying to play a little more aggressively have a nice advantage when they do get to go second of that extra card potentially, like, dumping out a little faster and pushing damage a little faster. But like you said, a lot of these setup decks right now are just trying to do things like play Fractals, play Fate Stones, do that kind of stuff, none of which are actually, like, doing any damage, pushing anything. Whereas when we see matchups against some of these more, like, fire aggro style decks, those usually go, okay, first or second, like, sure, whatever. It doesn't really matter to me too much. I'll either push damage or I'll set up, either way. So yeah, I mean, I think in this matchup, though, whoever wins that die roll gonna have a nice little, just a little bit of push extra to maybe close that first game. But it's certainly far from decisive, as the players have opportunities to gain advantage on one another throughout the game as well. And speaking of which, they're just determining it now, figuring it out, and I believe we're going to be moving into the game here shortly.
Alrighty here, and we're going to be watching Byfall versus Drasil. I believe Drasil did win the dice roll here on that. Going to be showing us first here. Players
here it is.
Wishing each other good luck, and
they're going to need it. We're going to start with it's Byfall who actually got the win here. Byfall starting with a Spirit of Wind. Just using a regular Spirit of Wind, which I think is going to be very, very common in this deck. So if you were hoping to not see another water mirror match, you are in a lot of luck. Byfall are going to be starting by dropping 6 reserve. Yeah, this is the optimal turn 1 play for our Guoja Win deck, playing Beseeched Fatestone. Beseeched Fatestone allowing Byfall to get a materialize of some kind.
And it can be any card from your material deck, as long as costs are actually paid for as well. So you could go into a champion, as we see here, or you could have gone for more of a influence-heavy route going into like a Grand Crusader's Ring. But we do see Guoja level 1 entering, and you do have to reveal your entire material deck in order for her level 1 effect to go in, showing your opponent, and then you get that Fate Stone directly onto the field.
So what do we have here? I did see a couple of spicy things, a lot of expected things in this deck, but we see a Nullifying Lantern, we did see an Art of War, and we did see a Safeguard Amulet. So there are a few items that Byfall might be trying to... I did not catch if there was a Tariff Ring, which is a card that in this, if this is a mirror match, could be pretty impactful in trying to stop the kill turn. But we do see that Byfall is using Guoja to put out the fabled Azurite Fatestone right here, which is going to be his way of flipping out that dragon, as well as giving a really strong advantage. It's something that we like to effectively call Agility 1 at home, where at the end of every single turn, he gets to banish a card at random and then draw a card.
Yes, and it leads to very strong, as we see with Byfall, just banishing that Blanche from the memory, getting that additional card in hand, and getting that additional quest counter on Guoja. And this was all turn 1. Your opponent's not even in the game at this point, and you already have 3 objects directly onto the field. It is super strong, super fast, and it's just going to keep going from there. We do see Life Drasil actually on Spirit of Water, so it is not going to be a mirror match particularly.
No, and we see the hand. We are going to see another. It looks like another Fractal deck is showing up here. I believe I saw a Fractal of Snow there, which yep, and there's our Zhangzhou. Yeah. We're on another Water Fractal deck here, but this time, this Wind Seiryu deck is said by some to be the counter to the Fractal deck. So this will be an excellent opportunity to see if Byfall, who not only got the start at the start of the game, the first turn, started with the optimal Beseeched Fatestone just to get going even faster, that turbo start that they want to do. And we'll see if Byfall has that ability to just close it out. We also saw with that Blanche that got banished, that is called mainboard hate against the Fractal deck. Byfall obviously, again, these two players testing with each other, knowing, okay, there's going to be a lot of people on Fractals, we're going to stop it. And Life Drasil instead going, you know what, I'm just going to play it. I'm just going to win. It's good. I'm going to win the games. And Life Drasil did get a 2 Fractal start there. Fractal of Snow, which is a pretty non-impactful Fractal in this matchup, so it's just going to be there for the reservable. But we saw Byfall going to Portentous Tengu, getting a quest counter, and then going right into the Dungeon Guide to 2 right now as well. So ticking his quest counters up even further, going to banish 2 with the Dungeon Guide, going to 4 quest counters. Now Seiryu needs 10 to flip. And so 10 is the magic number. Once he flips to 10, he's just going to try and go for the kill.
Yes, and this is, I think, what we were talking about when you say a turbo deck. This Seiryu is going to be nothing but banish, banish, banish. You're trying to be there as fast as possible. This is turn 2 for Byfall, and we already have a level 2 champion on the field.
Yeah, we have a level 2 champion with 7 quest counters, and look at this. I want to point out this really cool interaction here. And we're currently swinging the Dungeon Guide, but we're looking towards this end of the turn here, where this Portentous Tengu, which costs 3 to activate. Now you may say, well, Byfall only has 2, but end of turn, that Fabled Azurite Fatestone triggers, which draws a card into Byfall's hand, putting him at the 3. So now he's able to activate the Tengu to get the card as well, pushing him back up to 5 influence on the next card. It's, again, that like agility 3-like effect from that Fabled Azurite Fatestone, really pushing Byfall in from what would normally be a little bit more of a sort of a risky reserve strategy to be able to just like pull those cards back in as fast as possible with like multiple powerful actions per turn.
Yeah, and it leads to so many plays because you activate the Tengu. You could even have a baby green slime in hand to suppress the Tengu to get an additional counter when it re-enters for Guoja. So there's a lot of lines just having the ability to have 3 in hand rather than 2.
Baby Green Slime is such an important card to mention here too, because in the Slime deck obviously is very useful, and we know about things like suppressing your Forest Cake to draw a card. In this case, we do have Fate Stones, which are items that Baby Green Slime is happy to suppress, and in this Beseeched Fate Stone means with Baby Green Slime at its tamer, you have a fast activation, suppress your Fate Stone to get a materialize at end of turn. A Beseech the Winds at fast activation effectively for end of turn is a very, very strong ability.
It is. I would love to have a Grand Crusader's Ring at the end of my opponent's turn.
That sounds all right to me, except this time we did see Byfalls on Art of War instead to try and shore up those ally matchups. Now, Art of War, not going to be doing him a ton in this match, but we did see that pop the Tengu, draw the extra card. Tengu, our good old backup charger at home as well.
Yes. And I actually really curious about Life Drasil's turn. It was just a Fractal of Insight, going ahead and get that Klims, holding a lot of cards in hand. And this may be one of those moments when you realize that when they tested together, Life Drasil giving a lot of respect to this Guoja deck that Byfall is piloting. Because a lot of times you'll see them just spam Fractals as fast as possible. But I feel like there's information that he's holding onto to make sure he does not get taken out too quickly, especially because we're going straight to Guoja 3.
Yeah, this is huge. So we're going to Guoja level 3, who is on enter. You can either put 3 quest counters on Guoja or recover 3. And you remember he was at 7 quest counters, so that put him up to 10. He immediately got to activate this Fabled Azurite Fate Stone to transform into Seiryu Azure Dragon. Now Seiryu is here, going to start pushing damage. Byfall's hand, not quite big enough to do any of the crazy command shenanigans, but knows that Life Drasil being on water has basically no interaction that can get through that spell shroud that is on Seiryu. So let's put out our 412 dragon and let's just start punching him.
Yeah, it's with as much text on Seiryu itself and everything it does, it still just deals damage every time it attacks, which is very effective.
Now that text is important because that on attack from Seiryu did put that arcane blast into generated into Byfall's banishment, which means that Byfall's looking forward to finding now the turn where he gets to just play that empower with Seiryu's ability and play that arcane blast effectively for free, dealing the other 11 damage to try and close the game. And Life Drasil is now in a situation where Life Drasil is going to go to Dao-Chan, needs a little bit of a health buffer here because he's already taken from the Dungeon Guide swing to where he's taken 6 damage out of 13 with 13 remaining. What do we have? 4, 5 from the swings, and then 11 from the arcane blast. That's plenty.
More than lethal there.
Much more than lethal. So we're gonna have a Life Drasil, like we saw in the last match, using the 3 fractals to pay for Zhang Zhao, which is going to allow him to draw 2 cards for free because he has nothing in memory. Hopefully drawing a lot of interaction to be able to deal with this scary, scary dragon.
100%. And this is something to actually mention in this particular matchup is Dao-Chan Fractals is used to killing champions or spirits with 15, 19 total damage on them. We're staring down 25 is the number you have to get to. So it's going to take a lot more to get to that maximum capacity than we would have seen prior if Byfall was just staying on level 1.
Yeah, there is a massive advantage in a metagame where you have a deck like Fractals that's just trying to meet damage thresholds as fast as possible, to just going, okay, you know what, I'll get the influence later. Let me just level to 3 right now. And by later, I mean, I didn't check if it was there, but I assume that we have an incandescent reliquary in Byfall's material deck to allow him to draw cards back every turn by going super low on influence.
And here we see the one downside to this giant dragon, a small little snow fairy.
Yep.
On enter, you target a ally and it rest it. And that ally does not wake up until Snow Fairy leaves the field. But the downside about that, Snow Fairy has not Spell Shroud. Stealth. And so it is very difficult to remove unless you have a spell. Allies not going to be able to attack into that.
Right. Now, I thought the Seiryu was very hard to interact with, but of course these fairy effects, right? They're not spells. They don't say as a spell or anything. They're just a triggered ability on enter. So any of the fairies, well, Spark Fairy less so, but Snow and Dream Fairy quite effective at holding off the Seiryu damage. So you're absolutely right, Valk. This Snow Fairy alone is going to buy Life Drasil at least a turn. Now, again, we talked about these players. They play tested against each other plenty. They may very well have some tech in Byfall's deck to potentially deal with that fairy. Of course, we're playing Wind. We have ways to suppress things. But suppressing a Snow Fairy, not super effective. we need a little bit more than that to be able to find a way to awaken our Seiryu and start attacking again.
Yeah, and I feel like the Snow Fairy, especially mainboarded in Game 1,
he knows.
much of a playtesting
he knows.
tech. Yes.
Yeah, he's like, okay, Seiryu's a problem. We're gonna put this in. But we do have Byfall, as I correctly called, we have the Incandescent Reliquary coming out. Now, what this card does, read this card. This card is just insane. It says it costs 1 less for Tamer to play, so it's a free materialize. At the beginning of your recollection phase, if you're the player with the least influence, you just get to draw a card for free. And the least influence means tied for least as well. Now, Fractals puts down a lot of influence, but also draws a lot too. So it's very easy for Byfall to meet that requirement, get those cards, and he uses it this turn just to flip his Beseeched Fate Stone, transforming it into the Panda, who's a 3/4 with the Vigor ability. And at the end of Byfall's turn, Life Drasil is going to start doing Dao-Chan things, plays that Shimmering Refraction out of memory, to deal some damage and draw a card. The Panda awakens, and then we're going to go to Life Drasil's turn, and now with that, Seiryu kind of held back, and Byfall completely hands down, no interaction. Is Life still going to be able to find the 18 damage here? I don't know if quite yet, but crazier things have happened.
It has. We do see a Burst Asunder in hand for Life Drasil. So I feel like it is going to be looking to try and find a way for a lethal line here. We are about 2 fractals short of totally...
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 puts us at a 12 damage burst. And actually, no, that means with these 2 swings, you got to calculate in the 2 swings from the Snow Fairy and the Shangzhou. And no, there's there's another dissonant fractal as well, which is definitely putting us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus times 2 plus 2 for our Burst Asunder damage of looking at a 14 damage Burst Asunder. We are actually looking at lethality getting quite close here with all the reservable in mind as well. If Life Drasil has the right cards, I think I saw Shimmering Refraction there too.
Yes, so a lot of influence to be able to activate all these cards as well. These fractals just are so valuable as they sit on the field after activating them initially, but then they get to pay for things later on as you go. And here we see another Shimmering Refraction.
Shimmering for 6. Yep, that chunks him down to 15. And tap 2, guess what that's for? This is the Burst Asunder. Yep, there it is. Burst Asunder, no response from Byfall. It's going to sack the fractals. And as Byfall says, that's pretty good. That is how the Fractal deck still is able to dismantle the Seiryu deck. The Seiryu deck, of course, was just a turn away from lethality, really. All it took was Byfall having a Seiryu's command in hand, which allows then that Seiryu on attack to trigger 3 times. Mr. Byfall just goes empower, empower, empower. Arcane Blast, you're out of here.
Yeah, that Snow Fairy was actually the villain of that game 1.
It was.
If without that Snow Fairy going ahead and keeping that Seiryu down, Byfall more than likely would have been able to seal the deal. And you saw how fast that deck went. So I'm really curious, sideboard-wise, if Byfall's more prepared for the Fractal deck as well to really make sure that they're able to go with their complete game plan and not get locked down or taken out too quickly by these refractions.
The fascinating thing about an Ascent especially, this is where players are really trying to go as next level as possible with their deck design. They're teching their main boards to deal with what they perceive as the most common deck they're going to face throughout the day. So you like Life Drasil having Snow Fairy, he goes, I don't want to lose to that deck when I face it. But at the same time, we saw Byfall with this kind of the entire deck choice just being like, I'm just going to go under the Fractal. Like, I don't think they're going to run the interaction to stop me game 1. I'm going to steal game 1. And when a player prepares their main board to deal with it, then you actually see that deck kind of losing instead. And that, yeah, the Snow Fairy, if Life Drasil didn't have that Snow Fairy, though, it was a different story entirely.
It really is. And the Fractal deck, as we've seen it, is very good, but it's not going to be infallible. As Byfall clearly is on this deck for a reason, and that means that they are pretty confident that they're going to be able to consistently beat the Fractal deck, especially if your playtesting partner is on it. You know the potential of it and the burst asunder, one would say, coming from it. So
yes.
I really want to see if Byfall's deck is able to go ahead and do what it wants to do in this game too, and really show us the power of Seiryu and Seiryu's command.
We actually saw Byfall sideboarding a very large amount of cards. I saw like six or maybe more cards going into the main board here. So Byfall definitely is like ready to go, okay, fine. They had the Snow Fairy, now what? Now how do I get through it? And Wind does, believe it or not, Wind does have options to deal with Snow Fairies beyond just having some of the like usually main board suppress options. I'm very curious to see if Byfall's decided to run any of the cards like Tempest Downfall that are ways to actually just go, no, I will actually just take out that fairy. As well as Tamer having some kind of fun options that exist, like Beastbound Paws.
Yep.
That can give an animal or beast's true sight to be able to hit the stealth. Or ways to potentially try and negate activations instead.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things about the like sideboard for wind as well is you gain access to Stifling Trap if you're not running that in main board. And that is a very powerful card that has come out. And not only is it good against the Snow Fairies, it also stops the Zhongs from drawing 2 on enter.
Stifling Trap, potentially a huge card in this metagame, with these decks really being reliant, especially the Fractal, like reliant on enter abilities of allies to be able to do any sort of interaction. The Stifling Trap, I would assume, that's probably the most likely thing that Byfall threw into the sideboard here. But we'll see how. Like, that was just so many cards. So that was more than just a set of Stifling Traps. So Byfall, of course, gonna take the first turn here again, hoping to open Beseech Fatestone once more. Beseech Fatestone putting Byfall on just that fast track to victory. Instantly putting down 6. Guess what? Beseech Fatestone. It is back. And will we see the Guoja again, or will we see some influence? No, it's the Guoja.
To the Guoja. It's just one of those, it was so good the first time, you got to do it the second time. Yep. And very good and important to double-check your opponent's material deck in Game 2 to see those post-sideboard cards that might have come in. And we see that Viridian Trinket. And I believe, I didn't catch it prior in Game 1, but there's a Luxera's Map.
Luxera's Map is a pretty spicy card in there because you're so reliant on finding the command combo that you are really just, you're okay with taking the couple turns if the opponent isn't being quite lethal to you yet. Now, Byfall had to banish a random card to get Guoja out, and did banish and Expel the Departed, which I assume was a sideboarded-in card against this as well, to be able to just try and hold off the Fractals while keeping influence. Guoja does need to have 2 Fate Stones in play, but guess what? It's already turn 1, and we have 2 Fate Stones in play with the Fabled Azurite Fate Stone as well as the Beseech Fate Stone, which means that Expel the Departed is going to have that ability to draw a card when it is played. Unfortunately, it cannot be played from the banishment.
It's unfortunately not the Arcane Blast that Seryuu is able to generate for you in the Banishment Zone. And it's all eyes going to be on Lifestrasil with the start that they're going to have. Are they going to be able to have those Fractals for that turn 1 setup? Or is Byfall's plan that they went originally going to overwhelm Lifestrasil without being able to see it? But we see an early Fractal of Refreshment, getting rid of some of those clunky cards in your opening hand.
Yep, the Lost in Thoughts are gone. And we're going to try and find a couple more cards that are a little more useful here. Lost in Thought really, I mean, occasionally, like we saw in the last match, you can get some card draw off of it. A lot of the time, this deck might be just pitching it to be able to get a Frosthorn Paladin and be aggressive. But we went with a Fractal of Insight, did not take the Hinder, and instead just let it be restable so that we could also play a Dissonant Fractal. And we're going to get that Glimpse 4 here anyway, so unless the Glimpse 2 hits some really bad cards, and trust me, my deck has no bad cards in it, as I'm sure what Lifestrasil is saying, and is going to take that Glimpse 4 instead, go a little bit deeper, and just set up to have whatever he needs to be able to answer this deck. And again, that's the strategy, that's the power of this deck with these Fractals glimpsing so much, and the card draw. If you need Snow Fairies to win, you find your Snow Fairies to win.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, instead of looking for your kill pieces, you want to make sure you're not going to be killed. So you find the snow fights, find those defensive options. And here we're seeing Byfall go into Guoja level 2, I believe here, banishing 2. So game 1, we went into the Dungeon Guide. Here we're just going a hard materialization into Guoja 2.
Yep, hard materialize in, which is actually losing 1 fewer card from hand than doing the Dungeon Guide, but not letting you draw the extra card that the Tengu and get the extra quest counter that the Tengu allowed him to do last turn. So it's not like a massive loss or anything, but it is just a slight tempo loss on the quest counter. You're going to see at the end of turn, unless he has anything weird, you're going to see him go to 6 quest counters instead of the 7 on the previous turn. Remember, the magic number with Seryuu is 10. Oh, okay, never mind. I lied. It's Dungeon Guide time, so we're actually going straight to 3, which is going to go 2 from Dungeon Guide, 3 quest counters from 3, and an immediate Seryuu flip happening.
Byfall went game 1, I didn't go fast enough, so I'm going to be 1 turn quicker now to get that Seryuu out and attacking. So Lifestrasil really needs to start seeing that Snow Fairy. Hopefully they glimpse that, but Seryuu is going to be racking in some damage.
Now, there's an interesting thing. I didn't mention this in the previous game because I just didn't notice what was going on. It was happening so fast, but the Guoja level 2 does have the ability to lineage release to negate an activation that targets the Fate Stone. I don't believe Byfall used that, or unless I missed something happening in the last...
I do believe that Bifal did not activate that.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lineage release activated on the Snow Fairy, and it could have been a heads-up play, saving it for something that would actually remove it, rather than thinking I'll just find a way to remove the Snow Fairy instead. So potentially there's like some very next level play happening from Bifal there. But that said, in this case, with him going so fast, Life Dressel really has to string together a couple of Snow Fairies pretty quickly to really get through, as long as Bifal is prepared to use that lineage release to negate the Snow Fairy's activation, so he can swing in. And given how fast he's going, and again, it does not take a lot here. With that Incandescent Reliquary pushing Bifal up to 3 influence again next turn. That 3 influence is all you need to get the command to get the kill.
Yes, exactly. And honestly, right here, sitting at Spirit of Water, you don't really need much here. You already have that Arcane Blast in.
You just have to be able to pay for the cost.
Exactly, yeah. So if we get a materialization with perhaps something that's able to draw a card into memory or into hand, a Seryu attacks for 4, putting at 9. Guoja is already level 3. If you empower, I believe it's 4 from the Seryu attack. Is that correct?
It will be 2 plus the number of banished arcane cards, so it's only going to be 3, 3, 3, 6. Puts you at still needing 5 influence raw to be able to get there. So Bifal will not be able to Arcane Blast without Seryu's command, unless we missed some arcane cards that were banished on level up. I was trying to look at them, but they were getting off screen pretty quick, so I'm not positive if any arcane cards were banished alongside that Arcane Blast. But it would require several of them, two more of them, really. So I think Bifal is just hoping to have a Seryu's command to get the kill here. And Life Dressel is praying that he doesn't, or holding up a Glimmering Refusal. Can we see one in his hand? I'm not positive. Of course, we have Incandescent Reliquary, as we would expect, because that is the card that gets us to that 3 influence to be able to play a command. Recollect and draw, and that was a command right there, isn't that? I think I saw no, it's not. Okay, that was not, because obviously we would have activated the command. Or we're just going that slow route, punching him for 4, putting another blast, which turns it to an Empower 4 next turn, and now we are definitely at lethal next turn.
Yes, I believe we see a baby green in the hand of Bifal here, and maybe get that. Oh no, we actually see Gazelle, a very interesting card.
Gazelle, that looked kind of like command to me, but it's definitely too yellow for that. So Sunblessed Gazelle, going to put it at Taunter. Influence is 3 or less, going to draw a card and recover 3, which obviously is going to happen right now. So it actually goes influence neutral, and it's actually going to get Frostbound. Yeah, no. Life Dressel says not having that, not having any of that. Don't want the recover. I guess just the one, putting him behind a little bit, but. Fracturize the Incandescent Reliquary. Life Dressel using every water tactic in the book right now just to try and shut down the advantage that Guoja is attempting to generate to be able to pop that Arcane Blast off.
You're actually, as Bifal, not too upset about your Incandescent getting Fracturized, because it's still an additional...
It is 1 influence over the next turn, but you're not... over 2 turns, you do lose influence.
Correct. But if you have command in hand... That 1 influence
is still what you need.
Exactly.
I will say in this position, though, Life Dressel going for that Frostbind on the Gazelle, I would say means it's likely that Life Dressel is holding another negation of some kind, because with Bifal being so low on influence to be able to try and pop that blast off, you're not going to just willy-nilly throw out your negations. Life Dressel is going for I believe went for a swing with Zhang Zhao and then played another one. To draw 2 more cards as the unique rule. You are able to play a second unique ally. You just have to immediately sacrifice one of them. So you have no problem. You're happy to sure. I'll play another pay 3, draw 2. That's totally fine, and we'll get to swing with it again in a little bit here. But Life Dressel just at 4 fractals, doing math, trying to figure out again, like you said, Val, 25 magic number here. We're gonna get another fractal of snow. We're going to 5. That means our refracting missiles are at 6 damage, and our shimmering refractions are at 5. And our Burst Asunder is at 12. And all you have to do is string together some number of those, and it's a little tight right now to find the kill. Bifal did go just so turbo fast here with that Seryu. Attacking with the Zhang Zhao, putting another damage on there, so 22 is sort of the magic number. I think Life Dressel is just going to say, yeah, maybe it's next turn. Maybe it's next turn. We do have the Glimmer counters on Dao Chan as well to potentially string together that damage with, too.
Yeah, and 7 is the amount of influence you need to be able to do Refracting Missiles Burst Asunder in the same turn. But these fractals really help.
I mean, he's got 6. No, he's got 6. Let's be clear. He's got 6 on board right now already to pay for everything there. So that's really the scary thing going against this deck with it when you haven't really seen it before and you don't realize. Normally you're like counting your opponent's hand. You're like, okay, so they need to pay 2 for this, 3 for this. Yeah, I'm safe. With those fractals in play, it's like, no, I can actually play 2 or 3 cards out of hand before I start putting anything else down from hand. Not to mention that Dao-Chan ability. The Dao-Chan this is your critical thing you're looking at right here. You're seeing the 2 glimmer counters on Dao-Chan, which means that if a shimmering refraction is hiding in these little cards here, and we see Life Drassil looking at them and going like, hey, what do I have to interact with things? That is going to be sort of the critical thing for Dao-Chan to be able to get that sort of that burst of tempo, being able to play that refraction for 6 on his turn. Now we did see a Viridian Protective Trinket. Got to remember the right color here. The Viridian Protective Trinket on Life Drassil, upping the cost of everything. Interesting interaction with Dao-Chan. That does mean that Dao-Chan needs 2 more Glimmer counters to be able to use some of those abilities now that are water. Shimmering Refraction, of course, is Norm.
Yes. It is that. The Glimmer counters is, I really want to touch on what you were saying with that. It's a hidden card. It's an extra card you have that you know of that your opponent doesn't. And here we see Seryu attacking in and Dungeon God attacking in.
And a new Gazelle was played here too as well. We have a Taunter 1/1. Drew a card, recovered 3, so back to 25 needed for Life Drassil to get the kill. And it's also going to at least taunt those hits that were potentially going to come in from Zhang Zhao just to soften a little bit for math. Yeah, I mean, that really made Sunblessed Gazelle was effectively like a preventing 4 damage, putting it from the kill back all the way back to the full 25 needed, but without that extra 1 now from the Zhang Zhao.
And it's one of those moments where, does that recover 3 matter? Is that like the key point to where you're just out of that like lethal range that Life Drassil was setting up for with that previous turn dealing that damage? We do see, we wake up here, and a little bit of like thought process and communication, seeing what exactly is my route in order to try and close out this game, especially because this Gazelle has now...
Yeah. Notably, I think the lack of activation of Dao-Chan on Bifal's turn meant there wasn't a Shimmering Refraction to play for free. I think if Shimmering Refraction is in your memory at that point, it gets activated using the Glimmer counters, and that probably pushes you into lethal lines with Burst, because again, sitting at 6 Fractals, Burst is at 14 damage, and Refraction's at 6. That's 20 damage right there. Bifal, again, is just going hands down to play Gazelle, and I would wager the Gazelle is here to not lose to the ally decks, because while it is a little bit of a recover here, it's not preventing an absolute ton of damage, and the Fractal deck is really going way over the top on the damage that would be dealt here. So Bifal just kind of saying, like, I'm not getting ideal draws, I lost my Reliquary, I'm just kind of at the mercy of my top decks right now, and Gazelle is at least digging you a little deeper, but that's all he's got to do right now, is to just try and find that command.
Yes, and we do see Bifal with 1 card in hand, and 1 Fractal that is awake, but the thing is, Bifal's in Wind. There's a specific 1-cost card that is a very influential, especially in this matchup.
If Bifal is holding on to a Veiling Breeze right now and has 2 more Wind cards in his memory, that's going to prevent the entire Burst Asunder damage. Again, that Burst Asunder deals damage in instances of 2 on resolution. Now, are those 2 Wind cards is a totally fair question for a deck that's running Norm, Wind, Arcane, and Luxem cards in the main board. It is actually a bit of an ask to have Veiling. And that power of Burst Asunder is that if Life Drassil has it, he can go Burst and say, and doesn't have to sacrifice anything, say, do you have any interaction? Force him to play it right now, see how much is being prevented, and then do the math later. Make
your opponents have to respond to you, otherwise they will just lose the game.
Yep.
But if they do respond to you, you go, okay, I'll just wait a turn.
Yeah, exactly. Life Drassil really in the tank here, kind of like trying to figure out what is the optimal way to like find this kill. Can't attack with the Zhang Zhao. Not that that's a huge damage boost, and really just trying to find... I think I see either... Yeah, there's at least 1 Refracting Missile in Life Drassil's hand, which is a representation of 7 damage. And I think he's really wishes he was finding the Burst or the Refracting to get the kill here. He's going for finally goes for the Materialize after really like trying to figure out, you know, a complicated math. How do I win the game through this, and how afraid do I need to be of the command? Goes for the Backup Charger to find those extra cards. Gets a Power Cell out as a potential Fracturized target, which if he finds the Burst might put him into more of a lethal line. And with, again, so much influence, doing something like fracking it now, totally a reasonable line still, too.
And there may even be an argument to consider materialization of Dow level 2 there as well. Refreshes your Glimmer counters, gets that extra life buffer as well, because you're already 4 away from lethal.
Yeah, the Glimmer counters, normally not, like, you don't need to have more than 2 ever with this deck, but when that Viridian Protective Trinket is in play now, it might be a little tougher. If you don't see Shimmering Refractions, you are just going to need to try and play to things like Glimmering Refusal instead. I believe I just heard Life Drissel say, I'm going to have to make you have it. So there we go. Exactly what we're saying. Fracturizing the Power Cell, going for a Refracting Missile, and holding back the cards to do the Burst Asunder as well. Refracting Missile takes 8, and then Burst Asunder is... that's only going to deal 16, though, isn't it?
7, 14, 16. Yes, that is correct.
That's 1 short of lethal because of the Gazelle preventing the taunt.
Unless we have something.
Do we have a Shimmering as
in
well?
memory? Yeah, from Shimmering.
A Shimmering on. Oh, there's a. Okay, has another Fractal. That was what was needed to find lethal. There we go. Okay, other Fractal, Burst Asunder. Do you have Veiling Breeze Byfall? Resolves. Byfall says resolves. And that should be it. Sack 8 and that, or Sack 9. That's going to deal not 18. 8 plus 2. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
That's our 18, and that is going to be no veiling.
No
just
veiling.
some Fate Stone of Heaven, some Luxem cards from Byfall. So despite this deck trying to kind of turbo and take it out, Byfall certainly had a clock on Life Drissel, but got stuck being unable to kind of find the commands that he needed. There is an inherent risk to turboing like this because you have no control over these random cards you're banishing. So even if you find commands early, they might just be gone. You know, your control is very little. If you're doing things like Dungeon Guide, you can maybe hold back a card, but you don't have a ton to work with.
Indeed, and it's just one of those moments it just shows how strong the Fractal deck is, but it also shows the resilience of Byfall, confident in the deck choice, deck decision, and I feel like it was just that moment of 1 turn too short. Both game 1 and game 2, Byfall had it.
Look how close this is.
Exactly, the dragon in the paws or the mitts, whatever they have over there, claws. It's just that 1 turn shy. Life Drissel being 4 damage counters away from
1 attack. One single attack from Serio was needed, which is why Life Drissel said, I have to make you have it. I'm just going to have to go for it because Life Drissel was digging but not finding anything to, not having something like Song of Frost or anything to try and stop that attack. And just says, well, if you have it, you win. If I have it, I win. Let's go for it.
And I think that really determines a sign of a good Grand Archive player. We were talking about a skill in Grand Archive and skill expression. And Life Drissel knowing the position they were in, like, I will lose next turn, so I'm just going to do everything as much as I can to make sure I win this turn. And if you have what you need to prevent yourself, then you are... you got it. Congratulations, and we'll go to that game 3. But it's really good to bank everything you can in that one moment, because if you played safe and tried to play around something, and they had something you weren't expecting, you just lost that one opportunity you had.
Absolutely. We saw that in both matches so far. Round 1 and round 2 were both won by the Fractal player who went for the risk, who said, I need to do this now, and doing things that are actually like definitely considered putting yourself in a riskier position. In round 1, we saw Once in Love fracturizing his own Safeguard Amulet and saying, like, I'm just going to go for it right now, even though Amulet was the one thing stopping him from losing to a Burst Asunder on his opponent's turn. And in this case, we saw Life Drissel just saying, I have to go hands down. Again, I have to just risk any potential interaction I might have here to say, if you don't have it, I win. And like we said, that Veiling Breeze, it wasn't just a matter of having the Veiling Breeze. It was actually having a very specific set of cards, which is what made this definitely a more like skill-informed play of going like, if you have Veiling Breeze, it still doesn't matter if both of those cards there are not wind. If all you have is Fate Stones of Heaven and whatever other norm cards or arcane cards or whatever. If it's command, you probably lost the game a turn ago, unless Byfall was playing very, very conservatively. But yeah, this is a case where not even just in this tournament, but in plenty of other ascents, we have seen players who have actually lost the game because they played a little too conservatively over their opponent's interaction, saying like, oh, but if my opponent has the Blanche, then I lose. I can't Fireball right now. It's a common like Merlin thing that you're trying to figure out. Like if maybe I'll just wait. I'll draw a couple more cards. I'll find one more Fireball, so I'm like lethal through Blanche. And sometimes the opponent is just holding back 3 cards and going, I hope they don't go for it. I hope they don't try and kill me. And in this case, the player is making the call, right?
Yes.
You're not going to have it. I'm going to take it now. And it paid off in both matches.
It does, and it creates a really nice story as well. It's games, especially higher stake ones, they're won by the people who take those opportunities, those moments that build up. They're just like, here it is. And if your opponent answers it, you go, okay. But if they don't, it's a celebration. You're like, yes.
Yeah, and really what we're seeing today so far, a lot of these games are games that these are decks that are building to have that decisive turn. A big element of building a Grand Archive deck, a thing that you really need to think about is, I mean, a lot of decks will win the game like eventually, but those decks are behind decks that are trying to find ways to go like, nah, like it's just I'm gonna deal with it right now. I'm gonna close the game. I'm gonna take care of it. Burst Asunder is an excellent example of a list that just says, here's the burst. What do you got? What do you got? Seiryu is also a deck that does that though in a different way, turboing in and they're just going, command Seiryu? Are you ready to take? I mean, like, commanding Seiryu is a 15 damage swing. But we have even more powerful, we have up to like the mythical 40 damage lines where you're going Harness Lightning Seiryu to put +4 on him, command Seiryu to get the triple trigger, and then Byaku's command on Seiryu to double attack with him. So we're swinging 9/9 blast for a 40 damage turn against the most resilient late game opponents. The problem is, if you have an opponent with an equally decisive deck, you can't get to that stage, but often they're sitting at lower life anyway. So 40 damage is not necessary.
Maybe a little bit of overkill if you're staring down a spirit.
Yeah, right. In this case, as Byfall, like definitely just going like, I'm leveling. I'm going to go low, and I'm going to say that you're through my Guoja level 2, you're not going to be able to interact with this before I kill you.
Yeah. And I actually want to ask you something particularly. We saw it both Game 1 and Game 2, but Beseeched Fatestone, a card that costs 6 to activate.
6.
People looked at it go, this is like way too much. I don't want to put 6 down. But we've seen the power firsthand of what that card is capable of.
Have you ever played the first turn of the game where your opponent hasn't drawn an opening hand yet, Velk? That is the... I mean, and I was right away. I was also saying in all the chats, like, they're just going to Frostbind it. Well, they can't if they don't have a hand yet. That is a Beseech Fatestone on turn 1 is a pretty wild play. Now, it was... The Expel the Departed getting banished, I do wonder, like, if that Expel the Departed, if Byfall could have used it at some point, would have put Life Dracilla one more turn behind at the kill, right? He had exactly the number of fractals needed to get through Gojo's 25. And losing that on the Beseech of, here's my whole hand, and just banish one card at random, was potentially a damaging thing to Byfall's game plan as well.
Yeah, it hurts, but it's part of Grand Archive. It's that random factor is you take that risk, especially with that turbo style of deck of, I have a 1 in 6 chance to lose my opportunity to interact with you, but it's worth it because it's advancing my game state, and I'm totally going to go for it. Unfortunately, we saw the lower end of that, the low roll of it. It got banished, and we didn't get to see that interact. But you mentioned it perfectly of, if it didn't get banished, you already had 2 Fate Stones, the Beseech and the Seiryu, to be able to activate it right away, slowing down that game plan, which also stops the Dissidence Fractals as well, because they require 2 other Fractals to be able to gain that reservable. So you're putting your opponent down in influence, technically, if you think about it that way.
Right. Right, and for a deck that is sometimes, if it can't find the Zhang Zhaos, is really just like low, also very low on influence, has a lot of fractals, we can definitely rest these to pay for costs, but if we don't have anything to play in hand, then that's not super helpful. So it's yeah, there are a lot of little ways to interact with this deck. Not when you banish all the stuff that you actually need to interact with it, or if you are just you're just turboing and keeping it a low influence, but at the same time, it's that gamble. one thing I love about Grand Archive, like you were saying, Valk, is there is a risk reward to a lot of the things you're doing. There is definitely a important skill is doing that sort of risk analysis. From all the way from what cards you're putting in memory to pay for costs, or going for the Beseech Fatestone and going, this is important, but the Beseech Fatestone, I'm hoping 1 out of 6 doesn't get hit or something. All the way to that end of the game when you just are going for like, well, either you have Veiling Breeze or you don't.
Exactly, yeah. And Veiling Breeze itself is just really interesting to have it in that type of deck. You mentioned it with you run Norms, you run Luxem cards, things like that as well. But I really wonder if Veiling Breeze was in Byfall's mind, if that was actually like in the sideboard or in main board, if that was even a consideration.
We saw him sideboard many things, and it's difficult to determine which cards exactly went in. I think you were definitely right that Stifling Trap was a likely one there because it does deal with that Snow Fairy, and it's pretty easy, like we saw with using the Incandescent Reliquary play, to get back to the 3 influence needed to just hold it back, start attacking with Seiryu, and then Stifling Trap them. But yeah, a lot of decks are running Veiling Breeze. So we're going to go over to the interview now with the winner of the game, Life Drasil.
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to sunny Seattle. We are here at Ascent Seattle. We just finished up round 2, and we are here with the victor of round 2. How do you feel that match went?
I tanked a while, and then I burst asunder him for 18, so that was pretty good.
Okay. You have I like to call it the tried and true, the fabled matchup. You know, traveling here to an event, getting matched against your teammates in round 2. How did you feel about that, just in general?
Well, so there was a repair right before that. Oh my God. Shinja, I hate you. Yeah, there was a repair before that, and apparently a bunch of people got repaired against people they knew, so that was fun.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Byfall, but it had to be done.
Yeah. And it was really interesting, right? Byfall was on a Guoja list, and you were on the Dao-Chan, Burst Asunder Refractals list. How do you feel about your pick going into this event, maybe versus your teammates' picks as well?
I'm playing this deck under protest.
Okay.
I'm not very happy with this deck. I'd be a lot happier playing something that's like level 3 oriented.
I understand.
If Dungeon Guide's not in my deck, I'm not having a really good time at any event. But we couldn't really figure out anything that kind of worked against any of the level 1 strategies right now. Maybe something will come up, but hard to say.
Okay. And with that said, overall, how do you feel about this Burst Asunder deck into the current meta? Do you think it's going to be very prevalent, or just kind of like the pick for this particular event?
I think it's pretty good. In terms of when the deck is high rolling you, or you feel like your opponent has drawn better than usual, it's a lot harder to stop. I noticed that all the answers that I was trying into the deck, I typically had to draw better than I would expect in order to achieve some sort of parity, especially when they go first.
Okay. And do you feel the list is pretty locked down, or do you think there's a lot of room for play between different meta picks or sideboard options and that kind of stuff? Do you think there's a lot of options, or is it pretty solid and locked down?
I think there's probably anywhere between 4 to 10 space. I think the card that is probably most liable to be cut, depending on what meta you expect and what you expect to see, is actually Frostborn Paladin. So if you don't actually need it for the defense, then you can probably safely cut that card.
Okay. Well, I mean, in terms of just the event in general, I mean, how are you feeling about it so far? We're only in round 2, but you're going into it 3-0. So how do you feel about it?
3-0 after 2 rounds? That's pretty good. How do I learn this technology?
We're jumping ahead a little bit, going into the future. But 2-0, going into round 3.
Yeah, I mean, I always have fun when I come play at events, so I'm just here to have a good time, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us here. Good luck with the rest of your rounds going into round 3. Hopefully you will be 3-0 going into the next one. So, thank you.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Ascent Seattle. I am Valkyrie, and I'm joined by a familiar face you saw earlier in round 1, but we have Red Zone Rogue with us.
Oh, hello, hello.
We're very happy to be sitting here at the casting desk with you, and very happy to be jumping into round 3 of Ascent Seattle. The first 2 rounds have sort of flown by. We've seen the Fractal deck kind of be dominant in the first 2 rounds, but we also saw the very unique deck that Bifall was bringing with the Serio.
Oh, yeah, the Guoja deck. Yeah. Love seeing the other new champion kind of make a splash this weekend, right? And I know there's like different variations of playing it. It's all kind of centered around like what big, boss monster they play, right? Do they play the dragon? Do they play the big turtle, right? And obviously he was playing dragon, which was kind of like on flavor for Bifall, right? Playing the arcane cards.
Is it found a way to play arcane without actually like going fully into arcane?
Yeah.
It's the workaround.
Right, exactly.
And so we've seen the 2 recollection deck champions. We've seen what they can do, and I hope we're going to be able to see more champions that were affected by HVN and sort of the cards and strategies that will be coming out of that. Yeah,
me too, for sure. I mean, there's a lot that I think got a lot of like nice spicy stuff. Everything from various allies to just kind of like archetypes that just might perform well. Like we mentioned at the start of the show, I'm a big fan of Tristan, and I think Tristan, she's still got legs, man. She's still got legs. She can shadow strike. She can slice and dice. But there's other ones too. Like, are there any in particular that you would like to see?
So I've always been a fan of Lorraine, and not Lorraine to Merlin, just pure Lorraine. Because warriors offer a very unique, in-depth strategy to the game itself. A lot of these mages are just, you have allies and then you have spells. Warriors give you attack options, attack cards. Get in there with your champion and gain bonus effects. And one of the most infamous warrior attack card that we have is in Fire, and that's Rending Flames.
Ooh, yes, one of my personal favorites. Good old double Rending Flames. Yeah.
And so, just like that, it already is a third avenue that your opponent really has to think around, play around, because they're used to like, okay, I see these allies, they're going to be attacking into me, but that champion will always be in the back of their mind.
Actually, Rending Flames is pretty interesting going into this meta because, like, do you think a lot of people are going to be playing stuff like Nullifying Lantern to the graveyard hate that traditionally puts fire down, right? If cards like Rending Flames are able to just kind of go out of control, they can do tons of damage out of nowhere. And if it's something that people aren't expecting to play in the meta, it's a deck that kind of could flourish, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the great thing about Grand Archive, but also the difficult thing, is you are very limited on your material deck slots. You only get 12 in that main board, and a lot of the times you have to put enough for your champion and spirit, and then your interesting tech cards. And with Censor coming out in HVN, a lot of people are dropping Lantern because they don't want to have to deal with the floating memory. And as you see, the water decks that usually get shut down by Lantern don't care about their graveyard or the element in their graveyard.
Yeah. Yep, that's very true. I mean, I've even seen some talk of some of the newer Fractal decks just kind of get rid of floating memory altogether as well. Like, there's some variations in the deck, which I think is pretty interesting, even though it is the kind of the boogeyman of the day so far. There's a lot of variations between them, which I think is pretty interesting and, kind of expected since it's, the first big event since the new set came out with just a week out,
Exactly here. And so we've talked about mage strategies, fractals, we've talked about attack cards, and then there's one final strategy that sort of is your trifecta, your trinity of, and that's a pure ally-focused strategy.
Yeah, good old allies. Nothing beats my 2 3s for 3, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's put down an ally, attack into it. If your opponent doesn't deal with that, there's now 2 of those allies coming in at you, and it adds up, it stacks up. And one of the most dangerous ally decks out there is the Lorraine Wind allies, or Jin if you want to go that route, but just warriors in general. You gain access to so many powerful actions that wake up your allies after they've been buffed, or things of that nature, to really turn almost a sort of simple play an ally attack into play an ally attack, now I'm comboing you with that same ally.
Yeah, do you think a lot of these ally decks will pivot into like kind of like the unique ally strategy? I've seen some of those here and there because there are some very powerful unique allies, and there's also the oath that kind of pumps up your squad, and if you have unique allies, you get an even bigger buff.
Indeed, yeah. I think Oath Allies is very, very like strong right now in this current game. Not sure how many players sort of experiment with the thing, but you gain access to so many allies with abilities that help prevent some of the strategies that the popular decks are doing right now. And then not to just mention one of the stronger cards that came out of A and B, which is Dilu, the champion horse that you get in Wind. It's a 3/4 ally for 2. It gains Vigor if you have a unique Wind ally and loses Pride as well. So on turn 1, you're able to just activate a unique Wind ally and then play a Dilu and attack directly in for 3, maybe 4 or 5, depending on that Wind ally you play. And then next turn, you can set up for an Oath of Soccer, as you just said, which is another brilliant A and B card that came out that really helps the strategy.
Interesting. I know there's some older cards too that have some pretty good tech against the Fractals, in particular, like Blanche, for example, ends up being kind of a pretty good wall against that type of strategy.
It really does, because the Fractals then have to invest a additional card into removing that Blanche, just because Blanche prevents any non-combat damage to your units. So it's going to really throw off the math of Fractal decks. And as we saw in the previous round as well, is Fractal decks usually have like that window of a turn where they're going all out.
Right,
and it's usually like to the T, they've mathed it out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So if that Blanche just gets in there, sort of interrupts their strategy, or gives the ally play an additional turn, it can really turn the tables and allow for that deck to really shine.
Yeah, and I kind of think like allies might be a natural predator to this to this Fractal deck, right? Like just playing dudes and turning them sideways can be kind of scary, right?
It really can, especially when you look at a Fractal and it doesn't have any stats on it.
Oh, yeah.
It is just going to be there to help activate cards. So if your opponent plays a Fractal and then you play an ally, that opponent has to deal with that ally. Otherwise, it's going to keep getting in there constantly.
Or it's just a race, right? It's just a race to see who can like burst down the other player first.
And an interesting Wind unique ally that came out in HVN, which I've actually personally fallen in love with the card because it's a lot stronger than I initially thought about, and it's good against certain decks. But it's Ma Chao, the Lupine Huntress.
Okay.
It is a 2-cost 1/2 unique Wind ally. It has a level 2 plus and a class bonus for Vigor as a tamer. But the on-enter effect is you banish 2 cards from your opponent's graveyard, but if you control an animal or beast, you get 4 instead.
Okay.
So that can easily eat up some floating memory, combo pieces, get into, as we were speaking about, the Rending Flames. You may not be running Null Lantern, but this can easily go ahead and remove some of that as well.
Very good against fire, yeah, for sure.
And so I'm curious to see if these Wind unique allies are going to be running that main board, maybe sideboard, because it's a great way to help control your opponent a little bit, but it still adds to everything you want to do. It's an ally, it's unique, it counts for Oath, it counts for Dilu to go ahead and activate that as well. And, you know, it's one of those things of, have people experimented enough? Have they seen that line? Have they wanted to go that route? Or is it just sort of 1 week after the set come out, it's not the time?
I was gonna say, that's the big key thing here, right? We're only 1 week after the set came out. It's still very, very fresh to everyone. Even people who are super competitive minded haven't had a ton of time to actually, test with all these cards. And I think this is, the most fresh a meta could possibly be at this point. And so it's really interesting to see all of the new decks and how people are going to respond to all of them, right? Even if this Fractal deck is kind of like the boogeyman or the breakout deck of the weekend, you're going to have people counterplaying it and coming up with good strategies to play against it. And I think there's a lot of room for that too against this particular deck too.
100%. There's so many cards now in Grand Archive. We're on our 6th set for it. And so it's one of those things cards from old sets are relevant again, or they now have a home, they now see place. And every time a set comes out, that's what I love about this game, is a set comes out, more cards are becoming oh, now this has a reason. Burst Asunder is a perfect example. That card did not have a home when it came out originally in A and B, but now with the introduction of HVN, that card all of a sudden is seeing an amazing amount of play. Yeah, exactly.
It's an actual monster. Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like we may be ready to start our feature match, and let's kind of jump down into it. We have a Suzaku versus a Wind Allies deck, so we're going to see some of that stuff we were just talking about here.
And we see JC on the Wind Allies, I believe, here. And we're just going to start out simple, something easy, an ally.
Yes, yes. Yep, just a very, very powerful ally here. And, yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you want to see, right? You want to apply some early game pressure. An ally that you're not, you don't want to overextend too much here.
Exactly here. And we do see both players opting in for the normal spirits. We're not seeing any of the newer spirits that came out, or no fragmented or serene. I believe allies doing it for the additional card, and Suzaku probably because they want to see and have turn 1 plays, not going to take that risky hand setup with the new spirits.
Yeah, and it looks like Leak Blade's considering playing perhaps a clumsy apprentice here in hand.
That is something always dangerous, though, with playing against an ally deck, is that self-damage.
Yeah, this is something that we were talking about the other day with this particular like Fire Tamer deck. It's like very aggressive, but it's a deck that also does a lot of self-damage. So it has to be really, really careful playing against just almost anything out there right now, right? Because everything is so bursty or has a lot of ally damage. So you have to be very careful to leverage that kind of stuff. Ooh, you have my boy Arthur here, who's going to come down and become immediately immortal or gain the immortality effect for the turn.
And that is probably one of the best turn 1 plays you can wish for in Fire if you are running Arthur.
Yeah.
It guarantees he's going to be set up for that next turn for any additional allies you play. Plus, you get those cards in memory, very valuable if you are opting into that immediate level up as well.
Yeah, basically you're just trading 2 damage for the potential for a lot more damage, pumping your entire squad, which is pretty nice. Arthur's, like you said, a fantastic turn 1 play.
And here we see Rose going to go ahead and attack directly into that spirit, and probably traditional falling. We're going to see another ally coming onto the board, but 4 down for an Ace Protector.
Okay, yeah, bringing that Rose back to hand, but applying a pretty big roadblock here. But he's just going to come in for damage.
The 3 damage is very valuable, and the fact that it's returning Rose back to the hand. Rose has a very special ability of fast activation as well, so perhaps just got your damage in with Rose because that was your turn 1 play. Now you're going to be holding that into your hand later on in preparation for, who knows, maybe to fast activate to intercept a Suzaku coming in.
Yeah, and well, speaking of which, we have Guoja here. And if you're not familiar with Guoja, it's one of the new champions. Her effect is on the level 1, she has to reveal her entire material deck, and then you get to play the lowest cost stone.
Which so happens to be around like 9, 10, or 11.
It's going to be the only one in there, right? That's the way these decks are built. It's going to be the only one in there, but it does allow your opponent to actually take a look at your material deck, which is, a downside for sure.
And one really cool thing to note about both these players, we are actually playing out here in Seattle on the West Coast. Both these players are from the East Coast, so traveled a long distance to be participating in this event here, and they're really showcasing unique decks as well, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I would say not the prevalent meta picks for both of these, and it's great to see them both here at 2-0.
Yeah, the fact that it's not the deck of choice, and they are still doing well. And here we see materialization for Leak Blade, the Fate Stone of, or I'm sorry, not materialization, and activation. The Fate Stone of, or Lava Plume Fate Stone, fast activation. And it's a really interesting card because on enter you get to deal damage to a unit, where it's the amount of Fate-bound or Fate-stone objects you control.
Okay.
And so it's a good way to sort of control the board in its own way, especially because you immediately get a Fate-stone thanks to Guaja level up.
Right, right. This one can be kind of like cashed in later for the transformation effect as well. Ooh, here we have a Vermilion Decree coming down. It is going to be imbued. It looks like he's going to be doing the 3 damage effect, and what was the other effect?
I believe it is going to be 3 damage and then draw a card. Both players will be going ahead and getting that additional card draw. And I think this is this all still pre-recollection, or is this during the, this is during main phase here.
Yes, I
as we see a Dire Requiem, a brand new card that came out in HVN.
Yeah, it's actually one of the cards that that I spoiled for it, right? You just get some wolves, and the wolves can attack and just do great aggressive stuff.
And it actually synergizes really well with that Arthur we were talking about setting up, because instead of 2, they're coming in for 3.
Yep, 3 each. And that's kind of the name of the game here with this deck, right? It's a fire deck, and it wants to be very aggressive. It wants to play allies and turn them sideways, essentially here.
Yeah, so sort of a two variations of an ally deck, but getting there in two different ways. One is
Right.
wanting to flood the board with stable 2-3 allies, build that. The other one is I'm going to damage myself and go as fast as I can, go wide, and then hopefully with the amount of just direct damage that I've dealt, be able to close out the game through that. Because these Direwolf tokens don't get to stay around for the whole game. At the
true.
end of your turn, they are banished.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're going to see this this Veiling Breeze coming on in. All right, well, did a pretty good job of preventing some of that aggressive damage.
Yeah, a great way to go ahead and stem the bleeding, one would say, against this. That just taking 6 immediately on that turn, sitting on Spirit would have been really, really dire situation straits. And here we see JC just immediately opting into going into Lorraine. He's now seen the power of what that deck can do, the burst amount of damage. So you want to make sure you're out of the lethal combo ranges as fast as possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. Lorraine, obviously a very classic champion in Grand Archive. I assume he's going to grab... Ooh, he's grabbing the Greatsword here. Getting a nice little buff on the Ascent Protector.
So whenever you see a Lorraine materialized, grab a Greatsword and then buff an ally on field, in these kind of style of decks, you're looking at potentially a combo turn where they're going to go second wind. So they're going to attack with the ally. In response, they're going to second wind to wake up the ally, give it +1. So the ally's still going to be attacking, but with that additional damage, and then it's going to get to go in again. And
I think exactly. Yeah, great call here. Yeah. So we have the Ascent Protector actually coming in for 5 damage total, and it's going to get woken up and then have the ability to attack again, actually.
And oh no, a rallied advance. It is a Warrior Guardian attack, and on attack you get to wake up an ally. So Lorraine's swinging in for 1, potentially 2 with that sword, and that Ascent Protector getting up and going in for a 3rd time, going to be closing out the game.
That's rough. that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. All right, well, that was a very quick game one, and you even mentioned it, right? Like the burst potential and the combo potential that the allies can do, especially with like the wake up effects.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and so Wind Lorraine has that potential to be stabilized on the board, but then just do those bursts. As we saw, that was, I believe, turn 2, turn 3.
Yes, yes, it was.
That JC took that out. And if you compare it to sort of like the Fractal decks who are turn 2, turn 3, they were still playing Fractals, it makes sense why this deck is doing so well right now.
Yeah, it just demands interaction, right? And if you don't have the interaction on the spot, then, well, you can just end up taking 15 damage in a single turn. Because we see the Fractals do a lot of damage, but, allies can do a lot of damage too.
Allies really can. And looking over on Leak Blade's side, we did see a couple of cards, and you mentioned it earlier as well, with the Clumsy Apprentice, and then we saw the Heated Vengeance revealed for the Imbued for this Vermilion Decree. Both those cards damage you.
Yep.
And it is kind of in a rough spot, especially playing against this deck as you just take 15 immediately that one turn. It's like, now what do I do with these? Am I going to opt into activating them and going my own game plan, or do I have to like strategize and play around it now? I'm not able to fully commit to what I want to do. So is there an alternate method to be able to sneak around it?
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you think this matchup is essentially a race, right? We have both decks being fairly aggressive, both of them pretty board state based, with allies pumping allies. Do you think in both players' minds are like, hey, this is a race, I need to kill my opponent before they can kill me type of situation?
Well, that's a really good question. And to answer that, I 100% believe yes.
Okay.
Leak Blade has to be the aggressor no matter what. As soon as they start slowing down, this wind value ally deck is just going to get the advantage because Leak's Blade allies don't stay on the field, as we saw with those Direwolves.
Yep, they're just around for a single turn. Even if they're pumped up, That's why the damage prevention was like so brutal there, right? It just nullified the entire card.
It really did there, and that game one kind of shakes you as a player, but it's
right.
Good to show the resolve and then just stick with your game plan. You're 2-0 for a reason. You know what you're doing. You're piloting this deck, and you just need to continue doing what you know how to do.
Yep. Yeah, I agree here. And so that's what we're going to be basically looking out for going into the second game here. We want to see a very aggressive and high damage start from Leak Blade.
Because if I remember correctly as well, this deck has the potential to kill on the second attacking turn as well.
Oh, really?
On that, if you see the likes of like a turn 1 Arthur into a Heated Vengeance Dire Requiem,
Okay.
that's instead of going in, that's about, doing the quick math on my head, that's about like 13 to 14 damage from that turn itself, with the Arthur and the Direwolves all getting into attack. But it looks like we're going to have a slightly slower start here. It's going to be one of the Tamer Fractals that came out in HVN.
Yeah, I was like, I don't exactly recognize this one all that much. Yeah, this must be one of the new cards.
It's a very interesting card because whenever a fire ally deals damage to your opponent's champion, you can go ahead and sacrifice it. And it has floating memory, but it's locked behind a class bonus, and it deals additional damage.
Okay. And here, let's see. Oh, this is just a good old 2/3 for 3 essentially. Yeah. Lurking Assailant. And he's just gonna immediately come down in and punch for some damage.
And it's a very interesting. You want to get damage in on your opponent, but Lurking Assailant's one of those cards, especially since you know you're playing against other allies, is as long as it's awake, it's untouchable by other allies.
Yep.
So there is a possibility in a line where you just keep that awake and save it. Because you may have a Ace and Protector in hand that you want to activate your next turn and things like that. So with it attacking and getting that 2 damage in, you got to weigh it is it worth I might lose it now on this turn?
Yeah, and it's also sending the message like, hey, I'm going to be aggressive here as well. Pretty safe to say there's, not too much of a threat of True Sight coming into play. Yeah.
Tamer decks do have access, though, post-sideboard. We didn't see Lurking Assailant game 1, but to the Beastbound Pause. That does give +1 and True Sight to a Beast. So there are ways for it to get around it. Although, as we were just mentioning about and talking about it, is that you just kind of want to deal all the damage to your opponent's champion. Board trading is really, if you absolutely need to, but it's a race. You said it perfectly. Both players are running to beat the other one first.
Yeah, someone who's played a lot of fire decks, it never feels great having to trade your cards into theirs, especially when all their stuff has like 3 or 4 health. It just doesn't feel great. And it a lot of the times feels kind of like a losing proposition.
Oh, and here we see a card that hasn't really seen play outside of the Slime Sylvie deck, but showing its aptitude out here is Baby Red Slime.
Yeah, some little red slimes coming on in. I think it's just going to be coming in for the 2 damage.
So it is going to get that bonus because you discard
effect.
The fire here, and then you're going to get that additional +1, and then you're drawing into memory as well. So this, even though it's a baby, it does really hurt.
Yeah, I mean, like a 3 attack for 2 is a very good rate for Grand Archive, though it is a easy pickings. So it's kind of like this, proposition that we're talking about before. Like, does Jay, how do you pronounce his name? Jay Kalong. Does he want to leverage his ally into removing the opponent's allies? And if he does, that's less damage to the champion, right?
Exactly. Yes, and here we see a Fairy Whispers at the end of the turn, revealing a Dream Fairy. And then also going to just be displacing the Baby Red. I'm very curious as to... I know exactly why we did the displace. That's going to put 6 cards in Influence. We're going to draw into 7, which means we're going to have a balance if there's a Gildas in hand.
Oh, I see. Okay. Gildas being another classic card that can get a nice 3 attack damage boost if you're in balance, which means if you have the same number of cards in hand as in memory. And we'll have to see if we follow up with that.
Looking at the hand here, we see an Imbued Windmill Engineer.
Okay. This is a nice little card that kind of replaces itself. Get a card drawn into your memory.
Very nice to, in Grand Archive, it's always nice to have a card advantage. You want to make sure when you play a card, you get a card, or as close as possible. Or if you're playing a card to go down, it's going to have a huge impact on the game itself.
Yeah, I mentioned this in round 1, but like just card draw in general in Grand Archive is exceptionally good. It's always good in card games, but in Grand Archive it's even better because it doubles as a resource, right? So it's like you draw cards to get more advantage, but you also have like this kind of ramp effect as well.
And it's a great thing about the game itself is because you know exactly what your opponent's working with.
Yep.
In like the amount of like what they can do, and that's what really separates the good from the great players as well. Is because they have to factor in everything like, oh, my opponent has 5 cards in hand. What are the options that they can currently do with that amount of cards?
Yeah, yeah. And of course we have some more direwolves coming down. Arroo! Yeah, this card's just a lot of damage for the cost, right? And these ones aren't going to be pumped up, but still coming on in for 2 is pretty solid.
Yeah, and it adds up the with the baby red that attacked in,
Yep.
and then now these dire wolves.
The direwolves are a little bit more ephemeral, right? They're not going to stick around, but this is a great use of the direwolves, by the way, Cremation Ritual, because the wolves are going to be gone at the end of the turn anyway, so cashing them in now for some card draw is excellent. It's exactly what you want.
You pretty much make something out of nothing, right? It
Yeah.
would have just been 2 damage, and that's the end of it. But the fact that it now replaces itself and pluses you 1, because you've only spent 1 card technically to get that dire wolf.
Yep.
And it's getting you 2.
Yeah, and then like drawing 2 cards for 3 in Grand Archive is a really good rate. It really is. Yeah, it's just essentially pay 3, draw 2. Now here we have level 1 Lorraine coming in, getting that great sword again.
As we talked about in game 1, that great sword only means one thing.
Yeah, we're gonna potentially see another very bursty turn. Life total for Leak Blade not incredibly high, just being level 1 with Guoja.
And here we see the
Yep.
second wind.
We see the play again. Pumped up. Do we have a 3rd attack? Potentially. Yep, he's got it.
And the rallied advance just to secure
Wow.
it.
Absolute, just a stomping, man.
Yeah, it's one of those choices. We talked about it. Leak Blade wanted to race, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that you're doing that race means you're leaving your opponent those valuable allies to do that sort of combination.
Yeah, it felt like, I don't want to call it a fair race, but it kind of like a fair race. So you're just playing some guys, turning them sideways. Maybe they get a pump here or there, where the wind allies were like, yeah, I'm going to race, but it's like, 4 and 4 and 4.
Yeah.
Kind of deal, 5, 5, 5. And when your opponent's sitting at 19 health, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. Both players were racing. One was in a marathon, one was in like the 100-meter dash, right?
Exactly. It's like they see the finish line, and it's an absolute sprint. And that's kind of a cool take on like the Wind Allies list, right?
Mhm.
It's one that is definitely people have seen it before, but it's not the kind that we were maybe talking about, where you have like the Oath pump kind of deal. It's more of like felt almost like a combo kind of thing.
Yeah, it's Oath is a go wide. I'm large. I'm wide. This deck is I'm going very tall, and if you don't respect that this one ally is going to be huge and attacking you multiple times, you can just lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of deck that I think you can maybe pivot depending on what your opponent's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can probably go both wide and tall depending on, your card draw. The fact that they're running multiple copies that let you attack multiple times is very good. And like you mentioned, it was just, the Great Sword signals the burst turn, and the deck is just obviously built around it, right? So like, I can just kind of pop off on this turn, and if my opponent doesn't have any way to interact, they just die.
Yeah, and the Great Sword burst turn, but the other traditional sword that you were actually mentioning itself was the Sword of Seeking. That's more of a traditional.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the sword you get. You get the 1/2 sword. It's just kind of a nice little good value sword, right? Whereas the Great Sword is like, it's good, but it's exceptionally better when you can utilize that pump 2 or 3 times.
Exactly. That +1 attack turns
Yep.
into a +3 attack technically, which
is very good. And then you also have the attack from the sword itself that the rain can do. It's it's a good chunk of damage.
and those games went by very fast. I feel
They
like we did not get to see a lot of the fire Suzaku deck technically go off.
He had some good turns, like summon on the wolves, cashing them in for card draw, but we never saw like the big boss monster come into play, which is a little bit unfortunate from a viewer perspective, right? You want to see the big monster come into play, but playing against an opponent who has the game plan down, and they're like, you know what, I'm gonna go for it, and if you don't have interaction, well,
It's that. And a lot of the times you saw both players on their turns just going completely hands down as well, which signals that, I'm super happy though. We got to see Dire Requiem, the card you spoil as you mentioned. It's the dogs are such a cool concept, and then it's paired with a Dire Wolf Alpha, I believe, is the other one that makes them.
Yeah, it's a cool card. I like it. I like it. You know, you do get the buffs from the various things, and you can cash the wolves in, and it's just kind of an interesting, versatile card. You know, one of the new cards from HVN. Yeah.
Indeed, there on that. With the Suzaku deck, we talked about it with the self-damage and things like that. Leak Blade opted into not damaging themselves at all.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
We saw them avoid that play, and you know it's a smart heads-up play, especially with that. But the fact that even without that damage, the Wind Allies was still able to like push through just makes you really think on Leak. Like if you were sitting in Leak Blade's position, just be like, maybe I do just do that self-damage because they're gonna combo me anyways, right?
That's a good, that's an interesting thought actually. I think it's kind of an interesting toss-up, right? It's like, do you think that 2 damage is really going to matter in the end? It might not if they're attacking for 5 multiple times, but you know, there are some situations where it could come into play, and that's probably what they were thinking, right? It's like, is it really going to matter? And I want to give myself the best opportunity to stay alive, and he was still able to cash in his cards to get draw effects and further his game plan. But in the end, just wasn't fast enough. Didn't burn hot and bright enough,
Yeah, one would say it's not in the cards for them today.
Right, sure. And we will have a winner interview coming up in just a few short minutes. But until then, I guess while folks are getting all ready for that, we can, chat a little bit more. Like we've mentioned some decks that we think are interesting. We saw some unfortunate Guojas on camera. How do you feel about Guoja currently in the meta and in the event overall? Do you think Guoja has a place here, and do you think she can actually take some victory? Because he was 2-0 going into this round.
That is true. Guoja has potential, especially like variants like that take advantage of the tamer without having to rely on Sylvie or just going jam-packed with animals and beasts or slimes per se.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see as the tournament advances how our Guoja players do. I feel like there's a lot of potential, especially if you do go into level 3, taking advantage of that level 2 inherited effect, things like that. But I think we are ready to go ahead and go into our interview with our winner of round 3.
What's up, everyone? We are here with Jonathan, the winner of round 3. Jonathan, or maybe I should call you Donathan, with your Dawn of Ashes strategy. Jonathan, tell us about your deck in the round. How'd that all go?
It went really well. I've always played Wind Allies, so that's the only thing I've played since Dawn of Ashes. Like, pretty much this list, I've just upgraded with, like, Shimmer Cloaks and stuff, but yeah. But, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, this deck is really cool, showing the power of the game's first set. First, second, third, really still all in play, still all very relevant, even with all these there's crazy Fractal decks, there's crazy Guoja decks going around. Now, you are facing against Fire Guoja, which is it's an interesting new Fire aggro deck that has a lot of damage on both sides. Did you feel, was that scary for you or more of an advantage?
It was scary because I looked at 0 of the new cards, to be honest with you. I haven't had time. So that's why I kind of like did some weird moves, like, because I don't like with Dao Chan and stuff. Now I know like stuff can proc from like memory and stuff. But I know like, I was like, I don't think he can, but I did like some weird moves like playing second wind as a slow just as a precaution and stuff. But yeah, it was kind of scary. Like the Fractal that deals 3. When ally attacks, that one can rack up damage real quick. So like, I was like, I got to displace that creature right now and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, it is, I mean, when you don't read everything, when you don't know that, like, you never know in this game when there's going to be something that's like, oh, I'm going to end the combat and banish your card, and now you don't get to wake up or something. So very smart, very heads up, really, to be playing like, I'm going to play cautious. I'm just use this during my main phase when I know it's okay. But really, when you're going into these matchups with your Wind Allies deck, this is a traditional deck, right? This has been going around ever since all the way back to Ascent Houston, the very first Ascent, when True Champion Gaming really showed everyone like, oh, put some 2/3s on the board and attack. That's a pretty good strategy. When you go into a tournament with this deck, though, what are the decks you are most afraid of or most excited to play against?
Most afraid of are stuff like that shuts you down, obviously. Like, but I'm not really too worried about like Art of War and stuff. I actually faced it a couple times already, and I got through it. It wasn't that big of a deal. It is a little annoying, but I have some fast activating creatures like Rose and stuff that you can do during end phase, and also when they kill my humans, I have Guang Yus and stuff, so you can kind of like play around it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, mostly, I think most of my matches are pretty even or favored towards me. That's how I feel. I haven't played tested against much stuff, but just from like a couple things that my friends told me in the car, like I think I'm fine. I've never had a matchup where I think like, oh, I got blown out. So
Yeah, it's a tried and true strategy. You're putting down pressure, you're attacking, and as we saw in your games, sometimes that pressure is actually just, I'm going to clock you for 16 this turn or whatever, ready my thing, attack again, wake it up, attack again, attack, and yeah, it's a very powerful strategy. It's a good raw value, a good keep you honest deck where it's like, I agree. Allies is never out of the match. It's always there. It can push some damage in. As long as you don't get too controlled, but like you said, I think Mortal Ambition, adding Guan Yu, I think, and of course Rose coming there, having those fast activation allies gives you a whole lot of play. Now, as we go into the rest of the tournament here, are you planning on? Have you heard about the Fractal deck, and are you looking at that one at all as something you might be afraid of, or you think you got a good match?
So I actually faced Dao Chan Water Fractals on round 2, and game 1 was really tough just because he went like really in. I had like no hand advantage, and I didn't know about the castle. Like that you have to pay 2 extra if you don't like for your. Yeah, I had no idea of that, so that caught me off guard. Because I don't run that much floating memory, so that was tough. But yeah, I think now that I'm aware of it, it's a lot better. Because game 2 and 3, I felt like I finished both games in 10 minutes. So yeah.
You finished this whole match in 15 too, so pretty fast, pretty decisive, and pretty exciting to continue to see the old strategies be powerful even when we're in this new metagame with a lot of new decks that in their first 2 rounds we saw a lot of kind of power coming out of those decks too. So very exciting. We'll be looking forward, Jonathan, to see how the rest of your event goes today. Hopefully you can, with the new Top Cut rules, easy kind of glide into day 2. And then you can show all the other Fractal players that they should not be counting out these basic ally strats. They're still good. They're still powerful. So best of luck to you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. Catch you in the next round.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ
Everyone, and welcome back to Ascent Seattle. I'm here back in the booth with my good friend Dan from Main Deck, and we're going to be here for a little cheeky exhibition match to fill in some time since the first round, or since the round 3 was so fast.
Very, very fast. And yeah, this will be a really fun match. We're going to be seeing the head of organized play, Theo, against one of the main playtesters of the game, Poro. And and I've heard the deck lists we're gonna see, and then they're fun. There's some fun lists. One of these in particular is a list that I don't think you're gonna see a lot more of.
Yes. So I was just talking about it with Valk, and I was like, okay, Tristan. I love Tristan.
Oh yeah.
My favorite champion in the game. One of my favorite decks to play. I adore Tristan. The other deck. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know much about this one. I don't know much about this one.
It's some good stuff. I don't know the exact list, obviously, but the other list we've got I believe a Neos to Norris package that's happening, and I have definitely like lost 2 decks like this randomly when they start putting out like 7 2/2 tokens on a turn. I wipe the board and they go, oh, all right, here's 7 more. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about that.
Neos is really cool. It's one of those advanced elements that I always kind of want to test out because it has such cool like advanced elements card. There's like the Cordelia. There's all of like the mecha themed cards. Like it's just a very cool advanced element.
The Atmos armor, Ares, I believe, is the Neos one that tends to be a pretty powerful at just making you not lose the game anymore, while also just being a pretty hefty body.
Big boy, yeah.
Yeah, and all of the ability just to you put out Tony's obelisks, and every single turn you get to start making tokens, prevent some damage. Very hard to kill stuff, and when you do, they just come back.
It'll be interesting to see like what version of Tony, right? Because we have 2 different level 3 versions of Tony.
Yeah.
There's like one that's like domain focused and one that's like obelisk focused, right?
Yeah. And obelisks are domains, so those often work together. I think the difference is often if you're doing either a combo with Creation's Will, where you're just trying to throw out a bunch of tokens.
Is that the one where you like
swords?
blow up all of your obelisks?
Yeah, usually what that deck will do is it'll play a card called Assemble the Ancients, which will let you sacrifice any number of domains to make that many automatons that then get buff counters on them equal to the number of domains sacrificed. And using Tonoris Creation's Will, he can turn any tokens you create into swords. The swords get the buff counters, which actually does impact their stats still.
Because they're like baseline like 3/1 swords, if I remember right.
Yep. And then you're able to sacrifice, because of Creation's Will ability, sacrifice those swords in order to pump them all into one single sword and swing for 50 damage.
It's a little bit of a wild deck.
That's a one we have not seen in a while, popularized by player Jimmy Lee a long time ago, but this is I think we're gonna see. No, we're not seeing that at all. We're gonna see a Spirit of Water.
We're gonna change it up. And as we can see here, both players coming into this round 100-0 records, which is an astonishing win rate.
You know, I do believe, Kel, that is an accurate win rate as well. They're clearly both top of their game. And Poro is beginning with a, this is going to be a challenge for you to remember the names of all these. Dormant Sacrificial Altar, that's the one, which has an odd enter drawn to memory, and then the ability to sacrifice an automaton and a human in order to mill a couple of cards. And while on the other hand, we're going to see Chikaplu going, who's again the manager of our OP program here, who is going to be going Spirit of Wind, and as you mentioned,
I like what I see in his hand. I see Assassin stuff. I see Tristan stuff. I see Umbra stuff. I like it.
Yeah.
I see. Basically, with this deck, you want to get some prep counters, right? You want to build up your prep counters, and then you want to get to level 3, and then just kind of blow up your opponent with your Shadow Strike. Though, if this is the version of the deck that's also running Slice and Dice, you can kill your opponent before that as well.
You sure can. There's some very, very spicy slice lines when everything goes your way. And he's got also a very cool altered Spirit of Wind out, I believe, too. Now this is the fun part. All right, so Poro actually went to level 1 to Norris.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? He banished the dungeon guide.
Banished the D guide, unfortunately, and D guide. I mean, hopefully he put that down because he's got a second one in hand.
Right.
But I do believe the Sacrificial Altar drew into memory, so that might have also been when he drew into memory. I didn't catch where it was positioned on the pile here, but Gonna go ahead and throw out. We have a Lost in
There's
Thought in the
another
yard
D-Guide
as
in
well.
hand. I think I see another.
Yeah, it's
D-Guide.
another. So we're safe. Throw out a Lost in Thought, and then the traditional play of using Lost in Thought to buff your Frosthorn Paladin, put it down as a 3/4, draw that card, and start swinging in. And with that Tenoris, that Frosthorn Paladin is actually very safe from any
Yeah.
sort of ally rush that Chikaplu might try to put out to try to deal with the Frosthorn Paladin because
Tony's got taunt.
he's taunted.
Tony's got the taunt here, and we do see some Fairy Whispers, right? It's a nice little card here to get some glimpse. And try to set up a good little play here.
The Tristan deck traditionally runs a lot of fast speed card draw, likes to play a lot on the recollection phase or on the opponent's turn to be able to react to things appropriately. And here, what Tristan has to do, Tristan is truly a level 3 combo deck that's just trying to find the right cards to push out that gigantic Shadow Strike for lethal. So Chikaplu is in here just kind of digging, trying to find what he needs.
Yeah, getting a lot of early prep counters is really important for the deck because it not only is kind of your end game, but you also want to be able to draw those extra cards off of your Tristan level 2, right? Because you want the prep counter, so you can get 1 or 2, preferably cards from it. And drawing 2 cards off of a champion is like fantastic.
Absolutely, and we'll see if Chikaplu is going to do the awesome Tristan line when you get to go to your level 1, and then during your recollection phase, put 2 down for Surveil. And we'll see how many Surveils that he's got. Once you get that Assassin level, you have that class bonus fast activation, and here we go. Yep, here we go. Surveil into Surveil. This is the dream. Yeah. This is living the Tristan dream. You talk about trying to get to those 4 prep counters, Cal, it becomes very easy.
This is one of my favorite cards in the deck, right? Does everything you want. Draws a card, puts a prep counter, you're good to go. And then, you did that before Recollection, so you get all your cards back. It's excellent.
All Theo needs now is a Sadie that can just swing in.
Oh, yeah.
And then Sadie's so good. You put down the 2 cards you want to banish, attack with the, or two of the cards you want to banish, attack with the Sadie, and then on your turn, you banish 2 of the 3, so pretty good odds you're hitting the worst stuff. Level to 2 in response to the trigger, activate the Sadie, return it to your hand, get that 4th preparation counter, draw 2 cards. It's the spiciest possible play, but I'm not thinking we got the Sadie right now, unfortunately.
Can't quite gleam the Sadie from hand yet. I knew he had some like Umbra cards in hand, but not sure if I saw any like Norm Element cards.
But you don't get to 100-0 record, Kel, without being able to play around slightly suboptimal hands. That's the issue. Instead, we're going to see a black market broker. Honestly, it's pretty much doing just as good a job.
It's great, right? Once again, put the prep counter on your champion, and then all the other text doesn't really matter all that much.
Oh, actually, I will disagree with you. The stealth right now is going to be hugely relevant because it is not able to be killed by that Frosthorn Paladin.
Okay,
so
I mean, sure.
What these decks, some of these Tristan decks, what they like to do is go to once they get to 3, they put out 2 Fantasia allies. They have some number of things like Black Market Brokers, Dungeon Guide, whatever in play, and then they're able to use cards like Inspiring Call and Penumbral Waltz to actually just buff a lot of their board and start crashing in for a ton of damage. The Inspiring Calls in particular.
I don't run Inspiring Call on my list, so yeah, that is interesting. I do run.
I think you should try it out. It's a drug.
Okay. I lean more a little bit into like Penumbral Waltz and the generation, and I have like the dagger, right? That all your
of course. And that's the thing is with the combination of the dagger and the Inspiring Call buffs all as long as you've attacked with your champion this turn, it only costs 1, draws into memory and gives +1/+0 to your entire team. So this turns this Black Market Broker.
Okay.
Go for it.
We have Dungeon Guide come down and it immediately getting Stifling Trap, which is just an absolute beating.
Now this was clutch though, because the only way that Chikaplu was able to pay for that Stifling Trap was by spending the prep counters, which brought him down to 2.
That's fair.
So that stealth was no longer online, and Poro took that opportunity to get rid of the Black Market Broker right away.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but still, like Stifling Dungeon Guide is.
Oh, you stifle here. Wild. You stifle. You got to keep Tony off of that level 3 because he was about to go to town and start neosing it up.
Here's another Surveil wins. That's like the 3rd one we've seen so far.
Yeah,
he's surveilling all the wins.
It's called living the dream.
It's the 4th one.
That was the 4th one.
The 4th one. He's Gall.
I was too busy talking about Inspiring Call.
Actually living the dream, right?
Yeah, that is the dream. That is the dream. So we're just gonna banish 3 and head right up to that Tenoris Genesis Aegis.
Big Tony.
Genesis Aegis is going to start to put out the obelisks every turn, which is going to allow Poro to start to, as each obelisk gets out there, the obelisk activation is going to get cheaper and start to make it so that Poro is able to very, very efficiently continue to put weapons and allies on the board to keep pressure up on Tristan. Now, the question is, if through all of Chikaplu's draws, was he able to find the D guide that he needs to be able to
get to
go to
level
3?
3.
Also,
I will also say I'm very jealous of Chikaplu's max rarity Tristan's.
oh, it's gorgeous.
Incredibly jealous. And we do see, I like the boots. I like the boots. Nice little card that can give you some card draw a little bit later.
Yeah, the boots are an excellent card, especially when you don't see all those surveil to wins and you need to find some
Right.
prep counters early.
Yeah.
I am a fan of the usually the you turn 2 boots, turn 2 or 3 boots, depending on what
Yeah.
else you had to do, just to start to kind of like, okay, well, I really need to get
It's
these prep counters.
It's typically what I do to try to get up to that 4, right? Because you
Yeah.
really want to get up to 4 so you can draw those cards.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this version of the deck is going to be running the prep counter doubler, which is a nice
Oh, it will.
which is a nice combo card with your with your strikes.
The question is always, how many mastermind schemes do you run?
I've actually fluctuated quite a bit. I've run as few as 2 and as much as 4 before.
I am a hard stop at 4. I don't like less.
Really? You're
Yep.
just full play set? I've been playing around with it because like getting multiples is okay, but you don't want too many because they're just like dead cards unless you have the prep counters.
Have you ever been at 60 prep counters?
60.
It feels pretty good.
I think only a player that has a 100-0 record can, experience
Ooh,
the 60.
I didn't know I had a
60.
100-0 record then.
I didn't know either, Dan.
Yeah, maybe if I do an exhibition, they'll give me that. They'll probably put me at 0 and 100, actually.
Wait.
All right.
Are the ominous shadows also?
Oh,
max
these are
rarity?
CSR Ominous Shadows. Absolutely. Absolutely,
This
they
is
are.
an embarrassment of riches here.
It absolutely is. Well, again, how else do you get to a 100-0 record? So the Tristan Shadowstalker is coming down, which is going to put down 2 of these beautiful, beautiful Ominous Shadows. And now Chikaplu has such an interesting set of options before him. Obviously, he wants to build up to get that Shadow Strike, where I think cards like Mastermind Scheme will be doubling his prep counters.
I mean, 7 doubling that is just very nice, right?
And keep in mind, Shadow Strike is unblockable, which means if Tenoris is trying to put any fancy taunters out in play, those do not matter.
Yeah, none of that. We don't want any of that here.
And the shadows also you can spend preparation counters to redirect attacks to them, which is where I'm going to go ahead and defend running a lot of mastermind schemes, because if you can just get a lot of mastermind schemes out, a lot of prep counters, a deck that needs to attack you to win, like Tenoris, actually just can't.
I mean, yeah, that is true. The Ominous Shadows can be an actual just wall, right?
Yeah,
I could see that. I think I've been up to like 30-ish prep counters, but I've never been up to the 60.
See, you were 1 away, though. You were 1 mastermind scheme away from being at glory, true glory, at 60 prep counters.
Yeah.
The Ominous Shadows...
90% of 60 prep counter enjoyers quit before they get there. Right?
Exactly. The Ominous Shadow having that ability to prevent the first 3 damage dealt to it with every instance of damage.
Oh yeah.
Means that it is, again, even for this deck's able to spit out a lot of like 2-3 power things because of the buff counters that go in the automatons.
Yep.
But none of those can actually do damage to shadows if they get redirected.
Oh, yeah, you need 7 damage all at once, right? So we've been talking a lot about the Tristan side of things, which I'm very happy with. But what about the Tony side of things here?
Yeah. So Tenoris is putting out domains, trying to make his costs for those obelisks be as cheap as possible again, which is going to allow him to start to, like I said, create 2/2s, prevent damage, and create 3/1 sword weapon tokens to allow him to continue to push in that damage. And if Chikaplu isn't 100-0 gamer moving with 60 preparation counters, this will very, very quickly start to tax Tristan's preparation counter resources and stop Tristan from actually being able to close the game.
Right, because all of those obelisks have generally a pretty high cost to activate, but the more domains you have, the cheaper they are to activate, right?
Exactly. And we have Chikaplu playing an alt art that I am not immediately recognizing. Is that? Oh, that's the Terrafring. That is the Terrafring. Yes, that's the Terrafring from Revelfest. The one that I really would like to have a copy of that because it has our girl Arasana on it. But yeah, putting out the Terrafring, which is going to again wants to hold on to those prep counters, doesn't want to have to spend them to stop things. So
no, you hodl the prep counters, like you hoard them like a red dragon.
They are stonks, and Ominous Shadows are strong together.
Yeah, so, yes, they are. Two is fine. It'd be cool to have a little bit more, but
it's not bad. It's never bad to have more. But that Terrafring will basically buy Chikaplu a turn of not having to worry too much about attacks, because if you look at Poro's influence, it is not like particularly high at this point.
Yeah, that's also true. It just makes it to the point where he just can't attack, or he's going to spend his whole turn attacking and not playing anything else.
Yep. We're going to get a Dream Fairy on the Frostborn Paladin, which is going to remove that threat from the board too. Again, just like managing that pressure coming in so that Tristan has a little bit of time to sort of rebuild, get back in the game.
Big fan of Dream Fairy in the deck, by the way.
I
love it to just clear off their big taunters and stuff.
One of Tristan's biggest weaknesses is just aggressive ally decks. So being able to just like clear that away, and then the combination usually of Dream Fairy and Black Market Broker is enough to take out another ally, and then both are stealthed usually, so they can't be attacked. So that's what actually gives you a lot of game against those decks.
You run a decent number of allies, but they're not really aggressive, statted allies. It's like Dream Fairies, the Brokers. Sometimes you run the Imbue drawn to memory card. Its name I forget.
Until you Inspiring Call.
Right, sure.
See, I'm gonna turn you by the end of the stream. I'm gonna turn you to an Inspiring Call fan. And one other thing that I think Chikaplu needs to be aware of coming from
the slice and the dice.
You know what? Let's just slice and dice to win. It might not even matter, but there's a card that will allow Poro to draw a lot of cards. In Neos that I like to call the Sacred Text, because I cannot remember its actual name because it's a Neos card.
Yeah.
The Alchemical Scripture. I remembered it. I came around to it.
It sounds pretty close.
Yeah. If you need to have a lot of objects in play, a lot of tokens in play, and then you'll be able to start drawing a lot of cards. But that will not matter if Slice and Dice does a scary amount of damage here.
Slice and Dice unbuffed is like a 9, right? Between the two attacks, it's like 9.
And that was prepared for a chunk for 9-10 with the claw, I believe, as well. And we're gonna go 11-12, and then we can go 13-14 with the Ominous Shadows.
Right.
If we had an Inspiring Call, that would have been 18.
right. Sure. Well, let's see.
I believe we sacked to Exalted Dormigian Throne to mill 2.
Right.
Did not hit anything particularly spicy there. In fact, hit some things we wanted to draw instead.
Yes, apologies for the dumbfoundedness, but I can hear the players
There's some screaming,
and they were
Poro reacts
aghast.
Aghast at the mills off the Exalted Dormigian Throne. Puts out the final Obelisk going into this turn, as well as a Tariff Ring of Poro's own, respecting. Again, this like just surprisingly big, wide ally board that Tristan is able to build.
Yeah. I mean, the Tristan deck has like really good go tall potential, right, with the Strato Strikes and the Slice and Dice, but it also has the go wide potential with all of your dudes.
Yep.
Of which you're a very fan of the Inspiring Call version.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know you knew that about me, but yes, this is that's what makes it particularly inevitable at the end game. It's got a lot of ways to just finally close things out. Whereas the Tenoris deck, honestly, this is also a very inevitable deck, but the amount of building it requires to get there is the main thing that's kept it out of the competitive spotlight. It takes 3 turns of being Tenoris level 3 to get the 3 obelisks out to be like
that's true.
Set up, really. And still, we see that Poro had to take a turn to do that Tariff Ring to respect the deck to not lose, which means like a turn without Alchemical Scripture, a turn without another thing that starts to kind of like build back up. And if we compare this to some of like the Guoja decks that we're seeing right now, where they just go down to nothing, put out Incandescent Reliquary, and if you don't have the answer, they're just drawing 2 a turn now for the rest of the game. That's sort of a remarkable difference in the ability to like sort of crawl into the game after pushing.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent and draw a card every single turn.
If only I could be considered a relic and put in a relic.
Right, sure.
This is, but yeah, we'll see. Now we're going to start to see Tenoris do the token things. We have a Summon Sentinels, I believe. I think that was the promo Summon Sentinels from the supporter pack. Putting out a couple automatons.
Foil automaton tokens.
Are going to get the little buff counters on them, and we just did a fast swing in with them. This is the interesting thing, was that Chikaplu chose not to pop the Tariff Ring in the recollection phase because, well, frankly, Poro had nothing in play.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a fair.
It makes sense, but then look at what's happening now.
Yeah.
This is what I was saying.
Got some dudes in play.
I played Arasada in this deck, and I Polaris the board, and the next turn, like, well, here's 5 more things. Like, okay, cool. Well, that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's taken a little while to get to this point where he can do this, though.
Yes. Yep. If you afford them a little bit of time, that is when Tenoris goes, all right, cool. Now we're big gaming.
Big gaming is how I would like to describe it as well.
Poro, though, I would say this turn extremely likely to pop that Terrafring.
Right.
Or excuse me, Poro on Chica Blue's turn. Pop that Terrafring because otherwise, with Poro's influence, he's got to have a pretty good set of answers to potentially deal with. If we saw Chica Blue spending on the Slice and Dice, that meant Chica Blue is choosing not to save for a Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
And is likely sitting on kind of a two attack sequence to finish the game.
Yep. I mean, we could see like another Slice and Dice. We can see a big board pumper here.
There we have the Terrafring, exactly. So that is really gonna tax Chica Blue's resources here to try and close the game. Of course, you can still get that Slice and Dice off, but then the follow up.
You're just sad. Slice and sad.
Yep.
Cost you like what, total of 6 to actually do it.
Yep.
2 and then 2 and 2. Yeah.
It's a pretty rough, yeah. 2 and 2. You're right. The Slice and Dice. It's 2 each time. So it's Terrafring is just like so
it's multiple instances of attacking.
Yeah. It's like wow. Okay. If you have 7 influence, you can do it. You spend all
your
entire turn.
You need the Slice and Dice plus like 6 other cards.
You spend basically your entire turn, almost all of your prep counters. And Poro is sitting on all the interaction potentially he needs in hand to just go.
Potentially.
Depending. He also could be bluffing.
But it would be still 9 damage.
If it hits.
Which is like pretty good.
Yeah.
It's still not enough to take down Tony, though, because Tony's got 30 health.
Poro has the Obelisk of Protection up too, which I believe is a free activate.
Oh, yeah, because he's got all the domains.
I think it
and
doesn't
that's
have
a
minimum of 1.
It's a prevent 2, right?
Yeah, it'll prevent 2 damage to something, which will, again, just like lower the amount of damage that can be dealt. And Tenoris, a Guardian, has the advantage level 3 of having 30 life innately.
Yeah.
So it's 14 damage that he needs to reach, and I mean, with the Terrafring and a potential interaction, I don't think there's anything that does that this turn.
I do not foresee a kill this turn. Yeah.
No, and unfortunately, Tristan is quite low instead with just 5 life remaining. And lethal on board for Poro.
Oh, yeah, that's true, right? Because you can make the 3/1 swords. You can also make automaton. So it's actually more than lethal on board.
Yes, because even though some of those attacks can be redirected to those shadows, Poro's able to just put out more and more and more and more
He's
stuff.
only got 4 prep counters too, right?
Yep. 2 attacks can be redirected to shadows, and then you need 3 of anything else to connect, or 2 of like the sword can be a 3 damage. So
yeah,
it's it literally is just make a sword, and that is lethal.
So it looks like he just paid 2 to attack with a Dungeon Guide.
2 to attack with a D Guide.
Send a message. That's a message if I've ever seen one.
That is a pretty spicy. And here it is. Look at this. Poro going Terrafring, Fracturize. We'll get that off board, and now we do not have to worry whatsoever. And, sometimes Terrafring, I think, gets a little underrated.
Oh! Is it getting incapacitated?
Incap the frac, absolutely, yeah.
Incap the frac.
You have to at this point, because that Terrafring is the only reason you're not going to lose the game next turn.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It is the one thing that'll tax everything enough that you can't kill.
Well, that definitely sends a clear message, right?
Yep.
It's like, I have the intent to kill you.
And the players now have to make pretty interesting decisions about using their available resources. To figure out, like, okay, Poro can pay into the Terrafring, do the attacks to stress the prep counters,
right.
Like knowing that he's got to redirect at least 1 attack, and then bring it down to 2, which maybe makes Shadow Strike potentially not lethal, because if Chica Blue, I don't know if you realize, if Chica Blue runs Chalice of Blood also, Chica Blue can draw, which is a common Tristan card because of Tristan's ability to control damage flow in the late game.
Yeah.
Chica Blue can potentially draw enough cards to Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, and 7 cards is what you need to do Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike. Which so if the prep counters aren't stressed, then we can actually get to a lethal line from that, because that brings you to a 12 damage Shadow Strike, and then you just have to close it with your remaining allies.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? 3 cards from Chalice of Blood, 1 card for the turn. That's 7 total.
Yep.
Yeah. You can definitely do that.
That's a choice that Poro has to make here, which is not, I don't think, the easiest, because it also will probably put him pretty much out of interaction as well. Poro did preemptively get a Chalice of Blood. Again, another deck that runs it very well with the huge health pool and the ability to control damage with the Fractal. With the Obelisk. But,
right, yep.
I'm so used to saying fractals today.
right. No fractals here, fractals here.
And this is a stronger, this is talking about
Atmos. This card is sick.
Atmos, Armor type Ares, this is the one, I remembered the wrong name earlier, I just remembered it wrong, I guess, but this is the one that summons 2 Atmos shields. It's a 1/5 naturally, but it gets +1/+0 for each Atmos shield, and the Atmos shields can be rested in order to prevent damage to stuff. And also getting out our new Proxia's Vault card, which is the
Oh yeah.
yeah, which
Very
is the
recent.
sword Reciprocity Doramija's Call, which is going to be a pretty cool little card because here it is going to it's going to just be like an extra weapon to push a little bit of extra damage. And it will allow. I don't think there are any upkeep abilities that Poro has in play. But
It's also just a sword as well, you know?
yeah, it's just a sword, and the one thing it does too is if you use that negate ability, which says up to 1, by the way, you don't have to target an upkeep trigger.
That is true.
You're able to
yeah.
just put more tokens into play
Yeah,
with it as well.
Just makes a little 1/1 token. Okay. Yeah. I can see what he's putting down.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool line. It's really just Poro going like, fine, here's a million things. Instead
Right.
of playing into the Terrafring and stressing it, having that Atmos actually puts enough prevention now where a Shadow Strike Lion is actually not lethal any longer. And now there's just, okay, once the Terrafring's gone, next turn, there's just no way you're not dying to this entire board.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking a little dire for our wicked Tristan hero. But, you know.
What I'm trying to think of, I mean, no, there is something that some Tristans run Ensnaring Fumes. And Ensnaring Fumes right now is really disgusting. It'll just return all allies to their owner's hands.
So I actually run Ensnaring Fumes in my list as well, yeah.
Well, especially right now with Guoja, it's something that's actually pretty powerful to run.
Well, yeah, because when I was playing the deck the most, I was running up against a lot of slimes. And I was like, I need to get rid of these slimes. I just need to bounce them all back to the hand.
Yep. You don't want to kill them because that turns on Guy's Blessing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Having something like that right now would bounce all these tokens back to hand.
It's a pretty hefty cost. I think it's a base like 6 cost.
5 cost.
Five cost card, but it has the alternate cost of prep counters.
Yep.
Which I
but
don't think there's enough.
Chikaplu's been, it's 3 prep counters to play it for free, but Chikaplu's been stressed too much on prep counters now, and you know, hasn't had mastermind schemes, which if you ran 4 in your deck, maybe there's a higher chance of drawing.
I mean, he might be running 4.
He might.
For all
Yeah,
we
I have
know.
no idea. You don't always get them, that's for sure. Especially tough because things like Fairy Whispers are really just drawing wind cards into your hand. You have to kind of deliberately set up to draw that and stuff, which is something you usually do. But we're going to get a very powerful Viridian Protective Trinket.
Okay.
I mean, it does do something in this matchup, although at this stage it's like it's not really the issue at hand.
No, I mean, the issue is like the absolute army of robots that he's staring down.
There are many robots in play and not quite enough resources on board to deal with it. We're gonna imbue 5 or maybe something 6 just showing the hand, I think.
What is he? Yeah,
he's just showing the hand.
He's like, here's what I got.
Yeah, here's the Shadow Strike with an in cap up, I guess.
A very modest Shadow Strike.
The Shadow Strike is so rough. Look at this, because the Shadow Strike is going to be for 6 if he's using a weapon. But 5 even if not, because he's only prepping. Oh no, prepped with both. Sorry, so 6 without, 7 with a weapon, 6 without. Oh, I thought Poro was going to prevent 2 just to like be able to pop the Chalice at lowest possible health, but still is just going to take it, pop Chalice.
Yeah, he's able to pop it anyway.
Yep, and then going to take the hits, holding up that prevention until the last possible moment.
Yeah, keep in mind all the shadows can attack with the dagger as well, so they're coming in for 2 damage at least.
Yep, but still that was 1 off of lethal for Tristan.
Ooh.
And
1 prep counter away.
Yeah, and Poro not really worried about anything that Chikaplu has now. The in-cap is not going to do anything. The Sadie is obviously not useful. And then there's something else in the middle of the hand. I can't. Archon Broadsword, which is going to get +1 for each token you control. So Poro going for the style kill right now.
That's a big broadsword.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's 12.
12 attack?
12 right now, and then going for the Blade of Creation as well to go 16. The 16 damage cleave.
He's like, stop it, I'm already dead.
It kills the whole board, it kills both shadows, and unfortunately it takes Tristan out of the game.
Stop it, I'm already dead. I'm already dead.
Stop
you
it.
got it.
Yeah, and there we go. The Neos Tony taking down a deck that has been meta relevant since inception. The Shadow Strike.
My poor girl Tristan.
Yeah.
Getting taken down.
Unfortunate.
By Big Tony.
Yep. Guardian too strong. Obviously needs nerf.
Right.
Too much damage.
Robots too good. Too many robots.
It is a very fun deck. Like I said, the Neos deck is really fun. It's always just been not quite fast and decisive enough at level 3 to really make it in the competitive game, but it's still a ton of fun to watch this get played.
I don't know about you, Dan, but I'm a big fan of any deck that gets to level 3 and gets to do all of their advanced element shenanigans.
Oh,
especially when
that's
it's
the most
like
fun
you're just
thing.
big robots and mechs and stuff. I'm a fan. I'm a
Level
big fan.
3 gaming in Grand Archive. There's truly nothing better, which is why you and I are big Arasana fans, Tristan fans. So
Yes.
it's really fun to see both decks do that, but especially get to see Tenoris just like popping off, making that absolutely massive board.
Yeah, I mean, like Big Tony did Big Tony stuff, right? Didn't do like the whole like combo thing that we were talking about, but you don't need to do the combo when you have like 5 dudes and some weapons, and you
Yeah,
could also
yeah.
hit for like I don't know whatever the 12, whatever the damage was, 16. I don't know.
Yeah, the stuff gets pretty crazy. This is a tough deck to build too, though, because you're trying to fit in so many things. You're trying to fit in domains. You're trying to fit in Neos cards. You're trying to fit in generic good, like you need fracturizes.
Yeah.
You need all that kind of stuff, and like finding the right combination of everything certainly has, I think, eluded a lot of players as well. But yeah, so that's going to do it for that one. We are going to head out to, I believe, a 5-minute break after that exhibition match, and then we will be heading into round 4 of Ascent Seattle.
Yeah.
So stick around, swing on back.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみて先になったから叶うまで近い 果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々
All right, everyone, welcome back to Grand Archive Ascent Seattle, heading into round 4 of a very fun and very exciting event. I am Main Deck Dan, and I'm here with my friend Kel, Red Zone Rogue. How's it going, Kel?
Hello. It's going absolutely fantastically. As you mentioned, the event has been really fun and exciting so far, and I can't wait to get into some more Grand Archive action.
We just cast a very fun feature match,
Yes.
exhibition match of our organized play manager as well as one of the playtesters of the game playing Tristan versus Domain Tony, which is really fun to see. Now it's not something that we're probably going to be seeing going into this round.
Probably not. That's to belabor the point a little bit. We actually know at least one of the
Yes.
people playing in the next round, and if folks are familiar with a lot of competitive Grand Archive, they might know the name Jimmy Lee, and who is known for playing pretty off-meta but really interesting and cool decks and doing very well with them.
Specifically fire decks too. Jimmy Lee is not just a champion sort of one trick. He's kind of like an element specialist.
Yeah.
Right? So he's got the ability to take all. He's always had fire brews. Jimmy Lee has gone from the one who, well, ironically, talking about Tenoris, we had talked about this,
Yeah.
with, like popularizing the Creation's Will version of the deck that pops swords to make giant swords and attack.
Yep.
Going into in the last meta game, playing a lot of Fire Jin and being sort of like one of the few actual performers with Fire Jin in the last meta game.
Like the Fire Jin stand for sure.
Yes.
Like when I was like looking at all this stuff and being like, hey, I want to build a Jin deck. What what's out there? I just like I'm gonna take Jimmy's list.
What's out there is Jimmy Lee's list. That's,
yeah.
That's the one.
And it's gonna be like sweet, and Jimmy's gonna be the one who like pilots it to absolute like peak performance, and I'm just here like a bear on a unicycle trying to work my way through it.
And you have to understand too that again with such a skill input oriented game like Grand Archive, it takes a player who is a true specialist sometimes with these off meta decks to like really extract that great performance out of them. And Jimmy Lee is one of these players who is capable of doing that and has shown that ascent after ascent after ascent, always in regionals and everything, always able to take these and do some crazy performance that nobody would have expected.
I mean, I'll be honest, like I will look at like various Ascent like lists on Omnidex and all that kind of stuff, and I'll just be like, all right, where's Jimmy? I just scroll until I find him. Like he's got to be on something cool.
Yep.
And I literally do that almost every single time.
So we are going to see another very cool fire deck out of Jimmy Lee here.
Yes, we have heard word that Jimmy is running back a fan favorite. In fact, one of the original Grand Archive champions. He's going to be running Lorraine.
Yes, Fire Lorraine, but from what we hear, a list with a little bit of at least some paprika probably tossed into it, right?
A little bit of spice.
It'll be spiced up a little bit. Not your grandfather's Fire Lorraine.
right, sure.
Just a Jimmy Lee special.
Fire is really interesting, and we don't have the deck list, so we don't actually know what all the cards are in the list, but Valk and I were talking last round, we were talking about Fire being in an interesting spot in the meta right now because it feels like a lot of people are not running anti-fire cards like your lanterns and all that kind of stuff, and where fire cards are still very potent. You have stuff like your Rending Flames, right, that can deal just double damage essentially, and if your opponent isn't teched for that and they don't have answers or counters, then it can add up very quickly.
It adds up remarkably quickly, and actually with the new set, with Abyssal Heaven, there has been some interesting new, I will say more than interesting, I'll say some powerful new cards with a new mechanic called Kindle. Kindle, which has allowed players to even further use fire element cards in their graveyard to pay for costs. And allowing, we'll see if they're in Jimmy's list exactly, but there are a lot of like allies that are cheaper by kindling them out.
Yeah, essentially the way it works, right? It's like if it's Kindle and a number, you need to banish that number of fire cards, and then it reduces the cost by that, right?
Yeah, yep. You can banish that many to reduce the cost by that many. I believe it is up to. Off the top of my head,
I think you might be right.
I believe it's up to, which will allow you to kind of more efficiently spit out some crazy damage turns.
Oh yeah,
and well, I think a lot of people initially saw Kindle and said, well, I already want to banish these fire cards for other effects, so like, how am I supposed to do that? I think the advantage is saying, before it was, well, did you find the Rending Flames? No, then I don't know if you can kill.
Right.
Now it's, Well, if you don't find the Redding Flames, then you can just play out like 2 more allies for free and attack them. And it's this sort of more consistency that you get in the deck.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Assassin one. That's basically like if you kindle, it's like a 2-drop 3/1, which is a pretty good stat line.
Strong
in this game.
stat line that pushes a lot of damage. And we are going to be seeing Fire Lorraine against, you know it, you love it from rounds 1 and 2, but our Water Fractal deck is going to be the opponent as well, piloted by Tamia. I think we'll go with Tamia. And this is going to be, I think, a very fascinating matchup because Fire is sometimes a self-damaging list as well.
That's true.
And the Fractal deck sometimes gets a little bit of advantage from the opponent getting softened up a little bit. It can take you from like a turn off of kill to actually getting the win on that turn.
Interesting.
And that is going to be a potential advantage that Tommy is going to be looking for in order to take that out.
How do you feel, just generally speaking, if you're the Fractal player playing against something like this?
So I would say of all the Fire aggro decks, the Lorraine and Xander ones are the ones that are a little more alarming than the other ones.
Okay.
We've seen, the last match we saw, Fire Suzaku Guoja.
Yeah.
That list can be a really, really explosive once Suzaku hits the board. But until then, a lot of the effects that actually allow you to efficiently get those quest counters are self-damaging.
Yeah.
And these self-damaging lists, again, are just like softening the blow so much where it sort of accelerates the Fractal win by a turn if you can't actually find the exploding win yourself. And then the other new one is Fire Daochan. And
Right.
Fire Daochan has sort of a number of things a number of sort of like weak points that can be hit from doing things like bringing in Expel the Departed to banish their Phantasias, get rid of the Fire Bloom Flourish, so you're not going to be taking all that extra damage when you're trying to just play the game. And that kind of stuff is just a little easier to kind of tech into as well. So good old classic Fiza and Philo, as we like to call them, are the ones that are just going, well, I'm just going to put stuff on the board and attack you with it. And that actually makes it slightly more threatening than the other new flavors of the week on Fire Aggro.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard, generally speaking, that one of the weaknesses of the Fractal deck is just like aggressive allies type strategies.
If you can just push the win first, if you start putting pressure on turn 1, then it's up to the Fractal player to find a way to stop that.
And do the Fractal decks typically run a lot of like main board, like ally removal type stuff outside of the actual payloads?
Well, no, it's really the actual payloads that you have to. If the pressure is getting too high, some of the decks are running Frosthorn Paladin. I'd say a good chunk of them are, and that's another. You can use the Frosthorn Paladin to start to try and clear or prevent damage. And I'd say Tamiya here, they will be very, very advantaged by having if they're playing the Frosthorn version of the list, to be able to get a Frosthorn down and just leave it as an interceptor to try and just hold back as much of Jimmy Lee's damage as possible. Tommy's going to start with a Fractal of Refreshment, which is going to allow them to just sort of like cycle out those cards that aren't necessarily super useful.
Get like a little mulligan, mini mulligan on that card.
And then a Fractal of Snow coming down as well, which is, again, against Jimmy Lee, actually, this might be an activatable ability to try and cause the next ally to enter the field rested, which will prevent potentially lethal damage from happening. Now, Jimmy Lee's...
That is a beautiful
that's Jimmy
flex.
Lee's Ascent Houston graded Ithne Spirit of Fire. This is a beautiful card. It looks like actually that's the first place one. So at some point,
it's a very nice one.
At some point, Jimmy Lee decided, I want this really nice one that was initially won by True Champion Gaming's Caben.
My personal chase card, not necessarily the number one, just Einth in general. My personal chase card. Fire is my favorite element, and this art is absolutely fantastic.
I had only wished that they had printed a 9th place one, because then,
poor Dan.
then I might have joined the crew. But no, it's really fun. It's really fun to see Jimmy Lee drop that down, and just a reminder of his presence in the Fire metagame, and of course, the Fire All-Star ever since set 1, Hasty Messenger, seeing a lot of good old in today's event set 1 cards showing there.
Classic card.
Still powerful, still good. Is that a Sword Saint of Everflame coming down?
This is a really interesting one. This is a card that I first saw from Mortal Ambition. I was like, this card's really sweet, but it didn't really see a lot of meta play, and it's one that I like quite a bit. It has this extra effect that you can banish it from your graveyard. So if you're already discarding cards and stuff, you can get this additional bonus if you're not using it for any of the other stuff like Rending Flame. I like this card quite a bit.
Yeah, again, this card effectively represents a 5 damage potential swing at the worst, where it's as long as it's going to hit in for 3 at one point, then at some point you're still going to get another +2 out of it, which is just a lot of like card efficiency for damage, being able to not have to expend as many cards in order to close the game. And it's a 3/2 that has to be dealt with. And for a metagame with this Fractal deck that just, like we said, can't necessarily do a ton against it unless you're playing the Arasana version that can put out Polaris and potentially wipe it off the board, then...
That's an interesting point, actually, yeah.
Yeah, the ball is in Tommy's court right now to just like try and respond to the pressure that Jimmy Lee is immediately starting the game with.
Yeah, I mean, 4 power just on the board immediately. What's so cool about that Sword Saint is, like, even after it's dealt with, it still provide, damage value later on. I love cards that have, like, this kind of dual purpose.
We see, we're seeing more of these Fractals. I think that was maybe an Expel that departed in Tommy's hand as well.
So we do have the Frostworm Paladin, as you mentioned, a good card that could come into play and help clean up the board, and that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Yep, and they know that you have to take that Sword Saint out right now, that the 3 cannot exist on the board. But that does mean that basically that diverted the attack that, like, we really wanted to put at the Hasty Messenger, because with the power of all these new Kindle effects and Rending Flames and everything, and also Sword Saint being another card that you can just pitch to Hasty Messenger in order to have an extra value out of it later by then just banishing it from your graveyard to get the damage, that Hasty is going to accrue value that will very quickly bury the Fractal player if they can't find a win a little faster.
Yeah, Tamiya definitely opted to get rid of the threat rather than the engine in this case.
Yeah, and of course we're going to start off our main phase. We have a GCR in play. We're going to start off our main phase by attacking with that Hasty Messenger. Immediately get our draw and discard.
Did he attack into the Paladin?
It did attack into the Paladin because you cannot leave that ally in play, or you actually can't ever keep a board.
Yeah, you just got to pick off everything you have, basically. One
thing that the Fire deck has to respect, too, is the potential that Tommy is running an Art of War in the main.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Art of War is something that could certainly show up in the main, and if it does, a Frostworn Paladin in play getting a clear board opportunity with an Art of War in play means that Jimmy will not ever kill the Frostworn Paladin.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Just because these allies will come down and won't be able to do what the Crimson Tier is doing and attacking.
Right. I was gonna say Crimson Tier, Jimmy, a man after my own heart, playing Crimson Tier main deck.
This is the most respectful thing of the aggro metagame I have seen yet today, though, from Tamiya with this Chill to the Bone.
Chill to the Bone, yeah.
Chill to the Bone, hopping in there to actually just, like, take out the aggro players. Oh, excuse me, Dissuading Halt.
Oh, it's a Dissuading Halt.
This is a Dissuading. We had a mistake on the...
Oh, so it's still shrinking
but this is still an extremely respectful play. Just going to shrink it, which is actually going to save the Frostworn Paladin for now. Just for now, though.
Firehorse.
Because then the red hair is going to come down. Because of Crimson Tier, red hair is able to attack as if it didn't have Pride. It's another Hasty Messenger, actually, with a discard draw card.
So this is a 3/3 Hasty Messenger, yeah.
And this time, it looks like Jimmy just said, all right, well, fine then. Let me just, we'll just attack face.
I mean, he's got now 6 damage on board. Crimson Tier obviously won't get the additional bonuses until Jimmy levels up, but still... that's a lot of damage.
I mean, a 3/3 Hasty Messenger is so much better than a 1/2 Hasty Messenger in this deck. It's absolutely absurd.
Oh, yes.
It requires having a unique fire element human ally in play in order to, which is a lot of restrict. Well, it could be a Terra element human ally in play, but I believe that's mostly a flavor thing because I believe Lubu is Road Red Hair, I think so. But yeah, other than that, it is the fact that it is contingent on Jimmy Lee keeping this Crimson Tier in play right now, or having something like an Arthur or something later.
I mean, there's a lot of good, valuable fire unique allies, right? Everything from your big stuff like your Arthur to your small stuff like your Rokokos.
Yes, absolutely. We have a judge interaction. I believe there's a question. They're taking a look at these allies did not leave the field yet. They're taking a look at the effects right now, and I believe just checking to make sure things are...
Just seeing how red hair interacts with unique allies, possibly?
Yeah, Crimson Tier is not a human. Crimson Tier is an automaton.
Oh, that's true.
So the red hair was not able to attack. That's what's going on.
That is true.
Yeah, it does need to be a human ally for Crimson Tier. Right, Crimson Tier is an automaton. Yeah, because I ran it in Automaton Astra.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
Fire element, unique human ally.
Yeah,
All of
like
those
I said,
need
it's
to be
a lot of
met.
restriction,
Yes.
and so even it's easy to miss sometimes because every single one of those words has to be true in order for red hair to be able to ignore pride. So in this case, this is a complicated backup because it's not just the 3 damage, but it is the hasty messenger effect. It is the draw. It is
Right.
basically a drawing extra cards issue now at this point. So we are going to have to resolve this. It'll likely result in an infraction of some kind as we kind of try and rewind the game state and figure out how to resolve this. So yeah, we'll let the judges kind of resolve that right now. But just talking about Tamiya's position going into this now, that is obviously a huge gain, not having to take that red hair damage.
Yeah.
And lowering the number of fire cards that are going to end up in Jimmy's discard. And it looks like what we did was we rewound the attack, took back the discard, put back the drawn card, and then we're putting back a random card since we don't know which card Jimmy Lee drew. So a pretty standard rewind. And fixing the drawing extra cards, and likely just a warning of some kind issued to Jimmy Lee. It was a very easy mistake to make,
I mean,
like we said.
She does look like a human, to be honest.
She does.
And she does have the word human written on the card.
It's on there somewhere.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that doesn't quite count.
But she's
for
not
it.
a human, no.
But we're going back to Tamiya's turn, and we're going to go with a level into Dao-Chan, into an attack into Crimson Tier. Even though it's not setting up that red hair, you have to take the tier off the board.
Oh,
Because
for sure.
Now Tamiya's level 2 a human, which is going to turn on extra damage on Crimson Tier as well. Crimson Tier notoriously hating humans.
Yes, she is not a human, but she does not like them much. And it's just going to, I mean, as we saw, red hair wasn't able to attack, still not able to attack, right? Jimmy Lee's going to have to play a unique human ally in order to actually make use of that horse.
Yep, Jimmy Lee looking for something like an Arthur, which would, Arthur right now to this board would definitely enable a ton of damage that will put a crazy amount of pressure on Tamiya. If he can't find that, though, I'm sure he's got some other lines that are going to put quite a bit of pressure on, too.
Yeah, I think Arthur is kind of like, I don't call it a nuts card, but it's like one of the top cards you'd want to draw.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And on Tamiya's side, we're building to the 3rd Fractal. The 3rd Fractal is going to start to enable things like Zhang Zhao, if we see those in the list. And just starting to enter a little bit closer to finding the actual kill lines.
Yeah, for folks watching who maybe haven't watched the all of the other rounds so far, this Fractal deck kind of has like a critical mass point where you want to get to around like what 4 or 5 Fractals before you can really start popping off.
Yeah, then you start to get things like Burst Asunder, which is going to deal 2 damage plus 2 for every Fractal sacrificed on resolution. Starts to get to the point where it's doing 10, 12 damage. Jimmy is going to Lorraine, which is going to give him that extra health buffer of 5, going to put the sword out, and going to definitely crank up the pressure and potentially turn on kills just through things like Rending Flames now. So there's a lot to be concerned about from Tamiya's side, but if Jimmy can't, again, find that kill fast enough, then it is going to be Fractal's game to just, like, outvalue on the board and outscale the value of all the cards that they play.
Yeah, the Fractals deck plays very bursty, right? You just amass Fractals so you get to the point where you can just kill your opponent in the span of like a turn or two, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and like we said, it's a matchup that isn't the one you necessarily are excited to face as the Fractal player because it's not like it's an unwinnable matchup. It's not like it's a hard counter for the Fractal deck, but it is not. It's not always an easy game.
Right. There's a lot of like meaningful, aggressive threats.
Yep, and like if red hair was turned on by Crimson Tier, then that was really representing a pretty crazy amount of damage. And there are other human allies that could have been that would have turned that on a little faster as well.
I do spy another Crimson Tier in hand at least. Unfortunately, will not activate the red hair as we mentioned.
I'm not positive. I think I might have seen a Blanche in hand, which would be an interesting. Maybe I didn't. It'd be quite a fire aggro card to play, but it would be a very heads up play against the Fractal deck.
Yeah, Blanche is a quite nice card against the Fractal deck.
We're going to see a fiery momentum though, which is going to deal a pretty hefty chunk of damage. I think I was trying to count quickly. I think I saw maybe 4 fire cards in yard. Which
I think it was close to like 6 damage, something like that.
Chunks out a 6 damage fiery momentum, swinging with hasty, adding in the Sword of Seeking +1 damage too. So we're getting a lot of damage on the board and just putting that pressure on, requiring Tamiya to find an answer to be able to close it out or to just close it out on her own. But she's spending the entire game attacking the Frostborn Paladin into the board instead, which you have to do. But
that Paladin's put in a lot of work.
Yeah. That's why they went out of their way to protect it. The -3, the dissuading halt to prevent the damage. Very important. Here we go. Like we said, get the three
yes.
fractal sets of Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao has on enter, depending on the amount of cards you remember, you do something, and they're all good. In particular, there's 2 relevant modes in this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
The draw 2 cards at 0, but also choosing to put 1 down to get that recover 4 can put you out of the lethal range as well. And it is it is a choice here to go for the draw cards instead, saying, okay, like I think if I draw cards, I will be able to hold off any threats.
And they are amassing a critical mass of fractals.
Yeah, and that's the advantage when you start playing these drawing cards. Then you are able to certainly start to get your fractals out faster and faster. We did get a backup charger from Tamia in this turn as well, which will allow her the opportunity to fracturize the power cell. And the fracturized power cell puts a 5th fractal on board, and then we start to really see, okay, the hasty messenger's gone. The Zhang Zhao did 1 damage. 19 is sort of the threshold we're looking at now. I would be pretty surprised if Jimmy had the spicy Lorraine level 2 in here, but it is possible for the ally matchup.
Yeah, Lorraine level 2 gets +2, and then the ability to draw cards on ally
kill,
death.
Yeah. So and actually here, if there
could be relevant.
Yeah, if there was for some reason a flame sweep in Jimmy Lee's deck too, that's a potential to block a bunch of damage.
Flame sweep, I didn't even consider flame sweep. Yeah, flame sweep would be pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean that would get rid of Frostthorn, that would get rid of Zhang Zhao, that would draw 2 cards for Jimmy,
Yeah.
that would clock a chunk of damage on the opponent. It would be a pretty good time, I think.
Well, pretty good time for Jimmy at least.
For Jimmy,
Yeah.
not for everybody.
Right. So let's see what he's going to materialize. I
He's
don't
gonna
think it
materialize
is.
a
Okay,
water bobble.
just a bobble.
Yep. Water bobble, probably the most run bobble for a few months now. Definitely.
I think that's a very safe bet.
You definitely just go into these tournaments right now expecting you to play some amount of water. It looks like we are going to Hone by Fire on the sword. So Jimmy is showing his hand, setting up, saying, okay, again, just like last round, Dawn of Ashes strategy, in this case, Fractured Crown strategies from all the way back to Ascent Houston. Let's put +2 damage on the sword. And if we use something like Rending Flames now, that is going to do a ton of extra damage because it'll add 3 to the,
It'll be
3 to the
12?
attack. It'll
12 total?
and double it from Rending Flames. So we're talking about a 12 damage Rending Flames. Maybe what Jimmy's going for here. But alternatively, he might not be. He might just be putting pressure on and keeping the sword out to set up for something later.
Yeah, I mean, putting the durability counter on isn't nothing, either.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, you're in Fire Aggro, what you're trying to do is trade cards for damage. It's every card in my hand needs to equal some amount of damage. And Hone by Fire here is actually a 2-cost fast speed during Recollection phase plus 3 damage, technically minimum.
Right.
Because it does 2 on the addition of the attack, but it also does 1 on the addition of the durability because it allows that sort of seeking to be used an extra time.
Here we have another Fiery Momentum coming out.
Yeah, instead we're just gonna pump that up. Fiery Momentum. We are crashing for 3.
So 7?
So-
Did I count 7 in the
Yeah,
bin?
I think that was
So
7.
9
So-
total from Fiery Momentum plus an additional. What do we say for the sword?
3.
3 for the sword.
Yep. So
12?
I believe we're looking at 11 or 12 or something. There's a lot of damage going on here for sure.
I think I counted 12 here.
2 plus 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I would say that sounds correct. Do we have a spicy Song of Frost? Do we have a spicy negation for the activation of the Fiery Momentum? A Glimmering Refusal here would get Tamiya out of this situation.
So Glimmering Refusal, that's the one that basically counters their card unless you pay the number of fractals you have, right?
Exactly. It'll negate any card unless the number of fractals you own is paid, which is definitely not going to be payable by Jimmy Lee in this current situation.
Right.
And that, I feel like we would have seen that slam pretty quick if that was in Tommy's hands. So she must be considering if there's a way to potentially dig to it or something. This is a case where, having to put pressure on with that Frosthorn Paladin is a little bit tricky because you need to take the stuff off the board. We're asking a judge ruling question privately right now. So just probably checking how something resolves here, and we'll see if there's an interaction piece. But just in the meantime, being able to leave that Frosthorn Paladin up is actually very strong in this scenario because Jimmy just didn't have a ton of cards in hand, might not have been able to set up an attack that would take down the 2/3 Interceptor before Fiery Momentum. And so the Fire Momentum would have just had to go straight into the Interceptor if he had no other way to clear it. But in that case, you're also leaving the Hasty Messenger up and sort of do I take the risk now or later is really the question, because if the longer you leave that Hasty Messenger in play, the harder and harder the fire momentum will hit by the time it actually can be played.
It just gives you all that, that card filtering and, advantage. It's
or potential Kindle strategies or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Turn all of that on as well. So we're counting damage. We're considering. I'm trying to look in hand. I'm trying to tell if any of those card arts are Glimmering Refusal. The second we're gonna
fracturize the weapon.
Okay, so we are probably asking a question about what happens if the weapon becomes fracturized. I
think so. I think that's what they're asking here.
But the attack does. So the issue, it depends on when you're activating this. If the weapon is being used in the attack already, it will. I believe it will still add the damage to the attack because the attack stat is still on it and it's already being used.
It's an interesting call. This is not something I've actually thought about too much.
If you do it in response to the activation of the attack, I think you're okay.
Yeah, they're asking if it's happening after the card resolves.
Yep, that is the question. You would need to do it before the card activation resolves. And so I believe the card had resolved based on how the players had played, so the fracturize no longer was going to prevent damage. It was going to be a Fantasia with attack that is still already being used in the attack and adding the damage, which makes it a lethal attack.
Yep, I think it was 12 damage, which is more than enough to be a lethal attack. And I will like to note, just for folks watching, if you are attending any event at all, just never be afraid to ask a judge for a ruling question. If there's anything that comes up, always utilize the judges. They're there to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I've talked to too many players who have told me stories afterwards of saying, my opponent did this. It seemed kind of sus, but I didn't really want to. The thing that I've been bothered most by is I didn't really want to bother a judge. And the thing is, the judges at these events are even not the stream judge. Obviously, here is dedicated to this one game, but the judges here at this event are literally here for the express
that's
purpose
why they're here
of making sure the game is played properly. So it's never bothering the judge to put your hand in the air, call judge, and say, hey, you know what, my opponent said it works this way. I'm just not positive. Can you confirm that for me? Your opponent should understand, because we all want to make sure the rules are played correctly. And the judge absolutely wants to come over and help. And trust me, from the judge perspective, if you know all the rules to the game and you've spent all this time learning them, you want to be able to well, here's how this works. This, let me explain it to you. I'm happy to do that. It takes a lot of effort and time to be a judge, and in doing so, you want to sort of get that out of it, where you get to teach people and help people play better. So always call for a judge if you have any questions about how things work.
Yeah, especially for like somewhat complicated questions like we just had.
Okay. Yes. So here's we do have the exact resolution of this. And the judge asked what her intention was, and she replied with, "I'm playing the Fracturize in response to the attack declaration." Now, this is just a complicated portion of how attack cards resolve in Grand Archive, but there are basically 2 steps to resolving an attack card. The first one is the activation of the attack card.
I see.
And the resolution of activating an attack card enters you into the combat sequence. The combat phase after that, on resolution. At that
so you're
point,
already attacking after it resolves.
So when you are activating, you're attempting to, as on the resolution, create the combat. So before it has resolved, you have not declared an attack. You've just declared the activation of an attack card.
Okay.
Once it resolves, then you are basically in the attack sequence. You have declared the attack, so that would be in response to the attack declaration at that point.
Okay.
It is a very small, very minor, nuanced ruling, but again, it does have impact on how certain things work, whether they're in combat right now or not. Because once the attack declaration has occurred, that is when weapons are chosen to be used alongside the attack.
So in this instance, you would need to play your effect in response to the card being played, right?
Correct.
Before it resolves.
Card being activated. Yeah. Yep, the attack card being activated is when that needs to happen. So this is something like playing into Icebound Slam, very important as well, to know exactly how everything works. When whether are we in combat right now or not, know, for certain card effects. So it's something that in the last meta game, a lot of players were definitely starting to understand and flex knowledge on a little bit more. But we're going to go into game 2 here with Fire Lorraine up a game after some decisive fiery momentums. And Tommy's going to start Spirit of Water into a Fractal of Snow, and then a Pass the Turn. So just a 1 Fractal start right now. Really, I would say looking to, again, try and establish those fractals as quickly as possible. A 1 Fractal start probably is less than optimal, but there's only so much you can do with your draw 7 sometimes.
The Fractal deck seems to be one of those decks where you have like half build up, half payoff, right?
Yeah.
And if you draw one half or the other half without any glimpse or any other deck manipulation, it can be a little, I don't want to say clunky, but a little rough.
Yeah, there are cards in there that will certainly help you find those. We talk about Dissonant Fractal and Fractal of Insight.
Yeah.
And Fractal of Refreshment. There's a bunch of those, but you know, sometimes you see Fractal of Snow. Sometimes you see Unstable Fractal. Sometimes you don't see the stuff you need. And powerful start from Jimmy.
Speaking of stuff you need,
Yeah.
this is an ideal fire aggro start, right? You jam down your Arthur, give him immortality, and then you play something else. This time, nice 2 damage Hasty Messenger, which also gets the effect, which is very nice.
Yep, this is and I believe we had an Immortal Arthur here too. So Jimmy Lee kind of respecting that possibility of getting a Frosthorn Paladin kind of kill off on the Arthur and saying, I'm going to keep it for at least a turn, which might be important for turning on something like Red Hair or something next turn.
That's true.
Or at least forcing, if he does that, that will force out two things need to happen for Tommy. He needs to put a second Fractal into play in some way, which might involve fracturizing that power cell, and then would need to have a refracting missile to deal with the Arthur to stop the Red Hair from being played. But here we see the start of what looks like a potential line with a wonderful sleeve.
Right.
And that, and then fracturizing that, giving us a second Fractal, paying 3. Putting in the Frosthorn Paladin,
yeah.
Eat that, and this is again respecting the Frosthorn Paladin. So the Frosthorn Paladin cannot take out that Arthur, and Tommy has to decide: am I going to take out the Hasty Messenger, or am I going to leave this back now to respect the attacks?
Yeah, that is an interesting call. Like, do you want to just cut the engine now, or do you want to protect your own life total?
Yeah, and there are advantages and disadvantages to both. But again, like we saw, that those fire momentums actually get to lethal range.
Oh yeah.
Because of the existence of the Hasty Messenger in the last game. So Tommy's saying, yeah, that's no, enough of that.
Yeah, I mean that card can accrue just an absurd amount of value if it's just left unchecked.
Absolutely. But that is going to leave the Arthur in play, and now at least with the buff counter on the Frosthorn Paladin. It is a little tougher to take it out, but if Jimmy has that Red Hair again, Red Hair's a 3/3 innately, +1 from Arthur, so the Red Hair can just straight trade right out, not even trade, can just straight take out the Frosthorn Paladin.
That's true.
And then the Arthur can swing in, and that was only 3 cards out of Jimmy's hand so far. And that would put Jimmy in a pretty commanding presence in the game and require Tommy to build a lot of fractals pretty quickly to be able to find a way to kind of get out of it.
Yeah, Arthur is just a very scary card in general, and he can represent an absolute absurd amount of damage. So depending on what Jimmy has in hand and what he wants to do this turn, he can just push a lot of damage, or he can try to go for the trades. And it looks here that I think a trade might be likely.
Yep, Sword Saint, another 3-power attacker that is 4 with Arthur. And we have the Dissuading Halt again. This Dissuading Halt has been actually pretty cool for Tommy.
No, Sword Saint, you may not. You may not kill my paladin.
It is a floating memory card, but only on class bonus. So Tommy's going to need to get to Dao-Chan before she's able to use that to play another Frosthorn Paladin or something. But yeah, that's actually pretty huge. Sword Saint does cost 4, so it's taking a pretty significant chunk of Jimmy Lee's tempo in order to play that. And now it just dies to the Frosthorn Paladin again, or Arthur dies to it. And if Arthur dies to it, then Jimmy Lee needs to put 2 more things down and put them both into the Frosthorn Paladin and hope she doesn't have another Dissuading Halt.
Yeah, I mean, I really think, just like the first game, this Frosthorn Paladin is going to be an incredibly important part of this this game and this matchup.
Going to Dao-Chan and going to take the random card to get the level here. Let's see. Hopefully something not critical gets hit. There's a Fractal of Insight, so...
Okay.
Probably not terrible. There are certainly more fractals to have in hand that might make that not a big deal. And I think I see a refracting missile in there, which might need to be used. Yeah, that was just drawn. Might need to be a defensive piece as well to keep off the damage. And if so, Tommy's going to be doing a good job this game of actually just not dying to things, which is pretty cool.
Picking off the... This is a nice one here.
We have John Yu, Fate's Premonition. So we're going to have to hear what she's naming with this card, but this is going to make cards cost more.
Yeah, this is a pretty spicy include. I'm gonna try to listen in.
Yeah, we're trying to listen in and hear what is being named by Jianyu. It is naming Fiery Momentum. That makes sense.
That does make a lot of sense.
You know what? I did not
Fair.
like that last game.
Fair.
So yeah, all fiery cards named Fiery Momentum are going to cost 2 plus X more to play, where X is the amount of Phantasias that she controls, and that it is a Fantasia itself. So that brings Fiery Momentum up to a pretty absurd cost of 8.
You're not playing Fire Momentum. Yeah.
This says Fiery Momentum is not a playable card anymore.
Like actually just not playable. It becomes discard fodder basically.
Yep. And Jianyu is a unique Fantasia. That's really important to note, because otherwise you could jam 4 of these in your deck and just lock your opponent out of all their win conditions.
That would be brutal.
So, but only one of these can be in play at a time.
Another Paladin coming on, and with a board of 2 3/4s with Intercept, she's providing a pretty robust defense here.
The power of Frostborn Paladin can't be understated.
Yeah, the card is so good.
It's been a
the card
top-tier
is so
card
good
since it came out in Dawn of Ashes. It was really the only card that was making water playable for a little while.
I mean, a 3/4 for 3 that draws a card.
Yeah.
With like a pretty low requirement to do so is very, very good.
I would say in general now, a lot of the metagame, a lot of choices for cards you play and stats you're looking at are really shaped around the existence of Frosthorn Paladin. It is truly, I think, a meta warping card, one that has made sure that players have to respect the amount of damage it can deal, the amount of damage it can absorb. Both ways to be able to find a way to get it. Is this what do we have here? An impact hammer, or a different? No, that's the new sword. I think that is the new sword. Which I am blanking on the name of here, but I'm sure we'll get it pulled up here shortly.
What is interesting about the sword, since it is fire element, that it can get buffed by the Sword Saint from the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. This card is, but this is basically going to give Jimmy a pretty strong damage source that will allow him just to, right now he's got to string together damage to get rid of these Frosthorn Paladins, because now that the board is more under control for Tamiya, then now she's just being able to start clocking damage in.
Yeah.
And with 2 Frosthorn Paladins, you can play real safe. You can punch with 3, and then you can hold back to prevent 3 as well, or prevent more than 3 as well.
Yeah, I think if you're in Tommy in this situation, you got to be feeling pretty in control.
Yeah, this has been just Frosthorn Paladins, and I want to really, really point out that Dissuading Halt and how much that Dissuading Halt impacted the flow of this game, really taking it from being in, right away we're like, wow, this is Jimmy Lee is really pushing the pedal on the game, to he's trying to string together now, trying to find a way to actually deal with this.
I think it's actually what makes a lot of these here we have a Rending Flames.
Yep, we do have a Rending Flames with this buffed up sword as well, which is going to push a pretty huge amount of damage. I'm trying to remember. I believe the sword is a 2 damage.
I think so.
A 2-attack sword.
So I think this may have the intent to kill one of the Paladins. Or do you think it's going to go face?
Up to 3 now. I think the die might be representing its current damage, which would make it a 12 damage attack, which is not quite lethal, but it's getting pretty darn close. Now we do have Dao-Chan. There it is, Forge Light Blade. All right, here we go. So yeah, it is a +1 normally, but it has on enter deal 4 damage to your champion. So it is a self-damaging thing just for basically a 2 damage attack sword twice. So we're going to kind of chunk some damage on with this Rending Flames, unless Tamiya with the the Woken Up Dao-Chan is potentially going to have a way to respond to this as well. We'll see if there's anything.
I think she
no, there isn't.
Just took it on the chin.
Take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Dao-Chan at 1 life remaining now. Okay, so we'll back up. This was a case where maybe the Frosthorn needed to be on defense again. Or are we going to just get a kill?
Oh, interesting.
Let's see what happens here.
So this is one of the big payoff cards.
Yeah, Dao-Chan activating Shimmering to deal 3 damage, draw a card into memory. That should put Lorraine at 7 damage so far, and Dao-Chan needs to find 13 damage.
And then that's not unheard of with this deck.
It's not with 2 Frosthorn Paladins in play. It's actually very easy to do. Burst Asunder is actually game for Tamiya right now. So
right.
like a risky maneuver to not leave the Frosthorns back, but
Maybe it's a maneuver that is going to pay off.
it very well might. If Tommy's got the Burst Asunder, I would say we are going straight to game 3 then. Let's see how she's reacting to be able to find that kill.
Yeah, we do have a materialization phase here.
Considering some options here, I'm sure like we still have GCR, so we still have a draw card option available.
Yep.
Probably really thinking about what interaction, if any, Jimmy might be able to have here, or I would say if she has to think about this too much, that's probably a sign that the Burst Asunder isn't there. So needs to consider: am I digging, or am I just leaving the Frosthorn Paladins up so I can have another turn to find it?
I mean, yeah, the Frosthorn Paladins on defense are just kind of annoying if you're the fire player.
2 Frosthorn Paladins on defense are you cannot win by attacking.
Yeah, 4 health is just really hard to get through.
But Fire Lorraine does not need to attack to win as well. There are plenty of things that you can do to throw a sword, or
That's true. That's
or
true.
Vermilion Decree to do damage. We did find a Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao to heal 4 is actually pretty powerful, and it looks like since we're resting 2 fractals, and I think we're putting 1 in reserve. I think this is
Yep. That's heal 4.
Zhang Zhao, not only a draw 2 cards, but a recover 4.
Yeah, incredibly versatile card. I mean, a card that has 4 separate effects lends itself to be very versatile.
At recover 4, we're gonna swing with a Frosthorn, and then I think we're going to be respectful here with the second one. No, we're not. We're going
all
in. We're going
face
in.
all the time.
We recovered the damage. We have a refracting missile in play, so maybe we are going to be just fine. The refracting does only 4 damage right now, so actually a second fractal causes refracting to be lethal. And if we had a dissonant fractal, we would actually get there.
I see another Zhang Zhao
A second
and Hao.
Zhang Zhao is actually playable too. You can rest the final fractal and then put 2 more cards down. That's still 3 in memory. And you can get the Zhang Zhao for another recover 4 and attack for 1 more. But instead, I think we're just going to hold back. That refracting missile to kill an ally means that you probably don't need to leave the Frosthorn Paladins back and can just kind of clock Jimmy and say, all right, you have this turn to find the kill, and Fiery Momentum, again, is not one of the options to do so. Rending Flames also banished 3 fire, so I don't think Jimmy even has much of a yard now.
He's definitely really low. I don't know exactly how many fire he has in there, but it's going to be difficult to do so.
Yeah, a lot of lines are not looking like crazy lethal, but that Forge Light Blade is still out there with 2 damage available on it, and there are ways to pump the damage on that sword alone to make it killable, and a Refracting Missile does not do anything there. A Fracturize in hand would actually respond to the Forge Light Blade if it gets a buff to prevent it from being used in an attack, if the buff happens before the attack sequence. I don't think we have any Song of Frost, so I don't think that's going to be on the table either. We'll have to see if Jimmy can kind of push out the actual damage, and he's going to go, of course, for the Water Resonance Bauble. Let's draw more. Let's find that. I think I see a Tempered Steel in hand. We do see another Rending Flames. So Rending Flames plus Sword is already lethal outside of having a way to negate the Rending Flames.
Yeah, so here we have, looks like just an attack, no Rending Flames.
Just an attack with no Rending
Perhaps
Flames.
he's going to go with an ally route, playing a couple allies down and try to finish off with that.
Going with an ally route would probably be the problem.
Blazing Throw. He's just going to throw it for 4 damage.
The good old Blazing Throw works too. Like I said, there are other ways to deal damage that are not attacks.
Yeah, he just needed to deal 5 damage this turn. So just chip in for a little bit and then Blazing Throw.
Yeah, and that's a pretty challenging position to be in, because you definitely did have the option of recovering 4, but that puts you basically completely hands down as well.
Right.
This is really just that sort of like Fire getting to the stage, and we've all been here before, but Fire getting to the stage where I will get you next turn. Which you can shut down 1 or 2 of my routes. I still have like 1 or 2 other ones to be able to take to close the game. And this is the power again, like Jimmy Lee, the fire expert, the man who's built so much fiery momentum over his career that he's able to take basically any fire list to an Ascent level event or higher and perform well with it.
I mean, even when his fire momentum is unplayable.
Yes, yeah. Even when the Fate's Premonition is saying that I don't think you're going to win this game, Jimmy Lee usually finds a way. He's a very capable player and shows that he knows the lines, he respects He respects some of the things that happened. I do want to say, though, from Tommy, we saw some really cool cards being
Yes.
played that I think people are maybe underrating. Especially ways to to prevent damage with floating memory. That turn to allow two Frostborn Paladins to exist with Dissuading Halt
Yep.
was very, very game warping and made it so that Jimmy really only had one more turn to close things off.
It was a nice little like 1-2 punch, right? Like protect my paladin, and then play another paladin, cash it in, get that extra value, card draw, and the buff on the paladin.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Dissuading Halt's a pretty interesting and cool like tech card.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And given that Fire Aggro is a scarier matchup for the Fractal player to be playing against, and like I said, especially, we started this out by asking what about the different Fire Aggro decks going into Fractals.
Yeah.
And that really showcased the power of the sort of traditional warrior or assassin builds, where
Yeah.
they're very flexible. Should I attack for 1,000,000? Okay, you shut that down. Should I just attack with a bunch of allies? Okay, you're shutting that down. Should I just attack a little bit and throw, at some
Oh, yeah.
every single turn you're at least clocking a little bit of damage and getting the point where at some point we'll find a way. We'll find a way to empty it. And it's not quite as reliant on getting either certain things in play or getting that the enough stuff to happen for the Suzaku to transform or something.
Yeah, I like Jimmy's version of it too. He's running interesting cards. Like we mentioned, the Sword Saint, the card that I thought was always really cool from Mortal Ambition that didn't really see a ton of play, and actually seeing it here has been very just cool and interesting, and that is on par with a lot of Jimmy's lists in my in my experience. Right, he's always rocking some like spicy tech.
Yep, and getting the start to sometimes with this deck where you can go Arthur into Red Hair is just going to be like
Arthur's
totally,
so good.
It's going to put you pretty far ahead in tempo. It's going to put you building up that graveyard with the fire cards so that when you get to those later turns, you have the resources that you need to be able to just pop off a win like that. It's a very powerful combination of cards. Just make sure it's not the Crimson Tear that you're trying to turn on the Red Hair. This is an automaton. It does not work.
Crimson Tear does not like humans. She is not a human.
Yep, exactly. But outside of that, I mean, there are so many powerful allies that you can run out there. 3 power allies that do things, and lots of ways to find that. Whether you're combining a Sword Saint with a Hasty to take care of a Frosthorn Paladin, or Arthuring a Sword Saint to take care of a Frosthorn, you've got options. You've got ways.
Yeah, and it's kind of like I don't know, cool to see this type of deck archetype here at Ascent Seattle. This is, as we mentioned a few times over the stream, this is the very first event following HVN, and we only have been 1 week out, and seeing all of the different deck archetypes and variations and everything has been really interesting. And we do have like that breakout deck, like the Fractals deck, but even in that we've seen a lot of variation, right? Even in the match that we just saw, playing some cards that we haven't actually seen before. So I think it's very interesting meta this weekend.
Yeah.
Even if we do see a lot of like these Fractal decks, I think there's still like some interesting and cool like variations between them.
Yeah, we're gonna keep seeing a lot of Fractal decks that are popping up. There are Fractal decks all over the place here. A lot of teams are on Fractals. A lot of players are just bringing Fractals.
We've seen Dao-Chan Fractals. We've seen Vanitas Fractals. There's been whispers of maybe Arasana kind of getting in the mix
Kong
there.
Ming Fractals is another one
Kong
as
Ming,
well. That is another
Ooh,
one that
spicy.
sneaks in as well. The Kong Ming Fractal variant having sort of an interesting, different game plan where it just wants to put down an Ardent Cloud Striker and punch damage in that way. And that really lowers the threshold for the number of fractals you need to have in play to close things, and also gets to run things like the Taigi, which is it's a fractal that simply can continue to punch damage at the opponent when you shift your currents from, I believe it is south to east, in order to get that damage, and also running Hydra Guard Retainer, which is north to west to draw a card.
Okay.
So the Kong Ming version is pretty interesting too. It gets to run some of those good Kong Ming cards, as well as just having a pretty traditional fractal end game with Burst Asunder.
Yeah.
And it is something that it's a little more, like you said, whispers on the wind, as to whether or not it's showing up in today's tournament. But it was nice in this round to see. Well, the Fractals won both of the first 2 rounds that we had them on stream. You get to see a Fire Aggro deck just taking it out.
Yeah. We mentioned the deck, but the deck definitely has weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And that is one of the weaknesses, and that's one of the weaknesses I've heard, from a lot of the players this weekend who are piloting the Fractals deck. They're kind of afraid of aggressive decks, ally-based decks, which it's great to have obviously this checks and balances, especially when you have a breakout deck like this. to have like obvious counters, initially.
Yeah, and so far this does not feel like a situation at Ascent Toronto
Right.
where we had the one deck that had a card that just made it dominating. We do have a deck in this tournament today. It is a very present deck. It is getting played a lot. It is winning a lot and still losing games. And still losing a good number of matches. We will see how it bears out as the tournament gets deeper and deeper, because obviously that starts to, as a tournament does, sort of weed into the players who are a little more skilled, prepared, or fortunate in different cases, depending on the player, and start to get paired against each other and start to see how those players can deal with it. Whether they are players who are engaging in the Fractal shenanigans themselves or trying to beat it. We'll start to see how all of those end up handling everything.
Yeah, and we are currently setting up for the player interview at the end of the round here, but they're kind of still over there setting up. So
we're
gonna go
shortly.
a couple more minutes.
Couple more minutes, but this is gonna be a good interview because again, Jimmy Lee, been playing the game since launch, been playing since Ascent Houston at a competitive level, and I'm hoping he's gonna have some as sort of one of the resident most expert fire players. He should hopefully have some interesting things to say about, especially the Fractal matchup and any preparation. I hopefully will ask about that, how he manages that.
Yeah, fire players, and also kind of just like a known brewer, right? Always comes in with some spicy tech.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to that interview and let's see what he has to say.
Hello, everyone. I am here with your round 4 winner, Jimmy Lee, just coming off a very hot win with that Fire Lorraine deck. And I just want to ask the question in the room right now. What made you decide to bring that deck to this specific Ascent?
So that is a really good question. So I think everyone who knows me and who's been around the game for a while by now knows I definitely have an archetype. I like my protagonist warriors that go in for the win themselves. And I'll be honest, I was not quite sure I could make Ascent Seattle until literally this week. So I started testing this Tuesday. I picked up something. I wanted to play the Red Harry. It looked interesting. And I played it, and I just kept winning and testing, and I stuck with it. I wanted to be kind of like a blazing roar today.
Awesome. That's super great to hear. And yeah, you're sort of known for that specific archetype. We've seen you on the likes of Tonoris. We've seen you on Jin. And then the tried and true, though, Lorraine as well. And sort of now, since you have 4 rounds of experience underneath your belt currently going into this, how are you feeling stacking up against the current meta decks that you're running into?
Oh, well, that is a good question, because I am definitely going through what you can go through within the first week of a new meta, where you find out, oh, hey, this deck exists. So yeah, I found a couple of decks that have made me really be like, I'm not sure I might have went in Lorraine if I knew about them, but now that we're in it, we're sticking through it, and so far so good. So I'm gonna just keep trusting in it.
Perfect. That's awesome to hear there. And besides Red Hair that came out in HVN, were there any additional like fire cards that gave you the signals that was just like, this is definitely what I'm looking for?
To be honest, I always play with my heart first, so I go with just what I think thematically is cool. I like Rending Flames, so I've always liked the idea of a Rending Flames deck. I like the Red Hair. He looked new. He kind of also pushed the deck in a different direction with the more unique human allies as well, being able to play those. And then I haven't got a chance to play with the new Sword Stain, not from this set, but the last set yet. And now I get a chance to do that. So it's feeling pretty fun. I get to try these new cards.
Perfect. That is wonderful. And we're going to be going into lunch here shortly. You're going to have that quick break to go ahead and recoup. And before we get into that second half of rounds, what are you wanting to run into for these last half of your day?
So if I could have my wish, if I could like maybe get a little bit less on the watery side and maybe less wet, I wouldn't mind that too well. But you know, at the end of the day, bring it on. I want to face you all. I want to face everyone, and I'm looking forward to facing everyone. And just let me know. Yeah, just let me know. I'm looking forward to it is all.
Perfect. And you heard that here. Jimmy is ready to take down everyone at this competition. And without further ado, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Jimmy.
Say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to say I am sent here by Hyper Collectibles. Great store, great guy. He gets me to these Ascents. So please support your locals. But if you don't have a place to order Grand Archive, Hyper Collectibles. Thank you.
高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔 く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い 果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
It's not going to be, as you expected, a meta deck or anything of that nature. It is all going to be for fun, and we're going to actually see the amount of birds coming into play. And for those of you joining us here as well, I'm Valkyrie, this is Chickaplu, and we're doing an exhibition match as everyone's out on lunch enjoying their time.
Yeah, so we're going to see a pretty cool matchup here. So I believe we're going to have Poro back on the screen. And he's going to be piloting a Fire Guoja Siryu deck, so he's going to be trying to get the dragon out as fast as possible and start blasting. And then Byfall is playing, I think he's playing Wind Guoja, but this is focusing on the fledgling cards. So he's playing a lot of the cards that summon the bird tokens, and then like the Wing Peak Patriarch that gives them all +1. So he's really trying to just go super wide with birds and just attack as fast as possible.
And then runs the music box with the harmony of the one that summons those bird tokens as well when it harmonizes, which is really gonna be cool to see. I want to see like how many of these like 0/1 bird tokens are gonna get on the field for Byfall, and then the just attack in.
Yeah, no, it's actually pretty crazy how fast you can get birds on the field. Because of the music box and the recursion of the melodies and stuff, you can really just sort of like two birds, two birds, two birds, two birds, and then squirrel, cat, and then it's just like, you know, the whole horde of animals is just chasing you down.
Byfall pretty much playing a zoo deck, right? You got
An actual zoo, yeah, it's like the zoo. Someone opened the doors and then...
Yeah, you got a tiger helming it, you got birds, you got cats, so really wanting to see this deck in action. And then, as you said, Poro's going to be on the Suzaku, was it?
No, it's Seiryu, the dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got the Seiryu list, and we saw that earlier in stream, but this is going to be the fire variant, so a little bit more filtering. We're probably not going to see a level up as fast as you can. There's maybe going to be some cremation rituals, creative shocks, some filtering in there.
So the interesting thing about like the fireless versus the wind one is the wind tends to level faster, but fire tends to level with more cards in hand. So once you get to level 3, you have more ability to play like your commands and whatever you want. So you really have like, you know, there are some lines that you can take that just are like blast immediately. Like you just kind of run over the field. And so it's going to be maybe like 1 turn slower than the wind deck, so you can't really like go under aggro decks as much. But because of the amount of filtering cards that the fire engine has, of course, is just you have a much higher rate of consistency, I'd say, to get to the dragon.
Yes, indeed. And it's sort of this matchup is one you'd find in nature, dragons versus birds. In the head-to-head here, who do you think has the upper hand deck variant-wise?
It's actually really tough. I think the thing about the fire level 3 decks is they tend to forego, you know, interaction in favor of more consistency and more filtering. And when you don't have a lot of interaction against a deck that swarms the board, it can overwhelm you very fast. So I think it's very draw dependent. I'd say it's probably a pretty even matchup because the fire Seiryu deck can go very fast. And similarly on Byfall's side, he also doesn't have a whole lot of interaction because you have to play all the melodies and harmonies and the synergies to get the birds onto the field. So I'd say it's honestly pretty even, and it sort of just depends on who draws, you know, the more explosive hands. It's going to be a very explosive matchup. I imagine they could probably finish like 5-6 games in 20 minutes just based on, you know, either I summon a bunch of fledglings and I kill you, or, you know, you flip your dragon and you blast me. So it's probably pretty even, actually.
Awesome. That's super exciting to see. And I'm really curious about the deck Poro is playing specifically the Fire Seiryu. There's that one Tamer card that came out in HVN, the 5 costs to activate, but it's reduced by 3 for the class bonus, and then you go ahead and deal 3 damage to 2 allies at fast speed.
Yes.
And I think that card is extremely strong, especially in a metagame where everything's very ally dependent and heavy. So I really want to see that card in action.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's playing a deck that I gave him, and I know that those cards are not in that deck. Okay. So his main form of defense against this swarm style play will be Resolute Stands. Resolute Stand, interesting in the Seiryu deck because it has Spell Shroud. It's one of the few reactive skills that you can actually target Seiryu with. So since it has Spell Shroud, it's, you know, you can't like fireball it or remove it with a spell that way. You can Resolute Stand it, so if they're trying to chip in with little damage and get to that 12 number to remove it off the field, it basically just keeps it on the field for a turn. So I know he's playing a couple of those. I'm going to pull up the deck list and send it over real quick.
Yeah, we're going to get that deck list ready and available here just so we can all take a look at that as well as they go ahead and play. And something interesting, sort of not matchup-wise, but Poro is undefeated, I believe, on our exhibition matches here at Ascent Seattle. So it's very exciting to see if they will be able to continue their winning streak and luck on a deck that you brewed up and brought out here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate the match I played against him. We've played that matchup many times, me and Poro, and unfortunately, Tenoris does have the edge over Tristan, and it's so hard. It's such an uphill battle to win that. So I got pretty close, but I couldn't quite pull it out.
And then we also Byfall on stream earlier as well, playing the Wind Shiryu version. But Byfall has just been a brewer with Gu Zhao in general, as we see with the birds, their Shenju. I know they were talking about Byakko as well. Just sort of like all these really cool, fun, interactive cards. And that's the great thing about a new set coming out is that experienced players, newer players, everyone in between just gets to experiment with a bunch of cool new concepts, archetypes, decks, and really leads to what makes Grand Archive a lot of fun. And it's just the exploration, the way your mind works and putting things together. And sometimes like two people will have the same idea, but the decks will look completely different depending on what they value, what they don't. And we saw it a little bit in your list, how I was valuing that removal spell, but you're like, no, not running it. Got better plans, more important things to do than try and control the board. And so it all leads up to that. I do have one question for you here, Chickaplume.
Yes.
Since that is your deck, when you generate an Arcane Blast, do you only generate the ones with the dragon art on it, or do you do like traditional DOA Arcane
So
Blasts?
I have 4 Arcane Blasts in that list because that's how many fancy copies of Arcane Blast that I own. So 2 of them are the Dragon CSR. Those are always the first 2 that I generate. And then after that, I do have 1 SP1 foil and then 1 DOA first ed foil. So that's my suite of Arcane Blasts. And then usually I say, if I can't beat you with 4 Arcane Blasts, I'm probably not beating you anyways.
That makes a lot of sense. And it's sort of like, if the first 2 don't work, you got to go back in time and get like, the stronger Arcane Blasts from the past to remind these players of what used to happen a lot of the times.
Oh yeah.
And specifically, did you build this variant because you were a fan of Rye back when DOA initially came out?
So actually, yes. If anyone knows from my playing days before I joined the team and started heading the organized play, as it were, I was a big Rye enjoyer back in like DOA Prelude era. I would just play Rye at locals. I had a almost fully foiled out Arcane deck.
Oh wow.
So I built this deck and I was like, I'm pulling out the old foils, but now I get to upgrade them with the CSRs.
So here we are jumping into our exhibition match between Byfall on Windbirds against Poro on Fire Shiryu. And
so right away we have the fortuitous Wind Spirit. So he is basically foregoing his first turn in favor of more consistency.
Yeah, and it's a very powerful spirit to have come out this set. As you said, you don't get to do anything your turn 1, but you get to guarantee what cards you start with on your turn 2. And it is super strong, especially in the decks that really value the combo.
Yeah, especially. Yeah, it is sometimes very bold, especially if you don't know the matchup you're going up against. If you're going up against a very aggressive deck, skipping your first turn entirely might be really bad for you. But in this case, the Fire level 3 decks are really just looking for filtering. They're looking to level up. So they're not really going to pressure your life total right away.
Indeed here. And what would be like turn 1 plays you want to be looking for here sitting on Poro's side? Are you playing it more traditional Fire, or do you want to like start slamming certain objects on the field?
So this is a pretty traditional Fire. There's a couple really solid plays, sort of your very standard like Creative Shock, discard a floating. The interesting thing about the Seiryu deck is that you get a lot of value out of banishing from your memory. So you don't really want to play a heavy floating package, except for on turn 1. Because going from 0 to 1, you obviously don't get the quest counter, so it's good to use a floating. And I think he's actually drawn one, unfortunately with no discard outlet. I play the very fun Conduit of the Mad Mage in that deck, which is a generic floating memory, but it's Arcane element, so it counts for your Arcane Blast, your Empower later. And so, like, the best turn 1 is probably Creative Shock, discard Conduit, Hasty Messenger, discard Conduit, where you're looking for that first turn discard. Otherwise, it's just Library Witch, Cremation, the classic Fire stuff. You're just trying to build cards so that you can level up super fast.
Your standard setup. And here we see Byfall sort of showing the potential of this deck here, starting off the combination with you're going into a materialization of a Clockwork Music Box. It has hindered, so it's going to enter the field rested here, but the line of text that you really care about and why it's being run is the class bonus. Whenever you activate a Harmony, you can banish it underneath Clockwork Music Box, and then you could rest Clockwork Music Box to go ahead and activate that card underneath it.
Yeah, it's really, really cool how recursive you can make some of these cards. And there's a lot of melodies and harmonies that actually will add cards to your hand. So there's like Blissful Calling, there's Steady Verse. And so something else that Clockwork Music Box allows you to do is forego the speed of the cards. So as long as you can pay for it and it's awake, you can play like Blissful Calling pre-recollection or Steady Verse pre-recollection, and you like get those cards back. And so it becomes a way to resummon your birds and really flood the field, but it also becomes a consistency tool, and it lets you filter out your deck and find your cards like your Wild Growth Felines, which really pop off when you start putting a bunch of other animals on the field. So I really love the Clockwork Music Box in this list. It's very fun.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Byfall actually chooses to put underneath it, because there's so many options that you just playing. But if it is the bird deck, I'm expecting to be some birds.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be underneath that music box. And here we see both players now with their Fate Stone ally or Fate Bound ally Fate Stone on the field. Is that a CSR?
You
Azure?
bet it is. I enjoy Arcane so much. I had to put the shiniest Arcane cards in the deck. Poor actually went with a really cool turn 1 play. So the Fate Stone that flips into the Firebird Trailblazer, I believe, it has like the perfect costs for both the transform effect and the reserve cost, where you can play it first turn, banish to level up, and then flip it pre-recollection. So on your second turn, you have a 2/2 with a discarded card, draw card, which is very good for filtering. But on your first turn, it's just sitting there as an item, and it helps you level up. So it does look like he pitched that Conduit of the Mad Mage off the discard effect for Firebird Trailblazer. It's not as good after you're already level 1, just because you really do want to banish from your memory. But there are a couple of ways to convert that float later in the game to get either a draw, and it always gives you +1 Arcane in banish. So it's good to have it there. He probably won't use it to level up, but having it there will eventually pay off into +1 level, basically.
Gotcha. And is there any regalia in your material deck that has that one cost that you're wanting to bring out, or is it mostly just free?
Most of it is free, but there is one. It's from the Recollection deck. It's the Band of Burning Verdict. So it is a 2 cost. So it can help you push to that 10 quest counter, but also later in the game, if you have 1 left over floating, maybe you've discarded 2 after the first turn, you can convert it into a draw 1, and then it will buff your Seiryu, which will help you get through like Shrouded Mist, Vanish from Sight, because it gives it True Sight. And so that's like the main converter. Otherwise, there's a couple of really cool options, but I just like doing damage with the big dragon. That's,
That is the best part about the dragon itself, is dealing damage. And here we see Byfall slowing it down. We're Guajo level 1. We went ahead and materialized the GCR, and Beseeching Fate Stone on the field. Well, there's 2 options that you could go for here. You can try and do some hard materializations to try and get that flipped, or you could start setting up for the bird combo with the music box, now no longer hindered. It has awoken from Byfall's turn coming around. So very curious to see the line of play and the sort of what you're going to be setting up for, especially the pressure that Poro is presenting. We have a 2/2 ally and a 2/1 slime.
Yeah, so those guys are going to start racking up a bunch of damage, which is really good. A good field presence from the Fire deck. We are going to see the first Melody, which is this Blissful Calling. So I think some good targets in this deck are things like Wild Growth Feline are the ones you really want. But yeah, because it gets banished under that music box, if you wanted to, he could rest the music box and activate the Blissful Calling a second time. Basically looking at 10 cards, finding 2 animals. It's really card positive. It's like really good for the deck.
Yeah, and the key component is just the free value. Like, we cannot stress this enough that Clockwork Music Box is after you activate the card once and then you use Music Box, it's a free card. It's no longer in hand or anything, so you're just additionally +1ing from that. And in Grand Archive itself, cards matter. Cards are not only what you play on the field, but they are your resource. They keep you in the game, and so as long as you can maintain cards in hand, you're going to be able to make plays every turn.
Yeah, and another great thing about Blissful Calling that hasn't come up a lot in competitive play, it is a melody. So what that means is that some of these cards that have the Harmonize tag on them will get their bonus effects enabled by having played a melody in the turn. I think the big one here is, here we are, Pluming Crescendo, which of course has Harmonize, and then if you meet that condition, it summons 2 fledgling tokens, and then all animals get +1 power until end of turn. So with the Wingpeak Patriarch on board and these 2 birds, they're going to be swinging in a lot, and then all of a sudden, Poro's going to have to decide whether or not he has to focus on taking out the board or focus damage, directly to champion. And so this is where the pressure really starts building up.
And right now, Byfall is birding out, and it looks like we're trading into the board. You're going to go ahead and stabilize. We don't need these fletchlings to be taken out too soon. And you want to protect the Wingpeak Patriarch as well, because this is going to be your main source of damage, since those fletchling tokens are only 0/1s.
Yeah, and the Wingpeak Patriarch is also only a 1/1. So if you leave those allies on the board, it's very easy to just clear the birds themselves. And what Byfall is trying to do is build a nice wide board as much as he can. The reason he's got a couple really good payoffs for having a super wide board And so you actually see he's got the one card in hand that he drew off of the Azurite Fate Stone. So pre-recollection, he could actually play that Blissful Calling again from the music box, which enables his Harmonize. And then cards like Attune with the Wind all of a sudden have really high upside if you Harmonize with them, because it, in addition to putting a buff counter on every ally on your side of the field, it also draws a card.
Ooh.
Which, you know, if every deck could have an Attune with the Winds that drew a card, they'd sure play it.
Yeah, the fact that Tune the Winds is playable without the draw of the card shows that how powerful it is when you actually do get that draw a card effect. And we actually see Poro going from 2 to 6 quest counters almost immediately, thanks to going into Guoji level 2, but then also played one of the newer cards that came out in the recollection decks.
Yeah, so something that's great about that is the numbers line up for the quest counters very perfectly to get from 0 to 10, like while you're leveling 1, 2, 3. Because he discarded that floating memory, typically you wouldn't want to use it because it's -1 quest counter. But Journey's Beginning, because it's fast, it lets him get an extra quest counter that way, so he can still level using the floating memory and still reach that 10 quest counter threshold as soon as he gets to level 3. So it's a really nice, cute play, and it's fast, so you can do it before Recollection, you can do it in end phase. It's just a nice, cute play that the leveling Guoja decks can do. Because it's similar to playing a floating memory, right? Drawing a card. It's kind of, like value-wise, pretty similar. So you really value having cards in hand and cards in memory to banish.
It almost considered like a universal floating memory. It's a floating memory that could be used to activate cards from hand, rather than just waiting for material deck cards. But the problem is, Pearl's staring down some mean-looking birds.
He is, yeah, he sure is, and it does not look like he's got a Dungeon Guide in that hand. So no way to get to level 3 this turn to flip, and so he is just going to go ahead and play a Gloomspire Black Market. This is another card the deck can use just to build cards in memory to banish, so you can level up using your memory without losing too much value.
And we have a Clockwork Music Box with Plumage Crescendo on the underneath it as well. So I have a feeling there's going to be even more birds coming out on Bifal's turn as well. And I think if you start to see a cat here as well.
And I believe there is one in this hand. I think I saw it last turn. It was something really cool about Wild Growth Feline. Anytime an animal enters the field under your control, it gets a buff counter. And summoning tokens that are animals does count as them entering the field under your control. So if you have a Wild Growth Feline and you start playing all these fledgling cards, the cat gets really big, the birds get really big just by being many, and then all of a sudden, you know, you've got a flock, you've got a cat. It's very cartoonesque. It's very fun. I can't imagine it feels very good to be on the receiving end of that.
100% on that right there. And then thanks to there's just the Azure Fate Stone as well, you get to constantly be filtering through the deck to get to those needed combo pieces, because every turn you banish remembering it to draw that card.
Yeah.
So it's very great cycling for the deck itself, and it always feels like you're running into, like, you're never going to stall out. You're always going to be having options presented to you.
Yeah, and the other really nice thing about that is because Clockwork Music Box gets around the speed restrictions, the Azurite Fate Stone giving you the extra cards in hand lets you activate more melodies and harmonies from the music box that you can play out your entire hand and still have one in hand at the end of turn to play that Blissful Calling to get the card back. So it's just like, it's such a cool advantage engine. I really like how it plays in this deck.
And Bifel going to go ahead and materialize one of the new cards that came out in HVN, sort of the sister to the Lantern. We have a Censor, which goes ahead and shuts off the text of cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, they no longer have abilities in Grave, which does include Floating Memory. So conveniently, the Fire Guoja deck doesn't need Floating Memory, but it never feels bad to banish Floating Memory instead of, you know, your actual memory.
And now that Conduit is actually stuck in that graveyard as well.
If he did not use it to level to 2, it is stuck there. It is not leaving. Let's see what Bifal's got here. I think he's got a nice, big, healthy hand. I do see that Wild Growth Feline. I see 2 Wild Growth Felines in there. And here, yeah, they're going to start entering the field. So we got cats and birds. They're flooding. They're going to get large. It is pretty scary. It looks like he's eyeing up an Attune with the Winds.
I did see that as well, seeing that Attune. And that's going to be so much value there. Going to go ahead and buff up all those birds and the cat. If Bifal does decide to go that route, we still do have the music box awake as well, so maybe looking for another plumage.
Yeah, he would need to find a melody to play first to play the plumage again, because I think he used that Blissful Calling at the end of Poro's last turn, so he could wake back up in his recollection. So it looked like we're just going to go with a second Wild Growth Feline. This gets very scary if you can't clear either or both.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Here is the forest, and it is angry at the dragon. Another squirrel! Oh my gosh.
This is almost like the ideal situation to be in if you're in Byfeld. 2 felines followed by double squirrels.
Yes, this is an absurd amount of damage coming out of these little critters. I don't know how much it is exactly, but it is probably close to lethal.
3 we got. So we have, what is it, 3 right here. And then we have 4, 1, 1, so 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in total.
Yeah, 12 total damage just coming off of the board there. And not only that, I mean, these cats are now just huge. These are large cats. Big cats, if you will.
Yeah. Looking like Maine Coons currently.
Yeah. That is no longer your domestic short hair. That is a that's a cat fact for you. Yeah, so it does look like Poro's gonna force the level up, get all the way to 3. He's gonna be just short of the quest counter. He's gonna be at 9, so he will have to use the on enter to get quest counters instead of recover, which in an allies matchup is not great. You really like having the recover 3, the extra buffer space before they can go for lethal. Some plays that he can go for here with the low influence after he draws. It looks like he does have a Sunblessed Gazelle in hand, and that is actually the best card you can have after leveling up against like these wide ally strategies. Because Sunblessed Gazelle will recover a bit, it'll draw him a card, and then it sits on the field, and it is a huge taunt unit. So it gets +1 life for each influence. X is the highest influence among your opponents. So right now, Byfall has an influence of 5. So this is a 1/6 taunt that just recovered 3 and drew a card.
That's very good. And influence is the amount of cards you have in hand and in your memory.
Yeah.
So it really like adds up, because normally if you think like, oh, influence is like cards in hand, it's like that's not too bad. But the fact that it's just like the total amount your opponent's working with is what this Gazelle cares about, and it is very difficult for allies to really like get through it traditionally. Although we do see giant cats that are going to be able to just kind of take care of the Gazelle right away, but 100% agree how this Gazelle just does so much for its value, its cost.
I think Poro actually went for a very interesting play last turn. So he did choose to take the recover 3 and go to 9 quest counters and get the 10th one in end phase. Or maybe he didn't, but he didn't flip the Fate Stone is the important thing. And something fun you can do when you have 2 taunts on board is that your opponent will funnel all the damage into one of your taunt units, and then at the last second you can retaliate so it's rested and put the other taunt unit awake, so now they have to attack the other one. And so he's keeping the Fate Stone behind, so after probably 4 or 5 damage goes into the Gazelle, he'll flip the Fate Stone, now he'll have a second taunt unit, all the damage has to go into the dragon, and you can't clear both at the same time.
And it's going to be a beefy dragon. You have a total of 12 that you have to get through, and even though there's a lot of allies animals on the side of Byfall, it's going to be really hard to start pressuring the Gazelle, as you were saying, and then have to deal with the dragon as well. So curious to see if there's going to be an out, but here we see starting pretty much our harmonized combo here. We're getting a... Oh, maybe not activating here. Getting it to the hand drawing off of the glimpse from the Bell of the Chosen, actually. Here.
Yeah, there we go. And so Song of Nurturing, which is sometimes played in other ally decks as a defensive reaction, actually has some offensive power in a Tamer deck. So it gives them +2 life until end of turn, but also there's that sneaky little class bonus that gives them +1 power as well. So these birds are continuing to beat down, and that's an interesting thing here is that this board could have cleared Serio if it flipped last turn. So this is probably why also Poro held back the flip, because he knew if I flip my dragon and he sends 12 damage into it, I'm running out of win cons.
Yes. And so we see Song Nurturing activated, goes into Clockwork Music Box, the Music Box activating it again.
Yeah.
So these allies are getting +2 attack and then +4 life, which also is going to make a lot of them survive the retaliation as well.
Yeah, most of them, well, I guess all of them with +4 life. The Seiryu does only have 4 power, so anything that it retaliates against would not die itself. It does look like Poro was counting to see if he was just dead to this onslaught. He'll probably try to survive as much as possible, because I can see his hand a little bit. It does look like he has a Seiryu's command there, and if he gets to activate and resolve Seiryu's command, he can just cast an Arcane Blast and boom, end of the game. So if he survives this turn, it's looking pretty good for him, but this is looking like a pretty hard turn to survive.
It is, and I'm actually curious if it would have been more beneficial instead of going with the second Song of Nurturing, but instead of the Crescendo to get 2 additional birds, because it adds the 2 counters on the felines, and then the 2 birds themselves get to attack for another 2, and it's just more bodies.
Yeah.
So maybe it's slightly more damage this way, but your cats are smaller, so it just depends which variant you want to sort of lean into here. Going wide, I think, works out very well. Poro, though, looks like going to just be trying to take damage as much as they can.
Yeah, so it looks like what the plan is here is he's going to try to take as much damage as he can without dying, and then put the taunt on the board and force the damage into the taunt instead. I think now with both cats having attacked, the birds themselves can't actually clear the Seiryu, and so I think on the crackback here, if we just activate and resolve command, we're just going to send a blast directly across the way, and that should just be all she wrote.
And it actually, the fact that Poro leveled up into 3 and went ahead and recovered 3 is a lifesaver right now. Poro's sitting at 22 damage
Yeah,
counters.
and I'm not sure if he actually chose it, because I think I see 12 quest counters on there. So he may have not recovered 3, but the Gazelle did recover the 3.
Oh, the Gazelle
so the
did,
Gazelle
yes.
got the extra 3, and then here's that pre-recollection Seiryu's command. This is going to basically force the on-attack of Seiryu to trigger 2 times before its actual on-attack triggers. So when it declares an attack, it'll get 3 triggers. And what he's going to do is he's going to stack Empower, generate a blast. And so if you generate the Arcane Blast, and then you Empower, assuming he's got that 1 conduit from earlier as he leveled up to 2, you'll actually Empower 4 twice, and then you'll be at level 11 for your Arcane Blast perfectly.
And that's just enough damage as well to gonna go ahead and take out Bifall if needed. Which, curious here to see the Arcane Blast being generated into the Banishment.
Yeah, and he is checking to see he does have, there's a Harness Lightning, there's a Conduit of the Mad Mage, so he does have a couple of Arcane cards. I think, he might consider trying to play around something like a Veiling Breeze, or he might just send it and say, I'm going to blast you. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't, and we'll see what happens. But the Seiryu attack plus the blast is just 15 damage right away from that low influence, and it's just enough to go 1 over the life total of Goja level 1. And yeah, that's that.
Yeah, that is a very deadly attack combination here. If you have the Dragon Seiryu on the field and you command it to kill your opponent, it works out in your favor.
Yeah, as long as it listens to you, you're pretty happy. And so, yeah, it looks like he very smartly played with those taunts to live at, just barely enough to the point where the dragon couldn't be cleared. And then on the crackback, he just cast a good old-fashioned Arcane Blast, 11 for 11. Or in this case, 0 for 11. Pretty good rate on that.
That is a wonderful rate, and it's amazing to just see the CSR Arcane Blast as well with just Seiryu's breathing. That's exactly
it's so
how
lovely,
I picture
the
game-ending finisher right there as well.
Yeah, he flies over all of the small critters, and he's like, these guys can't defend you from this blast, and just goes right over the top of them. And yeah. You need 15 damage, especially when you're, one of these decks that stays pretty low to the ground. You stay level 1. Those early attacks from the allies that Poro played, the Baby Red Slime and the Firebird Trailblazer, that 4 damage actually, or 5 damage because he discarded a fire card, really relevant as it actually put him over the lethal threshold to get that damage in. So yeah, very well played game. Really using all of the tools of that deck, not just sending, and saying, I'm going to level up and then try to beat you, and if I lose, I lose. He was playing with the taunts, he was playing with all of his defensive options, and ultimately, they got him there.
It really did. And it looks like Poro's going to be staying undefeated in our exhibition matches right there.
Yeah.
Which is, who's going to be able to take him down? Is switching decks on us?
It's true,
doing
yeah.
everything that. Really showing that. But Bifall is still going to be playing in our rest of the day as well.
Yes.
So they are going to be taking a quick break, just relaxing, making sure they are prepared for the next couple of rounds here. And I hope everyone out there as well has been enjoying the first 4 rounds and the exhibition matches we've had on stream here at Ascent Seattle. It's been so great to see the different variety of decks, sort of the concept, and just hearing your thought process, see, about the deck you designed as well. It's just something that people might have not considered. So it's always when you talk about oh, I added this because of this, or at turn 1, if I activate this, I can easily go into combo this, or it really brings the reason when people make their deck, why? and it's so great to hear. So I really appreciate you like going through the lines and the specifics of it. And in total, like with the Fire Seiryu deck, how competitive do you think it would be if you had more time to like really like brew it and grind it out?
I think the thing about this deck, it's one of those that can catch people off guard. It's one of those like you have to have the answer to this, and if you don't, it's gonna be pretty good against you. I actually think a pretty good comparison, if you remember from like Nationals last year, Jimmy Lee, who was on stream earlier, had his like Assemble the Ancients, Tenoris, combo deck, and his goal there was just, I'm gonna play against a lot of Fire level 3 decks. They have a Resolute Stand. Resolute Stand is not going to block 40 damage. So if I dome you for 40, you're going to lose the game. And so similarly, it's just like, if you play against the right decks and they don't have a good answer or a way to remove the dragon and you're fast enough, you'll just beat them. And so it's actually pretty surprising. It's one of those decks that you almost can beat anything if you draw the right hand for it. And you can especially beat like slower decks, like the slower decks that are like, oh, I'm gonna generate value, I'm gonna draw some cards, I'm gonna sit on level 1 for a while. It's like, can you beat a 4/12?
Yeah, a 4/12 that's bringing 11 damage after that as well. Yeah, and it even showed that like the Seiryu didn't flip until the opponent's turn. Like it wasn't even one full rotation of turns where that Seiryu was on the field in order to be able to kill. That command is very powerful.
Yeah, that's the power of that command, especially the way that the math works out, how it puts 3 triggers onto the stack, and you do generate, empower, empower. And as long as you've banished the right things while leveling up, it just casts an Arcane Blast. And so he only attacked with the Seiryu one time, but one time was all he needed.
Yeah. Indeed, and there's actually like a sort of a larger line for the Seiryu deck itself. Probably not in Fire, it's mostly the Wind variant that you look at, but there's potentials to do upwards of 40 damage in a single turn.
Yeah, there's some really cool lines if you sort of combine all the commands and you really just get that Shenju rolling, and you're like, I'm going to play all the cards that make my Shenju do super cool things. Yeah. And yeah, you can really push the limits of how much damage the dragon can do. Just really hope your opponent doesn't have a Song of Frost.
Yes, that is the important part. But luckily, in a lot of these matchups, if you know your opponent's running something like Song of Frost, there's ways to get around that. You don't put all your eggs in the Shinju basket.
Exactly,
but, it's really great to see. I'm super excited to more decks like this popping up. Even we've talked about it before. The set's been out for 1 week. People haven't really gotten to like brew decks, if that makes sense on that. There's going to be some weird strategies popping up here in the future, I guarantee you, especially now since everyone's done with their Seattle prep and they can actually start like, okay, let's see what else we might have missed.
Yeah, well, and 1 week into the format, people are going to miss stuff. People are not going to optimize stuff as much. So I'm sure there's a lot of players today who are, they're actively playing the tournament and they're like, okay, well, I think if I was to rebuild this deck, I would maybe take out these 2 cards, maybe add 1 more of this, go down on ratios there. And so, like, even these decks that are showing up and doing well today still have potential to grow and evolve over the course of the HVN season.
Indeed, and I've had a wonderful time here with you commentating on that exhibition match. And for everyone there at home, we're going to be going to a short 10-minute break as we start preparing for our next round.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたに出る景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome back, everyone, to Ascent Seattle, the newest exciting Grand Archive tournament with the new metagame from Abyssal Heaven. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I'm here with Valk. How's it going, Valk?
It's going good. Well rested after that exhibition match. We got some lunch in us, and I'm ready for another rounds of Grand Archive.
Yeah, we are exploring this new metagame. We're seeing lots of really exciting new decks, completely changed metagame from before. We're seeing tons of these water fractal decks. We're seeing these fire aggro decks that are coming out. Dao Chan is everywhere. We're seeing some crazy Guoja combos that we had the exhibition match we just saw that had the birds everywhere. That's a lot of fun too. How are you enjoying all of the matches we're seeing today, Valk?
Oh, I'm enjoying every single one of them. It's so great to see new cards being played here today, new champions, just the strategies that people are coming up with. And then, of course, we saw the return of a fan favorite decks in what Jimmy Lee brought to us with that just Fire Aggro Lorraine. And Lorraine always has a special place in a lot of people's hearts as one of the first champions that came out in Dawn of Ashes expansion. And, you know, it's a very traditional deck that a lot of, like, original Grand Archive players are familiar with.
Well, that's a great thing to bring up too, because even though we're seeing so many exciting new decks, the return of older decks has also been a theme. Prior to that Fire Lorraine deck, we saw the Wind Lorraine ally deck winning the game exclusively with Dawn of Ashes cards. That's you know, we got the 3/4, we swing, we wake it up, we swing, we wake it up, and we close the game. Jonathan closing the game really fast, using that classic combo of cards.
Indeed, and it's one of those, as exciting and fun as new cards are, it's also the old cards are still very much out there and viable for a lot of these strategies and these decks. So it's something you really have to be careful about when you're going into these games of, am I playing against something completely new that I might have not known or studied about, or am I ill-prepared for something that's been around and not really sure exactly what I needed to do in order to prevent this sort of outcome.
Right. And we're really seeing, I think, an interesting thing in the metagame where there are obviously a bunch of these new decks that are trying to present problems, trying to just, you know, be the issue, force the game, decisively win. And we see these older decks that are just putting pressure on the board, clocking the opponent. Those are able to kind of put up that same fight and just win before these new kind of maybe sometimes unoptimized decks are able to find their win lines.
Indeed, yeah, it's anyone's game.
Yes.
Like, it's one of those moments where that's how you know the game is exceeding very well when the new set comes out, is when it's not completely one-sided. You have older things being able to come in, claim those victory, new cards doing the same thing, and it's coming down, and the theme of pretty much this Ascent Seattle is pure player skill. It's the separation. It's you're needing to break away from the rest of the pack, make that day 2, and then after your day 2, it's the top 8 best players here at this event are going to be the ones going for that prizing mid-crown. So multiple people are going to be having the same deck probably on day 2, but only the people who have really piloted it to the best they possibly could are going to be reaching those tippy top.
And it's because of the new format that they've introduced in the HVN season, we're now actually going to see kind of an interesting separation between the players that make it into day 2 and the ones in top 8, right? Because we're now actually going to be cutting, instead of top 32 into day 2, starting at Ascent Seattle, it's going to be the players who have reached 18 points, which is going to be the 6-0 records, the 5-0-3 or whatever. that does work. But those players are going to be able to get in without players bubbling out as much, giving more players an opportunity to go into day 2 and actually fight to show their skill. But then that makes that top 8 with a wider pool in day 2. The top 8's going to be just so much tighter now.
It really is much more competitive.
Yes.
We're not going to be, people are going to be wanting wins for round 8, round 9 today. They want to get as much points as possible to keep fighting through and for that day 2.
Yeah.
And so, speaking of old and new, Dan, we are about to witness a clash of that. We are going to have a brand new deck that's been making its rounds. We have a Dao Chan deck, but against an old classic, something that you're very familiar with itself, but a Fire Merlin.
Yes. Main deck Taylor on the main deck team is the eternal Fire Merlin player in our team. So definitely have played against that a lot, as well as some other main deck team members. So I'm very excited to see how this Fire Merlin deck has adapted with some of the new cards in HVN, and how it's going to do against this like really surprising, really interesting new Fire aggro deck with Dao-Chan, which is doing things very differently than some of the other Fire aggro decks are. That makes it a little tougher to fight.
It really does, and with the introduction of the new Fantasia Firebloom Flourish, it's one of the ones that really set this deck why people are on it. Not only does it allow you to deal damage at the beginning of your turn, but also it replenishes your influence very single-handedly as you're going down very quickly in the Fire deck. So it's a great way to maintain that steam, that pressure, and really curious to see how Merlin is going to deal with it. There's variants of Merlin as well. You could go the Lorraine route to go ahead and get a weapon, or you can lean more into like Kong Ming with spells. I know a lot of players prefer the Harmonious Mantra as well to be able to survive these early games, be able to recover equal to the amount of your level. So it's just depending on the flavor of Merlin, we call it, and how this Fire Dao-Chan is going to be able to put that pressure. They want to make sure they get those combo pieces in hand and be able to just consistently make sure Merlin's on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we're already to the game, and we're seeing the, I believe this is the Fire Dao-Chan player, I assume, or it's a very spicy Merlin list. Comrade Coheed dropping the Spirit of Fire and then into Arthur to start.
Yeah, Arthur is probably one of the best turn one plays you can do for your Fire deck, is just because it really adds in the protection, thanks for it being when the on-enter effect, and then additionally, every ally you play on the next turn is going to be dealing that additional damage, which is really going to be beneficial in this aggressive deck, especially if Merlin's going to be taking their time.
Yeah, it's really a race to beat Merlin, right? Once Merlin gets to level 3, that card draw kicks in, and usually it's kind of inevitable. They'll take the game out. Doing something like dropping a Majestic Spirit can kind of kill any of these aggro decks' ability to take it out. So the Fire aggro deck has to really fight, has to really put pressure on early if they're going to get anywhere.
And actually, looking into this Merlin's hand here right now, it looks a little bit of a prismatic flavor, which is really cool. And it's especially because we're running, I believe that is the Fragmented Spirit of Fire as well. That's going to get you that additional card draw when you are at level 3. And so I'm really curious to see how fast we're going to be reaching to Merlin 3, if we're just going to go level up, level up, level up, or take a little bit of time to develop some influence either through Backup Charger or Art of War.
The play that Merlin usually does that makes that Fragmented Spirit so powerful is they're able to go to like a Dungeon Guide to level 2, activate Merlin, banish a Floating Memory, and then that brings them up to level 3, and they can immediately pop that Spirit Shard sometimes on the second turn of the game and get that card right away. Or yeah, second is definitely good.
100% here, and we see already the Fire Dao-Chan player giving respect to Merlin deck in itself, materializing Censor of Restful Peace right away. You know Merlin wants Floating Memory. That's one of the key things in what you just said. In order for that combo to work, is you have to eat that Floating Memory. But now with Censor on the field, a Floating Memory is going to be completely shut off until it's removed off the field.
Right. The interesting thing about Censor into Merlin is it does stop getting that Floating Memory value for leveling. But as far as Merlin's level 2 ability, when it banishes the float from the graveyard, it's no longer in the graveyard. So it actually has Floating Memory when it checks to see if Merlin gets a level counter. So in that case, it doesn't stop Merlin from gaining the level counters, but it does stop that inherent value from they're going to try to Creative Shock, Hasty Messenger, all that kind of stuff.
Awesome. That's actually really good to know about that, especially in this matchup here. That's some game knowledge that players need to be aware of, especially if it's a heads-up play for Merlin to be able to know that. Because if they see the Censor and they just go like, oh no, it's completely shut off, and they don't realize that route, that can be very impactful. And here we actually see the materialization of Lorraine level 1. So we're going more of that Ghost of Pendragon, Regalia build. You want to be able to put things back, draw additional cards. And then so looking over on our Fire Dao-Chan's deck, we have red hair and a Finagle Devotee, so we're already putting a lot of pressure onto the field itself here. Arthur is going to be removed quickly with that Sudden Still, it can't be staying on that field for much longer, as the amount of value has already been generated from it, and any further turns are just going to really snowball the game away. And so the Fire Daochen deck really wants to look for one specific card, and that is that Fire Bloom Flourish we were talking about earlier. That is going to really help them replenish this value that they've done. But we see a materialization of, I believe, a Impact Hammer coming in here, and this is where the Fire deck gets very scary, because you run cards like Heated Vengeance, and that cares about your champion taking damage, and you deal additional damage on your attack if you did take damage this turn, so you're looking for a huge tempo swing.
Yeah, it looks like the player is just pushing a ton of damage in. You wouldn't even know that this is a Daochan deck yet, just purely putting out our valuable allies, our red hair, and we're just trying to crank in for damage. The Fanatical Devotee obviously sort of giving away that there's potentially a cleric involved here, but at this point, it could be actually an Arasana build or a Daochan build, and it just depends on some of the other flavor that they've got.
And here we see one of the newer cards that came out in Abyssal Heaven. We have the Ashwick Cremator, a really strong ally, where it goes ahead and if you have no cards in hand, it deals 2 to both champions at the end of the turn, which is a very strong effect, especially in aggro when you're going completely hands down every turn to try and maximize the damage on your opponent. And just like that, it's already Lorraine sitting at 19 damage counters, gonna have to level up here to go ahead into Merlin just to try and survive. But the fact that the board is already so wide, and the fact that it's gonna be really hard to deal with 4 separate allies on the board. Merlin has access to Purge in Flames or some other wipes, but the question is, do you have enough influence to be able to activate that and do this level up at the same time? So as we're looking sort of in the think tank right now here for Merlin, 5 cards total in influence, and we're going to go ahead and know the interaction here. Going to banish that floating memory from the Palm Blast, get that level counter, and then draw that card. So now it's very possible we do look for a way to clear the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's banishing that Palm Blast is going to be crucial here to be able to get that level, get that extra card. Going at Fragmented Spirit is like it's a very powerful, it like kind of immediately became the go-to for Merlin, because that ability to control your opener to get that sort of that immediate value of influence. Now, the sensor is the thing that is, despite it still working to get that level counter, it does slow down Merlin's ability to get to this higher level while keeping a standard, a solid influence size. And you can see how low Orit had to go in order to get to level 3 now with that. He got down to 2 influence exclusively. But even though facing down this giant board, Orit's still doing what they can do to try and just like come back into the game starting in the next turn. It is going to be a little difficult, though, because without doing that Kong Ming, that Harmonious Mantra route that you were talking about, there's not a lot of healing, and this was, frankly, just an extremely aggressive ally start with the Arthur and Red Hair. I think that's one of the sort of the new blowout starts that these Fire aggro decks have in the new metagame.
100%. Red Hair putting in a lot of work here, and especially when Arthur was removed, you have the Zhao coming in as well. That's a tamer human cat, so it still activates the red hair because it's human, and it's just, you don't even know what this champion is that you're playing against. All you know, it's looking like a FISA deck with the amount of like aggression that's coming out of here, the allies, and looking here, Merlin's sitting at 22, 1 card in hand, I do believe, and staring down a potential lethal board state.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what Merlin's going to do to get out of this one. It is a very, very dicey situation. There's no Serene Spirit to pop or anything, not that you would really want to in Merlin, but I think Comrade Coheed just sitting here going like, well, how do I lose in this position? Starts cranking in for damage, and yeah, I think that's this might be all she wrote here. We'll see.
We actually saw the activation of one of the new cards with Kindle as well, which is really cool.
Yeah.
It's you banish fire cards from your grave instead of paying the cost for it from your hand. And so it additionally lets you get 2 free damage in.
Yeah, those like we were talking about in the previous round, these Kindle cards are a new way for this deck to push a ton of damage. And they're like, as soon as Coheed swings in with the first ally, sees, okay, there is no Resolute Stand, there's nothing. That's a card that doesn't get seen a lot of play these days anymore, but you never know. 1 card in hand, we're past level 2. it could just, it could just nuke the turn and give Merlin a turn. But even then, if it did, Merlin would only be able to draw 1 card next turn after losing their draw phase, and it would probably just be, written on the wall already at that point.
100%. Yes, you are correct on that. And I don't want to say a good dismantling of Merlin, but it felt like Merlin didn't really have a chance to get going here. We saw none of that concept of what Merlin is known for, the Ghosts of Pendragons, the additional recollection level counters to draw cards, no fireballs, things like that. So I'm really curious what we're going to be looking for in the sideboard here to help stave off the aggression.
Yeah, I think one thing that was actually, it was a twofold dismantling that happened here. The first one was the censor, which just made it so that no floating memory shenanigans could happen. It meant that once Merlin leveled, they have to choose between leveling and actually having interaction for the game. And it turns out against a fire aggro deck, you kind of want to have some amount of interaction because they're just going to clock you otherwise. But then alongside that, really that extremely powerful, like Red Hair did so much work in that, from just punching for a super low cost and a super hard to remove ally for 3 every single turn, but also getting that extra hasty messenger effect, that discard draw, that sets up Kindle, that sets up your ability to go, well, even if you have interaction right now, I've got way more than lethal damage on you.
Yeah, it's very surprising how many fire was actually in the grave when that Kindle ally was activated. Because in normal traditional ally list, you maybe have a couple if you saw a hasty or the allies that were removed off the board prior. But due to that Red Hair staying on that field and attacking for about 3 turns, you get those 3 additional cards, a free kindling there for the new card there. So it really adds so much depth to this specific deck, and it feels like that's what it was missing, a better way to fill that grave.
Yeah. I think it's a really, really smart play for these aggro decks to be playing things like Xiao Cho, like you mentioned, who, on her own isn't like crazy aggressive ally or anything, but turning on Red Hair is really all you want to do here. You want to get that thing turned on, because if Hasty Messenger was already good enough to play, let's just add stats to it, and holy cow, that's a powerful card.
Exactly. It's who wouldn't want to play a Hasty Messenger with that's a 3/3 instead of a 1/2. Much harder to remove. A little bit more stipulation, but as we said, Arthur, he becomes immortal when he enters. If the player so chooses. So that means you're guaranteed that Red Hair 2 attacks.
Yeah, exactly. So we do see, of course, Orit going first with this Merlin going to fire, Fragmented Fire Spirit, Spirit Shard, does a little glimpse and is looking at a hand now. We're seeing some creative shock action, which in this case now, Orit going first is going to have a pretty big impact because it allows that creative shock to pitch a float right away, get the level with it before we get any censor shenanigans. And hopefully Orit is able to then maybe string together a little bit more influence, and hopefully Comrade Coheed's not quite as aggressive this time, although looking at Comrade Coheed's hand, we are indeed seeing another Arthur. I can't spot a horse quite yet, but Arthur at the very least does put a pretty significant pressure onto Orit.
Indeed it does. And honestly, it creates a really cool situation as well, because if you have Arthur, and then you could also have a Hasty as well in that hand. It sort of does what Red Hair would do, but still, there's multiple ways to take advantage of that Arthur on turn 1 with that 8 total influence going second.
And I think Orit, it looks like Orit has sideboarded some additional removal. We had the addition of Thunderclap here, which is going to... it looks like Comrade Coheed did what could maybe be called the greedier play, and instead of putting in that immortal Arthur to try and like get a buff next turn, just said, you know what, I'm just going to get the 2 damage right now and hope that you can't get the Arthur, and walked into the Thunderclap that Orit had. And Orit, now this is a huge play, a new HVN staple that I think you're going to see in a lot of decks, especially some of these Merlin decks. I'm not sure if Orit is running Zhao Yu's yet to be able to get this out as well, but Art of War is Orit's materialize here. And if you didn't like getting attacked a million times in game 1, putting an Art of War is the way to definitely slow down that roll, because Art of War is going to make it so that Comrade Coheed's allies cannot attack the turn. Well, no one's allies can attack the turn they interplay, let's be clear. That does affect Merlin as well, because those Hasty Messengers are not quite as exciting. But Art of War is such a clever card, because in addition to making it so allies cannot attack the turn they interplay, It can also be used to pay for a materialize cost when you're materializing, and by doing so, you can sort of shut down the allies on their turn, but then spend it to level to Merlin 3, and then go ahead and put your ghost down and attack your opponent back with them, clear off the allies that they put down, and stabilize yourself in the game. So Art of War, really, I don't know if it's an Orit's side, because we didn't see it the first game, and it feels like it might have been good, but it is going to definitely help out. But so is this sideboard card from Comrade Kohi. Look at this Brackish Ludus here. Val, tell us about this card. I know you've been high on this one.
Oh, Brackish Ludus, I think, is a very good sleeper card in this game. And just because it prevents floating memory from actually entering the grave. If a floating memory would be put there, it's banished instead. So this completely shuts down the strategy of Merlin of being able to Creative Shock discard early floating for those free level ups. It also prevents her from eating floating memory as well, because it's not going to be there anymore. I'm a super big fan of this card and super happy to see it have been put in post sideboard, because as much as Art of War does shut down Comrade Coheed and their aggression, Merlin can no longer interact with its Brackish Ludus ally-wise. They have to use a removal spell in order to get it off the field, and that is going to open up a lot of potential for the Fire Dao-Chan deck here, because it's your opponent's taking their turn to remove an ally and not progressing their own board state.
Right. And the Brackish Ludus is a lot stronger than the Censor, because, again, Censor Merlin was able to at least get a level off of, could play into it, but the Brackish Ludus says, nope, any float, it gets banished instead. If you're trying to string together like even a Creative Shock to use that damage to get rid of the Brackish Ludus once you're at level 3, or excuse me, at level 2, that is still going to deny you the float from pitching, and it's going to make it kind of a little more complicated. And actually, the Arthur, I'm going to go ahead and say the Arthur might have even been a little bit of bait. It's a very possible that Comrade Coheed said, you know what, that's fine. If you Thunderclap this, that just means my Brackish Ludus is safe.
It really does there. Now we see actually a discard of Spirit Blade Ascension with that Creative Shock. So when I see that, it's more of looking towards, I don't think I'm going to be getting to Merlin anytime here soon. I've got to dig for answers and keep those in my hand to deal with sort of this Brackish Ludus that has stabilized itself on the board next to that Rococo. But here we see a Dungeon Guide going into Merlin 2. And this is sort of a play that would be really beneficial if that Brackish Ludus wasn't on the field right now.
Yeah, if there were any, I'm not sure if there were any floats in the yard already for either side, but if not, then yeah, that Brackish Ludus is ready to, and it looks like, I assume there were none because we haven't already activated the Merlin. But the play to actually Creative Shock to pitch the Ascension is there's maybe a little nuance to that should be mentioned, which is that since pitching float obviously is not good with the Ludus in play, pitching the Ascension at least gives you something you can potentially Crux Sight back later on. So it's like, as far as our tier list of things we want to be pitching to Creative Shock, that's kind of like the B tier. It's like, well, I'm going to pitch this now, but I actually might get it back later still, which makes it maybe a little more valuable to do, and at least Brackish Ludus does not eat that.
That is very true on that one, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a Nullifying Lantern as well, because that's the only option to really stop that card from being brought back.
Nullifying Lantern out of the Fire Aggro deck is definitely a spicy play, because especially when we see all the Kindle that it has here, that would shut off a lot of that. We do have Everflame Staff now. This Everflame Staff has been a kind of a new, it's been around for a while, but this new all-star in this deck that is allowing this deck to just like build up a stock of extra damage to deal to the opponent as they're playing all of their other effects. It gains refinement counters each time a fire element spell source you control deals damage, and then you can banish it to, as a spell, deal damage to deal 3 damage to the champion. So it's a very, very powerful effect.
It's actually slightly even better than that one.
4 damage.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes, yeah,
So
yeah.
It's a great way to finish your combo burst turns as well.
Right, right.
And here we actually see 2 Ashwick Cremators hit in the field, and these are so strong because of that end of turn ability. Is if you have no cards in hand, they're going to be dealing 2 damage to both champions here. So that's going to be 4 damage to both of those Cremators. As the aggro deck, you don't mind taking that damage, though.
Right. This is, we're, I think, hopefully going to see the Dao-Chan deck do more Dao-Chan stuff this time and not just playing the ally strategy. because this Ashwick Cremator has a really cool interaction with the new SR card from HVN called Searing Rebuke. Searing Rebuke is a card that's going to, if Comrade Coheed has this thing, it's going to prevent the next 3 damage dealt to him that turn. And then every time damage is prevented this way, it's going to deal 3 damage to his opponent. And that means that with 2 of these Cremators in play, if the next turn Coheed just plays a Searing Rebuke, at the end of that turn, they'll have hopefully dealt 5 with their allies on board because it is a 2-1 itself. So 2-2 and then the 1 from the Ludist. Then at the end of turn, 2-2 from the 2, and then the 2-2 is dealt to itself, to Coheed himself, but 3's prevented, and 2 3 damage triggers for another 3-3, which could just straight take Merlin out of the game at that point. Merlin has to be ready to level here, but instead of leveling, goes for the Nullifying Lantern, which is going to shut down some more of the potential Kindle shenanigans. And we're yet to see if Auret's got a dungeon guide or something to get to that safety of 28 health. But without that, it is definitely looking like Dao-Chan's game to sort of to steal here with that damage.
Yeah, so running away with all the momentum that's being built with and that's sort of that position we got into with that brackish Ludist, is it's halting the momentum from Merlin, and it's the fact that it's still on the field as well is continuing to do so. Merlin's having to take many defensive options, getting a Nullifying Lantern, playing a Stalwart, activating a Stalwart Shieldmate here, and just trying to survive. And I don't know if you caught a little bit of glimpse of that hand as well. It's not looking like a very proactive hand currently.
No, and having to use your Merlin to attack with the Sword of Seeking is like one of the last things you want to have to be doing, because your goal is really to get 1 level counter on, so the turn you level to 3, you get to immediately get that card draw, that plus damage from Merlin level 3. And the Ludist has truly shut down any real options for doing that in this game, and has just made it very difficult for Auret to kind of keep up, as Comrade Coheed just keeps putting out threat after threat.
Indeed, there. And we're staring down 18 damage left to deal to Merlin here. Or, I'm sorry, we're at Merlin level 2.
Just 12. It's just 12 right now, and 12 is a number that Fire Cleric is easily able to hit with a number of different kind of like spicy little combo routes. We had the Fire Bloom Flourish dealing some damage. We are going to have the end of turn 2 damage from the Cremator. We have the 3 damage on board and potentially a Searing Rebuke for another 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 with just a Rebuke in play. It's pretty easy to just close the game here.
And one thing to note, Everflame Staff has 2 counters on it as well. So that is going to be looking into finishing out the game if we have at least 2 more sources dealing damage to that unit here. Stalwart thankfully getting down from the
does prevent 2.
Cremator.
That's a good start. We have the Ludist swinging in for 1, and now let's see what Coheed has to play here to close things up. How about just another Fire Bloom Flourish? Let's just say, you know what, maybe we'll get there eventually.
And I think that's one of the crazy things about this card. It is not a unique Fantasia. You can have multiple copies of this on your board, and they all trigger separately. And this is where it starts to get really crazy with, as you were saying, that Searing Rebuke, or even with this Everflame Staff. That's going to get 2 counters at the Recollection phase now because of those Fire Bloom Flourishes. And then that means all cards are down in hand. Ashwick Cremator triggers once again.
Yep, absolutely. We also saw the play of a Kindle ally without being able to Kindle due to the Nullifying Lantern. So the Nullifying Lantern is slowing that a little bit. I can only imagine if that could have been Kindled out in addition to playing something else, that might have been a bit of an even spicier turn. But now we do have a turn where Auret has a chance to potentially... Well, they can't quite level. There's only 2 cards in memory right now, and obviously Floating Memory has been nothing but a pipe dream for a little while.
Yeah, it's playing a game without Floating Memory seems very difficult if that's what your deck's built around. And so just really trying to survive. Here we see a materialization of Nullifying Mirror. It was originally a Proxia's Vault card, brought to us a little bit early before Abyssal Heaven came out, but now since the set is out, we have the official printing of it. It goes ahead and shuts down cards in memory. I think a little bit of a concern of imbued cards. I believe that's the Vermilion Decree is probably the most scariest one looking at.
I just don't believe, I can't think of the interaction that this has here though, because you can remove their element while they're in memory, but if Dao-Chan plays it, it leaves memory and goes to resolve outside of memory. So
That's actually very true.
I-
Dao Chen sneaks through.
I'm not actually confident. Normally, this would be here to stop Veiling Breezes, but in this case, it just seems like a card.
Maybe a Ghost Pendragon target in the future as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, at some point, Merlin just puts down things to potentially ghost back for sure. We have an Impact Hammer coming down from Comrade Coheed, so Dao Chen has picked up the hammer, and she's ready to smash in, and yeah, it just takes it, all the aggro. Yeah, look at that. Ored's saying, yeah, this Brackish Ludus really killed me, and that is absolutely true. That's exactly what we saw happening there. It was a, we have HVN adding some new tools that's really providing some new threats. And to play Merlin in this new metagame, you really do need to find a way to sort of dance to the tune of Ludus a little bit and try and get through the Ludus, get through the sensor, and be able to get your value back so that you can reach that level 3 and still kind of play the game. Like, gone are the days where you can just assume you'll get there and you might even immediately get a Majestic Spirit out or something. That's unfortunately no longer the case. And as we saw there, that was the powerful aggro deck that Dao Chen has brought to the new metagame, one that is equally contesting all our new Fractal decks that we've seen, the new Guoja decks, and old standbys like Merlin as well.
Yeah, very great to see. Different flavor of Daocha. And just looking like comparing the fire to the water variant, both of them sort of had the same concept. You want to deal as much damage to your opponent as possible, but one of them does it through value over fractals, and the other one does it by lowering their own influence to be able to keep drawing back up with those Fire Bloom Flourishes and sort of putting the pressure down with the allies as well. A huge contrast of just the ally amount in fire compared to the water variant here. So really cool to see just exactly like how it's going on and the choice the players made. So both can do the same thing, just more playstyle and fill in. And I just really enjoy the fact that Brackish Ludus is one of those cards that you can bring in from the side and completely change a matchup.
I think it was really cool to see this version of the Dao Chen deck too, because we've seen even within the Fire Dao Chen lists, we've seen a lot of variation in how they run it. And this one showed the power game 1 of having those unique allies and having red hair and trying to turn that on, whereas other lists are maybe trying to do stuff a little more combo-y, a little more, you know, focusing on Searing Rebuke, focusing on doing something a little more mid-range and building up some more of these sort of the payoffs that are built into Cleric, where this just said, you know, some games I'm just going to put things on the board and turn them sideways.
Yeah, really did. Like, we didn't need any Firebloom Flourishes game 1. It was just the traditional ally beatdown that got there. And it's really hard to say, like, the MVP of the Fire Dao deck. Do any cards from the top of your head just, like, strike you as, like, this is the reason this deck is probably the way it is?
Well, Firebloom Flourish it's really hard to ignore Firebloom Flourish, because that card allowing a Fire Aggro deck to drop its influence, just continue to commit stuff to the board, and then keep it back up, especially like you said, it's not unique. You can have 2 of them in play. You can dump everything and actually get multiple cards back every turn. All the while it's just doing pings, and when you have the Searing Rebuke combo, those pings can be not only prevented for you, but turned into a whole bunch of damage at the opponent as well. It truly is kind of like the card that turns the rest of that deck on, but the Dao Chen package actually has a lot of robust options as well, which is what made it a popular choice today for people who are looking to play the Fire Aggro decks. Things like Searing Rebuke, while they are used for those big damage combos, are also spell reactions that Dao Chen can put into memory to play the other aggressive cards. And if the opponent threatens them back, say in an aggro mirror or really just in anything, they can play it out of memory using Dao Chen's Glimmer counters to be able to prevent damage and, you know, rebuke the opponent with the extra damage.
Exactly. I think that's my favorite part about the deck itself, is that the Glimmer counters being able to activate the reactions, as you were saying, really can catch people off guard, because you go, oh, I have 1 card in hand, like, and your opponent's like, okay, I'm going to attack into you. And Dao's like, all right, remove 2 Glimmers, Searing Rebuke. I couldn't have activated this normally. I advanced my game plan on my own turn, and then now I have that defensive option that's sort of a gotcha moment.
Yeah, exactly. Dao Chen is definitely, she's kind of the queen of the gotcha moments right now, which is just having an arsenal of potential tools, and you can never quite put her off of having anything until she's been rested and the rest of the hand is down. Then that's fine, unless they have Scepter of Fascination in play, and then it's off the table again. Be afraid of Dao Chans who put a Quicksilver Grail in play, because you are never quite sure what they're doing at that point. That's some pretty spicy stuff too.
It's a really good mind games with Champion. I all around believe the Champion's very well designed. It feels like it can fit so many archetypes. And we're just seeing level 1, potentially level 2 of these variants. She can go to level 3, and it gets even crazier if you do get to level 3. Not sure if we're going to be seeing that here today, but it is one of those options and one of those things that could be explored more as we were discussing about like potential in the future in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as players leave the tournament today, they're all going to be looking at what the new metagame is and how do we crack into it. If we have a lot of these Fractal decks that are powerful, some of these decks are not currently packing Fantasia hate, or at least not to the level that they need to. And that has varying levels of success against the water build just due to the density of fractals, but has had a pretty strong impact against this Fire Dao-Chan build too, because if Firebloom Flourish is really the linchpin card to make it work, if you can expel the Departed that at the end of their main phase and just get rid of it and let's not draw anything, let's not deal any damage, that can be a pretty big tempo loss for the Dao-Chan deck that can put her just off kilter enough to not take it, which is where I think the version that we saw here from Coheed was pretty strong, because it goes, well, okay, fine. That's fine if you answer it. Here's my allies.
Indeed, it's like you don't need it anymore. A lot of the times the deck was built around like, oh, we need to see it in order to do something. Here it's like, if I see it, that's great. I'm enjoying my time. If not, I'm still sticking to the Fire original game plan. But without further ado, we actually have the interview from the winner.
Let's go to it.
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to Ascent Seattle. I'm here with our feature match winner of round 5, Coheed, who just piloted a really sweet Fire Dao-Chan deck. I wasn't casting it, but I had the opportunity to watch, and I thought it was really, really cool. First of all, I guess, how do you feel about how that round went?
This went great. It's been kind of weird. I didn't know what the metagame was going to be going into this tournament. I mostly built the deck from scratch myself. I'm like 2 months into this game. Played Fire Xander, kind of ported all the allies into this deck. The Kindle cards are insane. Firebloom Flourish is like nuts. Like you get to just commit creatures to board. Doesn't matter. You draw cards, deal damage. It's been insane. Yeah, it did not expect this run, but very, very happy to be up there and very happy to be where I'm at so far. So.
Yeah, kind of after my own heart. I'm a big Fire Xander player, so seeing a lot of the iconic cards from that deck just on screen, I'm like, oh, that's very, very cool. So just generally speaking, you said you are kind of new to the game, right?
Yeah, started about 2 months ago. Don't have a scene where I live. It's my roommate and I think it's like a 4-hour drive to any Grand Archive store. We kind of begged my friend who runs a store to like go through the distribution channels to get us 2 cases of Heaven. So yeah, it's been a fun ride. Having webcam events is like insane. I never would be able to like be playing an event like this if there wasn't online events for this game for people that don't have a local scene.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. So just generally speaking, how did you arrive on this particular deck? Like Dao-Chan and like just kind of Fire in general. You mentioned a little bit of Fire Xander, but what about Dao-Chan?
Yeah, I saw Dao-Chan, and before like any other card was spoiled, I'm like, if that does 4 damage, this card's cracked. Then I saw Cinder Geyser, and I'm like, okay, this is the deck I'm playing. I have yet to Cinder Geyser someone with Dao-Chan. I have yet to do anything with liver counters yet in this tournament, but eventually I will, and I think it'll be very good.
Excellent. And speaking of like this tournament in general, how do you feel about like your position and your deck in the current like Ascent Seattle meta with everything kind of going on?
I have no idea. There's been a lot of like that Water Fractal deck that I didn't know existed until about 4 hours ago. Like I've heard there's a bunch of burn. My last Merlin opponent, I played Merlin twice in a row, not what I expected. My last Merlin opponent like said the other Dao-Chan decks that he's seen are like way more Fantasia focused as opposed to creature focused. I think my deck's good. I look forward to the rest of the rounds. Really, if I just get one more, I'll have exceeded my expectations. So.
I mean, you're currently what 5-0. 5-0. I would say the deck is pretty good from that record alone. So thank you for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you again.
Excellent.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものが
Hello, everyone. We are back here at Ascent Seattle. I am Valkyrie, joined with none other than Red Zone Rogue. How you doing?
Pretty good, especially after watching that last round. That Fire Dao-Chan deck was really cool. So much so that afterwards I was talking with Dan and I was like, "Yo, I wanna build this when I get home, man. Like, it looks so sweet."
It really showed a masterclass of what that deck's actually capable of.
Yeah.
So many cool like interactions, routes, and things to do in the deck itself. The Fantasia, the Fire Bloom Flourishes is so
Yeah.
unique, and it's a great design space that they played around with.
Oh, dude, I love it. It's like, hey, it deals damage and it also like draws you cards, and it's just everything that I want out of like a burn style deck. You also had stuff like the Kindle allies, which were a group of allies that, you know, when I was first checking out the set, I was like, these look really, really cool. As someone who plays a lot of fire, I was like, this seems great, but it seems, you know, very counterable, right? Because you still have to, you know, utilize your graveyard, one of Fire's like main mechanics, and seeing a deck here at the Ascent like utilize them is pretty cool. Even though, like, you know, some of them he had to pay, you know, brass tacks for, but still cool to see him like running in the list.
Exactly here, and it's a great time for Fire as well because you don't really see a lot of nullifying lanterns running
Yeah.
around with, especially with the other decks that we've seen. So you sort of have free reign to take advantage of the Kindle effect.
I mean, that's like one of the greatest parts about having a game where there's like these series of like checks and balances, right? And you have all this counterplay between all these various archetypes, and people go into the event not expecting to see Fire, and then you can have Fire just kind of like come out of nowhere and do like a ton of damage with stuff like, you know, the Rending Flames, and getting all this value off of this Kindle stuff. You know, the Nullifying Lantern was played everywhere for a reason, right?
Yes.
Right? It's like, you got to respect the Fire cards. So yeah, it's cool.
You really do, and we've seen already 2 Fire decks showing like really the prowess of like
Yeah.
what they're capable of, and both those decks are running a specific card from Abyssal Heaven that I personally was not expecting it to be as popular as it is, and that is Red Hair.
Oh yeah, the Fire Horse.
Yes.
It's called the Fire Horse. Fire Horse is pretty interesting, right? Because it's a 3/3 for 2, and it kind of doesn't do anything unless you have another, specifically a unique human ally. It was a fire unique.
Fire
human
unique,
ally,
yes.
Yes. And at the time of this event, there's only like a couple that I think fit the criteria. There's like Arthur, and then there's Xiao Xiao.
Yes.
And I think that's it, right? Because she's a cat human.
Yeah, the other unique allies are just automatons that you have really access to there.
Yep. So, but it's still like a really powerful card, right? It's an overstated unit, 3/3 for 2, and you still have that really sweet, like, you know, the Hasty Messenger type of effect, which is exactly what Fire wants. So yeah, it's not one that I expected to see, like you were saying, but it's pretty cool. I know some people in my community were like pretty stoked on the Fire Horse, and so like seeing it here, it's like, yeah, sweet.
Yeah, and it just plays into that game plan you were mentioning about Fire when you want to get those Fire cards into your grave, and having the additional Hasty Messenger effect really like it excels. It doubles the effectiveness of what you normally would have done, and you're able to go to a lot more strategies faster because of it. And with Arthur coming in Immortal on its first thing, Red Hair is guaranteed at least 1, maybe 2 attacks.
I mean, it's just pairs. It's like Red Hair and Arthur are like best buddies, right? I think Red Hair does an interesting job of taking the place of something like Korhazi Courier in the non-assassin, you know, versions, giving you that kind of like loot effect, just in a little bit of a different way, a little less consistent way, but overall, like in terms of raw attack, more powerful.
Gotcha. Going ahead and bring that all together into just like one complete package for Fire Aggro. I'm pretty sure it's going to end up being a staple if you're going to be running those like sort of variants of decks. Very powerful, very strong, and it just works so well together. But I also want to look at like some other decks that we've sort of had here today. And one of them in particular that stood out to me was the couple matches ago, the Wind Gua deck, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that just, the concept in itself is we've lost a lot of the times like turbo level 3 decks.
Yeah.
Sort of like gone to the sideline as stronger, faster paced decks bring up. But the fact that this deck was as powerful as it was week 1 into the set, I feel like it'd be flushed out and really like a pilot with a lot of reps on it can really take over a metagame.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I feel like it's the type of deck that will get stronger over time and will be more powerful upon like future iterations, right? Because you have to, you're incorporating those advanced elements. It's a little bit more. Also, you have to get to level 3 too to even enable that kind of stuff, and so it's one of the what I'm trying to get. It's a slower deck, right? And because it's slower, I think you need to have the appropriate tools so you can last long enough to even get to the point where you can, flip over your big boss monsters and get to the point where they actually come into play. Because I don't think we've even. Oh no, that's not true. With Byfall, we saw him flip Siryu.
Yes.
But I think that's the only one we've seen today.
Correct. Yes, on that one there. And if everyone's at home wondering like, oh, what are we looking at? Like how much water, how much fire, how much wind is out here right now? Because right now it's like a lot of times you see some water, some fire here and there. Yeah. But for everyone who's actually like curious, here is the official spirit meta breakdown of Ascent Seattle. We have 288 players that were here for a round 1 Swiss, and these are what the stats are broken up about, but I'm actually pleasantly surprised. Look at the fire and water coming in together.
There's a couple interesting things. We also have the 3 lost, which I would assume are going to be some variant of slimes or something like that, right? But like the breakdown over here, technically more fire than water in a weekend where everyone's like, yo, water's running rampant.
Yeah, it's so weird to me to see these numbers so close together, because we've had meta shifts where like one element is clearly the strongest one, but with Abyssal Heaven, it's looking very split among these 3. Win maybe on the lower end, but of course there's more things to play around with there. The fire and the water had the big breakthroughs on that first week. Yeah, but it's still way too close to call.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it's just one of the byproducts of being, literally a week out of the HVN launch, right? People are still kind of like trying to determine what the best decks are, and there's a lot of folks are playtesting. I talked to a lot of people on the floor today, and they're like, some people went with like, tried and true kind of like decks that they're familiar with, and a lot of people are like, you know what, this seemed cool, I'm gonna give it a shot, like the Dao Chen fire deck that we just talked about.
Indeed, and pairing with spirits, we also care about what are you leveling up into, right?
Exactly.
You want to know like what's going on top of these spirits, and thankfully we have that breakdown here as well. And of course we see the
interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. Some of this, as we see, is kind of obvious, but some of it is very surprising to me, actually, right? Because we have Dao Chen and Gojia at the top, and I think that's kind of expected, right? They're the brand new champions. Not only are they very powerful, but they're ones that a lot of people just want to play with, right? Play with and, test out, and they're the new shiny thing. But number 3, Xander, is, I'm happy to see that as a big Xander fan. I've heard, tellings of Fire Xander players out here. There's Luxem Xander players out here. Xander's a hero or a champion that you can play multiple different ways, but seeing him as the 3rd most represented isn't something that I would have expected.
Yeah, it feels very weird, especially coming off of MRC where Tristan was the popular assassin. Yeah. But Xander's sort of making his resurgence from down in the lower end, and very curious to see, because it's, as you said, multiple flavors of Xander. It's not just one particular deck. It's very different ones coming through here. And I think the biggest one that's surprising me is the fall from grace, Sylvie. That champion was constantly in the top 2, top 3. But here we see a very small sliver on that pie chart.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks out there are kind of like waiting for their the Sylvie Recollection deck light, so we can kind of get those Baby Gray Slime replacement cards. I think that's one of the big things for that, even though it is still like a very strong deck. I think I know a lot of folks were just kind of on that kind of like mental train, and also like there's a lot of other new things to try out.
Actually, yeah, just that the banning of Baby Gray, one of the key components of that Sylvie deck, really hurt, and we're going to be getting a replacement here soon, so maybe people are just putting Sylvie on the side, trying the new stuff as well.
Yeah, like basically the gist of it is like they're going to get a replacement for Baby Gray Slime, but it's going to be more tuned to Sylvie, so it's not going to be able to be played in a lot of other decks. So it's going to be, on the same level, but only for Sylvie kind of deal.
Exactly. And if you enjoyed those graphics here, those were brought to you by Super Mitch. So we want to thank Super Mitch for those amazing graphics. It really helps visualize exactly what you're looking at. Because sometimes you look at numbers and data, you're like, this doesn't really mean much. But seeing it actually there and how close the spirits were and all the champions in that pie chart, it looked beautiful as well.
Yeah. I think it's also just looking at that pie chart and thinking about it just in general. Like we did have the clear two, like the two most popular ones, but other than that, it was like a pretty varied breakdown, you know, which is also very cool to see.
It really is, and if you compare it to like Ascent Houston, one of the first ever Ascents, when you look at like the stats, you just see Lorraine, Rai, Xander, right, and stuff like that. So seeing all these different champion faces popping up, you starting to have those like people who are like, I love this champion, I just want to play this one, representing them here at this tournament, things like that, and that's what you really want to like need in a game like this, right? You want those people to fall in love with that character, keep playing them, maintain them through that, and I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the kind of game where people can get really attached to specific characters and maybe even some sort of archetypes. You know, you have your Merlin diehards, you know, and I think the game just lends itself to be really good for that kind of stuff. And we do have our feature match coming very shortly. They're kind of, you know, getting ready and setting up. We do know who is going to be playing against each other. It's going to be Henki versus TCG Isaac, which is a true champion gaming Isaac. And yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really interesting match here.
It is. It's a clash of two titans, actually, here. Both these players have top 8 Ascented before. Isaac has actually won an Ascent as well. And Henki is known as a Sylvie player.
Ooh, interesting.
A very popular fire slime Sylvie.
Okay.
But with the introduction of Abyssal Heaven, I'm really unsure if Henki's going to be staying on their traditional tried and true what they're known for, or are they going to be dabbling in the new Tamer, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, we have seen some Fire Guoja this weekend. I mean, that definitely could be a possibility. Or like you said, we did see that some people were running some slime variants, so I think it's definitely a possibility.
Definitely, indeed. And I'm super excited to see these two players play against each other. And this is sort of the like pairing you would see on a day 2.
Right,
so the fact that we're seeing this day 1 is showing like how stacked this field is, that players are already running into each other this early.
Oh yeah, I mean, like absolutely. And you know, we're going into it, you know, round 6. Both these players are 5-0, and yeah, I can't wait for this this matchup here, which will be here very, 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 very shortly. So like just kind of pulling it back to the like the champion breakdown. Was there anything in particular that was surprising to you? Xander was surprising to me. Was there anything overly surprising to you?
The overly surprising one was probably the Diana representation.
Oh, really? Okay.
She has been one that has been lackluster in a lot of Ascents and tournament showings.
Poor Diana fans.
It is unfortunate. Diana's such a cool concept, such a cool champion, being able to have bullets and a gun, load that in, that's sort of interactions. But she always seems to fall short a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Very easily messed with, interacted with. Each element's able to do something to stop her. But the fact that still has representation here, and I know those are probably some like true fans of Diana who are bringing her, and it's great to see just that the fact that they're still here playing. But without further ado, we are going to be jumping into our featured match. Isaac is going to go ahead and be going first, and we see a Spirit of Water. I believe they are on the Fantasia list that we are familiar with.
Yeah, I'm going to correct myself here. I said 5, and it looks like both players are going to be 4-1 going into this matchup. And yeah, you called it. We got some Fractal action going on here. This, if you're joining us for the first time, well, first of all, welcome. But also, this is kind of what you can consider to be the breakout deck of this event, right? With all the fractals. And the idea for the deck, the overall idea of the deck is you just play a whole bunch of fractals, and then you have some fractal payoffs that deal damage equal to the number of fractals, or damage for each fractal that you have. And that's the general gist of it. You have some interaction and stuff. But the deck is very consistent because you run a ton of fractals, and you also have a lot of payloads, right? You have, what, 12 payloads if you're running 4 of each of the big ones?
Yes.
So it's a very consistent and powerful deck.
Yeah, and Isaac just opening up with one of the best turn 1 plays you can honestly have with this Fractal deck.
Yeah.
It's just 3 fractals instantly, one of them even being the one that allows you to glimpse 4.
It's very
strong. So strong. It sets you up for your additional turns coming through.
Ooh, this is an interesting one. Not one that we've seen today. Shang, Fierce Princess.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this is
super excited
this is
to
a
talk
Dawn of
about this
Ashes
right
deck.
now.
Okay, here we go.
So Dawn of Ashes is a great card that came out in Fractured Crown, the second expansion for Grand Archive, and it makes non-norm element cards cost 1 more to activate.
Right.
So implying you're probably going to be playing a lot of norm element cards. Shangzhang, the Fierce Presence, just came out in Abyssal Heaven. She has Imbue as a norm card. If you imbue her with 3 norm elements, she goes ahead and prevents 2 damage from non-norm element for the rest of the game.
Yeah, yeah. This is actually the card that we were talking about off stream a little while ago. We were pretty hyped about this one. It's really cool to see it actually here. Was not expecting a Dawn of Ashes deck going into this event, so that's pretty spicy. And of course, we see from Isaac Zhang Zhao, which is another very key card of the weekend. Just a card with a lot of versatility and a lot of like card advantage built in. And basically, what you use it for with the Fractals deck is you can just pay for it with your Fractals, and you can get that draw 2 effect pretty easily. So 3 cost for draw 2 and a body is like really, really good rate in Grand Archive.
Well statted, the advantage you gain from that. And we see a Torpid Fractal on the side of Isaac here, and that's one that you don't see here often, but it is one of the counters to allies that this Fractal deck has that's also Fractal. So on enter, you rest an ally with 2 attack or less, and that ally will not be waking up as long as you have Torpid Fractal on the field. So it's sort of a Snow Fairy in a Fantasia rather than a body.
A little bit harder to interact with actually, because Snow Fairy being an ally, a little bit easier to interact with. That one's a pretty interesting like tech choice in Metacall, because I know a lot of people who are playing this Fractals deck were saying that ally strategies tends to be one of the weaker points of the deck. So teching in cards that specifically counteract that kind of strategy makes a lot of sense. Even if it is a 4-drop Fractal, which is pretty uncommon. Usually you see a lot of 1-drop and 2-drop Fractals.
And it actually made a 5 cost as well, thanks to that Dawn of Ashes.
That's true, that's true,
Isaac had to commit fully to go ahead and get that
activated. A 5-drop Fractal, yeah.
And here we see another tech card from Mortal Ambition, one that was very popular against the Razorgale list, but we have
I love it here.
Purifier.
Yeah, it's it's like a well-costed card that can sometimes blow up a Fantasia. Basically, you're going to be playing this when you can almost guarantee that you get one of them. But once again, a really, really interesting and cool like Metacall.
And do you know what that Mr. Purifier ended up taking out? The one problem that Hanky ran into, that Torpid Fractal.
basically paid 5 for, a temporary reprieve.
Saved yourself 2 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Just a good old backup charger here, acting as a little makeshift Grand Crusader ring. Though it actually has some interesting tech in these Fractal decks, because some of these decks fracturize your own power charger. So you can kind of turn it into another Fractal.
Yeah, sort of a great way to sneak in extra damage from your refracting missiles or burst asunders. And a really cool concept, right? A lot of the times these backup chargers, I just use that to draw a card, but it's like I'm using this to draw a card and potentially dealing extra damage.
Yep. Yeah, so it's a pretty interesting interaction with this new deck. Man, I still can't get over that running like a norm element Dawn of Ashes deck. That's very cool.
And we see another distance Fractal, Eclipsing Force setting up. You really want to be looking for that Shang Zhao just to be able to draw those additional cards.
Yeah, this 1-drop Glimpse 4 Fractal is quite the card.
Yes.
It does technically have a drawback of you can't use its reservable effect unless you have 3 or more Fractals, but turns out you're going to have 3 or more Fractals a lot of the time.
You thought it was a problem, but in deck building, you easily solve it by just adding more Fractals.
Yeah, when you have 20 plus Fractals in your deck. And here we have Fractal of Snow. This is another one that you can kind of use to possibly slow some stuff down if you need to. If you don't need to cash it in for damage, or if you're in a real pinch, in a real bind. This is kind of like another one of the staple Fractals you see all the decks run.
And great against ally decks. The only problem is it's a class bonus to go ahead and get that banish effect. So Isaac's still sitting at Spirit of Water. Really means that it's not really going to be doing much but acting as a reservable here.
Yep.
And I'm actually very curious on Hanky's strategy, what champion we're going to be leveling up into, if there is even a level up, right?
Yeah, very, very interesting. We do see a Safeguard Amulet, which makes a lot of sense here, right? You see a lot of Fractals, and so okay, I need to put some shields up a little bit so I don't just get blown up out of nowhere. So that's materialized makes a lot of sense. And it's going to make Isaac kind of do like a double whammy in order to finish him off.
And this Dawn of Ashes actually even having more extended value than you would even consider. Isaac has 3 cards in hand currently. If there's any Frostbind or anything like that, you need an additional
that's true actually, yeah.
So Henki pretty much has a free reign to go ahead and activate and go full hands down. As you see here, both the Academy Guide and the Esteemed Knight entering play.
I'm
and
still
then
really interested to see what Hero is playing. We see we see the Academy Guide and the Esteemed Knight with that warrior like class bonus. I mean, it could also just be a 2/3 for 3 norm card, right? But still, really interesting kind of thing going on. Ooh, we see a Fracturize on the amulet, which immediately just kind of gets popped.
And it looks like Isaac might be setting up a kill turn if we are taking care of that amulet right now. We do have, I believe, is it 4 or 5 fractals on the field. If there is a Burst Asunder, we're looking at 12 total damage. And then that ally on the field for 1, and that would be exactly 15.
Yeah, very scary place to be when you're just a wee little spirit. We do see Isaac leveling up into Dao-Chen, so we do have the cleric bonuses active if they matter at all this turn. But it does look like exactly what you said. We're gonna see a flurry of damage here. Yep, and there's the Burst Asunder following the refraction. Yep, counting up. That's enough. That's enough.
Just like that. Alrighty, and Isaac gonna go ahead and take game 1. A very interesting deck that Henki's running. Clearly, he has something in that deck to really like combat this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here at 4-on-1, right?
Yeah, exactly. Possibly one of the most interesting decks that I've seen this weekend. That honestly, the Dawn of Ashes really caught me off. But it does make a lot of sense, right? If you're expecting to see this like kind of fractal deck prevalent in the meta, then you could either play the deck, right, or you can build decks that beat that deck. And this one looks like it's pretty teched to deal with it, right? We had those main board fractal or the Fantasia removal allies, as well as just the general taxing effect from the Dawn of Ashes.
Yeah, and I wonder if the spirit itself comes into play later for Henki, because we did see a water spirit.
We did, yeah.
And, you know, Henki's known as a fire spirit player, so I wonder if there's, like, water element sideboard cards that think about bringing in certain matchups.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because in terms of just, like, the overall meta game, if a lot of people are expecting to see water, you also expect to see a lot of people playing, like, the water baubles and that kind of stuff to get advantage of that. So there's got to be a reason you're playing the water element over anything else.
And it could also be one of those change-up decks where this next game we're going to see a materialization of a different spirit. Because your opponent goes, oh, they are on Spirit of Water, so I'll just get Water Bubble in and take everything out.
Kind of like juke them, right?
Yeah, and now they have a dead card in their material deck.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You can kind of give them the old switcheroo. Swap to like a Spirit of Slime or something.
But here, actually, we see Spirit of Water.
He's going to run out the water. Hey, maybe he does have some water cards in the deck. Like maybe he is running some sort of like you mentioned before, maybe like some Frostbinds and that kind of tech.
Gotcha here. And Henki gonna go ahead and start setting up, and I think this is where the deck actually becomes very powerful, is going first, right? Because you get to set up that Dawn of Ashes initially. Unfortunately, Henki did not open it, but that really sets down the fractal deck, because everything will cost them the additional 1. So you wouldn't be able to do that explosive start. And the cool thing about Grand Archive is a lot of players who test together, sometimes are on teams.
Yeah.
And so TCG Isaac has a couple of teammates, and one of them being Cabin.
Right.
And Henki actually beat Cabin earlier on in this list stage, which means Isaac's back here to avenge.
Right. Avenge his teammate. But that's got to be pretty scary, though, because you know that you're facing down a deck that, you know, was able to take down one of your teammates who's likely on a very similar strategy. So you know it's going to be a potent, concoction.
Exactly. This deck knows what it's doing. It knows how to play against it, and you have to really be careful because it may catch you off guard. You don't know, like, for all Isaac has seen is just allies and a Dawn of Ashes. We don't know if there's that super spicy stuff that Henki's running as well that just was not revealed earlier in that game 1 that can close out these games and just make them. And here we honestly see one of those cards.
Disenchant.
Not sure if it's mainboard or sideboard, but it's a norm that just destroys a target Fantasia.
Yeah, HVN actually introduced a bunch of kind of like, norm element, kind of like catch-all type cards, and this is one of them. And it makes a lot of sense to kind of see play here. With Charged Mannequin.
Charge Mannequin is actually one of those cards that saw a lot of play initially when MRC came out.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one in a while.
Just because everyone was running backup Charger. You just backup Charger, Charge Mannequin, and now it's a 2-3 for 2. It's a way better statted.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially if you're just doing Norm and you don't really care all that much about some fancy, elemented allies. You're running your 2-3s for 3 anyway. We saw the Esteem Knight last round. This is just a cheaper Esteem Knight, right? Without the class bonus.
Yeah, and the fact that even since it's automaton, the power cell can be activated to even buff its attack even further.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And so here we have Isaac kind of jamming out more fractals. The Fractal of Insight is another one of the Glimpse fractals. You run a couple different Glimpse fractals in the deck, and that just really helps smooth out your draws. You can make sure you get either your fractals or your payloads. That's kind of what the deck is basically broken down into, right? You have your fractal side and you have like your payload side, which is your finishers. And you want to draw like a lot of the fractals and then a couple of your finishers. And these Glimpse cards really help with that.
They do. It's sort of like a flow chart. It's like if you need more fractals, you dig for that. Or if you have everything you need, you just put all the fractals to the bottom and go ahead and get.
Yeah, it reminds me of one of those like internet flow charts. It's like, do you have a fractal? Yes. get the payload card. Viridian Protective Trinket. I think this is a card that is pretty well poised into the meta if everyone's expecting to see a lot of water. Though we did see water is like pretty on par with like fire overall representation in this event. But I think it's just a general great call, especially if you're like, oh, the boogeyman of the format is going to be like this water fractal deck. The Protective Trinket makes a lot of sense.
And we see Isaac putting very much respect to that Protective Trinket, having to refracting missiles immediately to go ahead and remove that ally.
Yeah.
But we see a Gildas and one of the classics, Balance.
Yeah, one of the more powerful Norm element allies in the game. She is a unique ally, and she has a little bit of fiddly play here. But if you have the same number of cards in your memory as you do in your hand, she gets an additional +3 attack. So she becomes a 4-3 for 3, which is an incredibly powerful rate in Grand Archive.
And this is, I think, one of those moments of how Henke might be able to beat this deck. We already see Isaac sitting at 12 damage counters on that Spirit of Water.
Yeah.
Only 3 fractals. And Henke's very much in the clear of lethal because that refracting missiles had to target that ally initially.
Yep.
So no damage ping. Burst of Sunder is not going to be lethal. We're only looking at 10. We'd have to drop 2 additional fractals. And at that point, I don't know if Isaac will have enough influence to be able to maintain both those.
Yeah, we've talked about it earlier today, just kind of like going into this event and talking about this fractal deck. But there's kind of like this crucial number of fractals that you need before you can really pop off. And it really starts at like the 4 or 5 fractals. So 3 here is not exactly ideal. I would imagine we see a little bit more fractals coming out here. And that's exactly what we're going to see. This is one of the ones that kind of locks down an ally.
Yes. Keeping that Gildas, so you do not want to get hit for 4 once again.
Yeah. What's really interesting is like this one is able to rest the Gildas because she currently has less attack. She's not at the 4 attack.
You're no longer balanced, so you lose that effect. And is that an Awakened Deacon? A very interesting card that not all lists are running. But in this particular one, it gains Intercept as long as you have 2 or more Phantasias. So it's a great way to help stem the damage from all these allies coming in.
That's one of the most interesting things about all these fractal decks, right? We have a ton of fractal decks, but each one has their own little like spice and flavor here or there. This is the first time I've seen Awakened Deacon played from one of these decks, so I'm sure it's not the only one, but just here on stream today. And yeah, I think that's what makes this deck a little bit more interesting than kind of just like a cookie cutter locked in deck. There's so much variation between all the different versions.
It really shows like the personality of players and what they value the most in their deck as well. And clearly Isaac's list putting respect against the allies, which we've seen allies be able to just completely run over the Fractal deck as well.
Yeah, so it does make a lot of sense to have like a 1-3 taunter in here. Or Intercept, my bad. All right, so we have some Academy Guide action coming in. They're going to kind of do a joint attack to take out that Deacon. Just coming in on for a couple, 2 damage here with the 2-3 assassin dude.
The Lurking Assailant.
Yes. I'm like, what's the name? What's the name? I play with this card all the time.
He was stealthy. That's why it was hard to see him. But here we see the activation of Shimmering Refracting from memory, being able to draw a card due to it being activated from memory.
Yeah.
And then dealing, I believe, 4 damage directly to Henki. So
Yep,
not
yep.
removing any allies, which sort of reads to me that Isaac's looking for a lethal line on this turn.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the new champion Dao Chan, he's able to play that from his memory if it's a reaction and you remove the requisite number of counters equal to the cost of the card. Which is one of the reasons, like one of the key reasons why you play Dao Chan over some of the other champions. Though we have seen some other versions of the deck run different champions too.
And also, the big important part about that as well is it's a norm element card, so it gets around the Viridian Protective Trinket as well.
Oh, it's true, yeah. Definitely true. All right, let's see if Isaac has some damage to kind of follow this up. Looks like he's going to use Refractor Missile to take out the guide here. Or no, not the guide, the marionette.
The automaton not wanting to give Henki the access to that power cell.
Yeah.
Arisana is going to be the champion level
Okay.
of choice.
All right. So we have Arisana. He's going to be able to gather twice. This is an interesting choice here with Arisana. I mean, you can get some incremental advantage through the various herbs here, but you know there might be something bigger at play.
And I'm not sure how important the herbs you gather are, but Henki did manage to get 2 herbs that recover 1.
That is true. Like that life gain is going to matter quite a bit. So we have the Scepter of Fascination activation, which is going to enable another activation of Dao Chan. So he's going to be able to play another refracting from memory.
Oh, and we see Automated Gardener, one of the new ALC Alter cards that came out. It's a Cleric class bonus. On enter, you get to gather, and it's a 3 cost, 2/3.
This is another one I wasn't expecting to see, but it makes a lot of sense for this deck, right? It also makes sense as to why he's running Arisana, so you still get that class bonus. So it is a 2/3 for 3, but you also get a little bit of additional advantage.
Unfortunately, met with a glimmering refusal right there.
Yeah.
Not going to actually be able to see it on the field, but we got to see it for a glimpse moment before it went into the banishment.
Yeah, that one just got sent immediately to the banish zone, right? And we have a Crystalline Mirror coming down. Let's see. If, I mean, Isaac's done a good job of like kind of just cleaning up the board here. For a deck that we talked about before being a deck that generally doesn't have a ton of removal outside of like your big payloads, he's done a great job of just, stemming the tide of allies.
Yeah, it's having to, unfortunately, using your like cards you want to end the game
That's
with
what I was
to just
kinda
like
thinking
play
about.
the removal. You're really having to rely on the Burst Asunder. But that's just giving Henki more turns to be able to play activate allies, attack in, and Isaac's only sitting with 4 damage counters available left before.
I mean, that's true. Isaac is quite low here. With Henki leveling up to Arisana, increasing his life total just a little bit, that could be a big factor here.
Oh, and I think this is exactly why we're seeing the Spirit of Water. So this is Sweet Ambrosia, came out in the Kong Ming starter deck when A and B came out.
Oh, yes.
And you can banish it to recover 3.
Yeah, it's pretty simple here. It's a pretty simple effect, but when all you want to do is just, not die, this seems like a really good option for that.
Oh, and here we see a Zhang Zhao, but not in the traditional sense you would normally see it. Henki's doing it to recover 4, since there are 3 cards in memory here. So it's
going to also get negated. He's like, no, please don't gain any more life.
But now we sort of see the plan that Henki was going for here. The deck's sort of like making sense. The gears are turning. It's turning into a beautiful masterpiece of what's going on. We see the Crystalline Mirror going to go ahead and banish to remove the Safeguard Amulet. Henki probably responded with Safeguard Amulet just to be sure.
Just to kind of, activate it. Might as well. But, yeah, like you're saying, you can kind of see, like, Henki's plan here, right? Like, definitely a deck that's teched against this Fractals, this Fractals deck that he expected to come across. You have the life gain, you have the taxing effects. It all really makes sense.
It's like Isaac's influence is around 3 or 4 cards. Yes, there are tons of Fractals on the field currently with Reservable that they can use as resources, but as you slowly use your cards to remove things off of Henki's, you're not going to be able to do much with those Fractals if you don't have anything in hand.
Yeah, true. Currently, looks like 5 in hand after activating the GCR. And Okay, so I see your Zhang Zhao, and I raise you Zhang Zhao. This one is going to be gaining life, I believe. You put one card down, right?
Not opting in for the draw 2, really valuing the recovering here
Yeah.
rather than pretty much respecting Hanky and his strategy. You do not want to be that close to lethal against a deck that you're very unsure about.
Yeah, I mean, being 7 away from death is a little bit more comfortable than being, what, like 3 away from death.
Yeah.
three is pretty scary. Like, this one guild is hit.
And that guild is unfortunately still being kept down by that Torpedo Fractal as well. Hanky probably digging for a way to remove that so that Gildus
Yeah.
is freed from the clutches.
Or even like a second copy of Gildus, right?
Exactly, that would be super beneficial in this moment. I'm really curious to see what else is in that material deck of Hanky.
Right.
It's like a box of surprises at this point.
It's a very, very interesting list, and I'm just trying to kind of like take a peek. But he's just going to jam out a GCR here. I was half expecting him to like level up to Arizona 2 or something.
Catch us off guard, or maybe
Yeah.
turn into a Merlin all of a sudden.
Right.
So many different options. But leaving the GCR unbanished at this current moment, I believe we're dealing with 6 total influence for Hanky. So not sure if there's going to be a Gildus balance plan as you initially thought, but let's see what we're going to be getting. Oh,
Ooh.
this is another very interesting water card. It is one of the new card types in Grand Archive, a siegeable domain.
Yeah, interesting.
And so at the beginning of each opponent's recollection phase, that player may banish a card with floating memory from their graveyard. If they don't, the next card costs 2. But as soon as we start getting into that, it's met once again with a glimmering refusal.
Right. We've seen a good number of those already. So Zuchain immediately into the banner zone. We do see a Blanche coming in here, and Blanche is a very, very powerful card against the Fractal decks, being able to prevent damage basically equal to the number of cards in your memory, and the Fractal decks just want to do small instances of 1 or 2 damage here. So this Blanche just sitting here basically nullifies all damage to anything but Blanche.
Correct, yeah, and a very powerful card that a lot of, I feel like, is underrated, especially against these Fractal decks. Everything is shut off, and they don't run a lot of allies. We saw Awakened Deacon, and we saw Zhang Zhao, but there's really no way for that deck to remove Blanche off the field.
Yeah, we've seen some of the other ones run like the Frostborn Paladin here or there, but it's pretty like far in between. And Blanche just being like a 1/2 is just incidentally kind of annoying. It's a water bobble just coming on down to increase card draw for the turn, which is nice. But yeah, that Blanche is a pretty rough card against this Fractal deck for sure.
It really is. And unfortunately, Hanky is now burdened by a Terrafring. Isaac did activate that at the beginning of Recollection. So anytime Hanky wants to make an attack, they must pay 2 cards in order to attack in there. But Novice Healer, another very interesting card. And the theme is recurring here. This one is a class bonus on entry. You get to recover 3.
Yeah, he's just trying to outlast and outlive him, tax him enough so he can't just burst him down, and then apply enough threats that are threatening enough that he's gonna have to use his payoff cards to deal with the board state. It's kind of a really interesting way to combat the Fractal deck, and I think it's one of those decks that's like uniquely good in this particular event, which is always really cool to see.
It is, and like as you saw, a lot of the Fractal decks likes to hit you for a couple of damage, ping you up, and then finish you off with the Burst Asunder combo.
Yep.
But now Hanky's pretty much saying you have to have every Fractal to one-shot me with Burst Asunder.
Yep. Yeah, that's basically, and we have seen that happen today, right? We have seen someone lose from 25 health with a combination of Burst Asunder and other refractions and all that kind of stuff. So it's not out of the question.
And another new card here by Hanky, Hairpin of Transience.
Yep.
And it's a class bonus. You banish it, and you put 3 Wither counters on target non-champion object. And Wither counters are a really interesting mechanic, as they pretty much make your opponent choose whether they want to keep their object by paying the amount of Wither counters on the object, or go ahead and letting it be put into the grave.
Yeah, we see a Shimmering Refraction here coming and taking out that 2/2 healer. Once again, just trying to clean up the board a little bit so you don't die just to allies. And then we have another Zhang Zhao. This Zhang Zhao is going to be a nice little gain 4 life Zhang Zhao.
Yeah.
Hey, turns out Zhang Zhao is good when she's drawing 2 cards or when she's gaining 4 life.
Yeah, I feel like this card, a lot of people were not expecting how valuable or how prevalent this card would be, and we're seeing almost every mode be taken advantage of on this card.
Yeah. I mean, like, if Fractals is, like, kind of like the breakout deck of this event, then Zhang Zhao is, like, the breakout card just in general. You see her everywhere. And now we see the Shimmering Refraction finally taking out Blanche. So now shields are down-ish, I would say. A little bit less protection.
And I believe that's already 3, maybe 4 Shimmering Refractions used on the side of Isaac.
We've seen a lot of them so far, right? We did mention there's a lot of redundancy in these decks. Typically, usually have about like 8 payoffs, but you know, if every one that you have to use to clean up the board is one less that you can use to, you know, finish off your opponent.
Indeed, and let's just do a quick Fractal count right here on Isaac's side of the board. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total Fractals, which means we're looking at a potential 14 from the Burst Ascender, which isn't going to be there.
Yeah, it'd have to be in combination with. Oh, did you just have it?
I believe Isaac drew their card for that turn and realized they could not get through this sort of lock that Henke.
Just kind of like scooped it up for the next game.
Yeah, and Henke just almost had answers for everything going on, and we still had the 2 herbs that recovered. We had Sweet Ambrosia still on the board, and then with the introduction of the Hairpin of Transience as well, I believe Isaac was going to lose some Fractals due to having to pay the cost. So
that's true.
Either keep the Fractals alive and lose some of your reservable ability, or play it through and
or just get attacked by the swarm of endless norm element allies. Yeah, it's a really interesting deck. Like we've mentioned it more than a couple times at this point, but it's definitely an interesting medical, right? Every time you come into a new event, especially a new event so fresh off of a brand new set, it's cool to see like what are the decks, what's the spicy brews that everyone's bringing, but also like what are the brews that people are bringing to counter the other brews, like all the ones that are the prevalent ones that everyone's like, I've figured out what the big deck is, and then you have the other person who's like, I figured out what beats the big deck. And I think that's definitely what we're kind of seeing here.
Yeah, and if this deck that Henke brought has a real showing, you could see a potential of a lot of more people bringing it in if they're assuming Fractal's going to be popular.
That's true, yeah.
Which means Fractal players are going to have to be switching off to something else, right?
Yeah.
And then it creates this weird like circle of if there's Fractal players, you'll have Norm players, but if there's Norm players, Fractal players will be on something else. That means Norm players aren't needed on that deck anymore.
Well, yeah, and then it could just open up shop for like, oh, maybe people are going to be like, I'm going to go all in on the fire, and I'm going to go in with something else, and that's what makes a meta like pretty open.
I think Isaac did a really good job in Game 2 as well, especially near that end. Is sometimes that hill seems a little too hard to climb, and so you got to keep that composure, especially in a best of 3. You want to make like, you know, I understand I'm not going to be breaking through this anytime soon. Let me go ahead, reset here, take a breather, and then jump right into Game 3. And Isaac's starting out very strong with 2 Fractals, but Henke has an answer.
Yeah, nice little like nice double removal here. So we have the Disenchant followed by the Mystic Purifier, clearing up both of Isaac's Fractals from turn 1, which is if you're Henke, you're probably pretty happy with that.
And now we're starting to really see how Henke was able to beat Cabin, who was on the similar list to Isaac. Is this deck is purely, if I run into your Fractals, I'm going to make sure you are set a turn behind every time.
Yep. Especially like post sideboarding, you know, he's like extra prepared for it. We do see Isaac follow up with additional 2 more Fractals. You know, you have to reestablish your board. You have to keep getting your Fractals out. Well, as we mentioned before, you want to get to that key number of Fractals, like 4 or 5, before you can really start schmoovin'. But now it's just like, you know, in kind of rebuild mode.
Yeah, and what do you do in this moment if Henke has like another Mystic Purifier, another Disenchant, right? That's even setting you even further behind. These Fractals are not being able to generate value for you because they aren't able to use Reservable to activate anything else. They're just immediately leaving the field after they enter.
Yep.
So it's a very weird feeling for Isaac here to try and build up a board, and Henke's just dismantling it, making sure it's not set
Hey,
up.
you called it. Here we have another Disenchant. So that's three Fantasia removal in the first 5 plays from Henke.
Yeah.
Or first 4 plays even, yeah.
And then we see that Academy Guide as well, which is setting up into a perfect level up as well.
Right? Yeah, just a free Arizona. Yeah, it looked like Hanky really only wanted to get to like level 1, but getting that and then getting that cleric bonus, as we saw, is something he wants to make use of, so he can start gaining life either through maybe the herbs or through some other various effects.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And Isaac, sort of really in the think tank right now, not actually opting into activating any more fractals here, sort of realizing that it might be a sunk cost fallacy to keep trying to stick them on the board while Hanky has everything. So Isaac going the more defensive route. Going to be playing a little bit of the water control. Going to make sure maybe interrupt Hanky's plans and see if can play spoiler to that.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Hanky can just kind of like chip in with his little dudes. Hey, they stick around. They have good effects, but they're also just going to stick around and poke them. We know both of these players don't really get to very high levels with their champions, right? So the amount of the threshold of damage they can take isn't super high.
And we see an activation of Shang-Chi, but one of these herbs in particular I want to highlight right here is this herb right here that Hanky rolled. That is a level herb.
Ooh,
and
okay.
something to really keep in mind is Blanche has fast activation if you're level 2+.
That's true, yeah, she does.
So this herb is a really good way for Hanky to maintain Blanche and sort of bait your opponent into trying to like all in you, and you can fast activate that Blanche even though you're only at level 1.
Oh yeah, you can do it to protect either yourself. You can even do it to protect something like a Gildas or just a key threat. That is definitely worth pointing out. We do see a Fracturize. He's going to be Fracturizing his own Power Cell just to get another Fractal. This is a common play we see a lot with these Fractal decks. You just Fracturize your own thing.
You're just really got to maintain the amount of Fractals you have. And with the Shang-Zhang being imbued as well, going to be really difficult to remove. Probably going to have to opt into a Torpedo Fractal to keep that down.
And we see, another Awakened Deacon. Okay. So this is going to be, it's going to have Intercept, right? But like a 1/3 with Intercept is still kind of annoying, right? Especially when all of the allies Hanky has, they're not particularly strong. So this is a decent roadblock here.
And Hanky opting into the Materialization Backup Charger. I don't believe they have two cards, or they only have 2 cards in hand. Oh, but we have the Water Bobble.
Yes. Yep. Water Bobble, 2 cards in hand.
A little bit of discussion about how the mirror works with the when you're able to activate it and the stipulations for activation as well.
Okay. And we do see just the backup charger immediately activated. We saw that, the Power Cell actually be pretty relevant for Hanky last time. Like he has allies that actually make use of it, which is pretty interesting. I know a lot of folks previous to this meta were playing backup charger, and it was just kind of like a extra GCR. You weren't really using the Power Cell, but seeing these decks, both of these decks actually make use of that Power Cell, getting the maximum value out of your backup charger is very cool to see.
And here I see that Awakened Deacon, unfortunately, going to the grave after absorbing 2 hits from the allies here.
Yep.
Mystic Purifier sticking that additional damage. And Hanky sort of seems, the world is his oyster with the amount of cards they have in hand.
Yeah, he's able to apply like pressure, both like in terms of board state removal, clearing up all of those fractals, as well as just kind of like, here's some damage here. I do have like a win con. It's like poking you to death, but it's gonna get there, unless you are able to deal with it. And here we have another, it's a 2/3, but you get a Gather. That Gather could give you a good effect from the herb, but other than that, it's also just a 2/3.
Perfect here, and it's all starting to make sense. Hanky's been an artist with this deck, and I've seen the picture. Arizana's not only for the Cleric class bonus, but it gives you access to Polaris. It's not going to be relevant in this matchup. That's
true.
But this is probably how Hanky survives the ally mirrors.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Polaris is an incredibly powerful card. Just being able to I liken it to like a board wipe in hand at all times, but it's better than a board wipe in hand, right? Because it's not able to be affected by like hand attack, right? So it's a board wipe that you just have access to just whenever you need it. And I think Arizona, that's one of the things that makes Arizona just in general really, really strong. Her cauldron is an insane cauldron.
It is. Who knows what she puts in there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Lots of plants, one would assume, but the plants that do nefarious things.
And Isaac really considering this materialization. We do see the Dao Chan though.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Now you have access to Dao-Chan and her abilities, but also you have that increase in health, which is going to be really, really relevant.
Yeah, already five damage away from lethal already. So getting that little buffer, going to 9 damage away from lethal. Dao Chen with the 19 total available life pool.
Yeah, and we have Zhang Jiao. This is going to be a. Is this just a gain 4?
Recover.
Gain 4. Gain 4. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, with the amount of pressure Henke's putting in, I really don't think you can opt into just drawing
Right.
cards.
Right. I think if you're Henke and Isaac's doing the draw card, you should be pretty afraid that something scary is going to happen.
Yeah. But I think this is that one weakness of the Burst Asunder deck that we're starting to see. Cannot deal with wide boards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that a lot of folks have been talking about, just kind of like talking to players this weekend. And their big weakness is just like allies decks. And even like an allies deck like this that's playing these kind of like, I don't know, oddball norm allies still pose a pretty big threat, right?
They do indeed. And it's so great to see. We do see the materialization of Safeguard Amulet. Henke now starting to get those defensive options out.
Yep. He's kind of got his setup already, and now he's like, okay, now I can start just putting in these layers of defense.
Oh, and here we see
Ooh.
the mana root being eaten, just like we talked about. That's going to gain a level here.
Are we going to see a Blanche?
We're going to get a visit from the
Yep,
Blanche.
your girl Blanche. This is one of my favorite cards. I've been playing her in various decks ever since she was released. And yeah, Blanche is going to come down and protect her allies.
And so now Isaac is still staring down that 2 damage from the attack here.
Yep.
Blanche also just another threat you're going to have to remove.
Yep, that's definitely true. Do we see a negation from Isaac? So, so we're going to see another Shimmering Refraction that's going to try to take out Blanche before the other one resolves, I think.
Correct, yes. I believe that is what we're looking at here. Blanche.
So it does take down Blanche, which then the Shimmering will take down. Yeah, okay. But Henke was able to get rid of 2 Shimmering Refractions, which is something that he definitely wants to kind of like power through.
And we saw how powerful that was in game 2 when Henke was able to burn through all those ones. Because that means Isaac has to rely on Burst Asunder, what we discussed, but Henke's kept Isaac's fractals down. Burst Asunder is not looking super strong at this current moment.
Yeah, especially when you're sitting at like 18 health, not a lot of fractals, and another disenchant.
And just getting even more further and further away from the goal line. Every time Henke activates a Mystic Purifier or Disenchant, it's pushing back that goalpost for Isaac, who's really going to have to dig deep and find a way around this board lock that's happening.
Yeah, and for everyone watching who has seen this Fractals deck this weekend, they're like, oh, how do you play against this deck? It looks so strong. This is it, right? We're seeing it right now in real time. It definitely has, counters to it. And if you are prepared for it, then, you can put it through its paces.
Indeed here. Let's see what Isaac's going to be setting up here. Probably going to be opting into defensive options that we see in Awakened Deacon in hand, Terrafring Materialize.
Yeah.
So just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, he just basically at this point, I think he just needs to, rebuild, right? Rebuild hand, rebuild fractals, so you can, inevitably enact your game plan. Because outside of your fractal burst, you don't have a ton of ways to close out the game. So you need to get there. You can't just kind of like, rely on the back of your Awakened Deacon and your Zhang Jiao, right?
Indeed. And once again, Henke just adding more and more obstacles in Isaac's way. The Viridian Protective Trinket now being materialized. Isaac keeping a 4 in hand. No fractals actually available to pay for costs. So any water card that costs 1 or more than 1 will not be able to be activated this turn.
Like you can't play like Frostbind from here.
Correct.
Like, that's very relevant. I'm not sure if Isaac casts Frostbind at all, but basically the idea is like, negation is going to be very, very difficult to do on this turn.
It stops the Shimmering Refusals that we saw a lot come
Exactly,
out.
yeah. So if Isaac literally has 3 cards in Shimmering Refusal, can't play it.
Indeed. Henke really thinking about what to activate here. We do have to get rid of that Awakened Deacon because it does have intercept against these allies here. So Dao Chan's still a little bit safe.
And important to note, Isaac did not pop the ring. So allies can attack freely here, and we have 2 charged mannequins coming down. They do still have to get through the Deacon, but the other ones can kind of just, you know, attack. Come on in. And now, you know, Isaac's staring down 5 allies. A host of them, all like 2/3s, because of the charged mannequin getting the little bonus from having a power cell out.
And a little bit of doing some damage math here. I believe Hanky was pushing for lethal because that Gardener that we see at the top of our screen right over here is an automaton, which means it does gain the benefit of the power cell if activated.
Oh, okay. All right, so it looks like Isaac was able to weather the storm through that turn, but still like coming down pretty low, within 4 health of, you know, kicking the bucket, I guess. We have the Zhang Jiao just kind of chipping on in because it really can't do much else right now.
Sort of that 4 is that magic number that the Zhang Jiao recovered earlier, right?
Yep. I mean, yeah, exactly. And looking at Isaac's hand, so we have another Fractal coming down. This is a Fractal inside. It's going to help him glimpse a little bit, which is very, very important for his position in the game right now.
It is indeed. You're really just trying to find a way around this. We do know there's that Terrafring that's going to be...
Yep, he still has a Terrafring, yeah.
Save. And Hanky with a total influence of 5, going to go up to 6 on their turn. So at max, Hanky can sneak in 6 damage, which would be lethal.
That's true.
But Isaac can prevent this by an Awakened Deacon perhaps coming down.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Refracting Missiles targeting one of these mannequins.
Or even maybe like another Zhang Jiao gaining some life. And yeah, we do see the Refractor Missile on the Gardener, actually. I think you kind of saw maybe perhaps the line that you saw, the Power Cell pumping up the Gardener.
Going that.
Because you could attack with the mannequins first, and then come up with the Gardener to maximize the damage.
And Isaac, banishing the Terrafring, does have a Staff of Fascination.
Yes.
Which means there's something in that memory that's going to save Isaac from this attack. Because even with the Terrafring, Hanky is still going to be able to deal 5 damage with those 3 of the allies on the board currently.
Yep. So yeah, we have the Terrafring obviously activated here. And for those of you who don't know, who are still like learning the new champions, Dao Chan has that effect. Well, I don't think it's gonna matter here. I don't think it's gonna matter here. I think the writing's on the wall, and Isaac is just going to scoop from there.
And just like that, Hanky goes, "Bring me your strongest Water Fractal Dao Chan players, and I will show them what I am made of."
That was like a systematic like dismantling of that archetype, right? Yeah, he had like the fractal removal. He had the life gain to weather the damage. He had just you know, even had like we saw the Dawn of Ashes as well to kind of do the taxing effects. It's like attacking this deck in all of these different angles. And as you mentioned, the Arasana to potentially be relevant against all of the like other decks in the meta that you might expect to see, like the Allies, for example. It's a really, really fascinating deck, and one that I think is, I mentioned before, I think a really, really cool like meta call specifically for Ascent Seattle.
That is really, like, I could not have said better myself. You nailed it completely on that aspect. Hanky sort of pulling the mantle, saying, I don't think the deck that people are claiming to be the best deck around is. I'm finding a way to beat it, and we've seen it now consistently. Hanky was able to beat it not once, but twice in taking out the 2 TCG teammates of Caden and Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're incredibly strong players too, right? You mentioned, you know, Ascent victories and all this kind of stuff. Like, they're no slouches. So, like, I think it just goes to show, like, just the power of, like, the sweet brew that Hanky has, right? I mean, I honestly, going into this, did not expect to see Dawn of Ashes. Like, that's still just so wild. I don't think I've ever seen that outside of, like, I don't know, like, various meme decks and stuff. Like, so seeing that here be really good is unexpected and cool, I would say.
It really is, and the fact that you can assemble so many, like, assemble a coherent strategy just with norm cards.
Yeah. You even mentioned that card. Remind me her name, but she's the imbue norm card, right?
Oh,
you were really,
Shang-Zhang.
yeah, or Shang-Zhang. You were really stoked about that card, like when we were talking about just the event in general yesterday, and to have it. I was not expecting it to pop up here. You're just like really excited about it, and it's norm, and you were able to imbue norm, which is like. It works.
The card is like the reason the card is so exciting is because it does so much for what people would say is difficult to do, but if you build a deck around it, it makes it so much more worth it. The fact that it's a 3-cost 2/3, so already the stat line you want to see when you're playing allies. Secondly, it has an additional effect. And the effect is if you just reveal 3 norm elements from your memory when activating this card, she then prevents the next 2 damage, or anytime it's dealt damage, 2 of it from any non-norm source.
Yeah.
And that is so powerful because a lot of removal that decks run are based in an element.
Yep. And also it just makes a lot of sense when you're staring down like water-based, ping damage here and there, right? Just preventing all of it. Also backed up by other cards like Blanche and all that kind of stuff. Just made it very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, 100%. Like super difficult, and like Water's main way to remove allies is a Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah,
and it's a 3-cost 2/3 on enter. You could banish a floating to draw a card and it gets a buff counter, so it becomes a 3/4. That still cannot remove an imbued Shangjang from the field.
That's true, right? Yeah, because it only does 3 damage. Shangjang has or it deals it'll deal 2 damage, right? Or no, one damage.
Yeah,
1 damage.
so it'll attack for 3.
I can do the math.
1, so that's like the main way Water can deal with that. And you're gonna have to like put in 2 or 3 Frostborns just into 1 attack, and at that point you're losing all your resources to like stabilize yourself.
Oh yeah, and we saw like also the Fantasia removal, like Disenchants, and the ally that comes down or destroys the Fantasia unless they pay 2, and it was just kind of like, 1 card after another, just kind of slowly dismantling the board. Yeah. And if you'd like to actually hear from Hanky, we're going to have an interview with you in just a moment, so stick tuned.
All right, everyone, we are back with player interview. Of course, Hanky the GOAT here. 1 round 6 with about the craziest deck that I think we've seen all day. This Norm, Water, Arasana, Allies, Death and Taxes kind of deck. Hanky, tell us about this deck. What happened here?
What happened there? Well, I'm not good enough to play the Fire or Water Dao deck, so I tried something else, which sucked. And then some guy at my locals was like, I need Dawn of Ashes. And I was like, wait, this might be good. And then I had to buy the Citadels, like last minutes. And I like Allies. I think Allies is good. And I learned from Toronto. In Toronto, I put all the main deck hate in the side, like all the Vanitas hate. So I decided to put everything in the main right now. And we got some new cool cards, so I don't know, I like the deck.
Yeah, and it has definitely paid off for you so far. You just took out True Champion Isaac. What I hear is that earlier in the rounds, you also took out True Champion Caben with this list. This list mainboard teched all the way to the wall with everything you need to deal with the Fractal deck. And that you clearly knew that was happening, right? You knew Fractal's a thing?
Yeah. I expected the Water deck to be like the most played deck. So I figured I'm not going to play it because I didn't test much, so I can't play the deck because I haven't tested it, right? And you're going to play mirror matches. So I just decided to play a deck that I think has a pretty decent matchup and just main all the hate.
Yeah, that makes sense. And speaking of all the hate, like there's not just the hate, not just everything people expect to see, like Disenchants and Purifiers, but we had mainboard Sweet Ambrosia, Hairpin of Transients. What was that about?
I was afraid of the Fire Dao deck as well. So I just put in like all the heal as well. I played Arizona because it has like all the heal cards. Then I took out some of them, but I mean they have to do so much more damage. So I figured you get like you buy yourself like one or two turns, and if you have 4 allies, I mean.
There, you just keep putting pressure on with the allies, control everything they're doing, tax them out of the game. If you guys want to see how to break a meta, we have a list right here that's good into all of the decks you've seen winning all across the tournament here. Anything you're afraid of, Hanky?
I'm afraid of everything because I didn't test much. So I've played against 2 water fractal decks now, and I've won both, but I don't know. I mean, I saw so many decks I'm afraid of. Like round 1 I played against Wind Allies, that trashes me. I saw a bunch of scary Wind decks. I don't want to play that. I just want to play against water fractals. I think my deck's good against it, and just see how it goes. I mean, we played 5 rounds now? 6, so it's still a long way.
Well, only one person can be the GOAT like this, not testing the deck, going complete anti-meta, bringing it in, going 5-1 now, one more round locked into day 2. That's all you got to do. Good luck, Henki. Everyone's, I think, rooting for you to break the meta with this crazy stuff, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能 てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to Ascent Seattle. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined in the booth again by Dan from Main Deck. All right, Dan.
How's it going, everyone?
I take it that you did the interview, right?
Yes.
What do you think of the last round? What do you think of the totally, completely average Norm deck that we just saw?
You have to understand, they call him Henky the Go for a reason, okay? You can call him Henky the Go for a reason. That man built the wildest anti-meta deck that you could imagine. Having a deck, I mean, people have memed really on Dawn of Ashes since its release in FTC. I remember, I mean, I feel like maybe we even played against something back in Ascent Houston. Or we had at least players who were like memeing around with Dawn of Ashes all the way back then. But now we see the Dawn of Ashes deck with some of the new, a little bit of new Norm Imbue support in Shang Chang, and then just all of the tools, all of the healing, all of the access to Norm element disruption spells that are dealing with
Disenchant being Norm, just kind of like
Mystic Purifier
played into this, right?
Main board it all. And go against only fractals all day, and you're having a great time.
I'll be honest. When I saw Dawn of Ashes get played, I was just like, "What?" Like I was not expecting to see this card at all. Like maybe in like a, I don't know, like a meme multiplayer deck or something like that. But here at Ascent, you know, with a X1 record.
Yeah, the
no
combination of Dawn of Ashes and Shu Chang Frozen Citadel creating just this like potential lockdown on the opponent where you're not just taxing them, you're basically saying you can play exactly one thing per turn, and then just don't try anything else. You're done. It's not just that like that's the one thing you play. It's like now you're not doing anything on my turn either. And it's attack. Like take you out. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. We saw Shu Chang come down for like half a second before Isaac was like, no, this needs to get negated immediately.
I mean, what a wild match too. Isaac having like every single glimmering refusal, and then game 2, Henky having every single disenchant, every single way of dealing with Isaac's fractals.
Yeah. Just turn turn after turn. There was like 3 or 4 in a row. Just every card was blowing up fractals.
It was crazy. It was truly. I mean, it takes a special type of player to be able to bring that deck and just perform like that, especially given how kind of quickly it was slapped together and how little, as he said, how little experience he actually had into the metagame as well. Really showed
it's wild. Yeah, it's actually kind of wild.
Seriously, it just shows kind of an understanding of like, well, that's the metagame, and this is how I'll counter it.
And we just saw it. We just saw it on stream. It like systematically dismantled the fractal deck.
Now going into the after the event. Now we've seen Fire Aggro beating this. I mean the fractal deck we saw right away in the earliest rounds. It's a powerful deck.
It's very strong.
And there are variants and there is play and there's a lot of stuff going on. But then we see Fire Dao Chan pumping out the damage, taking it out of the game. We see whatever that was.
right. I don't know what you want to call that, like Norm allies or something. Norm stacks.
I don't know. It's not just like a lot of the ally deck is just here's a beater and some control. This is like everything's kind of just doing something very specifically targeted at disrupting the opponent in a different way. It's very much more. It's more of just a disruption deck, and the allies are just there to win the game eventually.
It just has like Gildas incidentally just to kind of close things out, right?
Yeah. And also, I thought it was hilarious. Isaac's one of Torpid Fractal. In the main board, draws it and gets that Gildas locked down after Henke goes out of balance by putting down his hand. And like, without that Torpid Fractal, Isaac was out of the game way sooner too.
Yeah.
So it was just a wild back and forth. A ton of fun to watch that match. Hopefully, you all out there enjoyed it as well, because that was certainly a match of all time.
It was. I would say one of the most exciting matches so far today.
Yeah, and for an aggressive metagame like we have today, we have had a lot of actually really cool back and forth, but also some like really big blowouts, and it's kind of fun to watch either way sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, exactly, getting to see decks firing on all cylinders is exciting and is powerful, and then getting to see that kind of thing where like really just like players struggling to get eke every little advantage out that they can to like find the way to win and get countered along the way. It is exciting either way.
Yeah, I agree, like 100%. And currently, we're still looking, setting up our feature match. So it's going to be a couple minutes just for all the viewers out there.
Yeah.
And so Dan and I are just going to chat a little bit until we get the feature match all set up for you. Just in a few short moments.
Now
here.
we've had 6 rounds so far today, and in those 6 rounds, again, we've seen so many interesting matchups. We have 3 more rounds left in the tournament, and of course. The new change in Abyssal Heaven at Ascent is that it is now an 18-point threshold in order to have you make it into day 2.
Okay.
Which means a lot of players right now, we have a set of players who are actually locked into day 2 right now with their 6 wins. The top tables are actually locked into day 2
So
at this point.
all the 6-0 players are basically just kind of locked in.
But those 6-0 players are in an interesting position where they previously might have just intentionally drawn. If they drawn if they wanted to, just say like, okay, cool, like I'm in, whatever, that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
But the fight now in day 2, with an expanded pool of players, because we're expecting to get another potentially like up to 6 to 12 more players into day 2 than what a top 32 might have been. And in that case, they have to have a higher record to make sure that they actually break into that top 8. It's going to be a little more competitive.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So we are going to have a really fun day 1 now where a lot of our high-end players are actually not going to ID. And they have to play it up because they might as well. They're already locked in. There's nothing to lose, but everything to gain as they are trying to just get the best possible score that they can so that their threshold in day 2 is lowered. They don't have to win out quite as much to make sure they can get into that top 8 and play for the real prizes in today's event.
Yeah, and of course, top 8 is really where you want to be, right?
And
that's where all of I don't want to say all the action takes place, but that's where all of the, the big money is,
Yes, and for some of the players now who didn't make top 6 or 6-0 so far, they're sitting at 5-1. They're sitting at 4-2, and I'm hearing from a lot of players, even players at 3-3. It's really heartening to hear players going like, oh man, I can still get in. I just have to win out. Or the 5-1 players like just got to win one more game out of one more match out of the next 3. And I think it's been a really positive change overall that has really empowered players to be able to get in there. So we are going to be moving to our match pretty soon. It looks like the match we're going to get is going to be a very interesting. Pairing as far as just like records so far. Just kind of piggybacking off of that conversation, we're going to have Noel with a 5-1 record into his opponent EMP, who's a 4-0-2. Okay. So for the folks doing the math at home, that means we have Noel, who is on currently 15 points. A win gets him to 18, which is going to lock him in. EMP on that 4-0-2 is actually at 14 points. 12, 3 per win, and then 1 per draw. So his opponent is actually looking to win 1 and then still needs to at least draw 1 to make it in out of the next 3 rounds. So this should be this has got some stakes on it, because if Noel takes it, he's going to be locked in, which is great. If EMP takes it, it's going to drastically reduce the requirement that he needs to make it in, and he's going to struggling. His opponent's EMP is going to struggle a little bit to get in there, a little more than Noel is, just because of those draws right now.
Yeah.
the players are just getting set up, though, so we will certainly be moving to them very soon and start talking about exactly what kind of matchups we're looking at here. Yeah, it's just something, I think it's something really interesting to keep in mind, because a big part of the tournament mentality is not just like playing the game, which is obviously a lot of fun and it requires a lot of skill and everything, but there is this whole grind as we're getting deep into the tournament here.
Yes.
And our players are actually fighting exhaustion in mental capacity and everything. But these are actually some of the most important rounds of the entire event. Kel, do you do a lot of tournament playing where you have to go through this level of mental exhaustion?
I used to. Most of the time these days, I'm here on behind the screen on the coverage side of thing. But when I was a lot younger, I did play a lot of tournaments for various card games.
Yeah.
And I think one of the most important parts of just any of that, and any tournament player knows this, you just gotta kind of stock up on stuff like water and maybe like energy bars or whatever, just whatever you got to kind of get you through the event, because you really don't want fatigue, both like physical and mental, kind of dragging you down at the end of the day, because it can get really like physically and mentally taxing when you're just kind of like in the zone, game after game after game, right?
Yes, and that mental and mental exhaustion turning into physical exhaustion, absolutely a real thing too. So just huge kudos to all our players in general. We have some incredible players in Grand Archive who grind ascent after ascent after ascent, and Noel is a great example of those who's the lone chess club member who went to Utrecht and still managed to top cut there, fighting through everything on a hot, kind of like Henke's list today, a very hot anti-meta list. Water Merlin in that case. But what we're going to see now is when we move over to this, we're going to see a really cool matchup between Noel on the chess club team is actually on Fire Dao Chan.
Ooh.
It's a slightly different Fire Dao Chan than some of the other ones we've seen so far.
Oh, interesting.
Though. This is a Fire Dao Chan that is playing more of a mid-range game, meaning it's going a little bit slower. It's leveling a little more, and in fact, going to level 3 sometimes.
Really?
Yes.
So,
I saw it myself. It's real.
So I have heard rumblings of the level 3 Dao Chan from some folks.
Yes.
I'm really interested to see how that kind of shakes out, and what Terra cards they're going to be, utilizing once you get to level 3, and to what capacity.
Yeah, and we're going to see a very cool matchup here, because it's that interesting brew from Chess Club versus EMP, who is on Wind Luxem.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, so Wind Luxem, I mean, for people who are unaware of this deck, Luxem has been around for a long time, but the whole concept of Luxem is you're playing Xander. Xander, who's the assassin who goes to Luxem at level 3. You play a game of just trying to accrue, or basically not lose value on all of your cards. So here we're going to actually see EMP starting off with that Brissa, Spirit of Wind. EMP, of course, a very, very skilled player as well,
yes.
with the rocking the Ascent victory or Ascent top cut promo. Going into Windmill Engineer to start imbuing with the 2 win cards, allowing him to draw a card into memory. And the whole point of this is you're trying to put cards in memory so that you can level without ever actually like going down on cards to do it.
Right.
Once EMP gets to level 3, he'll unlock the Luxem element, and then the whole goal is to manage your memory, use Luxem Sights and the Xander Blinding Steel ability to reveal Luxem every single turn.
Yep.
Keep recovering, reveal Lightweaver's Assault, keep dealing damage, and eventually you put down 10 cards, double Lightweaver's Assault, and take the opponent out of the game.
Yeah. That's good. Exactly a great way to put it. I personally played the water and fire versions of that deck. I've not actually played the wind version, so I'm actually really curious to see how this one.
The wind is a little spicy, isn't it? Now we have. Let's see some of Noel's really cool cards here, because it looks like the Noel list, the chess club list, is on actually Fragmented Spirit of Fire for Dao Chan, which we haven't seen yet. Using that, putting that Spirit Shard Fragment into play, and Noel is starting off with a Creative Shock and discarded the new Fantasia ally that has floating memory. The Maiden of something like Shrouded Fog, I believe.
Yeah, she's like the 1/2, kind of like an Honorable Vanguard, but
it's
she's
an Honorable Vanguard, but a Fantasia, which is really cool for any sort of the Fantasia effects that they're playing, as well as just being able to pitch to floating memory for that Creative Shock, like we just saw there. And then we went into a Made of Shimmering Air. There's the name. When we went into a Fractal, I believe that is a Fractal of Sparks.
Yeah, that's the one that can do damage.
Yep. It is rested to deal 1 damage to a champion. And it will just, it won't do a lot, because when we swap over to EMP, we see EMP teched in the main board for our Fantasia heavy metagame with the Mystic Purifier on enter, paying 2, getting rid of that Fantasia. Now, in this case, EMP is not keeping that card advantage, but is instead at least denying Noel 1 card advantage, which hopefully will be enough to keep him in the game for longer. Luxem does need, the big weakness of Luxem is losing before you
Right.
win.
It
Which
is-
is
it
a
is-
dumb thing to say, I guess.
It is very much a long game type deck,
Yes,
right?
yep.
It's a game. It's the type of deck where you get to level 3 and then you need to get to many turns after level 3, right? Usually, more than a couple, I would say.
The fascinating thing is a lot of Luxem decks are playing Serene Spirit on their level 0, which gives them a 31 health pool instead of 25 to
Right.
help achieve that. But instead, EMP, I assume, is going to be relying on some of the wind interaction to stay alive. And Noel actually goes straight for the Dao-Chan level 1, using that floating memory, obviously. Very easy play to make here. And then goes into the Creative Shock. Let's continue to set up some value, is the idea here. We'll draw 2, pitch 1, and hoping to pitch another floating memory to be able to set up for those levels, because as we're leveling to 3, we need to get as much value as possible. It looks like in response to the Creative Shock, well, basically while Noel is lower on kind of action in hand, EMP goes for the Reclaim on that Mystic Purifier, not on the Windmill Engineer. You often see Reclaim returning the ally to hand. You return the Windmill Engineer to hand to get the value, but against the Fantasia decks, EMP says, you know what, I think I want to have this Mystic Purifier again. I think this is going to be useful.
Yeah, I mean, that also makes a lot of sense. Ooh, what?
Allied. This is an Allied War Priestess. This is
I was like, what is this?
This is a spicy little. I'd say this is probably mostly a heads-up play against other fire aggro decks, because the Allied War Priestess in Cleric is a 2/3, and when your memory is stacked up 4+, it has on attack recover 2. So it is a very, very nice ally for just kind of swinging that life advantage.
I can see that. That does make a lot of sense, right? It still has that great that stat line after you have like the class bonus, pardon me, and then you have the ability to recover, which it feels like in this meta is like a really useful ability to have.
Yeah, and we see EMP going to Xander level 1 with really cool alt art. Kel, I know you're a mega Xander fan here, so
Yes.
what are we seeing here? What's going on with Xander Prepared Scout?
Well, I mean, if you're like me and you don't accidentally forget to do your glimpse and your prep counter triggers, basically this is going to help smooth out your hand, smooth out your draw, so you make sure you can, get the cards you actually need to get to, and you also get a nice little prep counter that you can cash in later for various means. For the Wind deck, I'm not actually 100% sure what you're going to cash that prep counter in for, but
The Wind is a cool play right now because Wind has a bunch of tech against Guoja that's pretty strong.
Okay.
So if you're expecting to see some of those kind of scary, now I think we've seen a lot of the Dragon decks weeded out a little bit by some of the more aggressive decks. But if you are concerned at all about things like Seiryu, you are able to play things like Ensnaring Fumes with those prep counters to be able to just deal with that Auspicious Beast. And now we see a Sirocco Operative coming down, which is a really interesting card, which you normally kind of see. This is actually from the Recollection
this is
deck.
from the Tristan Recollection deck,
Yeah,
right.
which was a lot more automaton themed. But it does have class bonus on enter, draw a card into memory. It's effectively a Windmill Engineer that I guess occasionally can make prep counters as well.
Yeah, and this time he just opted to use it as a Windmill Engineer, right? Just the 3-drop 1/1. So this is one of the ways you can't actually use a prep counter to get a free Mercenary's Blade, which is fantastic. You can just remove a prep counter and then you just get it from your material deck.
Yeah, Mercenary's Blade has been a really, actually like a kind of an underrated gem, I would say, in a lot of these decks. Fire Xander loves to run it to push damage. And here we also just see a nice advantage is just having that flexibility, that ability to go, I think that Allied War Priestess is maybe going to take things a little out of my control with the damage and the recovery, so let's just get rid of that right now.
And not only that, it just, has free reign over all of EMP's allies, right? It can just pick them off.
Yeah, and what EMP wants is to be able to keep those allies in play until he can find more things like Reclaim. Another cool thing about Sirocco Operative, I'm not sure if we'll see it, but Windmill Engineer can't really gain advantage when it's suppressed because it has an imbue trigger to get the draw. But Sirocco Operative, feel free to suppress that thing as much as you want and keep drawing more cards off of it.
Yeah.
Noel drops a Hasty Messenger. Of course, if you're going to see a level 3 fire deck, you're going to see Hasties alongside those Creative Shocks. Just for the ability to pitch floating memory and keep drawing cards and at least just cycle to the things you need. Second Hasty Messenger coming down, swinging in again. We're continuing to pitch some cards in yard. I think those are more fractals maybe being pitched.
I think so. Just generally speaking, Hasty Messenger is a really nice engine card for fire decks. It does everything
those are
you want to do.
Glowering Conflagrations. There's a lot of fire.
It's one of the Kindle cards.
Yeah, one of the Kindle cards that's being pitched here, where I assume it looks like that Nola's saying, all right, fine, there's infinite purifiers. I'm not going to go the Fantasia
Right.
route. This is not going to do any damage. We're going to pitch this. We're going to find more useful things.
Especially after you saw EMP, reclaim the purifier back to hand.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
he's on that game plan.
EMP's heads up. He knows, like, I know what to do here. I'm
Right.
going to get rid of these Fantasias.
Yeah, this is definitely a different kind of take on Fire
Isn't
Dao-Chan
it, though?
than what we saw before.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see the list that that CC landed on. I have to say, Chess Club is very known for always trying to innovate. Pretty much every event they go to, they're always out with some new brew, some exciting thing to look at, and usually pretty well tested, usually pretty well able to kind of answer things in the metagame. So we'll see how this is not necessarily a matchup that you prepare for with this list, though.
right. I'm not sure a lot of people expected to play against like Wind Luxem all that much. Maybe Rogue deck here or there, but
So Scout the Land is a great example of these cards that is just trying to put memory down so you can potentially do leveling shenanigans and just replaces itself. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put them back in any order, and draw a card. In my experience, a lot of the time, it's 4 things that I know I have to now chew through before I find the good cards.
Right.
But sometimes you find the really clutch thing with it. So it's a pretty powerful card. And looking at EMP's hand, I'm seeing more of the kind of the Tristan bread and butter that you expect to see. Surveil the Winds, I keep seeing in the front there. Of course, having that fast activation doesn't have to be a Tristan card. Is a great Xander card here as well. That allows you just to, at fast speed, get prep counters and draw more cards to keep things moving.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the game plan here, right? Just kind of like cycle through your deck, get to the the critical mass of cards in hand. You definitely want to see those Luxem cards, so when you eventually get into the late game, you actually have things to do, not just cards that are just here's a card that gives me 1 card advantage. You want your Luxem sites and your big finishers.
Your Lightweaver's Assaults.
The assaults, yes.
EMP also got a Swift Recruit down, which means those going to hold off a little more damage from those hasty messengers, but more importantly, just say, well, Noel, if you want to attack with both of those, you're giving me a floating memory.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, taking the damage, like small damage from hasty is something that Luxem is not as worried about because it just takes 1 single site to really start to like delete a lot of those once you get that damage that was taken once you get to level 3.
Yep. Every time you reveal the sites, you start gaining some life.
Yeah, if you can't answer Hasty Messenger, at least saying, well, you're going to give me a float out of your attacks instead feels just as good. And yeah, Kel, like you're saying, it's you're searching. You're trying to convert your green to yellow cards in this deck. Yeah. As you level, you want to just slowly convert, banish to level anything that isn't yellow, and then once you get to that stage, if you have a decent sized hand, you're Xander Blinding Steel, and it's all yellow, the game is really hard to come back from.
It's one of those decks that could either take a very long time to win or a surprisingly short amount of time to win, depending on how many like Lightweavers they have in their hand and how many like reveals they can set up to kind of just quickly chunk down health and then just pop off with double Lightweaver's Assault.
Shout out to main deck Tony and his triple Gleaming Cut, I swear, every single game, drawing 6 cards, the tourney level, like, okay, that is pretty good, buddy.
Gleaming Cut is one of the cards that you can activate when you reveal it, and you banish it, and you get to draw 2 cards.
And you draw 2, and it does not, it feels about as unfair as it sounds.
Yeah, especially when you get multiple, and just like, I'll just draw 6 cards here.
Yeah, so the thing about Luxem that is a little interesting when we're just casting it here is that it really is a lot of just kind of spinning wheels, right? A lot of these cards are just the best way to describe it is just I'm gonna draw cards and I'm gonna level.
Yeah, there's a lot of redundancy, cards that help you like filter, cards that help you draw, manipulate the top of your deck. Until we can kind of get to this like inevitability.
So we have not Xander Blinding Steel, but we do have Xander Deft Executor coming into play here. And we have this really clutch play here too, where EMP is actually going to be playing Surveil the Winds in response. I believe what I saw here is playing it in response to the trigger from Xander Deft Executor to be able to grab the Surveil back using Deft Executor's ability. The prep counters that you gain from Surveil pays for itself, so you're just using this to draw cards and raw keep up your prep counters for whatever else you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we were just saying, right? He's just churning through the deck.
But
even buying back cards to continue to churn through the deck.
Yeah, normally in like the Fire Luxem, you're doing things like Juggle Knives, bring back Juggle Knives, pinging damage, and just drawing cards. But in this case, we're actually just like netting prep counters from the whole endeavor too.
Yeah.
I think, Kel, we might make you a fan of this deck, by the way, by the end of it. I know you're a big Assassin fan too.
It's a deck that actually runs Sirocco operative, one
Yeah.
one that I cut from my Tristan deck pretty early on. But
The more I look at this card, I'm like, why aren't we playing this in more things?
well, I think it's because like we're like, I'm not gonna get the ability because I'm not running other automatons or anything like that. It's
Yeah,
a three. It's
but
a 3-drop.
It's a 1/1 that draws a card
But
into memory.
It is a
Like,
1/1 that draws a card.
That's a
into memory.
good. That's a good set of words to have on a card. I don't care what else the card does.
That's true.
But sometimes when you get 2 of them, then it's actually you actually get the prep too.
They do have a glorious hat as well.
We do have a triple hasty messenger play as well. We didn't make a note of that, but before we went to the level, Noel got down a 3rd hasty messenger. Reminiscent of Worlds last year, Cal. You remember this good time with Glenny Boy into Rye with the triple hasty for the win? We'll see if it's as effective for Noel as it was for Glenny Boy at Worlds.
I mean, depending on what Noel's list is, and we don't have the deck lists right here in front of us, but I mean, there are like, we saw Glenn make good use of fireballs. There are some fireball type cards in Terra, but there's also a lot of other spicy stuff.
Yeah,
that could be activated at level 3.
The big question is, what is Noel like trying to build up to with all this? We've also seen some cards like Rococo, some like more fire aggro focused plays. But with the 3 hasty messengers, you got to try to do something at some point with all of these, whatever he's digging for.
That's kind of
very
interesting.
least.
Because Rococo is an incredibly aggressive card.
Yeah,
it's like one of the most aggressive cards in the game. So I agree. It'll be really interesting to see kind of what Noel's trying to build up to. And you did mention that a lot of the Chess Club always comes in with really interesting brews, right?
Yeah. And we just drew into another creative shock, which certainly has got to be on the list of things to play this turn for Noel to be able to continue to dig for whatever he is going for. And actually, that looks like...
That's a full bounce back to hand.
Yeah, we have, in response to that, we have the Ensnaring Fumes. And again, we mentioned this card because this card is the menace of Guoja decks everywhere because it doesn't target, and it returns to hand, and whenever you return a Regalia to hand, including like a Shenju, it actually just goes to material deck instead.
Yeah, and he just hard casted this, right? It does have an alternate cost for removing 3 prep counters, but he's just like, you know what, I'll just pay 5 and then return all allies to hand, and now it also has floating memory too.
The hard cast here is really fascinating because it puts all the hasty messengers back in Noel's hand, and Noel is welcome to replay them and activate them again, but it is going to stop Noel from like progressing, just kind of like spinning wheels a little bit again. Like, okay, well, I'll put them back down and we'll get back to swinging, but this turn I'm not doing anything new. Right?
Yeah, it just kind of virtually buys a turn, right? You have to replay everything out, and he's like happy to do so.
I'd say it's one of those cards that in Grand Archive reads like, it's hard to judge quite the power of it because putting cards back in hand is basically giving the opponent more actions that turn than they had.
Right.
But at the same time, as long as everything costs at least 2, it still is putting them down on their potential actions to replay everything.
Yeah, that's true. And it is kind of at its weakest in this kind of scenario when you're returning a bunch of low-cost allies instead of your 4 or 5 drops and the bigger spendier stuff.
So we do see the return of the Hasty Messenger and then into the Creative Shock, and we drew into there's the immediate fast cure. That is what I'm pitching here because we're trying to set up that float. We're trying to get to Dao-Chan and just be able to have a huge influence and go off. Now, what that going off is, that'll be the fun thing to see. But certainly having a huge influence is going to be a part of it.
Yeah, this sort of matchup gives me like flashbacks to last year, to be honest. Even though they're completely brand new decks with a lot of brand new cards, it just feels very familiar. If you know.
This is kind of that more mid-range, grindier Grand Archive that a lot of our higher-end events last year had. Over the past, I would say, just over the past year, in different ways, have had from things like Fire Merlin matchups to the Watermill matchups, these sort of just like games of inches that players are playing. And here we have Explosive Fractal coming down alongside this Fractal of Sparks, just putting some damage on champions. That's all we're doing. We're trying to, again, just put damage on Xander and take him out. Unfortunately, at Xander level 3 right now, is looking a little dangerous because if you can't get that kill before he gets to level 3, a lot of this can get healed up. However, EMP is not going right for the level.
Yeah, he brought up the Nullifying Lantern, the nice little alternate art there.
Yeah, Nullifying Lantern shutting down any potential like Kindle-style shenanigans, any of the Fire Engrave cards, and then goes for the Fantasia removal here with this the Spicy Wind variant.
Yeah, so it looks like in response to the removal, we have the Shimmering Refraction coming on down to get a little bit of value out of it before it goes away.
Yep. Well, at least punch some damage on Null. Like, here's something to know about Chess Club too. Chess Club were one of the, if not like the kind of premier Luxem players. And so these Scatter Essences, I think there might be an alternate art for Scatter Fields. It looks like a little different. Maybe it's the same. But they were the premier Luxem players for a while. They really debuted their powerful Luxem lists around the time of Nationals last year.
Oh, yeah.
And they were the ones innovating with things like going from Fire Spirit to Water in the side to fight Erupting Rhapsody. So if you can guarantee anything right now, it's that Noel knows what he's up against. Noel knows what he needs to do to win this game. And the question is just, can he find what he needs in his deck to execute that plan?
Yeah, and I mean, like, he's got a pretty large influence right now.
Both players are really rocking a lot of action.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're just on the precipice of, both players kind of popping off and getting to where they need to be, and we're just kind of slowly climbing to level 3 until both players can kind of do so. It does feel like Noel is not pivoting, but kind of like incorporating that more Fractal style of gameplay. But this, as opposed to the Water, this is the fire-based Fractal, and we have seen cards that do care about the number of Fractals that you have from the Fire side, just as the Water side.
It has to feel pretty rough from the Null side though, just to like every single Fractal you
they're
play
gone.
is getting if it's not getting Mystic Purified, it's getting scattered. If it's if it's not getting scattered, then we're just reclaiming the Mystic Purifier and dropping that again. Null actually drops the Censor now with those Scatter Essence played. It was almost baited the Scatter Essence in that case and put the Censor down to deny EMP that extra value. And denying Luxem the ability to use that float is actually a little rough if EMP keeps putting yellow cards down, putting Luxem cards down, because EMP really doesn't want to banish too many of those.
Yeah, it could be kind of rough banishing 3 cards, right? To pay the full price for level 3 Xander.
EMP has to play pretty carefully, because if you put important Luxem cards down there expecting to use floating memory to get that level, then he really can't take the level this turn if it would risk losing things like 2 Lightweaver's Assault or something and making it he basically has to dig his entire deck to find the other 2 to win.
Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that could be pretty destructive. Meanwhile, we're still sitting on level 1 Dao-Chan on Null's side, while EMP is, I believe, considering going to 3. And we'll see what the Dao-Chan is able to do to kind of compete once that level 3 happens, because like I said, Null knows the stakes of the current match. He knows what is going to happen if EMP gets to 3 before he's established enough of a foothold in the game.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. And
the hasty messengers are coming down too. Again, continuing to filter cards, continuing to try and find the action that wins the game. We continue to dance around it because it's really hard to determine if all your Fantasias are answered with this list. Your Glowering Conflagration is not really doing much. So what is the win con truly for the Dao-Chan deck when you can't Glowering to win? And that's I think we have to see what is cooking in Null's brain to be able to get through the might of the Luxem sites.
Yeah, it's kind of like peeking at Null's hand a little bit. We do see essentially, like cards like this Fractal of Sparks, and we see the Rococo, and we see like these kind of like burn strategy type cards, like direct damage cards, and we're trying to figure out if that's his entire game plan, just trying to win off the back of these Fractals and burn cards, or if there's something a little bit more explosive kind of like underneath the hood.
I think it is a lot of these Fractals and burn cards. Like you're absolutely right. We have things like Rococo. We have things like Cinder Geyser here, which is going to do 4 damage to something. We have Searing Rebuke, which there's actually some pretty cool stuff you can do by using some of your effects that target a champion and deal a damage to them in order to actually ping yourself with Searing Rebuke to turn 1 damage into 3.
Okay, okay.
You can actually burst a lot of damage out of nowhere, especially when combined with Dao-Chan going to level 2, allowing you to play more of these out of your memory. Play things like Shimmering Refractions out of memory to pump more damage in. Searing Rebuke, again, as we mentioned in a previous round, is in fact a spell reaction as well. So you're able to do things like play Searing Rebuke on your opponent's turn, set up some damage prevention yourself in response to maybe them attacking you with something, deal 3 to that, then activate your Fractal, deal 1 to yourself, deal 3 to your opponent again, and you can chunk out potentially up to like 9 damage on that turn from that Searing Rebuke, which you played for no cost out of memory. And that's a pretty powerful play to have access to as well.
Ooh, here we have Sadie Blood Harvester coming down. She right now is just gonna act as a little bit of chip damage, but she can also come back to hand. Get additional prep counters. She's an interesting card just for the assassin archetype in general.
Sadie actually, in this case, because we have that class bonus, gets that on-kill agility 3. So in this case, EMP gets to use that to clear a hasty messenger off the board. And then that means at the end of this turn, he's going to take 3 cards back into hand, giving him sort of, again, like an extension on his available actions throughout this turn sequence.
Yeah, agility is a nice effect to have, especially if you have a lot of like fast speed interaction. You can bring those cards back to your hand. And
Gee, I wonder if our Wind Luxem
right.
deck has that.
Exactly. I mean, not even just interaction, just any fast speed card that you can just get advantage out of.
Here's another cool thing about agility, though. The ability to use cards like Sirocco Operative, drawing into memory, and if that's a card you really want, agility actually gives you immediate access to it as well. So it obviously works very great with things like Windmill Engineer and Sirocco Operative as well.
And here you just see just a slight little chip down of health.
Yep. The chips aren't so important to EMP. When EMP wins the game, it'll be pretty decisive with all the yellow cards.
We'll start seeing it, right? After we start seeing the Light Weavers get revealed, it's just going to be, wait until there's a threshold so we can just, multiple Light Weavers to finish them off.
This is an example of a game to me so far, and I don't want to count Noel out because, again, I know Noel knows what he's up against, and I know he's got some damage on the board right now, and he's got a hand that could be stacked with a lot of very decisive damage. I think it's very possible at some point EMP goes to potentially like level to 3, and Noel just like bursts a ton of damage out of nowhere to take him out, and I believe that is really the plan. It's build influence to do one huge burst that EMP can't heal back fast enough. I think that's a totally reasonable plan.
Sense.
But so far, I think EMP probably feels pretty good because I feel like his game looks very surgical. He just continues to surgically remove anything that's a problem. Well, he just builds influence. He's taking it slow, and he knows I'm just going to find everything I need and become unkillable once I reach level 3.
Yeah, because at least at the moment, he's not like incredibly threatened, right? There's a couple sources of damage on Noel's board, but it feels a little bit more relaxed than Noel would probably like.
I think EMP might feel that way for sure. I do think once we get to the, in a lot of the like aggro thresholds with Dao Chan that we've looked at, 12 damage is almost kind of like a benchmark that your Searing Rebuke turns don't have a very hard time reaching. So I think Noel is maybe looking at this and going, okay, as long as he continues to not level to 3, I'm just going to keep drawing these cards. As soon as he goes for it, I think it's going to be I think we're bursting. I think we're bursting real hard.
I think this Everflame staff is going to definitely help with that.
Yeah, we talked about Everflame staff as well before, but this is a very powerful new card of just consistent like game-ending damage. Whenever fire element spell source you control deals damage, you put a refinement counter on it, and you banish it to deal 4 damage to a champion, but only if there are 3 or more refinement counters on the staff. So basically, you put this out, and then we count to 3.
Right. You just get payoffs for playing your burn spells that you already want to do.
Yep.
And then you get an extra 4 damage.
It is actually an extremely strong card that came out of AMB. Now that we sort of have the cleric deck that is really looking to utilize it.
Yeah, I think just kind of looking at these Dao Chan fire lists has gotten my Brewer's mind like thinking. I'm like, we saw like the more ally focused list earlier today. We see this more like fractal burn focused list. I think they're both really interesting takes on the archetype, and I think using cards like the Everflame staff can really come into that. Whereas previously, Arisana, she tried here and there, but I think Dao Chan really brings this archetype out.
Yeah, Dao Chan has definitely enabled it. Noel is also playing around Safeguard Amulet now, and that's important to keep in mind too. He's got to have enough of a burst to kind of like respond to the amulet to take him out before that prevention happens. Otherwise, EMP is going to get that free turn to potentially reestablish a level. And with the amount of influence EMP has, sometimes with Luxem they'll level and then you will have 1 turn to kill them. I don't think EMP is going to give that to Noel at all. I think there's going to be no quarter on that one. EMP is going to level and immediately have access to things like Uncover the Plot and healing all the way back up. So it's going to be very important that Noel is completely ready, I think, to dive in to take him out. But yeah, I absolutely don't count him out at all right now. It's looking... he's got a hand stacked with a lot of damage sources, and it looks like finally some fractals are starting to stick as well. And that could be very big too.
Yeah, I mean, both players are just, back and forth kind of sculpting their win conditions here. And here we have a Novice Healer.
Straight out of Henky the Goat's deck. Here it is. The Novice Healer 3 cost 2/2. Class bonus on enter recover 3. So just going, nope, I'm good. I'm at full health again.
Yeah, and it's, you know, a 2/2 that can just help.
It's 2 more damage. Yeah, it's 2 more damage. But Noel has gone down quite a few cards and is still on Dao-Chen level 1. So, but did play the Scepter of Fascination. We should mention that. So materialize the Scepter of Fascination as well, which is going to give Noel the ability to free play one thing out of his memory by banishing it to get 2 more Glimmer counters onto Dao-Chen. So while Noel did put down a lot of cards here, there's still a lot that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, Dao-Chen is such a tricky champion, right? Being able to play the reaction cards from a memory.
Yeah. We have
immediately taken out the novice healer.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. EMP continuing to play one of the slowest games we've actually seen on stream today.
Yeah.
Just,
for sure.
Just taking it super, super slow, not wanting to set Noel off, basically. Wanting to be totally ready to deal with whatever's going to happen. And you know, keep in mind, this is Wind, so cards like Veiling Breeze, in fact, we do see one in EMP's hand, and he's certainly going to be holding on to that. Noel certainly playing around the Veiling Breezes. Just is going to need to, again, both players are basically just saying, like, I need so many cards to get through you, and they're playing a game of chicken right now, waiting for one player to kind of take the move that sets them back a little bit. We do have look how powerful this is. We saw this earlier, but Kel, we didn't really talk about it too much, but the Ensnaring Fumes is not just about like bouncing hasty messengers to hand, which is something it does, but it's about returning your Sirocco operatives, returning your Mystic Purifier,
allies, right? Including your own, so you can replay them and get the effects from them.
Yeah, it is a lot of potential value, and it's just the card that you play when you are playing this super, super slow game of GA. I want to mention this game has gone 20 minutes so far. So one thing that is, and we should mention that right away too, Luxem's biggest enemy is the clock.
Oh, yeah.
And EMP being 402 is an example of that so far. In a very decisive aggro metagame where actually a lot fewer draws are happening than a lot of other Ascents, we're seeing EMP showing like these draw decks still happen.
Yeah, I mean that's the nature when you're playing Luxem. To be, it always has been. Every version of Luxem. I think you kind of sign up for that when you choose to play that element.
You absolutely do. We have the Scepter of Fascination activating, and then Dao-Chan activating with the Glimmer counters. And in response, it looks like EMP wants to take some sort of action. Nope, just letting... Okay, so let's see what we got. I believe this is our source of 4 damage here. Yep, Cinder Geyser. Yes. This is also a spell reaction. It's going to do 4 damage to target unit. And believe Noel is ready. Noel has decided EMP put enough cards down now. Let me force out some interaction.
So you think, you know, this is kind of like...
I think Noel's
I'm gonna try to get you to force your amulet. And
I think Noel is ready to say it's time for you to use those resources you've stocked up. See what you've got. And EMP is going to go for the Assassin staple. Now, it might be hard to tell for those at home, but this is the new artwork.
I was going to say, this is the new promo.
New promo of Incapacitate that just released here at Ascent Seattle. Gorgeous, gorgeous card artwork.
It is beautiful. It's a beautiful card.
But we're going to incap that, say, nope, my safeguard is still there. If I have Veilings, I'm holding on to them. I'm going to start by just negating that.
Yeah, still has all of his shields, you know, able to sit back on your amulet. I mean, this is kind of what Noel has to get through, right? He has to get through all of the interaction.
Yep. EMP did get a kill with Sadie, so is going to go ahead and get that Agility 3 here as well. Going at that Agility 3, honestly, Sadie, a menace for Noel right now because as much as Noel is trying to get EMP to have to leave an opening so Noel can pop off and take him out, Sadie is continuing to allow EMP to do things like play things and then play Ensnaring Fume to take them all back and just keep rebuilding that influence. Well, Sadie is just going to keep getting kills and letting him agility back in so he continues to have interaction up every single turn. And Noel is on Cleric and not Assassin means Noel is does not have things like Incapacitate that are going to stop a Veiling Breeze on his turn. So EMP really doesn't even have to have that many cards to go into Noel's turn to continue to interact with him. Fire, notoriously not the most interactive element with activations on the stack.
Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to...
Noel going with the Terrafring. Terrafring, obviously, like, not the game-winning play right now.
Yeah, I was trying to think, like, okay, he's going to the Terrafring. Is this just because he doesn't have any other cards that he wants to materialize? Just doing it to do it?
I believe that's it. Yeah, you know, I think with that sensor out, Noel doesn't have floating memory either. but doesn't want to lose too much influence on the influence race. That sensor, honestly, like really warping this game a little bit.
Yeah.
Forcing both players to go like, well, one of us, again, it's a game of chicken. Like one of us has to go down on influence first and sort of be out some of this interaction, out some of this play. And once a sufficient opening is up on either player, then their opponent goes in and tries to end the game either by decisively going Luxem or, in this case, it looks like Noel is is attacking with Hasty and pitching Searing Rebuke to it to draw cards. Is deciding Searing Rebuke is not the way either.
And both players have to keep the clock on mind, right? This is only game 1.
I know, that's
out
what
of
I'm saying.
Best 2 out
It's
of
like,
3.
Yeah, Luxem is going long. At some point, a player does have to make some decisive action, but this could easily be one of those rounds where the winner of game 1 is in the position to just draw the game long out in game 2.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I mean, the game 1 is the most pivotal, especially in a long-term matchup like this.
Both players, very, very seasoned players of Grand Archive, very well aware of, I think, that strategy. It's certainly a way Luxem wins a lot of rounds as well. But again, Noel, being very experienced with Luxem, knows that if we're going to both go long, I just want to be the one to decisively win it. And I think both players are thinking that, and thus the game of chicken began.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to evaluate, like, where both players are currently standing here.
It is tough.
I mean, obviously, you can look at the health totals and kind of evaluate it from there, but we know just Luxem's ability to just gain, like, a ton of health after hitting level 3.
Oh, here we go. EMP is finally diving in. All right, let's get some action going here. So EMP goes, all right, I'm not winning it this way. I keep taking chip damage. That Hasty keeps hitting me. Like, this isn't quite getting there, so it's time. I'm going to go to level 3, Xander Deft Executor, and we're going to get ready to potentially start revealing some Luxem element cards and getting some action.
Yeah, and so once again, Dan, for those who aren't familiar with Luxem, which are the key Luxem cards we want to see revealed?
Yeah,
there's a handful of them.
We'll talk
right?
about that in a second. There's actually a very interesting stack happening here, too.
Geyser.
So what happened is, in response to the Blinding Steel trigger, EMP activated Sadie to return to hand and put the Luxem cards that he's banking on. There's a powerful thing Sadie can do in Luxem. Did not have to risk those. Just got to take those sites, and those are 2 Luxem sites that we have here, and put those down into his memory after leveling using Sadie. In response, Noel tried to push damage with Cinder Geyser, but EMP was able to... I think Noel might have tried to target the Sadie, and EMP was able to activate again to return it to hand, which is you have to kind of force your opponent to do it, but then the Luxem sites were revealed. Now, that is a key one because it allows EMP to recover 3 for every Luxem site revealed, which is why we saw him go from up to 25 max health, but then healing 6 from the 19 down to 13. I guess if it was 19, then he targeted face with the damage too. But EMP is healed, and the game is scooped at this point. And what happened here, I believe, I would be very surprised if it wasn't the case that Noel went, I cannot kill you now.
Right. Because he saw like the Luxem sites in hand.
EMP turbocharge.
Drew 2 cards.
Got some more action, and Noel said, if I have any hope of winning this round now, I have to win 2 more games.
Yep, exactly.
And
we mentioned the clock already a few times.
Yep, and Noel very well aware of the clock. The clock is now his enemy now that EMP went to level 3. So Noel has to go, all right, I have 24 minutes to win 2 games. I'm just scooping right now. I'm not going to try and win this game because the odds of me winning this are maybe like 5 to 95.
Right. And so if you're Noel in this situation, I mean, what are you hoping for this, like, post-sideboard? You just trying to get into the aggressive start,
I'm certain
trying to burn him down before he can level up too much?
Their sideboard has to have some more action because he's got to... Noel did an admirable job of putting a lot of damage onto EMP, keeping him pressured the entire time, where EMP never really felt safe going for that level.
Yeah.
Knew that if he ever did and wasn't prepared to interact, it was going to be over for him. If Noel can up the pressure a little bit, mostly just hoping not to see so many Mystic Purifiers and Scatter
hoping to
Essences.
dodge all of the Fantasia removal.
Yeah, I think Noel might need to just transition a little bit out of the board to just pushing damage as fast as possible.
Dan, that Mystic Purifier put in so much work.
It really did.
She came onto the board multiple times.
Well, shout out to Reclaim, shout out to Ensnaring Fumes.
Two ensnaring fumes.
2 ensnaring fumes. I've also been in the position where I've ensnaring fumes like multiple windmill engineers. Like this is pretty crazy right now.
Yep.
The judge is providing 1 minute time extension as well for life total checking earlier in the game. So I guess at one point they wanted to, and they took a little bit of time to ensure that life totals were being accurately calculated because it was obviously very critical that they were done. So just due to that, there is an extra minute on this clock in case we do get to. I don't know why I said in case, but once we get to time.
Once we get to time,
it
yes.
seems it is not as for certain, but it does seem quite likely that we're going to be reaching there. So they will have an extra minute.
This is not a sprint. This is a marathon.
Yeah, that's the Luxem way.
That's true.
Noel is going to try as hard as he can to make it a sprint instead, though.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like this is what he's got to do. You can't win the marathon versus Luxem.
Yeah.
I want to make a sports comparison or reference, but I don't know sports well enough to make the reference. But
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's like Usain Bolt. He's the sprinter versus someone else who's more of a cross-country runner, which I don't know.
Unfortunately, don't look at me, Cal, because
Come on, Dan.
I can tell you about a lot of the best GA players in the world, but if you ask me about runners, I have no clue.
You don't know the cross-country runners?
No, that ain't me. I will say another interesting thing about this match going into Game 2 here is that if Noel does win this game, EMP is actually more okay with drawing this match than Noel is. Again, going back to what the players are aiming for, EMP needs to win one match for sure, or he can't make it into day 2.
Yeah.
But is able to draw one match and still make it in, but notably has to either win 2 or win 1, draw 1. So if he has to take that draw here, that's not the worst thing in the world because he's kind of in the same place, still have to win 1 to make it in. Noel also just needs to still win 1 either way, but the draw does nothing for Noel here. Well, it does very little. It means Noel can draw the next 2 and make it in, but it's not really what his opponent's going to want to do given that pressure on day 2 now.
And it's definitely not ideal in any regard.
Right. I do want to mention too, we did get a note that the timer on the stream actually is updated.
It's currently
including
accurate.
That time extension.
Yep.
Yeah. So the time extension is on here. We will go to time when it hits 0. All right, so seeing what the players have done, it's a pretty simple start for Noel, just doing a Fractal of Insight glimpsing and then passing. And then EMP going with the, if you've ever seen this one before, imbuing a Windmill Engineer.
What? Tell me, it's playing a Windmill Engineer and a Wind deck?
In a Wind Assassin deck. It is a shocking turn of events. He's actually playing 2.
Playing a second Windmill Engineer?
And you'll notice the ensnaring fumes revealed on the imbue. Noel hopefully is going to be banking on some hasty messengers to take those windmills out, because if those windmills don't leave, then that's going to be a lot of value EMP is going to gain. But on the same note, if Noel isn't hitting face, is he going to win 2 games here?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like this give and take, right? You want to try to cut their draw engine and their kind of late game staying power, or do you just want to be like, okay, I'll let you do this and try to kill you before it matters?
The choices on this are so deep. One of the things I love about GA is just I don't know. I'm not totally sure what the choice is here. Noel goes to level 1. Dao Chan gets down a Fire Bloom Flourish, which we've seen plenty before on the aggro matchups here. But this is a powerful card that is going to start clocking EMP. Until EMP can find the Fantasia removal, this is going to push damage on every single turn.
Yeah, this is the card that makes me want to play Fire Dao Chan.
Yeah.
This is such a sweet card.
It does card. It's
does
good.
damage every single turn. It can possibly draw into your memory every single turn. It just kind of does everything that, I don't know, I just think it's awesome. Everything that I want to do, right?
Yeah.
I like drawing cards and I like dealing damage. And I see this card and I'm like, yes, I want to play this in some form of deck.
Absolutely. So let's see. We actually are not seeing anything like a Purifier or Disenchant right now from EMP. Instead, we're going into Sadie and we're clocking damage on.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if there's any slice and dices coming in. And going,
I was going to be like, who's the aggressor here?
Yeah, if you're going to play slow, maybe I'll take advantage of that. That is certainly not out of the realm of possibility here either.
I mean, sometimes playing allies and turning them sideways can just get there, even if it's not your main game plan.
Looking at EMP's hand, I am seeing a Reclaim. I'm also seeing a Veiling Breeze. So that Veiling Breeze, again, very clutch for holding back Noel's aggressive push. Reclaim, obviously very strong for being able to get that floating memory. Until either player plays a sensor, floating memory is going to be live for both players. Another of these sort of unusual chicken games that they have to play. And Null going for it. You very rarely see the
Terror
early T-ring.
I think this might be one of those plays where he's like, maybe I'm going to play this early so I can actually get some use out of it. Whereas maybe in late game after these allies are kind of cleaned up, it might not actually do much.
It's a little bit of a respect for yeah, EMP is actually the aggressor in this current scenario, is pushing the damage on. I do need to hold that off to win the game.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to die to just some random allies just kind of like poking you down.
Explosive Fractal comes down, pushes some damage onto Brissa, and then is going to be reservable. Actually, it's not pushing damage yet. It's pushing no damage because we didn't have the memory 4+. So it's pushing nothing, but then we're going for Rococo down to 4 influence, pinging with the Rococo, and the 4 influence is a critical point because it is actually going to allow that Fire Bloom Flourish to start drawing into memory as well.
Yes, that's the clause, right? It has to be 4 or less influence.
Yep, 4 or less influence for both Rococo and Fire Bloom Flourish. That's why they pair so nicely together in this aggro deck.
And you know the flourish is, like I said, just doing everything you want to do. You go down low, but it helps kind of refuel your hand.
Yep. We go to end of turn. Noel does get to draw that card into memory.
Well,
EMP reclaims.
Take one of these back here.
Yep. And then let's level. Let's get to Xander. Let's turn on our assassin stuff. Because that Rococo is looking very, very juicy for Sadie to hit, get that agility 3, and EMP can just try and tempo the game out in his favor instead.
Yep. And I think, as we noted in the last game, it's an assassin bonus for Sadie to get the
you need to be an assassin to get that on kill. There's an interesting choice of using the windmill to kill the Rococo instead and punching because or just punching both to face because I mean you're there.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I guess it depends on whether he really wants that that agility or not. Like, does he care about the agility versus the damage?
We're going to go for a Recollection, I believe, still Surveil the Winds.
Just surveilling the winds. Nice little card.
I'm wondering if that Slice and Dice is in here, Cal. I'm wondering about that. I love the Luxem deck that goes, you're expecting a long game, but I'm here for a short one now. I'm going to decisively win this.
Especially, like, post-board. I think that is kind of like a spicy.
We have Fairy Whispers putting a Scatter Essence on top, and you know what? I think I want this.
Yep. I mean, you see the game plan being enacted here again.
Yeah, and the EMP is just getting a huge influence. That we see a Lightweaver's Assault in hand here. I'm trying to find a Slice and Dice. I want a Slice and Dice so badly.
There's 2 arts for Slice and Dice.
Yeah,
right?
it's tough. You got to know what you're looking for.
It definitely would be a spicy inclusion, but no, we see some Scatter Essence, some nice Fantasia removal.
I believe that's a Mystic Purifier on the right. I almost thought it was the new art of Slice and Dice too. I think there's a Purifier in hand as well, but going for that float with the Scatter Essence, and then does go for the agility.
Yep, does go for the agility instead of the raw damage here.
Well, that's okay because Slice and Dice is going to deal enough anyway. Maybe.
Hey,
I don't want to get the audience's hopes up, but it's possibly there. Go to end of turn, agility 3, take these back. I'll just have like a casual, 8 cards in hand or something going into your turn.
I mean, yeah, also if your EMP, like you mentioned before, it's like he's already up 1 game. Maybe he's just going to try to go for the long game and draw it out.
EMP wins if 15 more minutes pass and then neither player can win in turns, right? That is a win for EMP as well. So if you're playing this, you want to be in EMP's position really badly. Noel, to try and kind of meet his needs for the clock, he needs to win in about 3 minutes to sort of have that sort of enough time to do it again in a second game.
I mean, when you put it that way, it seems a little dire.
It does, and again, if like I said, if EMP goes to the draw, it's not the end of the world for him either.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, he's got to win basically 2 games anyway, and this one kind of virtually counts as a win, right? It's going to be his first, the 3 ties will count as the first one, and he'll just have to win the next round.
Exactly. And it's just it's tough to predict now in day 1 if opponents are going to want to ID with you. So,
right.
You know, I don't know. Noel going to go for the Allied War Priestess now. I think this is going to be it's going to show some of the utility of this card in here because EMP definitely was starting to push and be aggressive. Allied War Priestess though has the ability to attack Sadie, force a pop. EMP would just take it back then, so it wouldn't be a huge deal. But can at least push some damage on, recover a little bit of the damage back, keep them safer and out of range of any wild Slice and Dices. And the Explosive Fractal is going to come down too, and this is going to turn on Memory 4+ for both of them.
Yeah. I was just thinking about this War Priestess and how all these kind of cleric cards from previous sets have kind of gone up in card evaluation, I would say.
They really have, because Arasana was such kind of a shoehorned character, especially into like doing Astra and Polaris stuff. And,
don't
and
get us wrong, we love
I love Arasana, but Dao-Chan's a lot more open, and we're seeing what that does. Now, ensnaring fumes in response is a pretty cool effect, saying like, okay, fine, if you're going to do that memory, if you're going to play that card to get your memory before you attack with War Priestess, I'm going to deny you the attack with War Priestess and take these cards back.
Yeah, because he just wants to play him anyway.
Yep.
Just wants to play him again.
Now we're going to take that float, and we're going to go... remember, by the way, Ensnaring Fumes has floating memory for Assassin.
It does have floating memory.
It is a pretty powerful card.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
And we're going to go to our Assassin level 2, and we're going to do the same trick we talked about before. The on-enter for Xander Deft Executor is going to be on the effect stack, and we're going to resolve that Surveil, take it back, Surveil.
Yep, I mean, that seems to be the kind of like, go-to play with this version of the deck.
We are so close to lethal with the Slice and Dice here. If there's a Mercenaries Blade, Slice and Dice is looking at 10 damage, or actually is no, I think Blade is just a 1/1. So I think that's 10 damage, and you just need 3 more from any other allies.
I mean, he can also just keep playing his allies that have like this nice advantage, blowing up Fractal blowing up Fractals and Fantasias.
But Noel has the ability at some point too to potentially Searing Rebuke and like Searing Rebuke. The thing about Slice and Dice is you need to put out a weapon with it like a blade, because Searing Rebuke preventing 3 will stop it from hitting and getting the second attack in.
Yeah.
But Mercenaries Blade is a card we've already seen in EMP's deck.
Yep. So we know he has Merc Blade, and we know he can just remove a prep counter and just kind of get it. That's what the best part about the card.
A double Searing Rebuke would be disgusting.
Okay.
You can't really play that into a double Searing Rebuke. If that's on the table, you would take 6 and not do anything.
I mean, that does sound painful.
It's painful. Noel going to the backup charger, activating Wreck, drawing a million cards basically, and let's see what he's going to do with this. Noel is still needing a decisive win, 16 away from getting it on Xander.
I mean, we're sub 12 minutes now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough climb.
It is a tough climb, but we've seen matches end in almost faster entire matches.
That's true.
So
that is true. That is true.
Hasty Messenger not quite pushing the needle on damage, but maybe finding Noel something that he needs to get there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, he's just kind of essentially assembling kind of like a burst combo kind of turn, right? Where he just wants to assemble a turn where he can just take out EMP in one fell swoop.
We have our Maiden of Shimmering Fog, another float option. Let's try Allied War Priestess again, but this time it's going to be the second card we play, which means its memory is active right away. So we can at least declare the attack with it before you try Ensnaring Fumes.
That's true.
And that is really important, because a lot like Hasty Messenger, that gives you that on-attack trigger.
Yeah, not on hit. That is important to know.
Yep.
So he will gain the 2 life from this.
But we don't have the second Fumes. We're just going to take 2. Sounds good. And then a recover 2 for Dao-Chan. Pushing that 9-9 down to a 9-5, or 7-7 down to a 9-5, I should say. But that's a 4-point life swing, which is pretty favorable for Noel. Really looking for that right now. EMP still playing it a little slow, because again, EMP going for a backup charger himself.
Yeah.
Regional, beautiful regional promo, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, once again, methodical. I'm gonna describe it as methodical, not necessarily slow, but methodical play on EMP's side. He just needs to kind of like continue the course, and he's got 10 minutes on the clock.
Scouts the land. I mean, access. It's pretty powerful to say I get 4 more options for what I'm gonna do next. Everything I potentially need to get through whatever Noel's trying to throw at me.
Yeah, absolutely massive influence.
Yeah, it's huge.
On EMP's side as well.
Well, that's what happens when you play cards that draw cards and then return them to your hand and then spend the float to level.
It's like every card.
And then draw another card and draw another card.
Every card is like card draw or deck manipulation.
Hey, Assassins are kind of cool.
It may be a cool class. I might be a fan.
We'll actually go 1 and then the Sadie for the 2, getting the on kill on the Allied War Priestess, getting that agility 3. I'm gonna keep interacting.
Yeah. Stay the course. We see another windmill.
And EMP knows exactly what this is due to scouting the land earlier. and it may be a useful card to agility back if oh wait, we have a Merc Blade. Okay, we're gonna use that to kill. All right, fine. I got excited, but we're
He's just gonna use it. Gonna use it to clean up the board.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not gonna use it to do a crazy slice and dice that may or may not exist.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, no one loves a good slice and dice as much as I do.
I believe that.
And so, yeah, we just see, EMP just kind of, once again, staying the course, enacting his game plan, steady.
Noel is at the threshold here where he has 13 damage to deal. And again, like I said, once we start getting close to 12, I'm thinking Dao-Chan can push the damage, but EMP with so much interaction in hand, all it takes is one Veiling Breeze existing there, and it's very difficult for Noel to get through. Noel's going to materialize the Sigil of Budding Embers, which is a new card, Hindered Regalia, that has Dao-Chan bonus, rest it, remove X Glimmer counters, banish it, and as a spell, deal X damage to target champion.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, this is another way of bursting some damage on that Noel is going to be happy to be able to use at some point if it allows him to get that kill.
So it lets you leverage your Glimmer counters for damage instead of using them for your, cost reduction plays from memory. Okay.
It does take a turn to turn on, though, so we'll see.
That's true.
Again, it's just this clock that Noel's fighting, and he needs another turn to do it. He did find a dungeon guide here.
Yeah.
And
first dungeon guide we've seen this matchup, actually.
Yeah, dungeon guide could get him to potentially get him to 2, but yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Maiden of Shimmering Air here instead, just getting an honorable Vanguard swing in. Let's punch a little more. 12 left to take Xander out now.
I actually really like the art in this card.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's very cool.
Yeah, it's great.
It's one of the cards I was like, oh, this looks very nice.
And then we're going to see the Conflagration coming in now. Glowering Conflagration, we're going to kindle it to cast it for free. Activate it for free, deal 1 plus X damage to target champion, where X is the amount of Phantasias you control.
Yes.
So here that Shimmering Air is really coming into play, actually, too. Shimmering Air is a Fantasia. Fractal of Insight. We have the Explosive Fractal. We have the
Ally as well. Counts as a Fantasia.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. I believe we have that's the Sparks as well. And then don't forget the Spirit Shard. So I believe it's looking at like a 6 damage push. So
that's a decent chunk.
Yeah, EMP's going, oh, okay. You're trying to close it right now. So EMP's going to start with the Fairy Whispers, finding a Surveil. EMP can basically get this Veiling Breeze to stop as much damage as he wants to, and I'm not sure Noel's going to have a good response to that. But just takes it instead, actually. We've seen a Veiling Breeze in EMP's hand the whole time, so EMP going, all right, that doesn't kill me, that's fine.
Yeah, perhaps he's just like, yeah, it's not lethal, I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, the concern, too, with using the Veiling Breeze right then is Noel having the lethal damage on top of that, potentially.
Right, like in response.
Because Noel did kindle that. He put nothing down to be able to use that. Noel had his whole hand sitting in his grip of potential activations, and with so many Fantasia in play, there are a number of cards that can potentially do a lot of damage.
And here we do have Rococo. I think Influence is 4, right? 3 in
I believe
hands,
it's 4,
1,
yeah. So, yep.
1 in memory, okay.
I believe we're going to punch some more damage in here.
Rococo doing 3 damage for 1 is quite good. 2 from her effect, 1 from the attack.
Noel sees a lethal line right now, saying maybe he doesn't have Veiling Breeze, because surely he would have activated it if in response to that. So trigger from Rococo
looks like
dealing
he's gonna play it coy.
Yeah, he is. And what happens now is if Rococo hits for 1, then Noel sees Blood in the Water and gets to use his last 4 damage source spell in hand to be able to finish it.
All right, I think let's see if he kind of tries to fire it off here.
At some point, surely EMP's got to react.
All right, we see...
Noel's actually popping a power cell here to pump damage onto Rococo, too.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And is going to use Dao-Chan to deal the 4, I believe, because Dao-Chan has 4 Glimmer counters right now.
It looks like he's going to pass.
Yep.
And so he's going to do the Dao-Chan effect on the opponent's turn, because you can only activate it on your opponent's turn. Right.
Yep. So EMP is going to level to 2, or level to 3, so banish those 3. Going to Xander 3. Is Noel going to do in response here, I think? He's got to try and punch. Yeah, here it is. So he's got to use, here it is, in response to the activation, or to the materialization of the level 3, going to activate our damage source, our 4 damage source, using Dao-Chan's ability. Cinder Geyser coming in for 4 damage at Xander, and then it gets incapped.
Oh, it just gets incapacitated, not even Veiling Breezed.
Yep. EMP is really doing a good job of just holding back the interaction for as long as he needs to. Null had an opening to kill potentially, but it required EMP to have almost no interaction to be able to get there. And unfortunately, EMP just had so many cards. Has drawn so many, has scouted so many that all the interaction was there. And then in Recollection, activates Surveil, reveals Memory. There is a Lightweaver's Assault. Going to punch a couple of damage at Dao Chan. No sights, though. Hasn't found any of those there, or at least didn't put them down there. And you'd think he probably would have, given his position.
Gives Nola a glimmer,
I see what you did there.
Glimmer
a
of hope.
glimmer, yeah, I like that. I like that. EMP is in a pretty commanding position now, too, though, with that Veiling Breeze available. Oh, there! That's it, the Slice and Dice. It's here. I told you, Kel. I told you the Slice and Dice was here.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Null went down, activated Dao Chan. Searing Rebuke was not on the table anymore, and that meant we can spend those prep counters to get double the hits from Slice and Dice in, punching, and then gets the lethal
That is game.
with the Slice and Dice.
You know what, Dan? I never doubted you
You
for a
doubted me
second.
the entire time, buddy. But there it is. I knew
Allegedly.
EMP had it. Allegedly. I knew EMP had it in him to have that Slice and Dice to go for the decisive win. And that is great. EMP is not taking the draw here, is getting the win. Has the potential, if the next round doesn't go well for him, might be able to even just ID with his last opponent to lock in if he wants to.
Yeah.
Which at that position is probably, it's a very reasonable position to be in, where you go, well, yeah, I don't really want to play it out. I don't want a chance of losing the last round. Maybe we can take the ID here. If you can find anyone else who wants an ID at that point, too.
For the folks out there, can you explain what an ID is?
Oh, yeah,
how would you go about doing that?
You sure I don't want to just keep using lingo that I don't explain?
Right.
No, yeah, an ID stands for an intentional draw. The idea is in the game you can offer your opponent to just, instead of playing coy and going neither of us are going to win the game over a 60-minute span, you can just say, let's just both draw this game. And prior to this Ascent, a lot of Ascents were determined by players going X and O, winning 6 rounds or something, and then just saying, yeah, my next 3 opponents, I'm just going to draw with all of them because that locks us into day 2. Now with the new Ascent rules, you are actually looking to score 18 points, and then more people are going into day 2, and it's going to be a very competitive top 8, so you want to actually win as many wins as you can in day 1, knowing that once you get 6, you're locked in for sure.
Okay.
So there's no chance of kind of getting bubbled out by losing the next 3 rounds after winning the first 6, which was a possibility before. So at this point now, Noel still needs to win 1. He's 5-2 going into this.
Yeah, 5-0-2.
5-2-0. Null is 5-2.
Null is
5-2-0.
Yeah,
EMP
you need that 6 wins. Yes.
EMP now is 5-0-2, getting that decisive Slice and Dice victory, just closing it out, not even having to go 1-0, going 2-0 as far as that match is concerned. And that means that EMP only needs a single draw, so that ID might be on the table, especially going to that last round if he finds another opponent who also has 2 draws. Maybe another Luxem in the room somewhere.
right. The one other Luxem in the room.
Yeah, or someone else who played Luxem and just drew with them. So that'll be interesting to see. But both players kind of looking for one more result of some kind. Null needing a win, EMP needing at least a draw or a win, locking them in at that point.
Yep. And we are setting up the winner's interview with EMP, so that will be just around the corner. But Dan, all right, so let's talk about the Slice and Dice for a second.
Yeah.
How many Slice and Dices? We don't have the lists, by the way. How many Slice and Dices do you think he was running? Do you think it was a cheeky 1 or 2 of a sideboard card, or was it just a main deck?
It's an interesting question, but the deck draws and digs so much that I could definitely see him putting in a cheeky 2 of.
It's kind of what I was thinking, right? Because we saw so many cards that just churn through the deck, reorganize the top of the deck. I don't think you need all that much.
Yeah, I don't think you do need too many. And especially with that ability to, one thing that Wind Luxem is doing really well that's really cool is just putting down small allies, pinging damage on, and then if they're in danger, just bounce the board, right?
Yes.
Use Ensnaring Fumes, pull everything back, and go, I'm going to get value from these again. I'm going to keep punching you with them. Sadie has, since Mercurial Heart, been a threat in these assassin decks. One of the best assassin cards that's honestly been printed in the game. Very hard to get rid of.
She's very good.
Very valuable. Builds prep counters, does damage, takes things off the board, gives you tempo. So just having access to things like Sadie alongside all those does a lot of damage. We actually got the answer too because I believe the producer is very interested in our Slice and Dice mentality here. But he runs 3 Slice and Dice.
Okay.
Which I really like. I love that ability to go, you think we're going long? But no, we're going short. And like I said, with that Mercenary's Dagger, you're able to play around a lot of interaction with it
I mean,
too.
dude, Slice and Dice does so much damage.
It
It's
does
just,
a ton.
It's just 9 damage if it's, the first attack actually gets through. It's,
Yeah.
It's a very, very strong. The first time I saw it, I was like, okay, I love this card. I wanna jam this in all of my decks, which tend to be assassin decks.
It slices and it dices. It's
Yes.
a very, very powerful card. And so we actually saw in neither game you got to see like the true Luxem win condition. That was a pretty funny thing too.
Right, we saw the scoop.
The scoop win condition.
At the threat of the Luxem win con.
Which maybe counts, I guess.
I think that
kind of
I
the
think that,
Luxem
I
game
think that
plan.
counts.
But
given like the time restrictions, I think that counts.
Yeah. Then game two, just Noel's aggro deck, or Noel's, I shouldn't say aggro deck, Noel's Dao-Chan deck, I think is a very interesting deck positioned into a lot of matchups, but in this matchup in particular, not being as aggro focused might have been a bit more of a flaw for it. But I believe we are going to be heading to the interview here pretty shortly, and we're going to talk about the great Luxem stuff. So let's go.
Yeah, I'm eager to hear it.
Yep. We're players interview coming. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. And we have our round 7 winner with us right here, EMP. What an amazing showing you had there with that interesting Luxem Wind Xander build. What initially, thinking about Ascent Seattle in the tournament, what made you go into Luxem Xander?
So my friends and I in SoCal, we really like playing Wind Luxem Xander. We played it since MRC, so it's been a couple sets now. And the list we were originally working on for Seattle wasn't really working out very well. So we decided to kind of revisit like an old list we had and kind of revamp it for the current meta. And in testing, it worked out pretty well. So we're just like, hey, let's run with it. And some of us made like last minute changes. I think at trade night, I realized I was missing a bunch of cards. So I was like running around trying to find a Tristan Recollection to finish the deck. So I was able to find one, finish the deck, and here we are.
Perfect, and it worked out in your favor. So far, your record is sitting at 5-0-2. Yep. You are 1 point away from making day 2. With 2 rounds to go, we could have round 8 and 9, so a very good chance that you're able to sneak in there for that day 2. Now, in your matchup particularly, were you aware of coming in the Fractal decks?
I think the Fractal deck is not too difficult. So the 2 draws I had were unfortunately the first time I played against both versions of the deck. I was traveling for the past month, so I had no time to play test. So I was kind of just learning as we go, and I was able to figure out what misplays I made to lose game 1 against both the decks. And I was able to win game 2, and then we drew out a game 3. And taking the knowledge that I learned from those 2 previous rounds, I was able to play my feature match against Fire Dao-Chan, and I was able to win it pretty handily 2-0. So I think just having the experience against the matchup helps a lot, and I believe that the deck that I'm playing is pretty well geared to beating that matchup.
Perfect. We love to hear it. The deck is not as scary as people initially thought. We see a lot of these decks taking out Luxem, a deck that you're not really used to seeing appear that much. It sort of comes in waves, so super happy to see you that. I want to congratulate you on this win, and we're going to be going ahead, getting you ready for your round 8. In these last 2 rounds, what do you want to end up playing against?
I would kind of like just playing against Fire Dao-Chan again. It's a little bit easier than Water Dao-Chan because I don't really have to worry about their negates, but I'm okay playing anything. I'll figure it out.
Perfect. You heard it here, folks. EMP's going all the way to day 2 is the hopes. Thank you very much for this interview, EMP. I appreciate it, and we'll all see you in the next round.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Ascent Seattle. Things are starting to heat up here in this event. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm sitting next to none other than main deck Dan.
Hey everyone, we just saw a pretty wild, in a day full of these crazy aggro games. We saw the slow Luxem grind against the mid-range Fire Dao-Chan from Chess Club. Yeah, I mean, I would say things are very, very hot at this point because we've got a lot of players who are at the point where they're like, I need to win 2 more games, 2 more matches to get in. I have to win 1 more match to get in. And a number of players now getting locked into their day 2 already, but playing still because they are trying to earn those precious points to make it at a top 8 after day 2.
Yes, you want those points for that better seeding going into day 2, because at the end of those 4 rounds on day 2, it's the top 8 players with the most amount of points that are going to be moving on here. So getting those draws aren't going to be as beneficial today as they were in the past due to the rules update about making day 2 in the events. So super excited to see all these players really grind out those last 2 rounds. And as you said, Dan, we are at that point, round 8. There's this round and 1 round after this. This is all players have left to be able to qualify for that day 2. We're going to be looking at some players who, if they win this next round, they secure it. But then we have going to be looking at some of these players who need to win this round plus that next round in order to make a chance in. And it's going to be grinding, fighting, tooth and nail just to try and get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say that as we're still waiting for the pairings to get around and to see who we're going to be showcasing in this round, we have seen a lot of really, actually, I think a lot more deck diversity than a lot of people might have expected going into the event today. Valk, what has really stood out to you that people have been playing today?
Oh, there's been a bunch of decks that have really stood out to me. One of them in particular is just the Wind Guojia deck with the giant dragon, which is so cool to see. And then of course you also get classics like Fire Lorraine coming from Jimmy Lee, and that's a deck that was not on my radar whatsoever at this Ascent Seattle, and I was not expecting someone to be able to bring it out like that. And then of course we have our classics that we're sort of looking at, the Fire Dao-Chans, the Water Dao-Chans, and I'm more than surprised though that Wind Luxem Xander still contending in top spots right now.
If you watch that round was, I mean, you got to see a lot of the inevitability of that deck. You want to talk about a deck that going into that round really needed everything to go wrong to be able to lose. And of course it didn't. That was kind of that match in a nutshell, with the Chess Club having a very, very interesting version of Fire Dao-Chan that goes slower, goes more late game, goes more mid-range, but bursts out a ton of potential damage. Like you always have to be aware of it. You watch their chicken game they play for 30 minutes, game 1, as they're just sitting there, almost 30 minutes, just sitting there trying to jockey for position a little bit, knowing if either player lets their guard down too much, then the other player just jumps in and takes out the game. And you get to see just more interesting ways that these decks can be built, even though we've seen, as you mentioned, Fire Dao-Chan has certainly been a breakout deck today alongside the Fractal Dao-Chan decks, or just the general Cleric Fractal decks. We're seeing this Fire Dao-Chan deck, but different ways of building it, different ways of doing it, and old standbys like Luxem that, have you ever seen it and win before? A little bit, but on the stage here, it really showed that it had, depending on the version you played of different decks, it had a lot of power.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, as the new sets come out, the game changes and times have changed. Luxem, traditionally, you mostly only see in the Fire variants, but Wind just gets so much access to key cards that really beat out the current decks that we're seeing. So it makes sense for that logical switch on that side. And really excited to see what else is going to be in store for us for these last 2 rounds, because we're going to be looking at players who may be on some interesting brews, sort of like the Luxem Xander or what Hanky brought in with the Norm allies, who've made it this far as well, who've been fighting through that field. Yeah, and in particular, Wind has been an interesting one to watch, because very early on we saw that turbo Seiryu Guojia deck where the wind element of it was really relegated to Beseech Fatestone and then just trying to get to 3 and do some nasty dragon stuff. But then as we went later into the tournament, we started to see some more wind rounds where we saw, especially with that Luxem showing, remember, cards like Veiling Breeze and cards like Ensnaring Fumes and stuff are cards that are going to do a lot of work in the format
depending on what you face. You know, that Ensnaring Fumes, I can only imagine against the more aggro-slanted Dao-Chan, still would put in a lot of work and just denying damage until that Luxem can build out and start healing. And so that is that's going to be, you know, hopefully something we can see a little bit more as we keep going. With some more access to some more decks with interesting takes on things, and maybe using some more, because wind is always that interactive element, right? Where there's a lot of stuff it can do. Nothing always super decisively, very tempo-oriented, very like, I don't want to deal with that right now, but maybe later. I want to take that damage right now, but maybe later. You know, I'm hoping that we saw a lot of fire and water representation, but now that people see the metagame, what can wind bring to the table?
Yeah, wind brings a lot of interesting. They're almost the toolbox element. They've always been known to have those resources to be able to take care of situations or obstacles that other elements didn't have to have. Like, for example, the only Fantasia destruction we had was in Wind with
for a long
Scatter
time.
Essence.
Yes.
We just finally got our Norm element, but Wind also has access to Veiling Breeze, as you mentioned. Also, the Decree in Wind as well, the Verdicris Decree.
Yep.
Not only does it suppress something, it busts an ally if you so choose, but the important, it destroys a Fantasia, which really affects the decks that you're playing against. So, as like state, it's a toolbox. You have cards here and there that don't seem to do much on their own, but in a matchup, they seem like some of the best cards you could possibly put in your deck.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and it's really, you know, it really is something that works very well when you get into a matchup where tempo is king, where, you know, we saw in the last one, just all we need to do is bide time. We keep biding time, and until our allies get answered with sufficient interaction, we'll just keep taking them back, and we'll just keep doing this. Wind reclaim shenanigans have been something since set 1 in the game, and have only really gotten stronger over every set to set. We just keep seeing a strengthening of Wind's interaction. So we're going to see a lot of, continue to see a lot of fire, continue to see a lot of water, but I do think as we move to the new metagame, we're going to start to see some wind crop up. And I do think also, Henke really showed us, right? There's room for not just fire, water, and wind. How about the old Norm element?
Yeah, and Norm element is one of those, like, you never consider it a standalone element. It's always been like, hey, I'm going to throw it into my deck, and it's going to assist me in everything I needed to do. But Norm's sort of has enough support and sort of been like, I'm the main character now. Consider me an actual element and to be a force to be reckoned with at this point. And Henke amazingly shown it. A bunch of these Norm cards that don't see play normally as well all got to have a spotlight. Novice Healer, a card that you probably have never seen.
I've seen more Novice Healers in play in the past couple hours than I have in my entire life. It's been absolutely wild to see things like Novice Healer, Allied War Priestess, like really getting in there and being like, wow, actually, if we just exchange, do a little life change like that, it's like, it's kind of a good advantage to have.
You know, I always picture Grand Archive as a game of tug of war.
Yeah.
Right? It's an Allied War Priestess feels like you're cheating in the game of tug war, because instead of like I pull, you pull, War Priestess pretty much says I'm going to pull twice before you get to pull once. Because you deal damage and you heal, which really sets the flag, the bar for your opponent. They need to answer this because they're falling behind.
Yeah, and it's a really, honestly, from all these players who have brought these recovering effects into the game, like, not just those, but obviously we have powerful cards like Zhang Zhao that we see that's coming in and having this recover 4 in really, really crucial moments where players are actually allowing themselves to get a recover 4 instead of a draw 2. But those go right alongside these Allied War Priestesses and these Novice Healers as just an extremely like high-level take on like, well, I know what's good right now. We have the Fractal deck we got to work on their tech for that, but then we have the fire aggro decks, the Dao-Chan, the people who did predict Lorraine, Xander, the people who predicted the fire Suzaku from Guoja as well, going like, if I can just set the goalpost far enough away, just keep pushing it a little bit more, turn after turn, I will eventually win the game before they can.
Exactly. We made an analogy to a race earlier on, and it's pretty much, if you both are running a race, if you change what kind of race you're in compared to your opponent, you can finish it faster. If you both are running a race, you're in a 100-meter dash, but your opponent is in a marathon, you're going to get there way before them.
Yeah, you don't even have to go that fast, right? As long as their goal is far enough away, you can make it before they do. And that's been some really interesting, I would say, some really interesting Grand Archive to see played here today. Now we're gonna have a pretty cool matchup here. I'm actually really looking forward to this one. So I think we can announce it very shortly. But we're going to continue to see. I think some of the things that we were talking about here will be at play when we go into this matchup as well. There's going to be, I think, a little bit more of a unique take, another meta deck that has been a meta deck for a while, but that we haven't really talked about too much.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see, and that's something everyone who's watching this should pay attention to, is sort of how these players progress the goal line, the metaphorical goal line. And it's something that, it's small incremental things that you don't really notice at first, but it can be you decide to go build up influence an extra turn over your opponent, or your opponent didn't get to activate an attack with an ally that they wanted to. And you see these small buildups, and it's something that they add together so much in the end game. And that's why Grand Archive is amazing, because it's a game of decisions. Everything is a decision, and depending on what you do and the route you take can dramatically change your game.
It is such a unique take on a TCG that you don't see all the time, where you have this whole hand and everything is a viable option, right? And it's really about how you manage your resources and how you manage those small incremental gains to build up to achieving a victory. And it's going to be really fun to continue to see these players, and especially as the game continues to grow and continue to get set after set, we get more and more interesting interactions. A lot of people had predictions going to today's metagame that it might be a little decisive in one direction, but no, that isn't the case. We have a lot of very, very cool decks that are at play here. So as we are heading into this round, I'm very excited for this one because one of the players on here is actually a main deck team member. So we get to see main deck Gage, who's going to be hopping in here and showing us some of what he's working with today against his opponent, Mafia Fia.
Yeah, and if I've been hearing the rumors correctly and what I've been told, main deck has really been putting in the testing for Abyssal Heaven when it came out. I know a group worked together, really testing a bunch of different decks, different variants. Make sure you're really prepared for Ascent Seattle, and you've gotten to get a little bit of that insight as well, being main deck yourself there. And so watching these guys just test and build up towards each other and like really help each other, how does that feel now seeing it in action?
I am very proud of how the team's doing. One thing that they've seen that some other, so we're on the Water Fractal deck today, which we're going to see from main deck Gage here playing the Water Fractal deck into Mafia Fia, who's actually going to be playing Wind Razor Gale, which is a cool deck like we mentioned that we haven't seen yet today on stream, but it has been a viable deck ever since Ascent Toronto. In the past, obviously a little less powerful than it was during that one, but it is certainly a viable deck. And I'm very proud of the team and the testing that they put in, because we did a lot of work to try and come up with a list that we felt could compete with a lot of the other decks that we're going to see. Our direction is a little different than a lot of other ones too, and so we're going to see main deck Gage start out here. Blank Ginger, as he goes by as well, is going to start off by getting a 2 Fractal start, starting with a Fractal of Snow into a Fractal of Refreshment, deciding if any of these cards need to be gotten rid of right now, and he has 2 copies of Mana Resonance. This is a card that we haven't seen a lot of other decks running here too, but this is a card that can allow you to draw 2 for as low as 0, as low as a free cost, and it's a replacement for doing a floating memory strategy instead, and using that to just accrue advantage instead, and running a higher amount of Fractals than most of these Fractal decks are running as well.
Yeah, really curious and interesting to see the tech that in this specific main deck variant of the Fractal in action. But sitting across from the table, we have Mafia Fia on the Wind Razor Gale Kong Ming. And this is actually, depending on how often they've played this deck, and if they were in Toronto, they're going to be very familiar with playing against a deck with a Fantasia. And they're already used to being able to understand when to remove it off the field and keep it in. So we're going to keep a very close eye on to see if they were expecting some mirror matches with some Fantasia. And they're going to go ahead and open up with a very classic Wind staple when you want to gain value. A Forest Cake, draw a card on enter into a baby green, suppressing that cake, and at the end of turn, cake's going to re-enter, and you get to get another card.
Exactly. Notably, we're looking at Mafia Fia's hand, and one of the things you're obviously looking for if you're playing Wind into Fractals is any way to remove a Fractal. We don't see any of it. So looks like Blank Ginger is going to have a bit of an opening here to try and establish that foothold, get that Zhang Zhao online. One of the first things you're trying to do, again, is, of course, reach 3 and start to build that up. And we see exactly what we want to see here, which is drawing into a Dissonant Fractal. Still with a Grand Crusader's Ring in play, which is really, again, a really heads-up play by Gage here, is the ability to go take that Glimpse 4 right now and go, okay, if any of these I want on my turn right now, I have access to the Grand Crusader's Ring to be able to draw them immediately.
A very smart heads-up play. A lot of players will usually banish it just to try and get the immediate card draw to see their options, but now you get to explore pretty much. Look at the top 4, choose a card you want to be able to draw this turn, and if you don't like any of those, you still have the chance to draw a 5th card that's unknown, but still you don't have to run into any of those 4.
Exactly. And so far, Blank Ginger has put basically nothing into play, has put down very few resources, and with that turn, and was able to get kind of a sculpted turn at that point. Now, pays 2 more to put in a Fractal Rain, not imbued. Again, when we're not running the floating memory strategy, we don't really care about imbuing it too much. We're going to go for an Extricating Touch, but I believe, yeah, he's gonna use the Fractal Rain to pay for one of them. Starting with the touch right now, let me see your hand, and let's deal with what we have. And unfortunately, I think he was hoping to maybe hit a Razor Gale or something or I guess maybe not even knowing quite yet what he's playing, but trying to hit something important. And there isn't a ton. You can't really pitch the 3 visits because that doesn't really do a lot. I'm just going to go for the Zephyr and deny some of that suppress action. Maybe starting to figure out what his opponent is on here and knowing that the suppress is the key to turning on the ability to use Tempest Downfall to punch a bunch of damage, and just saying, well, let's just get rid of that.
Exactly. Here, an Extricating Touch is a card we haven't really seen often here on stream, and it's a very powerful card. It's a 3-cost activated spell that you get to either choose on resolution, memory, or hand, look at them, and then take 1 card, have your opponent discard it. They just lose a card.
It's pretty remarkable that we haven't seen it a lot in stream because it was definitely identified, especially by our team, as one of the strongest cards in the set. The ability to take certain matchups and just kind of win them because you hit the 1 card your opponent needs to win the game and you're holding it down. Huge card in the mirror, huge card into Luxem, huge card into, frankly, just about everything. To the point where we talked to a lot of people who are doing things like, should I side Extricating Touch? We have a full play set in the main.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So something to look forward to if you're a fan of that kind of style. But we actually see Fan of 7 Debts being materialized. And Razor Gale Kong Ming is very interesting because the only reason to go into Kong Ming is to unlock class bonus for your Tempest Downfall, or for your Ardent Cloud Striker, or if you have Bagwas. So to me, seeing this Fan of 7 Debts is telling me that this Kong Ming player is still going to be digging for some options before they are going to be looking into leveling up here. And there is technically no visible pressure from these Fractals on the field.
Is there any possibility that our Kong Ming player is going to the new level 2? That Fan of 7 Debts is actually a really cool card in the level 2 because it lets you kind of set up your turn to be able to play multiple cards. We did see Mafia Fia drawing a Verdigris Decree, and that Verdigris Decree is going to be a way that he's going to try and gain a little bit of advantage on this. Using it, I assume, choosing Suppress and choosing Destroy a Fantasia to try and stop Blank Ginger from gaining too much advantage on him.
Yeah, and there's nothing but value from this Verdigris Decree with this Baby Green. You're going to be able to suppress it, and then the Baby Green's going to come back, suppress the fan. So it's replacing itself, still maintaining all your objects on the field for that board presence, and then slowing down the game. Out of these 4 Fractals, they're 4 separate ones. I think the scariest one on that side is going to be that Fractal Snow we're looking at.
Yep. It's the one thing that can maybe stop a big old Ardent Cloud Striker from kind of punching in damage. So it is definitely the one to answer at the point where your opponent has 4 Fractals. It's not like you can really shut off Dissonant Fractal, and frankly, it'll just be a new Fractal to replace whatever anyway. But it still does leave Blank Ginger on 3, and 3 is the important like Zhang Zhao territory where if he's got the Zhang Zhao in hand, he's going to be able to start to reaccrue some advantage with that. I do want to point out, too, there's an interesting interaction that we might see come up as well. Now, we did see that Fractal Refreshment putting the Mana Resonance at the bottom at the start, but Mana Resonance is a card that into Razor Gale Kong Ming has a number of pretty juicy targets to be able to get some really, really efficient card draw with. Not only is Verdigris Decree a good example of a 3-cost spell that you can play into to pay 2, draw 2, But don't forget that Razor Gale Calling, when we actually see that, is number 1 a spell, and number 2 a 4-cost naturally. And that means that can, if Blank Ginger has made his way to level 1 and turned on the class bonus for Mana Resonance, that means there could be some potentially very, very cheap card draw if he's able to find some and we get to that stage.
Exactly, being able to really progress your board state. And Razor Gale's the main calling of that deck itself, so it's not like your opponent's going to not activate it to stop yourself from drawing 2. So it's almost like a Zhang Zhao.
Yeah,
it's your free draw 2, more value bringing in. And I'm just very curious to see what Blank Ginger is going to be doing on this turn. Is it going to just be more fractals as you're not really under pressure? Or are you going to start trying to get rid of the board state that Mafia is putting together?
Well, Mafia Fia made it kind of difficult because Blank Ginger went for the backup charger, and in response to the activation, Mafia Fia just reclaimed the one ally that was in play that Blank Ginger could have targeted. So now we're just going to be waiting for the baby green slime to come back. Currently, then, I think it makes sense for Blank Ginger to go ahead and build out some more fractals. Wants to definitely just, like, your goal is just to get enough fractals down, obviously, where you can just win the game. So he's just looking at his hand and figuring out, it's like, what route can I go with? I actually haven't gotten to see if there were any fractals in there, though. Maybe he's, okay, so going just passing turn, it looks like there are no fractals waiting. I do see a Burst Asunder. I do see a Refracting Missile. Fracturize is in there as well. So we at least have Fracturizing a Power Cell is going to be the way to get another Fractal out this turn. And it looks like just like kind of, let's hold up interaction. Fract the cell and go for it. Now, that may seem like we're not making a lot of headway, but we are looking at actually a pretty decent amount of damage is coming pretty soon here. Like you said, no pressure on board, but it's all in hand.
It's always from hand. And I was actually doing the quick math in my head real quick. Blank Ginger needed that 4th fractal that was removed that last turn from Verdigris Decree because there was a lethal line.
There was a lethal
line. We had a Burst Ascender and a Refracting Missiles in hand. That backup charger would have been the perfect amount of influence to be able to do both without even using your reservable fractals at that point. And it is just crazy and wild to think that you could go from doing nothing into 15 damage to your opponent.
Now, for people who haven't seen this Razor Gale deck before, what is it doing? What is it doing, Valk? How can you describe what the nonsense that just keeps happening turn after turn here?
Yeah, so Razor Gale is a good way to describe it is death by 1,000 cuts. Razor Gale will incrementally just draw cards, gain value, build up their influence. You see by the bouncing of this baby green, by the suppression of the cake that will continue to draw you cards until they actually find a Razor Gale Calling, which is a 4-cost Wind Fantasia. That goes ahead and says, whenever you activate a wind spell, go ahead and deal 1 damage to a champion.
Yeah, and until you get that Razor Gale online, it really is just kind of spinning wheels trying to find it, digging cards, but it digs a whole lot of cards. It does some very windy things. Mafia Fia is starting to put a little pressure on the board. These decks often run things like Ardent Cloud Striker and Ascent Protector as ways to just continue to chunk extra damage on so that the Razor Gale doesn't have to go the entire distance to win the game. That said, the game is not over until the last damage has been dealt. So Blank Ginger looking at a Fracturize at end of turn, gets that float online, then is going to spend the float to go to Dao Chan level 1, getting a little bit more of a health buffer against obviously Mafia Fia is starting to put some damage on the board, and potentially getting that Glimmer activation online if he sees a Shimmering Refraction, if he has one. That opens up those lethal lines pretty quickly as well. And Razor Gale is not known as a deck that is going to level a lot more than level 1 most of the time. It looks like Mafia Fia Blank Ginger is just going for it. Now, Mafia Fia might have a Veiling Breeze, and that could make it kind of difficult, but just punching in Recollection with that Refracting Missile means that Blank Ginger, I think, is seeing a potential line here that can get him there. It looks like he did draw a Zhang Zhao, so there's an option just to start to draw some cards and find some more action, find some more fractals maybe to play, but we'll see which route he ends up going with.
Yeah, and Mafia went ahead and leveled up into Kong Ming level 1, so getting a little bit of a buffer on that life. So Blank Ginger is going to have to find 1 additional fractal if the Burst Asunder is one to look a little bit juicy here. Let's see, we have an activation for 2. Looks like a fractal.
That's a Shimmering Refraction. No, he's kind of smelling in the water. He's like, well, if you didn't Veiling Breeze the first one, are you going to Veiling Breeze the Burst Asunder? And you know what? You do have to make him have it, right? Because if he has the Veiling Breeze, then he he doesn't have the Veiling Breeze is what happens here.
He put it down in memory.
He put it in memory. And that's the power of the Fractal deck, right? It's a huge amount of damage, and it's not always easy to calculate exactly how much damage is going to be dealt to you, because there's a lot of little factors that can go into, like, how many of those damaging spells is he holding on to? If one of them Shimmering Refraction, and you can go to Dao-Chan level 1, that actually totally changes the sort of the math on how you can achieve that, because you can do things like play multiple other spells, put that Shimmering Refraction to memory, and then activate it on their turn to get the final chunk of damage as well. So it's not easy to calculate that. It's an easy mistake to make, thinking like, you know what, I'm kind of okay, I'm kind of safe here. But yeah, and the important thing about Burst Asunder too is if he has the Veiling Breeze, he does use it, and then Blank Ginger goes, okay, I'll sacrifice nothing.
And the pressure's still on for the next turn as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
Which makes the deck crazy. And it's a, as you said, it's a hard feeling to know, like, if you were going to be dead on board due to what's all the pure damage from Blank Ginger's hand. So Mafia felt confident, comfortable, 19 total life on that Kong Ming level 1. I'm going to put that Veiling Breeze down. Not going to worry about it. I should be fine. But Blank Ginger is showing you're not fine if I have the answers in hand.
Exactly. Now, having a little bit of extra information here, basically having the deck list in my head here as well. I do know that one thing Blank Ginger is looking at doing is pulling in those Expel the Departeds, probably, that we have in the side. Those are very good, obviously, into things like the Dao-Chan aggro deck. Potentially could be used against other Fractal decks, depending. But in this case, they're going to be a way just to make sure if that Razor Gale hits the board early, it is out of here.
And Kong Ming has ways to get back Razor Gale, but it's not as efficient. You do have to sort of take an off turn with a Cyclical Breeze that gets you back a Wind Element spell from the grave. So still able to get it back, but slows you down. Kong Ming is a mage, not a cleric, so you don't get the class bonus from the Razor Gale, which reduces its cost. So it's more like more investment to set up.
Yeah, and really, as we saw, it's a matter of time with the Fractal deck, right?
Yes.
If you are not, that's why we said the big counter to this is putting pressure into it. You keep putting pressure, and you play these Fire aggro decks that are doing well into it. Fire Xander, Fire Lorraine especially, are ones that are doing quite well into the Fractal decks. You can play ally decks that do quite well into it too. You can play Henke's deck, whatever's going on with it, that actually is good into it too, it turns out. But by just keeping consistent pressure on and just trying to close the game before giving them too many fractals, that's how you end up winning the game. So even if they can Cyclical Breeze back the Razor Gale calling, if that's putting them a couple of turns behind going off, that's kind of all you need.
Indeed. It's Fractal decks great when it's not interacted with or interrupted. If it doesn't have to worry about allies hitting into you and sort of you both playing the value game engine, the Fractal deck will more than happy take that 2-3 turns and then out of nowhere be like, okay, here's all my damage.
Yep. And counter anything that would stop this, or in response, kill you even harder is the other option too. Yeah, and that Extricating Touch, again, you know, we really honed in on that as 4 of in the main board, because you don't want to be interacted with as much as possible. Please do not, either don't kill us or don't interact with us. And one thing Touch does is it allows you to say, yeah, that one thing you're holding to interact with, that's going to be gone now, actually.
Indeed, and it's one of those, like, Extricating Touches, you can use it to scout your opponent as well. You can, if you go second in that match, you Extricating Touch and be like, what am I dealing with? What do I have to play around? What am I worrying about?
Well, yeah, let's talk about the math on some of those damage spells a little bit too. Like, sometimes if they're holding back a Veiling Breeze or something, if you try and push a Refracting Missile or Shimmering Refraction to it, and then just to even bait out the Veiling Breeze, you know at least that spell is not going to be taking a lot of damage, or a Burst Asunder or something. If you go instead and Extricating Touch their hand, and they go, and you're basically telling them, you have to Veiling Breeze now or you're going to lose it. And then if they Veiling Breeze, then you can go ahead and throw all your other damaging spells in on top of the Breeze and still take them out that way. So in that way, it almost acts as another copy of those damaging spells, as a way of just forcing the interaction out and then just playing fast speed on top.
Oh, that's an amazing way to think about it, which I didn't even consider. It is literally a way to say, alrighty, we're going to play this fun game of, I'm going to try and win the game, and you're going to have to see if I actually have lethal or not.
Yeah. And have you ever held a negation card into an extricating touch? Because you have two options. It's either negate the extricating touch or discard the negate. And neither one are the one you wanted to do.
Either way, the player activating the extricating touch is very happy. They got something out.
So Mafia Fia takes the first turn here, goes to Spirit of Wind, Windmill Engineer, pretty traditional wind start. And Blank Ginger is showing the thing that a lot of people think is wild, but even if he could, he went ahead and just played Fractal of Rain not imbued, and is just setting up a play for some more Fractals right now by resting that Fractal of Rain for its reservable.
Fractal of Rain, you only care about that it's a Fantasia with a Fractal with reservable.
It has 2 cost. That is what we care about with it. Specifically, all we want to do is maximize the number of first turns we can play where we triple Fractal.
And so the mill effect that you do get from it does not really contribute to anything to the game plan. Plus, you don't want to give your opponent information of what's in your memory as well.
Yeah, and I will say that an interesting thing by going this route, by going the heavy Fractal route, not going the floating memory route, is that this version of the deck is so immune to Censor that it plays Censor instead and just gets to shut down, get decks that are trying to gain advantage through floating memory. We see the third Fractal coming into play, and guess what? It's our favorite Fractal, Dissonant Fractal. Getting that glimpse for, let's set up the perfect draws. Let's make sure we're seeing everything we need.
Honestly, Dissonant Fractal, one of those MVPs, sitting at one of those like low rarity cards.
Crazy.
You don't expect some like common and uncommon to have such an impact, but in a deck like this, I think that's probably like, I would want to open my hand with 3 Dissonant Fractals and be happy about it.
Yeah. Mafia Fia going Portentous Tengu, backup charger at home, pre-rec getting to draw a card into memory and then recollecting. And going to continue this card draw train. Actually going to start by throwing out a Blanche, which is kind of an interesting play, but without the ability to go to level 2,